Okay, we're live right now. Don't worry, Kat. You're not on screen yet, so you just keep knitting. No one knows you're here. No one knows you're here but me. Hey, everyone. So we started this stream late, but we're here now. Let us know how it sounds and how things are going. Technical difficulties are a part of life, you know. We have them. God has them. Everyone who's ever had technicality of any sort has had technical difficulties. Just a reminder, we'll be streaming all day. Today we are raising money for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. We're going to be posting the link throughout the day in the chat. The link is to donate is also in the description. If you donate, and we'll get more into the specifics of this later. If you donate, feel free to email us the screenshot because we're giving away books from our friends at Verso Publishing today. We're giving away coffee from our friends at Yes Please today. And, you know, you might be saying, like, are you tricking me into donating to something so then I can get some stuff? Sure, if that's what it's going to take. If you're the sort of person who can't just donate to something like the Palestine Children's Relief Fund out of the goodness of your own heart, if you need to be bought out to do that, then I'm comfortable with that. You know, let's be utilitarian about this. We'll be streaming all day. We have a lot of stuff coming up, but we'll get right into it now. Let's bring our friend Kat on to talk not about pizza. Not about pizza, because that's a whole other thing that we'll get into and we have time to talk about. Lux, are we good to bring Kat onto the show? You know, internety lefty people who people think are like nice, who are really like not nice people.
I don't like so many people
Yeah,
online and
and no
offline.
one no one can hear this right now. I don't think so. I'm just gonna say it too, but I'll tell you, I'll name names later. But yeah, there's a few people I've been like, your whole thing is like good politics, yet Hate
you hate
people and are
people and are
mean. I
mean.
don't
I
get
don't
it.
get it.
Oh, I have so much tea. Are you
Yeah,
coming to
Yeah,
Chicago for Christmas?
I'm not. I
I'm
was just
not. I was
there.
just there.
I'm there like
I'm there
three
like
times a
three
year.
times a
So
year.
next
So
time I'm in
next time I'm in
Okay.
town,
town,
we should
we
Yeah,
do a
should
we'll
do a
tea
tea
gossip.
sesh.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah. And
I
I
ask you what your
asked you what
favorite
your
bars
favorite
I
are.
hope
bars are.
everyone can hear this.
If they do,
If they
that's
do,
fine.
that's
You guys
fine.
are
You guys are
invited as
invited
well.
as
I have
well.
no
I have no
idea who.
idea who.
We're back.
We're back.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. Wow.
Everyone
We're
missed
so
Everyone
the
missed
really
back.
the really
spicy
spicy
stuff
stuff
we
Yeah.
just
we
said.
just said.
Guys,
Guys,
we were saying
we were
some
saying some
crazy
crazy
stuff.
stuff.
And now
Do you
someone
Now
guys
says
know
someone
what I
says
was
double.
doing on
double
December
audio.
6th at 6:50 a.m.? No, you have no idea. What was it,
What?
December
Oh,
4th?
what was that day?
I don't know. I wasn't doing anything.
Uh, uh, I'm so confused about what's happening on our end. I'm just gonna keep talking. Okay, everyone says double Michael.
Haha.
No one wants double Michael. That's why I killed my twin in the womb. Okay, Kat, I'm gonna act like we're having a real show and you're here now. How are you?
I'm good.
All right, that's
December
great.
4th. Sorry, December 4th was the day Brian Thompson. I was making a joke saying I
Oh, I
killed
forgot
the
that it was December
CEO
4th.
of United Healthcare.
Oh, you were
I
making a
didn't
murder
though.
joke.
I
Kat
was
was
making a
making a
murder
murder joke.
joke.
A murder
Uh,
joke.
so many
No,
people aim
I
those towards me. I feel like I should get like a free one every month, just for funsies.
yeah. No, guys, no one on the show has murdered anyone yet.
Yet
Did
that
you
you know of.
did you hear about the woman in Florida who told the health insurance person that they were next and now she got arrested and has like $100,000 bail?
No.
I've not This is not a thing I'm making up. Yesterday a woman in Florida was on the phone with her health insurance company who had denied her claim. I forget which insurance company it was. And then she said something like, deny, depose, whatever, you guys are next. And got arrested and it has $100,000 bailout on her right now. So America's in a good place. I think that's the main thing we can all agree on. We're in a good place as a country.
Look,
but here, let me ask for a
9/11
spicy.
couldn't unite us, COVID couldn't unite us, hating health insurance. That's the
Yeah.
ticket. That's the fucking ticket there. Have you ever had to pay like $200 for an antibiotic that would cost like three in Denmark?
Oh,
We
oh
used
my
to
God.
take
And you,
fish antibiotics when I was a bartender because people couldn't afford to go to the doctor.
my
You can
God.
just buy them for the fish tank and instead you
Is
would
that why
take them.
bartenders are like that?
No, it's all the cocaine and
Okay, yeah.
drinking.
I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, the cocaine or the fish antibiotics. But yeah, it's crazy. Like, there's one of the other. I'm not sourcing facts here, but I know one of the insurance companies today has like forgiven medical debt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Like a ridiculous amount.
yeah, and when stuff like that happens, it sort of reminds me of during COVID. Like, people, we didn't have jobs, and the government just gave everyone money, and then everything was fine. And it was like, oh, you can just do this, and nothing bad happens. And now it's like, an health insurance company can just forgive massive amounts of medical debt and everything's
Yeah, we
fine.
talk about how like we can afford to send like 20 billion to Israel to bomb children, but like, oh,
Yeah.
sorry, we can't afford your survival. That's just, it just doesn't work like that. And yes, we
Yeah.
can. Money isn't real and we're the richest country in the world. We absolutely can if health insurers just made like 10 billion per year less and they would still make 10 billion in profit.
I mean, that's the theme of today. Maybe money isn't real. What has been your response as you have worked through, since you didn't do an assassination?
Since I didn't do an
Um,
assassination,
what allegedly,
allegedly
what's
didn't do it.
yeah, what's your take on all that?
Um, I mean, look, I will say, vigilante justice is a slippery fucking slope.
Yep.
And it's like, I can sympathize honestly with someone having incredible pain and just like radicalizing themselves through like literature that is very real. Like the shit that he was reading was real. And like, but a lot of people don't do that. And that's how you get like Pizzagate. And this is not to say that like murder is justified for radicalization, but this is to say like I can see a time where like there are copycats that are not doing like that
Yeah.
are killing, the CEO of Hostess or Ben and Jerry's or whatever. Um, but yeah, I mean, like I'm chronically ill. I have narcolepsy. My medication costs
Oh
a
yeah.
fortune. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It's just like a fun little roulette every single month to see like how much I have to shell out to exist. Um, and like I think people who are lecturing us on like how you should feel about Brian Thompson. Like he was a good man. You were the same people that were cheering on Kyle Rittenhouse. Tucker used to
Yeah.
do a monologue like every week about how we need vigilante justice, generally, like genuinely encouraging people to go out and execute trans people or like call bomb threats into Lurie Children's Hospital, which is just right up the street. And so like this, we shouldn't be in a climate where we're like, oh yeah, vigilante justice is like okay, but that climate has been fostered by people like Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham and Tucker
Mhm.
Carlson who are now lecturing us about this. And like I don't understand how you can be surprised A that vigilante justice would happen and B that it would happen for this reason. I hate this fucking bubble. I hate when it does this. And that it would happen
What
for
is
this
that?
reason. It's like if you do like certain things it makes things happen.
Zoom does that?
Yeah, it's annoying.
Ew.
So like this isn't to say like, oh, we should all just use murder to solve our problems because that's
Yeah.
not a great problem solver. But it's not a surprise that we are in this position where people are doing vigilante justice because our healthcare system is a nightmare. It's just not a shock. And the people who are acting like it is are part of the problem and are part of the reason that this could and will probably happen again, even though it shouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, the Rittenhouse comp is telling there and is wild because the most that people online have ever gotten mad at me is a time where I said something bad about Kyle Rittenhouse, which is crazy. There's much,
He was too dumb to join the military.
yeah, yeah, and that's saying quite a bit.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, the way in which people were so willing to make him a hero. I mean, in many cases, it's like if you randomly kill a protester, a left-wing person, a trans person, a person of color in this country, you are a hero. You are SEAL Team 666 or whatever. But in this instance, people have clutched
1488.
1488. Yeah, people have clutched so many pearls about this sort of thing. But the thing that's been really surprising is, I didn't have it in my sort of predictions for responses that like Elizabeth Warren and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and some other politicians have been kind of like, it's bad, but, and I think it's been great to see that in terms of like not dismissing the horrors of our healthcare system and the ways in which people could respond to it with this is just a crazy person who did something nuts. And I think the ability to acknowledge, like you said, the horrors of vigilantism, to acknowledge that like killing people isn't cool, but that these things are real. I'm glad that that's a part of the discourse from figures like that. And I've been thinking about this. I've been on a big like Irish political history kick recently, as one can be, largely after watching Say Nothing and then just going down tons of rabbit holes. But because I live a party boy lifestyle, I was watching a YouTube documentary on Northern Ireland last night, and they were talking to an ex-IRA person who was in jail for 20 years for doing some stuff. And the interviewer was like, "Do you regret stuff?" And he was like, "Do I regret that like life was lost? Sure. But do I regret participating in an activity that was an anti-colonial struggle, trying to like create a home for people who are here and fight against like that, hundreds of years of English suppression?" He was like, "No, I don't regret that at all." And he was like, "It's really unfortunate when things happen." And he was like, "But the way in which," he made some point that was like, people talk about civilian casualties via the IRA, and he was like, "Those are bad. We're not saying those are good, but no one wants to talk about the like thousands of people killed or interned by the English government, the culture destroyed by them, yada yada." But I could not think about that relative to some of the discussions we're having right now, the way in which we should have the ability to mourn the loss of life, not think that murder is cool, but be able to not lose larger systemic struggles in the context of those things.
Yeah, it's like doing thoughts and prayers after like a school shooting.
Yeah.
This is the time to talk about why someone would feel so aggressive that they would go out at like 6 in the morning to shoot a guy.
Yeah.
That's not like normal behavior. Like even for, you know, mass shootings and stuff, those are planned, but it's like a different vibe. I mean, like the alleged killer said he was thinking about doing a bomb, but then didn't want to have civilian casualties. Like
Yeah.
there was thought put into this against one guy because it's so like we are all faceless dollar signs. We're symbols to these insurance companies. And it makes sense that the guy leading one of the most problematic and predatory ones is a symbol for something else. You don't get to change that facelessness just because you make $10 million a year.
Yeah. Well, and the most like liberal media New York Times-y thing ever has now been the narrative I
Are we
was
still calling
to
New York Times liberal?
liberal in like what it means now, I guess, or
Yeah.
liberal in the context of what that means in the American political discourse. But the sort of retconning Brian Thompson to be like a working class hero. I think there's like a Bret Steven columns that tried to do that. A bunch of like
Bedbug.
Twitter threads by writers. Yeah, but this is who we should be lionizing, like the guy that came from the farm Midwest and worked his way into this, and just the way in which like ending up in a position of making millions and millions off exploitation is okay as long as like you grew up adjacent to a farm.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
And
It's
then
insane, especially like God, this is kind of a tangent, but like the real America thing drives me fucking nuts. Because
yeah.
I had this one class in college, one of my journalism classes, where the first thing the professor brought up was like, "Do you know what the real America is?" And it's fucking like New Haven, Connecticut is the
Mhm.
closest like demographic similarities to the country as a whole.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. And it was just like, no, I just because you live in Iowa doesn't mean you're better.
Well, yeah,
And just
and
because I live in Chicago, the land of bad pizza, doesn't mean I'm worse. The pizza is, but
I
not
just hope
me.
there's some uh Chicagoans in the chat right now who can just think and just react. Let us know your favorite Chicago pizza establishments. And if you're on any social media at Cat with your favorite pizza establishments, don't say anything weird or mean. We love Cat. So I'm not telling you to troll
Please
a nice
don't send
person.
me your penis. I
Well,
don't want
you
that.
said it. You said it.
I
I
mean,
know,
people were
but
already
you brought it
thinking
up.
it. People were
I don't think
thinking
they
it. I
were.
get
I wasn't
penises
thinking it.
every day in my inbox.
Oh, you know what? I'll
So
tell
I
you
just
this.
want to have like a blanket no penis policy.
Okay, I want a day of respite. For any creeps out there who are going to send Kat your penis today, send it to me. I
That
will
is
take your
so
penises.
generous.
I want to take all the penises so that Kat doesn't have to do them. So when you think to yourself, "Oh, here's like a cool person who says smart things online," I think what I need to do as a man is send her my penis. No, look at this face. Send your penises this
This
way.
is a feminist. This is an ally right here.
That real feminism is just getting just a DM folder full of dicks.
So,
Um,
question for you.
yes,
Going aside from the dicks of the pizza and etc.
yeah, yeah.
What do you think about like the folk heroization of Luigi Mangione?
Yeah, that and thank you for saying it the proper Italian way. A lot of people are not doing that. You have to say it and you have to do the hand thing.
Duh.
So I think with like the folk heroization of Luigi, uh, you know, kind of in the middle about this, right? Because I think there are people who are not perfect, who represent ideas that exceed themselves. So like one of my real American heroes is like John Brown, right? And I
Yeah.
don't think John Brown is a perfect person. He said some like pretty weird stuff, and some of his motivating principles are like versions of religiosity that we might not love. But at the end of the day, John Brown represents the notion that sometimes it is good to actively fight against horrific systems of oppression. And I think that, you know, what John Brown represents to a lot of people, and to be clear, if anyone's about to get mad at me, I'm not going to do a 1-for-1 here of Luigi and John Brown, but I think figures like that represent the ability for people to, kind of by any means necessary, strike out against the system of exploitation and oppression. So I
And kind of
think,
like a pressure release valve for the violence that a lot of people do want to enact, but
yes,
don't. It's like, oh, that guy did it for me.
yeah,
Not saying I'm out here trying to kill CEOs, but like that is how a lot of people feel.
hmm
Like
yeah,
if I had the shot, like that's just a normal thing, and you shouldn't be surprised when people are bankrupted because they have cancer.
yes, yes. So yeah, so I guess like I'm not comfortable with saying that, um, that Baltimore Italian prince is some ideologically pure political hero who we should form a movement around and read his manifesto for traces of a deep political philosophy or whatever. But I think that there is room to acknowledge the validity of how systemic economic political oppression, having to experience pain, living in a society that feels so bad will overwhelm people. And I do,
Like, not to get too heady about this, but the amount of things that the American people, or to be really crass, the amount of shit that we eat and act like we're not eating that shit is really intense. Like when you really look at, you know, the stats about how horrific our healthcare system is, how bad our life expectancy is, stats around like, like the health of children at birth. You go down the list. Like it's not good, and yeah,
So much more, like leagues more than we need to. We just enjoy enacting pain for like 10 people that makes so much money.
well, yeah, and I do think like I guess like a thing that I've been thinking about recently. We were working on a video that I don't think has come out yet. It hasn't, but I watched a really good movie called God's Not Dead 5, an evangelical propaganda piece that came out 2 months before the election. That
Oh,
actually had a
is there
ton of
five now?
yeah, and 5 has a lot of themes that relate to the really good white Christian nationalism video you did.
I saw
Because
the first one in theaters.
hell yeah.
I got
Well,
extra
you're
credit.
oh yeah, because that makes
Catholic
sense.
school.
Texas, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, but in the fifth one, well, I don't want to spoil. We have a video coming out about it, and I read a bunch of like theology and political theology for it because I want to meet these people on their own terms, and was read some paper by a theologian, I forget his name, whatever, that marked this shift that happened kind of via liberalism in like the 18th, 19th century, where for years and years and years, the whole point of Christian or theological ethics was the common good. and the whole individual good kind of didn't matter as much, or like individual rights were kind of like secondary to the notion of a common good. This shifts with liberalism, and the American mindset is so marked by freedom being tied to individual rights rather than freedom being tied to societal conditions that create a collective good. And I think that the healthcare thing is one of those ultimate things where people will brag about the American healthcare system in terms of, if you have money, you can get good stuff fast. And that's why it's good. Even if that means a lot of bad stuff happens. Whereas on the flip side, you might say that in countries of socialized medicine, that things are way better as a baseline for 99.9% of people. But maybe if you're super rich, you can't get your thing as quickly as possible, which honestly isn't true, because in most socialized countries, socialized healthcare, they do have private healthcare systems where rich people can still do rich people stuff.
I mean, have you gone to Mexico where you can just go to the pharmacia and buy medicine, which is like great for tourists, but also like
Are you
I have
describing
so
drug
many.
trafficking?
No, but like when I go
Yeah,
to
no,
Mexico,
yeah.
because like I grew up in Texas, for people who don't
Yeah.
know, I was there for Thanksgiving, in Mexico. And like, I can
Oh,
buy my
nice.
narcolepsy medication for much cheaper. And so many of my trans friends have gone to
Mm.
Mexico to get their
Oh,
surgery because
wow.
it's so much cheaper. There are like entire places that are like basically like mansions that are run by nurses and stuff where you can get your top and bottom surgery and then recover for like taking a flight down, booking the surgery, and staying like a month recovering in Mexico is cheaper than doing just top surgery here.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Um, no, and I've talked about it on something the other day. Like, I lived in the UK for a while, and while being one of the worst socialized healthcare systems, and they have been like ruining it more and more in recent years. But yeah, it just like, at a baseline, it's so much nicer. Like, in the almost decade I lived there, anytime I was sick, maybe I had to wait a day or two to go in. No money is ever exchanged, and there was one time, oh, I think I talked about this on a stream already, but I won't say it again because it's really gross. But I had like a health scare around a gross thing, and it got taken care of very easily and quickly, and didn't have to pay any money for it. So,
That's so
uh,
nice.
and I think that people just, yeah, I think we create these ideological narratives that convince people that the way we have it is somehow still the best. And I think, to, loop back to Luigi, that it's like a reminder, it's forcing people to either acknowledge that things are so bad that it can lead to things like that, or it's forcing them back into this really weird ideological corner in which privatized health insurance and, a free market system that allows people to create wealth off healthcare is somehow good and or virtuous in a specifically American way.
My health should not be your fucking profit.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. There just shouldn't be, and a thing as well for folks. I know some of our friends here with us in the chat right now are likely not American, which is like good for you, I guess, if you want to go to hell. But eh, sorry, Christ is American, and I will not apologize for that. But
I have a shirt of Jesus holding an AR-15 on top of a velociraptor with a cowboy hat, and it says Jesus was American.
sorry, I
It's
gotta
my
take that
favorite
one in.
shirt. My mom
I
won't let
got.
me wear it in Texas because she's like, I don't want you to get shot, like when I visit her.
Can I be honest? Shout
Yeah.
to your mom for that.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Like people ask what I do when I'm back home. I'm just like, yeah, video,
Yeah, great
video.
Chicago shirt though. I can think of many bars where that would play really well. Um, but what was I about to say? Healthcare, Italian people, shirts with velociraptors. Oh yeah, but when you talk about like healthcare and profit, the fact that in so many places in the world, they don't have commercials for
Yeah.
pharmaceutical things, and like the fact that there is a huge profit-based marketing industry around drugs that some people need just to live their life is like, maybe not the best.
I mean, people in the chat are
Maybe,
talking about Cuba, and like,
yeah,
Cuba's healthcare system is unbelievable. Um,
yeah.
and I remember that one guy he was at a fucking Costco or whatever. It was some right wing chud, and it was all like the same brand of something. And he's like, "This is what life is like in Cuba." And first off, it wasn't Cuba; it was like a Costco. And second, if freedom is having multiple brands, I'm cool not having that. In fact, I
Yeah.
get grossed out when I go to like a Safeway and there are so many brands of just one thing that is completely unnecessary.
Well, and then of course we're gonna get into like, the false freedom of choice and brand ideology. the fact too that many of the things that are different that represent the multiplicity of choice are the same thing, are almost the same thing, or are produced by the same people anyways. So, you know, I want to pivot for a second. Also, I'm letting my friends in the room know the chat is saying I sound like I'm underwater. I'm not, in fact, underwater. I do not believe in James Cameron's vision of an Avatar
One
style
James.
life. Yeah, James. Just he's not even. I will not refer
James
to Mr.
singular.
Cameron. He doesn't. He's just James. James, you. Okay.
Oh, wait,
Here's
can I
what I
do a
want to.
plug for PCRF real quick though, just to remind
I was
people?
about to do that, but you should
Oh,
do it because
wow.
you're a better person to do it.
So Palestine Children's Relief Fund, the stream is to raise money for them. You could donate. There's a link in the thing, right? Yeah. And
Chat and the
also,
description.
I am doing a similar fundraiser with my Patreon. All of my Patreon income this month is going to PCRF. So you can subscribe there. Or if you want, you can just donate to PCRF and DM me, and I will send you a picture of my cat. Because that's what my Patreon is. Every day I post a new picture of my cat. And any donation to the PCRF of any amount, if you DM it to me, will result in a new picture of my cat just for you.
Okay, friends. So we've been told there's one thing you're allowed to DM Cat. So here's what you do: you DM Cat proof that you have donated money to the PCRF. You DM me dicks, and then also because Cat's giving her Patreon money to PCRF, join Cat's Patreon. I think that's like a cool thing to do. You know what?
It's $1 a
I'm
month.
gonna I'm gonna say it. I am good audio. You hear double. I switch it if that's okay. So I'm looking at a thing. I think that maybe we should survive the cat interview with bad audio and then see if we can find another fix before or later. Okay, so I'm just getting notes from people. There's people in this. Normally I'm in a room alone. I'm here with people today.
If you want to fix the
Um,
audio real quick, I can go grab my cat and show it to people.
I think what I've learned is that the audio fix is that either I sound bad and there's only one of me, or that I sound good and I have to hear two of me. And I think if
Mm.
I have to hear two of me, I might have a psychic episode.
Once again,
Um,
reading minds. Also,
yeah, yeah.
you can send pictures of your cat to me. That is fine. Just no
Okay,
penises.
you're asking for it though. You can't
Someone asked right here. If you're sending me your pussy,
see. I didn't want to say it, but like,
I know
yeah,
you were
it's like
gonna say it.
if you give a mouse a cookie,
Look,
like,
I'll take the
okay,
risk. Penises is very clear. Just
I
like
I just
just
don't
be
want you
nice.
to.
Don't be
I
an
just don't want you
asshole.
to get penis pictures. I
I
just don't want
appreciate
that
it.
for
So,
you. Again, send them to me. Send them to like Wisecrack official accounts. Go through the employee database for our
send
parent
it to
company,
United
Enthusiast
Healthcare.
Gaming, and find the CEO's email address. And all the penises you want to send to Cat, send them to the CEO of this company. That's what I would say. Send them to find the email addresses for the Democratic National Committee. I'm sure when Rahm
The
Emanuel takes
Republican
over,
National Committee. Everyone
everyone.
gets penises except me.
Yes, I don't listen. I want to never have to see a penis in her goddamn life, and I want everyone else to just be assaulted with them visually in a way. Okay, back to
Yeah,
what I was going to
visually.
say. Visually. Also, I was going to say that I realized that I need to sign up for Cats Patreon, so I'm going to do that today. So you guys should do it too. Um, Here's what I want to talk to you about. So one of your things, one of your many skills and talents, superpowers, abilities, is that you have poisoned your brain by spending arguably some of the best years of your life mainlining horrific right-wing fascist content, and keeping up with the news on that side. I think I'm probably not alone in this. I've slightly tapped out of some of the discourse in a post-election sort of world. I think that you know, we've had the holidays and stuff. I'm aware of how bad things are going to get in the new year with the inauguration. So, what's the scuttlebutt right now? What are the things that you're watching, reading, hearing, seeing on on that side of the political spectrum that are catching your eye these days?
So I have pretty much completely logged off of Twitter. I'm just like, this is not worth it.
Smart.
Like, it's the way that the algorithm is now, like, even just like basic tweets, even if you have like the $8 a month verification, don't work. Like, it's so stupid. It's even like in the pissing you off category, there is no
Mm.
added value to my life. Um, But basically, it's just people running victory laps and being like, actually, Project 2025 kind of based, don't you think? Um, so basically, I'm just trying to like get ready for the inauguration.
Mhm.
This is always slow news-wise. I have people
Yeah.
ask me, they're like, what are you doing this month? And I'm like, honestly, I'm just debating whether to release any videos this month or wait until like January to get them out. And that's the same even in an inauguration year or like in an election year.
Mhm.
Um, just people are going to get really, really evil. They're going to say a bunch of stuff, and they're somehow still going to whine about Democrats.
Mhm.
Um, but it's basically
So
just Trump 2.0, you know?
yeah. And do
Except you can
you
do more stuff. You can outwardly proclaim you want violence and also get mad at one specific violence. So,
yeah. Do you think then in your mind, like, are you starting to think that the time to spend a lot of one's, I guess, mental, political energy and brain space complaining about Democrats is winding down and it's time to like gear up for what's coming?
on our part,
Yeah.
I mean, I think whining isn't productive in general. Like when I came on
Yeah.
here after the election, I was like, this isn't to like point fingers and be like, this is your fault. This is to be like, you
Yeah.
need to get off the fucking
Oh,
stage to make
yeah.
room.
That was not
And
whining. That was
like,
great.
it's I think that there's room for that. Um, the thing is like Democrats, when they're in power, they're like, you can't criticize us because we're in power and you don't want to make the next election. You don't want to lose
Yeah.
that. And then when they're not in power, it's, well, you can attack us. We're the only thing standing against
Yeah.
Trump. So once again, run for office. If you're looking at this and you're like, damn, I would do better than whatever this like city council person is doing or a school board member or fuck it, state representative, either at the state or national level. Run. These people are not smarter than you, and you're not smarter than them. We are all idiots. And maybe having idiots that haven't been in power for 10 terms is better than having idiots who are. Um, anyways, so yeah, there's still room for that. I think it's just a matter of like holding strong. Stop obeying in advance. And Democrats are doing that right now. I mean, Chris Wray
Mm,
stepped from the FBI. Cory Booker is saying he wants to, work with RFK. I think people criticized Bernie Sanders a lot for saying like maybe Elon can get rid of some government spending. I don't think that was like a capitulation thing. I think that was a hey, let me try to like slide this shit in while this man
yeah.
is like on a defund kick. So I don't really have a problem with that. But this obeying in advance and also the Democrat like losing in advance. The other day, I skeeted on Blue Sky.
Hmm.
Uh, that I think it'd be really fun for someone to run for office and look at zero polls. Like, don't hire these ridiculously expensive, consultants and just say what you believe. Like, just see what happens. Fuck it. If you're doing
Yeah.
like a representative, it's expensive, but it's like not that expensive. You're not wasting tons of money, especially if you're in like a smaller district. So just see what happens. And then I had
Mm.
so many people that were like, this wouldn't work. Well, why don't we try? Obviously,
Well,
what
because
we're
the other
doing
thing isn't
now
working.
isn't working. So why don't we try? It's just this automatic, well, that wouldn't work, or that doesn't happen, or you need to compromise. It's like the cock thumb thing. Offer them a cock instead of already offering them the thumb and then see when they cut that off. You know what I'm
Can
talking
I be
about? Or am I
100% honest?
just
I have no idea what you're talking about. I
amazing?
just
So
heard
it's this idea
cock
to
and
like,
thumb and
yeah, it's like if you're doing a negotiation,
yeah.
ask for something much harder to part with and be like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so that way you get a better resolution. It's instead of cutting off your cock, they're saying you can cut off my thumb.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah, I get it. I
Yeah.
also just want to say, like, again, I just think if you want less dicks, we got to stop having anyone associate cocks or dicks with anything about you
I
because
think
then
that
you
you are
bring this
doing
stuff up.
censorship. This
I
was
am
in
censored.
fucking Veep. This is fine. This is a fine term.
I am doing radical political censorship. That is true. Uh,
Watch out, or else I'm gonna get Elon Musk to kill you.
fine, fine. I love to see him try. I dare you. No, but I get what you're saying, and I think that I think that's a really good challenge. The idea of like just run and just say some shit and don't worry about polls. And I do think in the sort of aftermath of, the election and everything we know about the people that ran that campaign, like these are people that make more money than most of us will ever make, and they can do a terrible job. And when they do a terrible job with just objectively terrible results that we can just look at via numbers, things most of us know, um, they still don't face any consequences, and they're able to kind of just say like, no, but we did a good job though. And then everyone's like, oh, but they did a good job though. And it's ridiculous. And I think in the same way that like people are starting to, when we're talking about, Italian American political activity, the way that that has forced people to maybe be like, I don't know, maybe this healthcare system is just a complete pile of shit that we've been forced to swallow. I think that post-election there have been people who are like, oh, maybe the notion of these like genius political operatives who we've taken to be such geniuses and heroes because of their association with a winning campaign 15 years ago or whatever, maybe they actually don't know what
Or
they're
the
talking
losing
about.
campaign.
Yeah, mostly the losing campaign.
Yeah, like they're bringing in like Hillary consultants. Stop.
Wild. Wild.
Look,
I mean, that's like if you needed
hire me
surgery.
to run your presidential campaign, and if you don't win, you can execute me on live television.
I know. Don't say that.
If
What are you doing?
if you hire me to run your presidential campaign and you don't win, I say let's try something different.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
try something different. Let's do the stakes. I want to show you that I'm fucking serious.
I appreciate that. Wow. So you hear that, America? Candidates, Kat will run your campaign, and if you lose, she will get executed. Well, televised.
Yeah, televised. Presidential
Uh,
campaign, you can execute me. The other ones, not so much. But that
okay,
one,
local.
yeah, like
Yeah.
stakes high. Let's just try it. I'm willing to put my neck on the line, literally. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
I have been
Wow.
so unhinged since the election. I just don't care anymore. And I am tired of keeping the faith for shit that doesn't work.
But I think that unhingedness is real, and it's reflective of something that's it's like a large scale political existential crisis of people collectively realizing that whatever metaphor we want to use, like the emperor has no clothes, the narratives that we've used to make sense of our world are nonsensical. Like I think that there's like a good thing on the other side of that potentially, as long as we don't all get caught in that existential vortex. Because it's sort of, I think when those moments happen, it's either like I'm losing my mind because nothing makes sense. And you can go one way, which is a sort of like political or social nihilism where you just tap out and it's like nothing means anything, which
Yeah,
I get, but I don't think is good or it's not going to change anything.
right.
Or you find a way to like have that lead to, well, hey, I'm at least going to try to do something, at least going to try to participate in or encourage or facilitate something that's not that. Also, people are wanting to work on your campaign staff in the chat. So you have employees ready to go.
Let's go. Everyone gets paid a good wage. That's the only rule.
I
We're not
guess that's
doing
fair.
fuck. Do y'all know how little they pay people that work on campaigns? It's ridiculous. It's
I mean, I
ridiculous.
don't know. You probably know no. So is it what are we talking? How bad?
It's not good. It's
Yeah.
really bad. A lot of times you don't get benefits unless you're like really high up. And then at the end, I never worked on a campaign because that sounds like a nightmare. Like I haven't worked as like I've done like advising stuff, but I'm not going to work for your campaign because guess what? After the campaign, win or lose, you're out of a job. You don't have a
Yeah.
job. You're left in the cold. You have health benefits for like maybe another week. So many of my friends that work on campaigns just get screwed over.
I mean, I don't love this, but there's such a obvious comp between DC and Hollywood in terms of places where overqualified young people go to take really terrible jobs where they get treated like dumb little children and make no money while living in a place where rent is ridiculously high, all in the hopes of the person they're eating shit to work with maybe wins an election or gets a show bot so that maybe by eating all that shit you could maybe get a job with them one day, but probably not.
And shit in someone else's mouth.
Yeah. And the difference is, I guess in LA you do all that and you're like, I don't know, around people that dress well. And in DC, you do it and you're around like men who look like they just ran through a men's warehouse with their arms out. So I don't know. I guess there's like a sartorial benefit there, but then also with more wildfires here, chances of earthquakes. I know there's that one DC earthquake a while ago, but it was pretty minor. So yeah, something's happening in this room. I don't know what it is. Is it an active? Okay. But yeah, so I think you running for office is great. It seems like that's going to happen. What are you like work wise then? What sort of stuff are you working on, or how is like how is recent political happenings and the coming deluge of 2025 affected the sort of stuff that you've been writing, making, thinking about, all that sort of stuff?
I mean, it's made me a lot more relevant, unfortunately. Like, I think you've also experienced this where people are like, oh, you want the bad guy to win so that way you can have fun comedy
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
material. And it's like, no, everyone in power deserves to be made fun of. And that does not change no matter who's in power. I'd rather have like fewer bad things happen. Um, but the problem is half of this administration has worked for Fox News at some point. And
Yeah.
if there's anything I know well, it's people who have worked at Fox News at some point. So it's just like I've had so many questions from people asking me, who is this? What do I need to know? And I just finally, this compendium of extremely stupid Fox clips in my brain has been of some use, but I wish it wasn't. Um,
Yeah.
but it's just a matter of like we're gonna see how hard the Trump admin goes. Um,
Mhm.
and then we'll know a lot more, January
Yeah.
20th.
I know it's the chaos of like knowing that it could go so many ways is also disconcerting because like not to at all apologize for a bad guy surrounded by a bunch of other bad people, but I personally do not believe that the person of Donald Trump is ideologically committed to anything enough to
Yep.
say that he's for sure going to do X, Y, or Z. I think that he loves being famous, he loves being popular, he loves being on TV, and I think that that drives things way more than anything else. Um, I think that we've seen that in the way he's like changed his language around various things. So I just think I don't know. I just think it could be kind of like boringly bad, or it could be world historically bad.
It's
And
gonna
we
be
don't know
really
which one it's going
boring,
to
and
be.
then it's gonna be world historic, and then really boring, and then world historic. That's just how the shit goes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, not exciting, but hey, if it's good for content, then it's
Then it
good.
must be worth it.
That's my primary moral value is if it's something that facilitates the creation of content that can facilitate, advertising dollars, if it can facilitate corporations getting data off the clicks of people consuming that content, and then if that data, makes stock prices go up, then we all win because that's how the economy works, I think.
Absolutely. I think stocks are good and do good things and mean good things. I think
Yeah.
they when it goes up, it's
Uh-huh.
good. That means my life is good. And when it
Yeah.
goes down, it means I should kill myself.
I think that's again, that's real. That's on tape. You've committed to that truth. You're gonna run a campaign and maybe give your life. That's true. I saw that you had takes on this the other day on the internet. How about the Onion, whose sweater you're wearing, not getting to be InfoWars?
Oh my God, this whole situation is so fucking stupid. I don't know like how much you've read into it, but essentially the judge is just scared that of Alex. That's it.
Mhm.
Because they went through this whole process of like with the families to buy InfoWars. The trustee was like, this is the best decision. And then the judge went on for like 30 minutes of how badly the trustee fucked it up because he made it like a blind auction instead
Yeah,
and said like cash is king and all this stuff. When the creditors, the families of the children who are dead, whose graves were pissed on by Alex's viewers, who had in many cases to be identified through DNA, um, those families were like, this is the one we want. And the judge was like, but no, nah, cash is king here. And which no one's going to bid $1 billion. That's just not going to happen. And so now he's putting it back in the hands of the trustee who he said for like 30 minutes fucked it up. And like the trustee has to figure out something in 30 days. And the trustee is equally terrified of Alex. So I'm really curious to see where they go with this. I mean, the people that work there are great. And
yeah.
this was like, I hope the one thing I don't want to see is retribution by the justice system
Hmm.
because, like, I personally think it's still a little early for the justice system to be going out on Alex Jones's behalf under the Trump administration. I
Yeah.
mean, especially against the families of brutally murdered children. Um, but like, it was just so cowardly and disgusting. He was supposed to deliver a judgment, and then he said, no, no, you do it. You do it. I'm scared. I don't want to do
Yeah.
it. And like, that's just so pathetic, unbelievably pathetic. Um, no matter what, though, Onion's great. Love the print edition. Love my fun sweater. It's
Yeah.
like $9 a month now, so you guys should subscribe.
Yeah, guys, seriously, you're gonna give money
The paper
to,
record.
yeah, the paper. So give money to Palestine Children's Relief Fund, then give $1 to Cat's Patreon, then go subscribe to the Onion. Then I don't know. After that, spend your money however you want. That's up to
Probably
you at that
healthcare.
point. Probably healthcare. Probably spend a lot on that. Deductibles, things of that nature. I know I had this thing the other day where I was going to push up an appointment back that I have to pay for out of pocket, but then I realized I should do it this year so it can go towards my deductible so that maybe if I submit all the things at the right time before the end of the year, I'll get a little bit of money back. And that's a sick system. That's like really cool.
I don't even know how taxes work. And like this is my first year freelancing, so I'm just hiring someone. I'm like, I
Oh,
can't deal with this.
I mean, this is more like personal advice than anything else. But yeah, I didn't for years. I thought having a tax person meant you were like a bougie freak. But then I got someone to help with that, and they don't cost that much, and they do a lot, and they help you understand a system that makes no sense. So, shout out to Ashley
Accountants.
at is it entertaining taxes? I don't know. Shout out to my
Does
girl
she do a little
Ashley.
jig?
She does not do a little jig. Maybe this tax season I'll ask her. We
Oh, someone in the
normally,
chat said update your passports. Yeah, renew your passports now before one of the State Department gets fired.
oh wow, I didn't
Yeah.
realize that was a thing.
Yeah.
And then I know that foreign students come back before the inauguration. That really freaked me out when I saw like USC sent out an email to all of their students from abroad. It was like, we don't know what's going to happen, but you should probably come back before then, because
Yeah.
they have like a term that starts in late January. So that's fun.
That's
Um,
cool.
yeah. Well, I guess on that note, I'll let you get going. I really appreciate you being the guinea pig for horrible technical difficulties. And I'm going to say this right now, guys. The next time that Kat and myself are speaking publicly will involve pizza. It'll involve pizza created in the city of Chicago. It'll involve a wonderful, crispy tavern style pie delivered fresh to her door that Kat's going to eat and she's going to be honest about. And if it's good, she's not going to lie and say that it's bad just to be right because she's a woman of
I
honor.
would never. I love food. I love
Yeah.
food and I love eating
And
it and talking about it.
and then if that goes poorly, we'll do another one and we'll keep doing it until a pizza arrives at Kat's store where because I had this thought, guys, when I was in Chicago over Thanksgiving, went to my aunt's house one day and she just ordered some like crappy pizza near her house. And I was like, this I'd feel comfortable sending to Kat. So we're gonna do that. So let's aim for, let's aim for next month. We'll figure out
Yeah.
a time that works and do that.
Would you like to see my cat before I leave? I can go get her and bring her back.
Yes, let's do
Okay, give
some
me one sec.
cat before you
Okay,
leave.
I'm gonna just walk out. BRB.
Yeah. Well, guys, it's just me for a second while Kat is going to get her cat. Yeah, is it weird to have a pet that species is the same thing as you? It'd be weird if you were a guy and you had a guy for a pet, you know? Um, but I guess that's happened in human history. Look into it. There's times in human history where I bet like weird, probably Roman or Greek guys had like a guy, but they made the guy act like an animal or something. That's definitely probably happened. Or it's the sort of thing that like George R. R. Martin would talk about. He seems like a weird guy. I like that George R. R. Martin likes that. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's actually a cool cat. I'm not like the hugest cat person. That's a really cute cat. Okay, that was the first cat on stream today, guys. First, oh, that's the second cat on stream. Oh wait. Oh my God. Yeah, we got a physical comedian with us here today, folks. You don't get to do technical difficulties. That's my bit. That's
That was
my
my
whole
cat
bit.
Heater, just by the way.
Heater, cute cat. You didn't even get to hear me say it, but I actually had nice things about your cat.
She's really cute. She's so sweet.
Well, everyone, shouts to Heater. If you want pictures of Heater, go sign up for Cat's Patreon.
Patreon.com/cat, KTMABU. And
Simple.
every dollar this
Simple.
month at Patreon income goes to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And
So
every
this
single
is
day,
great.
I post a picture of Heater, and she's really
Awesome,
great.
guys. So Palestine Children's Relief Fund, you can donate to the fund, or you could literally just give money to Cat, and they both go to the same place. So
And
that's
if you
great.
donate to the fund instead of signing up, DM me a picture of your donation, and I will send you a picture of Heater just for you.
Amazing. Well, Kat, you have a great rest of your day. Have a good holiday season, and I'll talk to you between now and then. And We'll do pizza soon.
I had so much fun. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Always good seeing you, Kat. Okay, guys, that was our friend
Abu, who's does a lot of stuff, you know. Can I take these headphones off and get off Zoom now? Okay. Well, guys, you know, and do they hear me like this now? Okay. Oh. Well, guys, that was our first segment of the day. We have a lot more stuff coming. Our friend Evan is in the house. I've seen him wandering around. I want to just check in with the chat for a second. How is everyone doing today? Who's there? What's up, Urinator? What's up, Old Grease? What's up, Chuck? Up, Chuck. That's fun. What's up, Sean? What's up, Allie Cattails? What's up, Andrew? What's up, Zach? Shout out to everyone with a green username and those without green usernames alike. You know, that was stressful while we were doing that, guys. There's like stuff happening. Also, I'm going to just do some inside baseball stuff. One question, is there a way to not have the one thing on screen that's on screen now? It's like the error window.
Wait, on your screen?
Yeah. Yeah.
It shouldn't be on.
It's there.
If you navigate your little,
Yeah.
I'll guide your hand.
You guys are going to see a lot of inside baseball stuff today. So I ask you just to accept that. I ask you to know that there's going to be, you know, people talking to people. There's way more people in this room that are normally in this room. Do you want to come explain them?
Yeah, like, can I come explain?
Yeah, get on the couch. Guys, Lux is going to come explain the technical difficulties.
Switch really quick. Okay.
I mean, but I'm going to say this. If you come on the stream and explain them, I might grill you.
Do it.
I might be like, listen,
I'll answer all your questions.
let's start with this, Lux.
Hi, everyone.
You promised me that we could do Zoom on this,
We did.
but the sound didn't work good.
Right, the sound didn't work good, and here's why. So
If you're an audio person in the chat, please fact check everything he says.
Here's why this happened. So the problem was that in order to get the audio from the Zoom call into OBS for you guys to see, because you wanted to hear Kat, the Zoom had to be on the
Yes.
streaming computer.
Yes.
So what we wanted to do was have your input be the input to that Zoom call
Yes.
through the streaming computer.
Yes.
Problem is that then you'd hear yourself on your
That
laptop.
happened. Yeah.
Which is what happened, which you didn't like, and said it was going to give you a psychotic episode.
It's not that I didn't like it. Let's be okay. Now we're in debate mode. It's not that I didn't like it. It's that I couldn't even think because I would say something and it was like so Lux. I was
Right. An experience I don't think you enjoyed.
It was not. I would say it wasn't fun.
Yeah,
and I would
right.
say like once.
So
You go. I was gonna say
so
something
so
really
what we're
weird.
going to do, I'll walk everyone through the plan. For the next guest stream, we're going to try to hook up Burns' headphones to the streaming computer.
Yes.
So that the streaming computer audio goes to Burns, and he can still be on the Zoom here, but he won't hear it. We'll figure that out. That's our plan for the next thing, so that you guys can get this quality audio from Burns while he's on the Zoom call. That's what we're going to be trying to do.
And I just, and I will say like, it's like Kat comes on and we're just like, oh, it's just a Palestinian woman. The production doesn't need to be good. That's what it felt like. That's what people in the chat were saying.
Look, okay.
people
Now-
in the chat were
Wait,
saying.
hold
people
on.
were
Let's
saying,
rewind to.
If there was a strong white bodybuilder who liked wrestling.
Hey, I famously don't lift. Actually, I have a home gym, but I famously do not lift. But I will say this: we can rewind to what charity is a good one for this, and the immediate drop of the PCRF link, courtesy
I said the Catholic Church.
Yeah, right, and that was a big argument that we had in our local chat client.
And I specified too. I said, can we raise money for the true Catholic Church, which is the American Catholic Church?
Burns actually said, what about the Catholic Church, brackets, the bad ones?
Yeah. I was like, do not give woke Pope a goddamn
Yeah, Francis
dime.
gets nothing from us.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what happened to the audio.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll be fixed by our next segment with Yellow Dot.
Yes.
I'm going to go back to camera switching.
Let's do it.
And I'm going to let our good friend Evan
Yes.
take the reins. And I'm going to also ask you for some help because an error code popped up on your monitor and I don't know why. And I'm going to try to get rid of that, but I'm going to need your help. So we're gonna play a little game of find the cursor for a
And
second.
guys, Lux is gonna come back throughout the day, so don't worry. If you,
I'm here for all 12 hours running the tech stuff.
Lux will be popping in. Okay, guys.
Also,
so,
shouts out to sound guy Spencer and tech producer Frankie in the back. Also, to assistant tech producer Nick, who is also here.
Nick and Frank, who you guys are gonna see later. You're not gonna see them in this form.
You'll see guys who look and sound like them, but are different guys.
I will say now though, where the camera is, I'm like all the way to the end right now.
You should, yeah. I mean, I need to. Right. Well, because we were. Want to get another tech thing? You were like, I'm on the edge. I can't crop your OBS frame without doing it by numbers, so I have to manually reset the camera to reframe you.
You know what?
For that,
I would say me having high standards is a compliment.
Yeah. No. I'm saying
because it shows that I believe that you can.
Well, because we were supposed to have Olivia doing the cameras and she got COVID.
Yeah.
And then Greg is.
Where the fuck is he?
He's coming in noon.
What a piece of shit.
And Frankie's working the computer because I can run to the cameras.
Okay, the deal is we're making it work. Okay, one thing I'll say, Evan, come over here. Sit down.
Evan, just come in here.
While Evan sits down,
I'm gonna sit with Evan for 1 second because he's my friend and I miss him.
Okay, but I want you to do a computer thing in a second.
I'll get up to do that.
Okay, you know what then? I'm gonna let you guys chill for a second. I'm gonna do my first pee break of the day.
Wow.
I want to say this.
What?
Hour
1, hour 2, hour 2.
If anyone in the chat can do this, if you can track how many pee breaks I take today,
that sounds good.
I will. You'll get a prize.
We need a pee counter.
Frankie, if you could cut to camera 3 on the ATEM, that
Why does
means
someone
hitting the
keep
button
telling me
that says
I'm
3
edging?
and then hitting cut.
You're edging. You're edging.
Oh, I'm gonna take ads off the stream.
Oh, okay.
You guys do that.
Yeah,
guys,
but
I'm gonna take
on
ads
the
off
ATEM
show.
controller. It's on at the top left up there. If you just hit the number 3,
Yeah.
and then hit the button that says cut.
Can I wish I could show people this. People say
There
they're
we
getting
go.
ads
Nice.
all the time. I have a
hit
setting.
cut again so it goes back to Burns.
I have a setting on YouTube where I put conservative, and it says lower earnings potential, less interruptive viewer experience. But it sounds like you guys are getting a horrible viewer experience.
I think it depends on where you're watching too. If people watch on TV, YouTube TV ads right now are like next level long.
Yeah. Choose how mid rolls appear. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm doing, guys.
Perfect,
I'm
Frankie.
clicking. Okay. Everything should be skippable.
Skip it all.
Skip it all.
Select
We
frequency.
don't need them.
Okay, guys. I'm just telling you right now for transparency. You're gonna get a skippable ad every 12 minutes.
Nice.
All right, that should be the deal.
Okay. You will get an ad every 12 minutes today. It will be skippable.
And if you get it more often than that, tell us. We can tell you that YouTube's lying. Frankie, you're cutting so much.
I need an extreme close up on my face.
We can't do that. I'm the camera operator and I'm here.
Okay.
So that's not
I
an
see Nick
option.
moving.
Nick's not supposed to touch those. Those are Thursday or Tuesday night gaming cameras. I keep calling it
Oh.
Thursday night gaming.
I mean, it's the default.
No
It
free
feels
advertising.
right.
No free advertising.
Well, I'm calling it the wrong thing, so it's fine.
Thursday night.
Now that Prince is gone, now cut to
gaming.
camera 3.
Cut.
There we
Great.
go.
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
Wow. I mean, listen, I was thinking I was going to be here at 7 in the morning. I was going to get a coffee. I was going to get a Starbucks breakfast sandwich. That's what I used to do before all the Wisecrack shoots. Drive all the way down here and do a Starbucks. And then I woke up at, I don't know, 8:50.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I woke up with a horrible cough, which I was nervous about because we were all doing COVID tests, and I was like, "Oh no, this is going to be a disaster." But it's just because I got a CPAP machine,
Oh, yeah.
and it shoots the air. And the mask I got is called a nasal pillow, and I thought
Okay.
I was like, "Oh, that sounds comfortable."
Yeah.
I'm just generally a fan of pillows. You know,
Yeah,
I was like, this is good.
yeah.
And what it actually is a plastic like thing, and then 2 things that just shoot up your nose.
Oh,
And so it just shoots the air straight in there.
okay.
And then it goes down my throat, and I can feel it going down my throat. And it's going down so hard that I can open my mouth in different shapes, and it creates a whistling sound at different pitches.
Oh my god.
So I've ordered a mask that's like much gentler with the air insertion. And I'm hoping that will fix the problem.
Okay.
Because the CPAP machine gave me just like a gnarly cough. Okay, Frankie, while Burns is gone, let's see if we can do this. If you can get the cursor onto this monitor, I'll tell you how to close this error message.
God. Yeah.
I think it's
yeah.
I think it's there. So move it to the right, move it to the right. Where'd it
Okay.
go?
Go back to the left. Slowly. Because we saw it.
I saw it for a second.
Yeah. And then maybe go down a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Ooh, was that it?
Is it?
You-
Okay. Click again.
we got
Okay,
it.
it went away. You
We
did it.
got
I don't know
it.
how you did it, but perfect.
This, yeah. I love when technology works.
Yeah. So okay. Also, let's just give some more. Speaking of technology working, let's talk about when it didn't. So also, everyone in the chat, I want you guys to understand this. At 9:00 on the dot, I hit start stream to this broadcast, and every single tech streaming app we had, OBS, Stream Deck, all that, just closed. I then turned on the Stream Deck again and OBS, and the Stream Deck forgot everything. So then I had to reset to this, redo all the sound, and then reset the Stream Deck and everything. Stuff should be back. The controller's clearly working. Frankie was going cut crazy a second ago. So the controller's working. The Stream Deck should be good. I'm about to test a bunch of graphics overlays to see how they look, whether Burns wants me to or not. And so I'm going to leave Evan, who I miss very much every day.
Oh, yeah. I miss you too, man.
Yeah, I know. We worked together for so long, so long ago.
And just digitally.
Yeah.
Really.
But truly endured it.
Yeah.
Lived through the storm, the Alec Opperman years.
Is Alec coming on the show?
That's a great question.
Well, now with the way that the like remote thing went, I don't know if I feel comfortable.
Get Alec on the show.
Get Alec on.
Get Alec on the show.
The worst thing that happens is Alec yells at me, a thing that everyone likes.
People do like when you get yelled at.
Well, particularly Alec's good at it.
Yeah.
Not that you're not good at it, but Alec's sort of like, I'd say of people who yell at me, it would be my dad, my friend Damon, Cass, my beautiful, brave girlfriend.
It's getting a little real.
And then Alec, I think, would be my ranking.
Nice.
Wow. A billion.
Big. We're aiming for
Mondo.
huge.
We're trying to. I almost said something that was bad. It wasn't. What I was about to say wasn't bad morally. I think it would be good morally, but I think it could be something that some people might not like.
Start an hour two.
We're already getting crazy over here.
I liked what you said earlier, going cut crazy. I think that's very fun.
Did you see it was true?
Yeah, I mean, it was true. It's not untrue, but I like it's like going goblin mode, going cut crazy, you know?
When I will say, it's like happened. It's like the ATEM controller is like the One Ring.
Yeah.
Like the first time that I was running a production with the ATEM, I was just like, camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, camera 3, camera 1, camera 2, cut.
Guys, we're all inside baseball here.
And then all of a sudden
we're inside the baseball.
And then after a little bit, I was like, this looks insane.
Yeah,
Anyone who's watching, and I need to chill out.
So a little behind the scenes at the Break Room, the current channel that I work, which is a sister channel of New Rockstars, we use an 8-input ATEM and like a 24-input Constellation.
What the fuck are they even talking about?
And it is like the way it's linked into each other is wild. But like at one time we had like 7 cameras in there, and it was just like, and it was like, yeah, but I don't need to do that.
Yeah, we went to go. Greg and I. Greg was not here.
It's like listening to someone talk about the plans for the Death Star.
We went to go pick up the gear for this, and then one of the other technical directors was like, you can just pick up the streaming kit for the show, and it was a 40 by 40, and I was like, fuck you, and just like left. I was like, I'm not touching this thing. Get out of here. And on that note, I'm going to go back to running some tests.
Yeah.
Frank will go back to his tech chair. I'll take my chair back.
I think this one needs to bubble out a little bit. This third one. House right?
This camera? Yeah, I'm going to bring it back towards Burns again. I'm
Wow.
reset that
Okay.
up.
Thank you, Lux. Good talking to you. We'll see you again soon. One thing I'm going to ask for on-screen graphics in a second is I want people to see the specialty merch made by our buddy Eddie. Ooh. I'll show you. Check that out.
Oh my God! Wait.
We need the merch. Okay,
tee it up again. This is going to be a great Instagram short.
Okay, so our buddy Eddie V, who's one of our like top community members, who's also a really cool artist, great dad, good guy, designed some merch for us. Now, some of you probably don't know this, but hitting 666 is a bit of a thing for us here. It's also the holidays. So Eddie designed a holiday Wisecrack Live 666 hat, beanie, coffee mug, sticker situation. The price on the hats and beanies is 1666. Well, 16.66.
But that's a good price. That's pretty.
I think that's
a
honestly
great
don't
price.
think that's
I
unfair.
think for some merch.
The mugs and then the stickers. Okay, the stickers are overpriced, but it's a bit. So the stickers are 666. I wouldn't buy that.
But
and then mugs, we could have gone with a bit and made the mug be 1666. But the mug's just $14.
I mean, it's
okay. Yeah, do that, and you guys hit him with those hats too. Yeah, the hat right there,
incredible.
And it's
Look
fun
at 'em.
because it's like
I like
candy
that one.
canes.
Yeah.
And if you wear it to family Christmas and they're like, does that say? And you're like, Mom, it's candy canes.
Oh, they just misprinted it. The candy canes were upside down, but
Oh.
I actually really liked it. So
And then if your mom's really conservative, you can be like, this is why we got to bring manufacturing back to America.
yeah,
Because then
it's a
they would
win on
get
all
these
sides.
right. You know, the overseas communists are like trying to ruin
Yeah.
our holidays or something like that. But yeah, everyone check that out. It's on the Wisecrack store. Eddie V, who's not related to Gary V. Maybe I'm gonna hold the mic and just spit now.
Just spit.
But yeah,
Just
so you can
spit.
check those out. Also, just a reminder, raising money for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And then two things, we'll get into these more throughout the day. I'll tell Evan like he cares about any of this. We're giving away books from our friends at Verso Publishing. We have
Ooh,
a list of, I think it's like 5 books, 6 books we're giving out today. So I'll say, if you donate to the PCRF, screenshot it,
Okay.
email us, wisecracklive666@gmail.com. And that's how I'm going to pick who wins. Another thing that's happening is our friends at Yes Please Coffee, best coffee in the world. I really mean that. They don't pay us money to say it. They are going to let us give some bags of coffee away. So
Whoa.
Yeah.
Where's Yes Please from? Where do they?
LA.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
it's like
okay,
4
nice.
dudes. They're like, you would like it a lot. They're like very indie, like ex big money coffee industry guys
Okay, cool.
that like almost lose money making really good
Almost
coffee.
lose
Oh,
money.
here I'll show everyone. I and they send me. I'll be honest. They send
Speaking
me
of,
so
is
much
there
coffee.
coffee here?
That's the worst thing about this place right now.
There's no coffee.
No, there's like a Keurig machine. Oh, but this is Yes Please Coffee. Check it out.
Okay.
Look how
Oh,
nice that
yeah.
looks. Nice.
1 second, I gotta just send.
Okay.
I'm just 1 second.
He's on Tinder, and the message he just sent said, "Wait till you see it."
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what the context was. I just saw "Wait till you see it." So Evan, are you ready to talk now?
Hold on, I gotta look at the coffee.
Okay.
Lux, I tried to message you, but I'll just say it. The error message is back on the screen.
Go to the right.
Lux is getting fired midstream. Absolutely.
This is cool. Chasing magic.
Okay, so here's the question for you, Evan.
Yeah.
What would you say? So for those who don't know, Evan, who works at the Break Room now,
Mm-hmm.
wonderful, side project of New Rockstars.
Side project, sister channel.
Sister channel of New Rockstars.
Uh-huh.
He's done a great job there.
Thank you.
My favorite thing from the year is the Study with Evan video. For those of you who don't know this, they have a video that's just like, how long is it?
It's 3 hours. It should have been longer, but I wimped out.
Okay, so it's a 3-hour video with Evan where he just like is. You can just like study and chill with Evan.
Yeah. It's,
Which did you do that specifically for people who got diagnosed with ADHD via TikTok and learned about body doubling as a non-medicative mechanism?
I'd love to say I did.
But that's
But
not
I
why.
didn't. No, yeah, I actually did it because at the Break Room and at New Rockstars, and also I frequently accidentally sub New Rockstars with Wisecrack when I talk about it. So it's almost like I never left. But yeah, frequently I'll put on long music loops at the while I'm working throughout the workday, and I was like, oh. This is something that's fun for me, and our audience really loves this track we use called "Purple Fire" by I think it's ELFL. You can find them.
Is it a
on,
Prince joke?
I'm not. It might be,
Oh.
but there is some like Prince vibes to it. I would say, but yeah, our audience really likes the track, and I like the track as well. And I was like, what if I put a playlist together of all of their music that you can download and license from Epidemic Sound, and website you guys use, I believe as well for the videos.
No free advertising.
No free advertising. And yeah, and just 3 hours of me. I sat there for an hour. This is a little behind the scenes.
Oh,
magic.
people, the real heads are like obsessed with finding the cut point.
Yeah. They need to find the cut point. I sat there for an hour, and when the hour was up, I like drank my coffee, and I was like, oh, the mug is empty, and I showed it to the audience, and then I walked off screen, and then it loops, and then I walk back into screen, and then I sit down, and I say, okay,
That's
we're
fun.
starting. Yeah.
That's really fun.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I mean, it was an experiment. Sometimes like some of these little experiments I do get to make
Yeah.
the channel, and it's fun when we try new things amidst the great things. And yeah.
So having worked here and now work someplace else, what is the worst part about Wisecrack's production process?
The worst? No,
Be honest,
the
just-
worst part about Wisecrack's production process.
And I'm
Is-
gonna give you an out right here too to give you freedom. I'm gonna say Alec Opperman, who used to. No, I'm not about to talk shit. I'm not about to talk shit.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Alec Opperman, who was one of the OGs of this channel, and I think in many ways, Alec did not found the channel, but I think in a weird way, Alex like started the parallel track that led the channel to where it is now.
I think so.
And when I say, and obviously, what I mean by that is I'm not disrespecting people like Jared and Jacob and that is that Alex the person who like, what if we made some videos on like cultural societal stuff, which kind of led to more where we're at now. And he told me recently that after working for some other places, that he looks back and thinks that many elements of the production process here are nonsensical. So I'm saying that. So I'm saying
That's
that
interesting.
so that you have that as like a baseline, so that if you say some stuff, you know that he's already said some stuff.
Well, now I have to meet up with Alec when I go back for the holidays to be like, Alec, what are the nonsensical parts? Just because I think that every production pipeline has things that a video production pipeline has things that are nonsensical. I think maybe the worst part is that there weren't full-time editors, and that would mean the videos would take longer.
So you think and this is for anyone who's starting a YouTube channel. So you think, and it's more important than we have recognized or been able to make happen over here, that there should be full-time video editors.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think
Yeah.
people who like assign budgets might be in this room today at some point, in and out. So maybe they'll hear that. Okay. What else? Because I feel like you, when you were here. So Evan left in a huff. Evan left. He threw stuff in the air. He had a little Jerry Maguire moment.
I did.
No,
I
but
said, show me more money.
I feel. I didn't know that you're getting ambushed in a therapy session. I feel like when you left here, and because I think, looking back, I feel like you were right about more stuff than I realized at the time.
Whoa!
And I'm modeling
real.
change and forgive. This is a Truth and Reconciliation Committee. Shouts to South Africa. Shouts to Elon Musk. Shouts to Elon Musk's grandfather.
Hey,
who's
shout
a South
out
African
to
Nazi.
Elon Musk.
Who's
Drop a diamond in the chat.
Yeah, you give some money for Elon. But yeah, I feel like when you were here, you were like pushing for doing stuff differently, and I feel like you felt like people weren't getting on board and encouraging you, or maybe that you felt like there was, a bit of stagnation in that regard.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think we had been doing things. You and I mean, you had been working with Wisecrack longer, but you and I had started really kind of like full time. I mean, you as a contractor first, and then eventually full time.
Because you were full time before me.
I was full time before you, but like I was still new, and I feel like we both got in. I got in at the channel at a really interesting time where things were starting to shift in a really big way, right? And then when COVID happened, it was like, well, we kind of just need to keep everything going as like as well as we can, right? And
so almost like survival mode, more than like making things the best they could be.
Like we chased a lot of topic ideas that I feel like, had we approached certain topics differently, like one of my a video that I remember pushing for when Alec was here was like, Lux and I love Hades, this video game Hades. Like it would do so well. It's such a passionate fan base. And I think we ended up just like doing it I think we did it in the traditional way Wisecrack at the time would have approached the video, but maybe we could have done the topic in a different way, like we could have approached the game with a different angle. And I think some of that change is maybe what I was like looking for. But I don't think that there's anything like creatively that's tough or anything like that. I think that if anything, like the fact that Lux and other people like direct the video essays, like pair clips to lines in the script is huge. And I think other places.
Let's go easy on Lux. He's
well, other places like I'll talk to other editors, and they'll be like, "Well, we have to pick all the clips," which means you're finding more like specialized editors. Whereas you can.
Is everyone seeing the text on screen right now? We see it on the monitor.
Okay.
Oh,
chat,
nice.
let us know.
I don't know what's what.
I see a diamond in the chat. Thank you for dropping a diamond in the chat.
Wow. Oh yeah.
There's segments that are regular. And
this is regular.
Am I regular? I keep thinking there's gonna be a close up there.
No.
I'm like trying to like Jim Halpert the camera.
Yeah. Our resident Jim Halpert.
Yeah. Sure. We could switch. Okay.
Okay.
I have to change my posture. I have to like.
Yeah. I guess if you're the Jim of the office, does that mean I have to be Dwight?
No.
Am I Toby?
Lux off screen said
Yeah.
yes.
No, but I think it's interesting. I bet people could relate to this in other ways of life. But yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
it's interesting in the point where we came on at Wisecrack and like Lux and other people here now. It's weird because it was like dad. It's almost like mom and dad or whoever left,
Mm-hmm.
and because of that, we just kept doing things
Yeah.
as mom and dad did them.
Yeah.
And then I feel like sometimes it takes a while to be like, okay, mom and dad aren't here anymore. And maybe mom and
Yes.
dad, the way they did stuff was right at that time.
Uh-huh.
But the world changes. The digital media landscape changes.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, that's like the hard thing. Do you feel like with what you do at the break room?
Mm-hmm.
Because you came in there when it was, like, at what point did you jump in on the break room?
So the break room used to be a daily live stream
Yeah.
show that was just happening on the New Rockstars channel for an hour a day. It was like a more of a variety show type deal, and when I was hired as the associate producer, there were also a bunch of consultants that came in, digital consultants.
Love consultants.
And no one knows more than a digital consultant.
Consultants, they should be president.
Yeah, and all that to say, there are some really, there were a lot of people and that came in, and some of those people were definitely very nice people, and I think that it was just an interesting time of just like creative challenges. But one of the benefits, I suppose, was that they decided to spin the live stream off as its own channel, and then taking over that show from John Costa. It's been really interesting to kind of grow this channel on its own, and as its own thing, and try to like take more chances. Like, there would never be. I could never ask, people in New Rockstars, hey, can we upload a 3-hour video of me just working? And maybe that video hasn't performed amazingly, but it was nice to try. A lot of big companies, like, I think there's like people like me who want to do these, like, let's try this experiment, right? And even Marvel Entertainment will upload like 12-hour which beach house ambient noises or whatever, for Agatha All Along. And that video's on their YouTube channel right now. It's clearly a space that people are interested in, either financially or creatively. And someone, hey, shout outs to the people who want to see it, to shake it up a little bit.
Yeah. I do see the chat. It says they can't hear us. Should we start yelling? Hey. I have a question. Yeah, I told Helen to come on. She just come sit down. Helen, just like join, but we're not just like you were always here.
Wait,
So here's a question for you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, my last question before, then I'll ask you this. You'll answer, then we'll integrate Helen into the conversation. Just sit down, yeah. But what is the thing since you've been at New Rockstars / the break room? The thing you were most surprised did well, like a thing you made or worked on, that maybe you thought was good, or maybe you didn't think was good, but a moment where you were like, "Whoa, I can't believe that thing blew up," or that thing took off. So well.
One of the biggest surprise videos for us this year, because we've been doing, at the break room, if you're not familiar, we cover a lot of like nerdy IPs, so like Marvel, Star Wars, DC. And now we are, I want to move us to a place where we can cover movies and TV a little bit more broadly. So we've been doing a series of movie reviews, like for all the big releases, but they were doing like not good. Like Study with Evan is giving them a run for their money, which is not great,
It's great for Evan,
but like things
but
like Twisters and like Monkey Man and other movies that were like in the zeitgeist that just did not perform well for us. So when Alien Romulus came out, we're like, I don't know. Maybe we do one just because it's Alien, but I'll be honest, like maybe this is another like 10K video. And maybe it's because Eric Voss, the main host of New Rockstars, was in the video, or maybe because, Alien Romulus ended up like having just a lot more questions than answers. But that video like took off for us and did really well for that type of video. Just like almost
Almost crossing 100K for which for the break room is pretty big. Speaking of 100K, sorry, we the break room's almost at 100K subscribers, and this is my advertising. So if I could get a sub, you can unsub after we hit 100K.
Yeah.
I'll say it right now.
Evan's saying, don't donate to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, but instead,
No, please donate.
sign up for the break room. And then, what was that noise?
Whoa.
Oh, Julia's our
shout out,
dog.
Julia.
Julia's our dog. She's our Toronto correspondent. If anyone has questions about city planning as they relate to Toronto, but I think urban metropolises more broadly, she's our person. I will say for Alien Romulus, we did a video on that, and it was like a sponsored one, like Disney or whoever.
Yeah.
And the weirdest thing happened where we made a video, and it like did well, like
Nice.
organically. But then they were like, "Yeah, you got to take it down after 2 weeks."
Oh, that is the whole video?
Huh? I thought it was
That
the
is
dumbest
crazy.
thing ever. Like,
No.
we made a video about your thing, and if that's your movie, eventually it's going to not be in theaters.
Yeah.
It'll be on streaming, and essentially we just made a commercial for you.
Yeah.
Very weird.
That's
Guys, I
very
want to introduce Helen Floersh now that she's here.
Hi.
Helen is here today. The fun thing is the last time the three of us were all together with microphones was at the break room,
Yeah,
or
we
in the
were.
break room, or on the break room. I don't know what.
What
Is the
that?
break room a
Yeah.
place? Is it a state of mind? Is it like a Margaritaville thing?
Listen,
where
it's
yes, we
everything.
physically have Margaritaville restaurants and retirement homes. Margaritaville is also a state of mind.
Yeah, it's a little bit of it's a cosmic gumbo, if you will.
Wow.
That's what it felt like.
Helen, what have you been up
That's what
to?
I'm looking at. Well, I'm trying to figure out which camera. That's the camera.
All of them at
okay.
once.
I just got here. Hello, everybody.
I like the name graphic. That's really cool.
Wow. Oh, that is
Yeah,
really
that is
cool.
fun.
It's another thing that got broken with a Wisecrack, so I'm working on fixing it while you guys are
Oh,
going.
it looks really
Nice.
good. I see in the chat someone
Oh,
said,
cute.
Helen.
Helen.
Nice.
Hey.
And then Julia said you can ask her about all things urban.
That's what a cool specialty. That's
Yeah.
actually really awesome. I have many questions for Julia. Did you say? Is it Julia?
Julia.
Julia. Sweet. What have I been up to? Well, I texted Evan right before I got here, and I'm like, "Hey, are you in the studio?" And in fact, he is.
Yeah.
So
my
hello.
phone was there, and I was like, "That's a text message. I
Yeah.
can't answer."
No.
I do have to say
that's fine.
breaking news. Nancy Pelosi is hospitalized in Luxembourg after falling.
Lux, thoughts?
Whoa.
Guys, the joke there is that his name is Luxembourg.
Thank you.
Luxembourg, they
Just dead air now because.
Wait, I need to know the. Continue, please. Yeah. So.
uncle went to Luxembourg, and they checked him for a birthmark because there's like a lineage of Luxembourg royalty that was like lost. Like someone asked him if he had the birthmark, and he was like, "No, my family got their name changed to Ellis Island. Like we're not from here."
Right.
But very weird.
Interesting. Huh.
But they did check him for the birthmark, and just to confirm he didn't have that birthmark. Okay, I just needed.
Yeah.
I have a birthmark, and
Also-
my daughter tries to scratch it off me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
I mean,
Only she's.
Has she succeeded?
No, it's on me. It's a part of who I am.
gotta keep that birthmark. Yeah.
I know it's. I shouldn't make jokes like that this early in the stream.
Wait,
I'll do it.
I did want to say though, with the Alien Romulus thing, we also had a Alien Romulus type sponsorship, but it was through another company. And so if there is a new Rockstars video and a break room video out there where an alien face hugger used to run through the screen, and now it's just a big blur on YouTube. They let us keep the video up, but we had to blur it.
Wow.
Horrible.
Yeah,
Okay,
weird
so
choice.
Helen Floersh is here. Helen,
Hi.
how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right.
That seems like a really honest. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah,
was-
it's real.
What's been going on?
What has been going on? Let's see. Lots of writing. A little less existential
Oh.
dread these days, mostly because I'm staying off of the internet.
That's so smart.
Kind of. As much as you can when you're addicted to the internet. But we're doing better here. Lots of theater, actually. I'm
Whoa.
Very fun.
Yeah, doing some theater. Hell yeah, I see Lux Theater represent. Doing a show in February that I can't say much about yet. It's small, theater company that I'm working with, and I'm just in the ensemble. But it's very
So what does
interesting.
that mean for people?
Oh,
What does it mean to
is
be
it?
in the ensemble? You know, you're doing your Inside Theater Kid talk, and I just want to make sure.
I feel like
This
that's
is
not
mostly like a
inside theater
sports
kid
kid
talk. Also, I haven't
thing.
been doing this. I just got back into this, so I might be saying things wrong for the
Yeah.
actual theater kids who have been doing this for a very long time out there. So basically, I'm not part of the core cast, but instead, we'll be adding in this show a lot of atmosphere to the production, whatever
That sounds
that
cool.
means. It actually is really.
Do you
really
like the
cool.
people that you work with there?
I could not ask for better people. I get really lucky with people I work with. I feel
yeah.
in general here.
Don't you
You
don't
know,
have to say
there.
that.
No, I
It's-
mean, but for the most part here. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody's great. Yeah.
Well,
it's
so
been good.
one thing I wanted to talk with you guys about today, if that's okay,
Mm-hmm.
is stuff we watched, played, listened to, read. No one reads books in 2024. And like what we liked. So, I mean, I'm curious about this. I'll start with you, Helen, and we'll work our way across the panel. Like how I said, I'd start with Helen, and then Evan put his mic down. He was like, I was ready to cook, but I guess
Yeah,
I'm not
he
allowed
had
to.
something. If you've got something,
I think that's why I
mean,
did it. I think I saw him like
Yeah,
so
yeah,
eager.
Why don't we start with Evan? Evan's chopping at the
Please
bit.
don't. Please
No?
don't. I'm
No?
not. I'm not chomping any bits.
Are you-
Helen, was
I see a bit.
2024 a good year for consumable media, in your opinion?
God, it's been such a was Baby Reindeer this year? Like this is my barometer.
Yeah,
for
it
what
was, I
year are
think.
we in?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I think there wasn't as much hype as last year. I feel.
Yeah.
But I do think it was a good year. Toward the end of the year, I think it got better for me. I still haven't seen Wicked yet.
Sure.
So I don't know. But I really enjoyed The Substance. I just saw Amelia Perez. Have
Oh,
you guys
fun.
seen
How's that?
Amelia Perez?
Yeah.
I loved it. I thought it was really cool.
I think Amelia Perez is a great example of when a director decides to take very consistent creative swings throughout a movie or a piece of work, and I'll appreciate that even if the movie for me doesn't quite work. I'll appreciate the creative
And you're-
creative
so you're
swings
saying
So you're
didn't
saying
quite
it
work
didn't
for you.
work for you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much. Okay,
but
yeah.
I mean truly it is very interesting to watch.
It is.
And I
it's
could see myself
fascinating.
rewatching it easily.
Also, shout out to I checked the email for the first time in a bit. A lot of donation screenshots coming through.
Woo!
So,
That's great.
thank
Keep
you.
them coming.
Huge shout out.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I won't say your names.
Do you guys have like a counter or something? Do you know how much you've raised
No, we have no
throughout today?
idea.
Oh.
Well, add it up, I guess, like on its own.
Yeah,
and
I don't
then
know.
Just
Do you think I know
add
how to do
20
that?
bucks.
That's the thing that like if producer Olivia wasn't out this week, that would
Sure.
have been like a
Yeah.
Olivia, can you figure this out thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but we're not doing it for the numbers.
No.
You know, I think there's a lot of other streamers who, when they fundraise, they make it about like, oh, look at how much I did. We're like, no. In the Bible, it says, there's a verse where Christ says, when you do your good deeds, let your left hand not know what your right hand is doing. I call it the stranger principle of social ethic.
Okay.
But
There we go.
I
Very
think
good.
that I just want to say that that's how we operate. And to be
Nice.
clear, that wasn't a joke. I mean that. I think all of
Yeah.
no, I'm kidding. I think I mean, honestly, we would have a thing if I knew how to do it. What's
Yeah.
wrong?
Did 10 memberships to the chat.
Whoa!
right.
Thank you.
We have a new Lord of the Chat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you give memberships, you
Lord of the
become
chat.
Lord of the chat. We believe in traditional hierarchical.
Have you guys
systems.
liked the memberships? The YouTube memberships? Has it been good?
It's been okay. I
Yeah?
think the thing that I find confusing about YouTube memberships, and we'll get back to
media?
Perez and
Yeah.
media, is that it's hard to balance doing memberships and Patreon stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And knowing like how to make them both worth it
Yeah.
for people and not being like overlapping
Yeah,
in a
like
weird
snake
way.
eating its own
Yeah,
tail
because people ask
type
questions.
thing.
They'll be
Yeah.
like, "Hey, I'm on Patreon. Should I do memberships as well?" And I just, you
Yeah.
know, so that I think that's the hard thing.
Yeah.
What do you get with a YouTube membership? Actually, I don't know, so I
yeah.
feel like I need to.
Well, I come into your house.
Do you?
Well,
Well,
Jatless, get ready because
I
Bird's
cook-
going to come into your house 10
I
times.
cook dinner for your mom while your dad watches.
oh, okay.
Oh.
My dad's dead.
And then the whole
so
time-
you should start.
Oh no,
you should
that's
come
the cool
over.
thing though. It
Just
conjures dead dads.
Oh, cool.
So
Yeah.
it's sort of a spiritual exercise as well. Also, I have a dead dad too, so don't try to pull this dead dad card on me.
Listen, Dead Dad Club, dude. We,
Yeah,
we
I
roll.
love it. Shout out if you're in the chat and have a dead dad, let us know.
Please do.
Post a ghost emoji.
Was
in the
was
chat.
really trying to find a cucking pun, but I got none.
Oh, that's cool. There was
Also,
There was a-
Burns, if you want to, between segments, give me access to the Wisecrack Live email, I can run a total of the donations so we can do updates.
Oh yeah, I'll figure out how to do that.
Because I don't have access to the Wisecrack
Yeah.
Live email.
Because
But if I did, I could check this
Because
out.
it's not connected to the company infrastructure. It's an independent entity. It's off the books. F you, Toronto.
Email, Swedish email accounts.
Yeah, I can
I
take-
will.
I can
There's
take
a.
care
I
of
would
that.
say
I can
there's
get
a
those numbers.
non-zero chance that I do not remember the password I set up for that, but we'll check it out.
Jeez.
Do any of you ever remember passwords for anything?
Yes.
You do? Mm-hmm. Really?
Well, I mean, I have to check my document like more and more these days, but generally, like I do the thing you're not supposed to do, which is like have a password you use like for multiple things, but like do a little variation here and there, you know. But I have to do an overhaul of all that. So if anyone has new password suggestions for me, drop it in the chat.
All right.
That'd be
So, what is the best thing you've seen this year? Right, and when I say best thing you've seen too, I think there's like an importance of, for me, like the experience.
Yes.
Of like being in a theater and seeing a thing. So when I say that to basically make it, it doesn't have to be the thing that people think is the best thing, but your best experience.
But it had to
watching a
have
thing.
come out this year.
2024, yeah.
Okay. Well, I will say I'll go back a little bit while Helen, you can think as well. But like, I think that this year was a generally good year of consumable media. I just don't think that a lot of the stuff that this year, maybe save like Wicked Part 1 and Doom Part 2, which is, you know, to say the parts in each one is wild. But like, we'll have a lot of staying power. I think a lot of this year feels a little like of a solid quality, but maybe like, I think, you know, things like Challengers will, you know, people will like come back to and the substance, but yeah, I'm not sure overall, you know, and I think some of that comes to like
getting a lot of Dune 2s in chat, but go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, and I think a lot of just stuff that maybe feels like that was great to watch, but I don't know if I'm coming back, you know.
So one of those years where like it was fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a bad year, not one of those years we're going to be like, "Oh, the Green Book."
Yeah.
But not a year where we're going to look back on and in 20 years we're not going to make a podcast that's like 2024, a year in cinema.
I mean, someone will, and that someone will be me when I'm 50.
Do you still want to be making content when you're 50?
No.
Okay. Helen, what's your best viewing experience of 2024?
Okay, so I think it actually might have been Challengers because I was the only one in the theater. And I saw it at like 9 a.m. on a Saturday.
That's fun.
I
That's
hadn't
fun.
seen it, and everybody else had seen it, and I was like, I gotta go see it in the theater. And it's just the soundtrack and the cinematography and the story and all of it just really worked for a lonesome theater experience, surprisingly. I wonder how it would have been different with people.
Yeah.
Is that the
Very
only
fun.
time you've seen a movie in theaters by yourself?
No.
Okay.
I like going in the morning by myself. So I saw Dee Dee also by myself in the
Okay,
theater, which I
yeah.
really, which also very fun. But Challengers, just because it's such an intense movie, I think. And so that was like, whoa, I get this all to myself. And that was
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Have you seen a movie in a theater like that had no one else?
I feel like I have to have, but you know what I did see? I saw Oppenheimer with one other person.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
That's goofy.
It was like a morning thing. It was a couple months after it came out.
Uh-huh.
And I think I did the thing where I looked over at him and did the look of like, look at us. And he was not.
No, he didn't want to know you didn't know.
No, I was kind of like, how cool, you know, like
Yeah.
all the people in the world. And God brought the two of us together to watch a movie that celebrates the glory of bombs.
That's what I was hoping for my 9:40 p.m. showing of Craven the Hunter last night.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to that. Let's bookmark
I really want to
Craven
hear about this.
the Hunter.
actually.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Well, and yeah, the reason I ask is I've seen a movie in a theater by myself twice, and one movie was both movies were enhanced by the experience. The first one being The Last Jedi, where I got to try out every single seat in the theater because I was so bored. And the second movie was Kogonada's After Yang, which was,
that was a
really
fun
interesting to see by myself. Yeah, at the Alamo.
speaking of After Yang, I saw the star of that movie at Albertsons last night.
The Justin Min? Wait, which
No,
star?
if there's ever an Irish person in the
Colin
movie,
Farrell.
that's the star.
Okay, I was like, why would you not
I
say?
realize I'm erasing someone right
Wow,
now,
yeah.
but if there's an Irish
definitely.
person,
No, Colin Farrell is the star. I was just like, why would you say
and
the
I normally,
star?
I normally don't like to do the like, oh, I saw someone thing, but it was just a
Uh-huh.
really wild thing. I was like with my daughter in like an Albertsons,
Yeah.
trying to get some stuff, and I see this very hurried man wearing like sweatpants and just a cardigan, no shirt underneath.
And not the penguin suit.
Not the penguin suit. He was like, "Hey, I go to Albertsons," but and he had like a loaf of bread. And I thought to myself, like, wow, like sometimes I get uppity about like I don't want grocery store bread.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
get like
fair.
better bread.
Yeah.
But I was like, fucking Colin Farrell has Albertsons bread.
Yeah.
You know, how could I ever
Celebrities.
say I'm too good for that?
They're just like us.
They're just like
They're
us.
just
yeah.
like us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
I think so. This has probably been my worst movie going year of my adult life. Just in terms of like physically leaving the house to go to the movies.
Yeah.
I blame my child. If
Makes
I
sense.
like die one day and you're back watching stuff like this, daughter, to like get to know me, like I'm sorry, but you kind of that's an area of my life you've made worse. You made a lot of areas better, but I get to see way less movies in the theater now. It's true. It's true. I love you very much.
You don't want a
and if you're in the
digital record of
future,
this.
I want you to know that mom probably got me killed. But
Oh my god.
when I
Jesus
think about
Christ.
like in theater experiences, was Stop Making Sense the re-release this year?
Yeah, it was may have been last year, but they've been doing a lot of screenings this year as well.
Well, I'll say that might have been this year, and that was really fun to see in a theater and to see people like singing and clapping and dancing along with David Byrne. An experience I had recently from a movie that I think is, again, good, not great. Honestly, I think this movie is very indicative of how I feel about 2024. Conclave,
Oh, sure.
a movie which I'm just like, it was a good, fun time. It is not a great film. It is not going to go down in history as like this amazing thing, but it's like good actors acting well. It's an interesting story. And the reason it was very fun for me was a friend went to see the film with me who's not like a movie guy. I also like goes to the movies, but I think he felt bad for me because I was like, I have a night off. I want to go to the movies.
Sure.
And I bribed him by saying that if he went with me, we could get yakitori afterwards.
Nice.
And you know, he went into it thinking like, Burns wants me to see some weird movie about like popes arguing in a room. And I think he thought it was going to be some like artsy European take on like faith and bureaucracy. But then halfway through, he's like grabbing my arm like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Because it's a movie that builds like, it's a very like, it's like an intrigue, tension-based movie with a bunch of twists. Like it's, you're watching a movie about like the Pope and like other guys who want to be the Pope. What if, never mind.
No, wait, I mean,
Okay.
I feel like you should say it.
Would he not? Would he be able to get away with the crime if Luigi Mangione or whatever, if they made him the Pope? Because he's Italian and probably Catholic. So what if the Pope was just like, I don't want him to go to jail. We're gonna make him the Pope. Do our extradition laws go to Vatican City?
I mean, I was raised very Catholic. I feel like probably.
Yeah.
There could be
Okay.
making
But
sense
it was
for that.
it was a really fun movie to watch because it was fun to watch a movie with a friend who's not like a movie person. It was fun that in the theater, as I hate when people talk in movies and people take their phones out in movies, but I don't want to go so far that people can't have emotive reactions during a movie.
Yeah.
So I
agree.
like being at a movie and people are like, what? Oh shit. Whoa. Like that's fun.
Yeah, 100%.
Because it feels like we're like experiencing it together.
Totally.
And that movie had a lot of that for me. I'll say another movie experience I had. This is an at-home watching experience I'm going to admit to now. And this one's like not cool. It's not a cool movie I'm about to talk about. But I had a really good time watching My Old Ass.
Oh, I wanted to see that in theaters. Yeah, and
it's
I missed that.
Aubrey Plaza
Yeah,
film. Although I feel bad saying an Aubrey Plaza movie because she's like not in it that much.
sure.
She's not in it that
The main
much, yeah.
actor is it's like
was
all the main actors are young people I'd never seen before.
who it is.
And then when I looked up the young
so I had
people
to
on IMDb, it's like they'd been in stuff that it would have been problematic if I was like into.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Fair. Yeah.
It's like,
no,
it's
no,
like
that's
kids.
fair.
It's like
yeah.
preteen TV.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
But My
been a little
Old
weird at
Ass,
least.
I thought it was just like really nice. I liked watching it home. Oh, Mr. Riz is saving my day now. Because Mr. Riz says one of their favorite movies of the year was Rap World with Connor O'Malley, Eric Ryle, and Jack Benzer.
Rap World.
I saw Rap World
Let's
in
go.
theaters.
You went to
and
the theatrical.
I went to the
Oh
theatrical
my-
screening with a
Mic
a
drop.
post movie panel with Connor
Wow,
O'Malley,
that's
Eric Ryle,
incredible.
the whole crew. That was talk about a movie. I mean, it was one of those things where like I looked around the theater and I was like, it is all dudes
Yep.
who look like a version of me or my friends. Like, and then there was, and I'm going to be like slightly gendered here. Almost every woman sitting near us looked like they got dragged there by their boyfriend who was like, no, his name's Connor O'Malley, but his thing is like, it's like, he like does this stuff that's like problematic, but he's not problematic. And like, it's like a meta thing. And like, and
Oh my god.
you know, you could kind of see that energy a little bit. That was a thing. Have you heard of Rap World? Helen?
Wait, was that the? That
Should we
wasn't
watch
the one
Rap
about
World
the-
on stream later?
Yeah,
It's
I think
on
we
YouTube.
should, because
we could just all watch it together.
that sounds fun. Was the?
Don't worry, Lex. We won't do that. Don't worry about it now.
Oh, no, he's
if we
very
did it, this
serious.
would
I
be
would
like
like
Can we at
this,
least watch the
actually.
intro or the trailer
yeah,
of
can
Rap
we?
World?
That sounds good.
Yeah, because does the trailer is? I mean, the intro of Rap World. I'll just say it right now. It's set to "Viva La Vida" by Coldplay. That sent
but-
me so
But did they
hard.
still have that on YouTube? Did they keep all the songs?
I think so.
Okay.
I think they just like decided not to make any money off of it.
Yeah, because at the panel they were talking about the movie again. We're talking about Rap World by Conor O'Malley and friends. They were like, we made it, and then we tried to get it released, but then someone gave us a number for like what it would take to clear the rights, and they asked, and Conor O'Malley was like, I don't know, it was like $10 million,
Oh.
because they just used like all of these pop songs
Yeah.
from that era.
I mean, I think a lot of it must be kept in there. You should skim through it to see what's, because I'd like to know if they had to. If
Oh
they
yeah, but
abandoned
it might
you know?
deem on us, those guys.
Oh, it would.
Yeah. We're not doing it. We're not doing it.
Well, wait, can you just give me the premise?
I'm really
Because I
sorry.
feel like
You
I
could
don't-
That's
show
right,
it to
yeah.
you and Helen could
Yeah, we
watch
could
the
just watch
trailer.
the
We
trailer
can watch.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just
Yeah.
see who-
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys do that. I'm gonna. Okay, guys.
I was trying to
If you're
find
just tuning
what my
in,
thing was.
we haven't really done this before. This is Wisecrack Live Holiday Marathon Stream. I'm your host, Michael Burns. I'm joined by a lovely staff of people in here. We got Nick, Spencer, Lux, Frankie, making all the stuff happen. Let me tell you what's coming up later today. I've not done this yet. It would be a professional thing for me to do, but I haven't. We didn't get a professional start today because it's been chaotic. But what else should we have expected? Guys, at 12 p.m., Wizworld Live will be live. Wise Wisecrack, Wise Wizcrack World, Wise Wizworld Live. Frankie and Nick are gonna come here, and guys, it's gonna be an experience. I'm excited about it. If you've ever wanted to just see what some like Wizzy Bros have to say about the news, life, maybe there's a world where if we do some donations, then we get some tarot readings. Also, if you don't already follow Wizworld Live, do it. They're on Twitch every Friday. Is it 8 p.m. Pacific? 8 p.m. Pacific. We'll plug you more later, though. Don't get mad at me. You're here all day. At 1 p.m., Yellow Dot, our buddies at Yellow Dot. This is Adam McKay's production company. You probably know Adam McKay as a guy that tweets a lot. He used to make movies as well. Some of them you've seen. Many of them you've probably seen. But Adam McKay and crew have a climate-based production company. We've done some work with them before. So some folks from their team are coming on. We got comedians. We got meteorologists. We got some people in between. We're going to talk about their work. Going to look at some things they've worked out. It'll be very fun. Then at 2 p.m., God, this is the 12 to 2 window, you guys. Really quit your job so you can watch this one. Our friend Naima Troutt. Now, Naima went viral when she debated Charlie Kirk and then Ben Shapiro on Jubilee videos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
and then after that, a lot of like right-wingy dudes were like, "We'll pay you $25,000 to debate Nick Fuentes and like Aiden Ross and all these guys who are, I'll say it, Nazis." And she didn't
Nice.
because she was like, fuck your money.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
today she's agreed to come here, and I've invited some like pretty heinous people into this room. It's going to be uncomfortable.
What?
I've invited some like, I would say, to an extent, far right would be an understatement. Just listen. Just trust me.
Okay.
Some far right, provocateurs
Uh-huh.
are going to come here, and Naima's going to debate them. Because we realize that like we've done all this stuff before about how debate is bad and yada yada, but no, like it's good, and so that's gonna be really intense. Later today, at 4 p.m., we're gonna do something we've never done before. Now, you guys probably don't know this. Most Wisecrack videos, we film them ahead of time. When you
Crazy.
watch them on YouTube, that's not live. We're gonna do a live video today.
Oh, really?
We're gonna do
Wow.
at 4 p.m. We're gonna film an episode of Philosopher Reacts, our format where I say philosophy stuff about things, and the sort of the catch along with being live is, I'm gonna get kind of clips thrown at me, and I don't know what's coming.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
So it's gonna be like a Philosopher Reacts live gauntlet. That's gonna be at 4. At 6, our friend Kevin Horst, who makes video games. Very fun games. Games like Piss Freak.
Oh,
games
yeah.
like Impress
Yeah.
the Mailman. Games like Perfect Spot, where you find a parking spot. He's going to come, and we're going to do some live video games.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
he's really fun. He's really fun. So all that's happening today. There's some other guests that might be coming through today. I'll be honest. there's some people that said they were going to come today that then just like didn't text back at a certain point, and I've hit up, and they're cool. Like, they're cool people who you guys would be excited to see, but I'm not comfortable saying names.
I mean, Helen almost didn't see it. I was like, Helen, are you coming on the stream?
To be fair,
Well,
yeah, I didn't get the notification.
but then it happened.
We got here.
A few
Like
other
those people.
things before we get back to it. Just a reminder, this is the real important thing. We are raising money today. We are raising money for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Donate money. There's a link in the description. We've been posting the link in the chat. Shoot us a screenshot at wisecracklive666@gmail.com. Once you do that, you don't have to do, like, you don't have to, again, you don't have to prove to us that you did it. Like, just do it. But from the people that did that, okay, you are going to be up for free book or free coffee.
Free book, free coffee.
And if you have a hard preference, you could say in the description which one you want more, but then it like lets me know that you're not in it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
So maybe don't do that. But so only send us a screenshot if you want either a free bag of Yes Please coffee. Evan, show them the coffee.
Coffee.
Corporate shill. Yes Please, our coffee friends. And then Verso Publishing has donated some books. Reminder as well, Yes Please in general, if you want coffee, use the code Wisecrack, you get 20% off. Verso, one of our favorite publishers, we have an official Wisecrack reading list there. That link is in the description. And you get 50% off books. So if you don't want to donate, but you still want a book, and you want it to be cheap, use the code Wisecrack. You get 50% off books. Neither of those people pay us money to do this. They're just brands we like working with who make good stuff.
Yes.
So
Nice.
Radicalize your friends for the holidays.
Whoa.
Buy from that
was
buy
great.
from Verso.
Well, no, and I would say
Verso's
this
awesome.
too. If you need holiday shopping, you get a Verso book. Your friend or family doesn't know that you got it for 50% off. So if they
Yeah,
see
that's
on the
true.
back of the book, like, wow, $26. You paid $13. They don't
Yeah.
know that.
They don't know.
No idea.
Coffee. Who doesn't like? People like coffee. Adults like coffee.
Yeah.
Get like, okay,
Coffee.
but I'm just saying, like,
Get
get
the
a
coffee.
bag. Go to Yes Please. Order some cool shit from them. Get like 2 really high end bags of coffee and a cool mug. That's cool.
That's a great
or
gift.
final holiday gift suggestion: Wisecrack Live merch. We have new Wisecrack Live merch.
Yeah.
We have hats. We have mugs. They all have the official designed by our friend Eddie V. 666 holiday logo. So check all
love
that
it.
out. We're done doing
love it.
advertisements now. Let's get back.
My favorite thing.
I was going to just see how long we can
So
push it.
what is-
Let's get back to Evan and Helen. Any more movies people want to talk about?
I just want to say the 2 theatrical experiences I had this year that were really, really fun were Megalopolis. I got to see the screening where it started with a live stream interview with Francis Ford Coppola where he said that he invented part 2. He invented adding a part 2 to movies. So anytime you see a part 2 on any movie, you can thank Francis Ford Coppola for The Godfather Part 2 and for creating
invented 2?
He invented it, yes. And De Niro and Spike Lee was there, and I feel so bad for the moderator because he could not wrangle anybody and he could not convince De Niro to really be a meaningful part of the conversation. And, Spike Lee was just doing his thing. The other super fun theatrical experience I had was Madam Web because, man, that was an unbelievably bad movie. But it was fun to see something like that in theaters with friends or with my current coworkers.
In the movie, does she actually say, like,
The
he was
Amazon
in the
line?
jungle in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders?
They cobbled it together. There's like parts of it, but that was just a trailer line.
Also, I'll say this is semi-related. I just don't know what Hollywood's doing with Dakota Johnson. She should be,
Yeah.
she should be the biggest. She should be the thing. She should be like
Yeah.
jaded. She should be like the jaded Julia Roberts for millennials.
Oh, that's a great point. I mean, that movie, I watched it and I was like, I would love to work with her one day because she's got something. Just,
Yeah. It is like she like truly has her own thing.
I like her performance in that movie. It's
Yeah.
the only thing in that movie that I liked. Like, she seemed to understand that she was in a movie that was unsalvageable and that she was
Yeah.
just going to play it as, like, her character is as put upon as I can imagine the performer was in making the movie. Like, she's just so frustrated by the circumstance in which she's found herself.
Yeah.
It's so good.
What-
And
what's-
she's so weird and charming.
What's that line? Yeah, exactly. She has that line in the car where in the taxi, she's like, stop. Your voices are so annoying. They're like drilling through my brain. It's something like that. But 2 movies that I really like this year on the opposite ends of the tonal spectrum that I have immediately jumped to, or is La Chimera, which was an Italian film, I believe, starring Josh O'Connor, and Snack Shack, which is an American coming-of-age movie. Both
What's
two.
Snack Shack? I haven't heard of that.
It's just about two guys. One of them is Gabriel LaBelle from The Fablemans and Saturday Night. It's him and his friend. They are two larger-than-life characters in high school in the 90s, maybe early 2000s, and they lose a lot of money betting on horses because that's just something high schoolers do. In order to make some of that money back, they decide to buy the Snack Shack at their local pool, and the hijinks and coming-of-ageness ensues from there, running the Snack Shack.
That sounds really fun.
That
Yeah.
does sound fun.
Energetically, just very fun, and highly recommend.
That's great. Do you have any more movie things you want to talk about, Helen? Also, in the chat, let us know. We're paying attention, so.
Yeah, I mean, I also quite enjoyed The Substance.
Oh yeah, I
There's a
haven't seen The
video on
Substance yet.
I've just watched our Wisecrack 2 video on it. I don't love body horror either, personally, but
I was very upset.
that movie, it really stuck with me. I feel like it was a little bit paradigm shifting, actually, even despite the fact that, it wasn't obviously didn't have any deeper meaning, as we pointed out.
Yeah.
But great subversion of that by Amanda.
I know. I was convinced, because when I saw it, I think Amanda and Lux and people on our team were like, oh, we should do a Substance thing. And I watched it, and my initial take was like, I think this sucks. I don't think it had anything to say. I think it was just stuff happens, and I think that people think something deeper than it's really happening. I was being kind of cynical. I'm normally not a cynical guy about movies. I'm pretty open to whatever. I want to hear about Craven the Hunter in a second. Yeah. But then I talked to our friend Austin Smith from Show Me the Meaning, and he kind of had this reading on it, which no, but that's the point. The flatness of it and the immediacy of it is kind of the point. And in doing some annoying psychoanalytic stuff, we arrived at this idea that it's almost a movie without an unconscious. A lot of movies you look at, you read them like a person, where we have the way one presents themselves, then the unconscious motivations for those things. And sometimes when people do psychoanalytic readings of movies, it's the same thing. What is the film's unconscious? And The Substance is one where it just feels like it's just that. There's not.
Yeah.
At least that's the thing that convinced me that it was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, I just can't watch shit like that. I can't do it. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I don't know if I saw a murder when I was 3 that I don't remember. But when I watch body horror and stuff like that, I think to myself, people who can just sit with their eyes open and watch this, what's wrong with them? That's not fair. A lot of people I love watch body horror. I find it really viscerally disturbing.
It was very viscerally disturbing. The flatness, I just want to say one thing about that, actually.
And you can disagree with me, so please do.
Well, I don't want to try to articulate. I would have to think about it a little bit more, I think. But I do feel like there is something to this idea of the flatness. We don't get any details that we do not need. Even everything is very, very ambiguous, I think. The show is just, this is this is an exercise show. She is a celebrity. These are and so I think it's very, what's the word? Not sparse, but pared down in that way.
Yeah.
And so I think perhaps you're getting it on multiple levels, that kind of flatness, the lack of dimension. You don't want to think about anything other than the message that is right there and beating you over the head. But again, I don't know. Maybe that's the point. But
yeah. Before we move on, I want to talk about TV for a few. Just quickly tell us, Evan, how bad was Craven the Hunter?
Bad.
Yeah. All right.
Madam Web is fun bad. This is just bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
The good action sequences, or effective action sequences. I have a list of things I wrote on my phone that I really liked. One of them, Craven walks around like a little cat, which is pretty funny. But yeah, it's rough. It's rough out there.
All I really know about that movie is that the guy who's in it has a Macron type marriage.
Yes, Aaron Taylor Johnson. Yes. Yeah.
Because everyone knows this. The president of France is married to his teacher.
Yeah.
And then Aaron Taylor Johnson is married to. I'm not judging by that.
Yeah. It's
I'm
maybe
a
not
little bit judging.
a director that he had worked with previously, but she is a director, something like that. Yeah.
My thing is, I think you should only be allowed to be married to someone that's 18 months to either side of your age.
Whoa.
I think
bold
that
claim.
should be.
Bold claim.
that is
We got
strong.
visible
Yeah.
looks at Burns from around the room.
I'll tell you why.
I think the crew is turning.
Well, let me ask. Who in the room is married?
There's only one person.
Okay.
right there.
Spencer, how far apart in age are you and Nadia? And I've seen these two together. Good-looking couple, first of all. Handsome couple. They have fun together. They do activities together. They go to concerts together. They have a cool kid. So all I'm saying is, that's proof. I'm right.
Okay.
Clearly. Yeah.
Well, one thing I do think about though with marriage is like, this is a side thing. We're talking about TV in a second. But if you marry someone, you presumably like them, right? And you like spending time with them.
Presumably.
If you, I know this is a hot take. Stick with me. Stick with me. Stick with me. But if you marry someone who's like super way older or younger than, if they're way older than you, you're just acknowledging, I love hanging out with this person, but for a big chunk of time, I'm not going to get to hang out with them. Now, maybe you love them so much that you're like, I'd rather hang out with them for 20 years and then spend 30 years without them or whatever than not be with them. Maybe that's true. If you go the other way and you're the one who's like way older, then you're just like, I guess it works out for you in that way. But I don't know. I'm going to say something I shouldn't say because it's too personal and family based, and we're going to talk about TV. But I have an aunt who I love very much. And when she married an old guy. And now I'm seeing the thing happen.
Yeah.
Where he's like Weekend at Bernie's level.
Yeah.
And she's like a person. But maybe that's love. Maybe I guess that's real love that she just wants to take care of him.
Yeah, see? I like that you're coming to this conclusion. Yeah.
Never say that I'm not someone who won't change my mind in real time.
Yeah.
I hold my opinions loosely in an open palm.
Because Burns, Cass is like way older than me, but she's also like much healthier than I am.
Well, yeah, but this matters though, because health-wise,
Because like she does lift and she exercises and she's in good shape, and I chain smoke cigarettes and I'm drunk all the time.
but I think that's fair then, because what you've said is I love you so much, I'm gonna biologically catch up.
Age myself.
I want someone to clip that where someone's explaining that Burns explains that I'm right about me drinking and smoking too much, and I want that someone to send that to my girlfriend and be like, this is actually a declaration of love, so we can die at the same time.
I don't think it's healthy. I want you to be healthy, but I'm just saying that makes sense to me. Okay, television.
Okay, television.
Steven in the chat, spouse is 25 days older. He's doing it right.
25 days. Wow.
Ann Porkin says Michael hates love. Confirmed. Someone said men die earlier. 1 month per year old. Ooh, that's interesting. We got some good takes here.
1 month per year.
Simon their wife is 48 months and 9 days apart. Been together for 16 years. Ooh, Jack Tremper. Love Jack Tremper. Wife is 20 months older, but that's okay, Jack. That's okay for you. I'll allow it. Lonkin Pork 4 months older. Okay, good. Everyone put your everyone put the age of put your birthday, your wife's birthday. Social security number.
Yeah, put the age difference of couples you know in your life, and we'll rate them.
Yes.
Also, if you want us to rate your house, give us your address and we'll Google map it.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Well, it's kind of, see, I think it's fun because I know that we're not weird.
But we can't show. But you can't say who's. You can't show the
Oh, so they'd have to like email it to us.
It's like You'd have to be like, this comes from this person, and then we'd have to hide the address or not say their name.
Okay.
One of the two.
If you want us to rate your house or review your neighborhood, donate any amount to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund.
Yeah.
Send us a screenshot.
Yeah.
With the subject line
Address.
Rate My Hood.
Rate My Hood.
It's a new MTV2 show.
Nice.
Okay, so speaking of MTV2, God, I'm good. Television. What do we like on television this year?
I'm not.
And let's start with our new rock star over here.
Yeah.
Let's start with our little
I'm not as
MCU
big
guy.
on television. I'll be honest, like at least like weekly watching. I'm trying to think of something I wanted to watch
how about
week
this?
to week.
When we used to be colleagues, when we would like speak before you left because you didn't like working with me. I
gotta go.
We would, we had a shared affinity for the early days of MCU television.
Yes.
Right, by shared affinity, I mean like we were both
watching
like,
it.
in.
Yeah.
We
We were
both,
staying
like,
up till midnight, and we were watching, and we'd be late to the meeting the next day because we'd be too tired.
100%. That was a real thing. I was really happy when they switched it to like 8 p.m. or 9 p.m.
it was
or
a
whatever.
lot better.
Were there any sort of superhero comic adjacent TV programs this year that you thought were good?
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Agatha show was actually like a pretty good success.
The chat's agreeing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I really like that. I'm not watching Dune Prophecy currently, but that is Lex is shaking his head no.
I watched 2 episodes. That show sucks pee.
Oh, sucks pee.
When you say sucks pee, do you mean urine or do you mean pee for penis? Okay.
Urine. I'm not here abbreviating.
Could be both.
Sucks pee derogatory.
fair.
Sucks pee. Yeah, sucks pee. Parentheses.
Well,
bad.
someone said to me, "Suck my pee." I wouldn't know if you meant your penis or your urine.
So
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Dune Prophecy is very like, if you can imagine a scene that should take 2 minutes, it will take 8 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
At every opportunity, there will be like 100 unnecessary lines that sound like lore but are just gibberish, and then it will be like next scene.
Yeah.
It looks good, and the story abstracted from the production is fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm like trying to dive into a little bit more. Yeah, I think it picks up. Episode 3 kind of picks up, but
yeah, like the idea of like where Bene Gesserit's scheming, doing political intrigue, and there's like the empire's happening. That's kind of fun, but then it's like every scene is like two people just being like, "What about the prophecy? The burning truth."
True.
And then someone's like, "The truth does sometimes burn."
Yeah.
And it goes on, and then they just sort of repeat that phrase back to each other over and over again.
Yeah.
Until I like decide to watch anime instead.
Fair.
And then X-Men 97 was also very good.
That show
too.
ripped.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Helen, any TV that you liked this year? Are we just out on TV as a culture?
I mean,
I don't think.
I don't think so. I think
meant
it was
as
just.
a culture.
Oh well.
Yes, as a culture.
As a culture.
In a petri dish.
Yeah.
I mean, like honestly, the only show that I watched through and through this year that I didn't like start and then stop for whatever reason was Baby Reindeer. Actually, I had to know what happened. I found the acting to be pretty incredible on that show.
Okay.
It definitely there's some it got repetitive, like just the beats. You kind of get the same ones over and over as you kind of move through. Have you guys seen it? Did you guys watch it?
I haven't. I should because I like Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
If you like Scotland, that's
Yeah,
a
and
show to
I know
watch.
I know like the gist, right? It's like there's like a. Oh, I don't want to spoil it. A
Well, I
thing
think you
haven't
could say
seen.
there's a stalker
Yeah.
Yeah.
involved, a successful,
like
well,
kind of
not
the thing.
a not successful comedian, but no, and just I thought that I thought there's good characterization. Like I felt like thematically it was interesting, and I enjoyed it. Enough to watch again all of it within like a very short amount of time.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, but that's really what was the show? There's one that see, I'm sorry, I'm like blanking on things, but
Never apologize. for who
there was
you
a
are.
show that was by was it who is the oh my god, you guys, okay, very famous.
Oh, Casey Anthony.
No, did not watch that. Did you guys watch? Was there a Casey Anthony show?
They've made like documentaries about Casey
Yeah.
Anthony.
Like this year, is there a Casey Anthony?
One of my friends who I know was watching the stream at one point at least went to like Casey Anthony's house to watch Lost years ago.
With her?
Yeah. Like before she killed her kid.
It was like a watch
Oh.
party.
Yeah, because his friend was in Orlando and she's from Orlando.
Oh wow.
And like she was a big. I think it was Lost. Big Lost
Yeah,
head.
probably. Yeah, timing makes
Yeah.
sense.
But go ahead.
Well, anyway, I guess I should like kind of pass the baton because I'm clearly can't remember what I was gonna say. But honestly, yeah, I didn't love a lot of TV this year. I felt like there were a lot of false starts for me on shows. But I don't know. But you guys are making some good recs.
The Bear, the most recent season of The Bear came out this year, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't super hot on it, I'll be honest. Was kind of a weird one.
Pretty mid.
I don't, I mean, a lot of people are like, that episode 1 sucks. It all is like the same. I'm like, I appreciate the creative swing. I've said it already on the stream, and I appreciate that. Rest of the season, I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. Helen's distracted because she probably didn't know that there's like a medieval dressing station.
Yeah, I hear chainmail,
Yeah.
and I don't know why I'm not wearing
I'm
it.
sorry if I got the periodization wrong.
Ooh.
Okay. I know it's pretty cool.
Chainmail instead of jingle bells. Thoughts
Yeah.
on
I
that?
thought it was Jingle Bells, and I looked over, and it was chainmail, and I was
Well,
way
the cool thing
cooler.
is-
And then what
Oh,
were you
yes.
expecting to get from chainmail instead of jingle bells? Thoughts on that? What did you think that? Where did you think that was gonna go?
Truly.
I'm gonna
Just-
to keep the train on the tracks.
Right,
I'll
of
myself
course.
again.
I'm going to.
No answer. No comment.
This is like we can't do the 6 p.m. vibe now, guys. We
This is
gotta-
the
Are you
6 p.m.
sure?
vibe?
Oh,
no,
come
this is the
on.
6 p.m. vibe. So the stuff I liked watching on TV.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, not my best TV year ever.
Mm-hmm.
Again, wear condoms, kids. But the just in general,
In general.
not when you have sex, just
yeah.
every other
If
time.
you're going out for the day, it's like wearing sunscreen,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
all day.
Yeah, all day.
yeah,
Should be wearing a
you know. But I loved English teacher.
Oh yeah, English Teacher was really good. Yeah,
I think it's the
really
best
good. Yeah.
comedy show
Yeah.
I've seen in quite some time.
That Powder Puff episode really got me.
That was amazing. The school shooting episode was amazing.
very
It's
good.
not. I'm not.
Yes, it's not
yeah.
about a shooting. but
The field trip episode
yeah.
where the mom's like, these kids are gonna do stone face. I'm gonna tell you this joke from the show, guys. I guess I know I won't. It was one of the craziest things I've ever heard, and I like fell on the floor laughing.
Have you seen it?
I haven't. Now I've
gotta watch
gotta. Okay, this might get me out of my rut.
English Teacher. I love. 8 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
8 episodes, 22 minutes ish.
Yeah.
Great. A show I'm currently watching that I've not finished, so maybe it gets really bad. I've been loving Say Nothing. Also an FX.
Yes, I do need to watch
and
that.
Hulu
Yeah.
show. It's a show about the provisional IRA in Northern Ireland and a woman who goes missing and other stuff. It's great. I think if you know the history, it's interesting. I think if you don't know the history, it's equally compelling and you learn some stuff. Sorry, I know we're going.
No.
Is that cool? We're still talking?
I'm good. I was just checking what time that you.
Yeah, we
have
got
other people
snacks.
going.
No, we have a segment coming on at noon.
Oh, noon. Okay.
You
got
know,
it.
so we're kind of hanging out until then. We got to rate my hood in a second, by the way.
Yeah.
No, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I mean that sounds interesting. Say Nothing. I've heard good things.
Yeah.
Also, can I just say the marketing is like I go past this billboard every day at my day job, and it's huge, and it's like there's an image of the two characters on it where like one is kind of like putting the finger over the other one's mouth or
yeah,
something,
yeah.
and I just am like, this is a very attractive piece of art,
Yes.
and I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
so whoever, if they're on the stream,
Well, they
whoever
have to
made
cover
that,
the faces because it's Irish people, and they're like, we can't show their faces
oh, well, it looks really
because
good.
they're not good looking. It's a joke.
That is, I was like, is that the joke? What do you? I don't know that stereotype
Name
about
3
Irish
really
people.
good-looking Irish people.
Colin
Colin
Farrell.
Farrell.
And a big pause. And a big pause.
Saoirse Ronan.
So yeah, that was that's what I was
Mescal.
gonna say.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'm kidding.
Yeah, come on.
Listen. Again, for anyone doesn't know that, I say this as someone of Irish descent, and I love Irish culture and people. We're also, if you don't want to give to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, we're gonna get an IRA PayPal account going, and you can send money directly to the new IRA. So we're going to do that as well. I will say if you donate money to the new IRA, that is going to be tracked and you will be on a list.
Yeah.
Definitely. But,
Although, also in Trump's America, you might be on a list for giving money to Palestinian children.
That's true.
yeah.
So just to really bring the tone down. We did get a Rate My Hood.
Yeah.
Sure.
So what you're trying to queue up?
I'll try to bring that up, but also I just want to remind you, Burns, we do need to test the Zoom output to your headphones before the 12 o'clock segment.
Okay.
Cool,
So
cool.
maybe we will.
That should be easy.
Yeah.
Well, here, do you guys want to start? Does someone want to start messing with that now while we're talking?
Yeah, I guess we can do that. If you can, get
I have this pair of headphones here.
can they reach you over there?
I mean, this cord's quite far.
Okay.
Quite far.
We'll get to work
Far
on that over
cord.
here. I just wanted to
Oh my
remind
God,
you
I
that
missed
is
those
important.
headphones. Those are the headphones that we used to have at the office.
Yeah.
Aw.
I know.
I'm going to go
You
away
can
again,
just.
but
I don't
just
care,
wanted to
it's
remind
fine.
you.
Oh, you weren't even there at all. If we do, well, for the Rate My Hood thing, I can just show them because I want to make sure we don't show the address on screen. Yeah, but don't worry if we don't. We can do it later as well. Oh yeah, so you're good. I could send it. I mean, I'll send it to you right now.
Do you want to
Oh,
give me the address and then I'll block it on my phone and then I'll walk up to a camera?
Well, I'm just gonna send them over to Lux. I'm sending you some Rate My Hoods right now, but
Rate my
you know,
hood.
just if we do this, there can be no margin of error. We cannot show anyone's
Yeah, we
address
can't
on
duck.
screen.
Well, because then yeah. Or you just have to choose not to say their username until we know that we haven't shown their address for sure.
Sure. But yeah, TV. Trying to think of other stuff this year. Like this is not a new thing. It's cool that Detroiters came on Netflix this
Yeah,
year.
very
That's
fun.
honestly probably the thing I've watched
The most. I just finished season 1. I've seen it a few times though, but it's
Yeah.
nice to like relive it all.
Yeah, it's become
Yeah.
my sort of like hanging out around the house, something to have on sort of thing.
That's me in Abbott Elementary.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah, it's
That's a
great.
good
I
one.
That's
love
really good.
I love watching week to
love
week
that
too,
show.
but I also love because there's only so many episodes. I love going back and just playing it from the beginning and then
Yeah.
just like having it if I'm doing stuff.
Yeah. I loved Bad Monkey I loved a lot. I would say maybe that's my favorite show of the year.
Bad
Bad
Monkey.
Monkey.
Bad Monkey, based on a Carl Hiaasen novel produced by Bill Lawrence, the Scrubs guy.
Where was this
starring Vince
on?
Vaughn on Apple. So Apple, guys, is a streaming platform
Oh boy.
that only makes really good stuff that no one watches.
Yeah.
That's their thing. A lot of the other streaming platforms, everyone watches them and they make garbage. And then Apple is like 10 people watch this, and almost everything we
They
make
have a
is good.
billion shows. They got a show with Michael Douglas as Benjamin Franklin. That's crazy.
Who didn't want that?
Yeah, Frankie's nodding. Yeah, it's like it is just so wild. Like if anyone here from the break room, we have a runner about Palm Royale and how that show is just garbage. Oh, looks like we're getting something. We're getting a
I see
a
an
real
address.
we're getting a
Okay.
real estate listing. It's
Okay.
not even a Google map.
No.
If as long as we don't show the address.
Okay.
That's fine. We'll just do it for let's do a quick one.
Yeah, so
Okay. This is our
Fast.
first rate my hood or rate my house we got. I'm not gonna say who it's from, right?
Yeah, don't say. I
Yeah.
mean, you can if we're sure there's no address. So once you see it,
Elijah, the Tom Petty thing was awesome.
Okay.
With the Tom Petty thing, I think I'm very glad Elijah noted that. Okay, so we're hood rating right now, house rating. Let's do a quick. Show.
all right, respectable, good appliances.
Oh,
Jack, I'm
Open-
screenshotting that and sending it to
Open
Cynthia.
kitchen looks
Okay,
like.
this looks nice.
Nice, yeah, good
Oh,
cabinets.
it's like very like modern. Like this looks like when
Yeah.
they like someone.
Oh, you
This
have
is
a
a crazy
door.
image
I
of
like
a
that there's
bathroom,
a-
though. I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the angle.
I mean,
Yeah, a
the
little weird.
angle, the lighting, something about it screams like.
I don't like the
We did a lot of
plastic
retouching.
thing on the bathroom because the little thing, because then it's not conducive to having a curtain, and that acts like that one glass thing is somehow going to block the water, but then you're splashing.
Yeah,
everywhere.
you're splashing everywhere.
I don't know.
You
I'm
like it?
I'm kind of partial to the
The
door.
sink is nice.
Yeah,
I'm into
you're a
'em.
door person.
I'm more of a door person.
Yeah.
I really like the sink.
Curtains get moldy.
Ooh, washer dryer
Yeah.
in unit.
Wash, dryer, and unit.
That's
Washer,
nice.
dryer,
Good
and
combo.
unit. Looks like you might have some issues with opening the door.
Wait,
but
do you
want
to hear some really?
And I'll say this isn't a major city. I'm gonna
Yeah,
say that.
yeah. I'm gonna
Okay.
guess.
I will
yeah.
say it is in a
Oh, okay.
a major East Coast city.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's nice. You
That
know,
is
good-
nice. It's got good lighting, I feel.
Yeah.
Or you know,
Yes.
at least it looks like from the
This just
photos.
looks like a solid place.
Yeah.
Solid East Coast style place. There's the
Ooh,
exterior.
I like
Whoa.
the
Is that-
exterior.
I mean, that's.
Kinda
I
cool.
wonder which one. So we assume it's the left one, right?
Yeah, gotta be. Okay, for
Yeah.
a second I thought maybe we
well,
were.
so we do know it's one of those
Well.
neighborhood things where a neighborhood where we're kind of quite clearly side by side doing newer gentrified builds next to like maybe Benjamin Franklin lived there type builds.
Yeah.
This is wild. I mean, I'm gonna give it a.
Oh yeah, what's the rating system? You're setting the precedent here.
Yeah.
Are we doors? Doors?
How many
7
doors?
doors? 7 doors out of 10.
7 out of 10 doors.
It doesn't feel super great, but I guess it's
Seven homes out of 10.
fine. 7 homes out of 10. Okay.
Yeah, I think a solid 7 from me.
All right.
Wondering how many square feet we have. Also, is it a studio? Have we seen a bedroom? No, we saw a bedroom.
little
I think,
property
right?
brother over
Can't
here is-
tell. I just went through this process trying to find a new apartment.
Probably texting her wife Zoe Deschanel.
Yeah. Come on.
Um,
I would also. I think 6.5 doors. Or so what are you doing? Houses, homes.
Doors.
Homes.
6.5 homes for me.
well, I'm gonna say relative to the city it's in, which
Uh-huh.
we're not saying.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go 8.
yeah.
Also, I saw the rent price on it.
it's
Well, I
good.
think I can say it. I don't. Can I
Yeah,
say
oh,
that?
actually, if you
Yeah,
said
say the
that's gonna
rent
make a
price, say
big
the rent
difference in the
price,
number
yeah.
of homes.
$1,300 a month.
Okay, actually, that's a 10.
$1,300 for
That's
that.
And
a
we're
10.
in a city. We're like in a city.
No,
a
no,
real-
that's
Never
a 10
mind.
home.
a
That's
city
10
that
homes.
has every major sports team
That's a 9.
and fans
Yeah,
who are
I'm gonna
psychos and will cut you with blades.
That's a 9.
Giving it a 10, actually.
Should we shout out
well,
the-
no,
That's a lot.
nine
There's
and a
at
half.
least
Whoa.
5 places. There's at least 5 cities that
All
have
right.
psycho. Let's
Are
not say
we
them.
are we safe address wise? Should we shout out the person who donated?
But I guess do they want us? To
If they
do
don't
that?
want it to be shout out, but if it was your
Oh,
house, feel
wait.
free to say in the chat.
Oh,
good house.
He says this place is available below. Oh, it's below.
Oh, so this person's house is either like really messed up then, or it looks just as nice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So, but you could have that place. I think is the key.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I guess I should just say where it is.
No, it's below them.
I don't know.
You would still be able to
Well,
find the person.
Okay.
Two things. One, if you want to send me more addresses, just email them to my enthusiast email.
Yeah.
And two, the ones you sent me on Telegram, do you want me to look those up also?
Oh, we'll save those for later. We don't want to,
Yeah. Spread out the hood rating.
Yeah. Or are you doing a whole thing? Need your Bluetooth headphones. Yeah. Can I be honest? You just say it.
Oh my God! Have you guys seen the
Nice.
trailer for the movie The Gorge?
The Gorge?
Yeah.
Not yet.
This is a Scott Derrickson, director of The Black Phone and Doctor Strange. It is his latest movie, upcoming movie for Apple. We're just talking about Apple, starring Miles Teller and Anya Taylor-Joy as expert marksmen who protect
What?
either side of the gorge. Which in the trailer, I'll tell you right now, they say is the door to hell.
What?
If
Wow.
we can, if I know there's some copyright concerns, but man, the Gorge trailer, that is crazy. And it reminded me because he was holding the sign.
This
that
one
said-
looks really nice. Look at the price on that too.
Oh, what?
Oh, and you could buy. That's a buying, right? That's
Someone
not
who said
rental
this
price.
was their parents' home was for sale.
It's for sale, but yeah, you can buy it. You don't have to rent it. That's really good. Yeah,
I know it's nice.
I think my brother would want to move
Beautiful.
Yeah, if anyone's looking for a home in Rochester, are they right now? Yes,
there. Turn off your Bluetooth.
high tech. We're a high tech operation.
High tech.
It's done. It's done.
I'll say one of my favorite things I did this year was when you guys were on the break room, and we
Was
just
that movie this year?
yeah, Civil War was this
That's
year.
what I'm
like
saying. I
that
can't
movie.
remember.
I like
Civil
that
War was
movie.
good.
I like that movie a lot.
It felt like the year sped by, but then you look at what came out at the beginning of this year. Bottoms came out this year.
Oh my God, Bottoms came out this
Yeah.
year?
That's
Dude,
crazy.
that is
I
really.
have a off stream hot take about that.
Sure,
Yeah.
I'm down to hear it.
It's if I won't say it on stream.
It's-
It's like basically a crime.
but I really loved at the end of the Civil War stream when we just kept sinking in those couches because they were really bad for posture, and we were
was
just
cozy.
like
It was super cozy.
heads down the whole time.
Well, I
That
would
was
say
nice.
partially some of this studio and what I want to happen here is like relative to that because we went and did I'm sure some of you saw it. We did an episode of Evan's show where he was so nice to have us on to talk about Civil War, and their studio is so nice, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, why when I stream I have to sit in this like tiny little
Glass
room with no
office.
one there, like a glass box, and you get this like cool setup, and there's like couches.
I mean,
and
this is
screens.
so impressive. I was
This
gonna
is
say, who
so
built
cool.
this?
A couple of people who are awesome who've done some like set building work for
Yeah,
enthusiasts.
clearly.
Oh,
doing
great.
Some other stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, This
cool.
is very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Shout
you
out
know.
to them.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I might have to. Yeah, I
well,
might
then
need
DM us if you want to hire.
Yeah,
set
I'll
builders.
probably ask you guys for their contact info later because we want to do some change ups around our set too. But this looks great, guys.
I
mean,
love the
yeah.
pinball machine. Does this work? Does this
Probably
pinball
not,
machine
no.
work? I grew up with a Terminator 2 pinball machine.
Really?
It was really awesome.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
One news piece. I'm gonna just drop some news throughout the day.
Yeah,
Okay.
give it to us.
Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, is holding a therapy session with 175 corporate reps and CEOs to calm the nerves of the New York City business elite.
This is real? This is real.
Demonization of corporate executives is not new, says Kathy Wild, CEO and president of the Partnership for New York. State officials want to calm the nerves of New York City's business elite. Hochul is having a virtual meeting with state law enforcement and 175 corporate representatives to discuss sharing safety resources.
This is an episode of Veep.
Hochul said she'll be proactive. They're going to provide. So now they're going to form a direct pipeline between CEOs and the police, so that the police Okay, love this. But then we protect everyone on the streets of New York City, not just CEOs. Hochul said, "Everybody deserves the protection of our law enforcement." What are we doing? And I love that. Like, not just CEOs, primarily CEOs.
What is your source? Is this? We're sure this is real. This is.
What if I turn my computer? It's just an empty Google Docs page.
You made this up.
Is New York City cooked,
From
chat?
Politico. It's a Politico.
Okay.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
that's probably.
I see
real.
someone saying, I saw the TV Glow, their favorite thing of this year. That was shot in my hometown, so shout out. I really like that movie as well. That's wild. That is absolutely wild.
Yeah, I got no words for that.
Yeah,
That's
just truly
pretty-
mind blowing. That that's the decision.
And just how out of touch are you guys? Got people online at all? Like, I'm confused. This is just very strange to me that these are the kinds of like decisions that folks would be making in this.
We this is a hot
Climate.
take.
Yeah.
We live in a weird world.
Yeah.
And you know what you could say? You could say the times they are changing. This stream is sponsored by a complete unknown.
Yeah, thanks James Mangold. Thank you Fox Searchlight for coming
yes.
out and showing support for Wisecrack Live and to donate to the Palestinian Children Relief Fund.
Really fun, yeah.
Yes, thank you,
yeah.
James
So if you want to
Mangold.
get tickets to the premiere of a complete unknown and sit in between Dakota Fanning, is it Elle or Dakota?
Elle Fanning.
Elle
actually,
Fanning,
yeah.
Elle Fanning and Timothy
Chalamet.
Chalamet. If you want to sit in between them, donate money to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And again, if you guys donate money to that, And again, you don't have to make a big show of it. You don't have to like show off how good you are.
Yeah.
But screenshot and email us at wisecracklive666, A, to let us know you did it, so we can tell the feds, and B, because we're going to pick some people today who do that, and we're going to give you free books and free coffee. So we want to thank you for being guilted into doing something good.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
That's what we're all about here. And just a reminder again, we got new merch. Have you seen the merch, Helen?
I haven't seen the merch. I'm like looking around, like, where's the merch?
Show
Oh,
me the
this is-
merch.
Oh,
Look at
rad, I
it.
love
Incredible.
Holiday hats.
Oh, wait,
666.
I love this.
Upside down candy canes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're upside down
Doesn't
candy
get better
canes.
than upside down
We
candy
chose to not
canes.
get
Depending
it
on
made.
who asks.
Yeah.
I dig it. I dig it. Who designed this? Want to give a shout out to
Eddie V.
Eddie V. Yeah, you mentioned this already. Nice. Love it.
So, get the advice. If I ever see anyone out wearing a Wisecrack 666 hat in person, I'll buy you a beer. That's
Whoa.
That's what you're
That's-
really
Nice.
paying
Bold
for.
claim. Yeah.
well, no one buys anything from us. So
Come on. That's not
Aw.
true.
we've
Let's
not sold
change
one of
that,
those
chat.
hats yet. You know?
Hey.
People are too busy giving money to charity.
That's true.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else, guys? I got a few more minutes. What else you want to talk about?
Did you guys read any books this year?
That's a good question.
It's a great question.
I feel like
Really,
I'm
I think
reading
that's the
constantly, but I
question of the
only
day.
read a few books this year. and now I
I've
can't remember them.
audiobooks pretty hard.
Okay.
So
okay.
I spend a solid amount of time in the car, and especially when I come here,
Yeah.
I'll be in the car for 3 hours that day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's true.
3 hours total, not one way.
Total. Yeah. It still
Sometimes one way.
sucks.
Yeah,
but-
I
I
know.
mean, it's like I have one life on this earth that could be taken away from me at any moment.
Yeah.
And it's just hours sitting in a car,
It's-
destroying the planet with other people while not being around those whom I love. But last book I listened to was Ta-Nehisi Coates' new book, The Message,
Oh, yes.
which so that book, got a lot of attention because of the chapter on Palestine and because one thing is, he did that interview that went viral with CBS News where some friggin' jamoke was like, I got to tell you, a lot of stuff in that book, you could find it in the backpack of a radical. So I was looking for the craziest stuff in that book. And it's just like, here's me learning about history
Yeah.
and here's experiences I had when I visited a place. It's
So-
not crazy at all. It's there's nothing extreme about it. It's just this is my experience being at a place where they do apartheid and me talking about what it's like to be at a place where they do that. And here's quotes from some history books, many of whom are written by scholars that teach at prominent universities who are just stuff is like that.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah.
So I would say that's kind of the shiny object of that book. But I actually found the most interesting theme of that book was the way in which stories are used to both tell us what the world is like and what the world could be like. So he actually talks about literature and cinema a bit in one part, and the way in which stories give almost create frames around our imaginations and what's possible, and how, and he uses the example in talking about cinema of Birth of a Nation, and how in instances like that we see how cinema can be used to be hey, the KKK is cool, and white supremacy is actually a fun thing to do with your friends, and he connects that with book banning, because the middle chapter of the book's about visiting South Carolina to a school where they banned one of his books because it made the white children feel bad about themselves.
Yeah, yeah.
Whoa.
Because they were great grandpa it was not good or whatever. But the thing I guess I hadn't thought about with book banning, which I'm against, in case you're wondering, is not only that it restricts access to information, but the way it can shape the imaginations and the ideas of political and personal potential amongst students. So if you don't let students read books about people like them
Yeah.
and people from underrepresented groups transcending existing conditions, that it kind of just teaches you this is what you are and this is who you are. And he talks about it for so many years.
Yeah,
At least
yeah.
black students, the narratives in which the books they were taught were books written by and for the white imagination.
Right.
I know it's a bit of a digression from your question.
No,
Helen,
I'm so glad you said that.
but-
I didn't read this book, and
but I
this
think
is
it's
great.
and the great thing is the audiobook is legit 5 hours.
That's
you
so
1.25 that bitch, you're done in
You're done
a couple
so
car rides.
fast.
But but it's interesting and kind of it's good that the book is getting so much attention and bringing awareness to the conversation around Palestine and Gaza. It's good that Ta-Nehisi Coates, Obama's favorite journalist, is like creating that complexity of all these people and a lot of like white people and powerful people who for 15 years have been like, he's the guy, he's our guy.
Yeah.
And then he says something they all don't like and they have to be like, so which one is it? Is he really smart and good, like you've said for a long time? Or now he's totally wrong because of that? That's all good, but there's so much more going on in what's a pretty like concise book. So yeah, that's something I read that I liked a lot.
I definitely want to check it out. Yeah. that
I'm
sounds
sold
great.
on that.
Yeah.
That sounds great. Also, I've come to realize like anytime there's that kind of like crazy, fiery, like, oh, this is radical type shit, that's usually gonna just be somebody like exploring history or learning about something. You know what I mean? Like this kind of like outrage is generally just like, oh no, it's probably measured and also factually.
Yeah.
accurate,
Well, I mean,
correct.
look at like throughout history, a lot of books, movies, albums we think of as important now. At the time, to reference again this show's sponsor, A Complete Unknown, when Dylan goes electric at the Newport Folk Festival or whatever it was, people lost their fucking minds. Like, and also too, I feel like this is one of those moments where certain people might be like, "Hey, white people, this is your culture." Like, you all had a riot because the folk singer
Honestly.
plugged in his guitar.
Jesus Christ.
But all I'm saying is like, it's very it's not
do that
often
pumpkin pie.
that like world changing art or media comes out and everyone's like, that was nice.
Yeah.
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 They're either like, holy shit, this was amazing, or they're really upset.
Or they're really upset. Exactly.
That's true. That's true.
To make it real wisecracky for a second, it's like, I'll get this wrong. I think it's book 7 of Plato's Republic, where the Socratic figure leaves the cave and sees the world for what it really is, and then goes back down into the cave where everyone's chained to the wall. And when he's like, my dogs. There's this whole other thing out there. They're like, we're going to fucking kill you. They're not like, we're excited to realize that the way we've thought about the world is wrong. And there's a whole other thing out there. They get quite mad.
Yeah. People don't like having their worldview challenged.
They
I mean, that's why
not.
like Andrew Tate encourages us to get out of the Matrix.
Oh boy.
Unplug.
Jesus.
The day that Helen texted me was like, have you heard of Andrew Tate? And I was like,
Did I?
no. And she was like, oh, I'm taking classes in the Hustlers Academy.
Yeah.
No, you never did that.
I was
Helen.
like, did I?
I would
I
drive
was
to
like,
your
where are we
house
going
and,
with
like,
this?
I would save you.
I'm like,
if
do you
that happened.
follow Cobra
Yeah, me
Tate?
too. God bless.
Oh my God. First hat got ordered.
Nice.
Woo,
Hey,
hats.
thank you for ordering a hat. Oh my God.
First person out there.
Now you
saying,
have to find.
Hey
Burns.
guys, real quick, can I posit something? Would it make this whole Zoom audio problem way easier if I just got one of the podcast microphones, plugged it into this computer, so that when we were on Zoom, I just had a nice mic connected to my computer, and then we could just skirt around all of this?
Wow.
Evan,
I'm really impressed. The amount of growth.
I wanted to impress Evan because Evan knew me at a point where I had to be like, Evan, what does a microphone do?
Yeah.
How does it take the sound out of your mouth and send it to all those people?
That's true. That's how he asked, and I was like, "Oh, you see, Michael." No, it was that was very impressive. I'm glad you came up with that solution.
Yeah, it's in the room there where I use it all the time. I'll go grab it in a second because here's what I'm gonna do. What? Well, not right now. Well, we're honest. Anytime I'm not in this chair, I will be on or near a toilet today. Or Wait, question 2.
On or near.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you for understanding. That's what I meant. Pooping
Yeah.
or peeing. That's. I feel like
All right.
90 seconds ago we were talking about like
Something really
art changing the world and referencing Plato, and now it's like
literal poop and pee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wisecrack, everybody.
Yeah. What all do we need before we get back? What all do we need to have set up for the next segment? Good. All right. Cool. So Oh, we're not next to you. But yeah. What's the last like piece of? It doesn't have to be this year. What's a piece of like media, art of any sort that you consumed, watched, listened to, that gave you one of those moments where you were kind of that like, not to be pretentious here, that like expanded the bounds of how you looked at the world, looked at other people.
Oh
yeah.
man.
A sort of, I say this quote so much, but the Roger Ebert said that movies are machines for the making of empathy. I often think of that as like empathy being this like circle, and the good movies make the circle bigger for us because it moves out and like encompasses more. So
I mean,
what's giving you that experience?
It sounds kind of like maybe cringe or even gouge to say this if I'm using that right, but like I feel like Sing Sing was like that. The movie
Yeah.
Sing Sing
I haven't
about
seen that.
the
It sounds
kind
so
of
cool.
It
you know
does sound
the
awesome.
incarcerated people going through a theatrical kind of program to learn how to like express their emotions through theater. That was really I think that I wish I had not seen a trailer for it because I went in being like, okay, I'm like maybe I have my guard up a little bit, being like, I don't want to have like an emotional like I think this is gonna wreck me, but I'm trying not to let it. And what the movie ended up being, I think, was so much more beautiful than what it was sold on. And I was like, I need to see that again. So I'm excited. It had the weirdest theatrical release, I think, ever. Like they were just like randomly putting it in theaters at a time. So I'm excited if it gets some Oscar buzz that hopefully it'll be back in theaters, or if not, I'll definitely find a version to rent because it's definitely highly recommend worth watching it. And I think that was probably that for me. Yeah.
Yeah, chat. Let us know if you saw that movie because I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah.
Helen, what expanded your empathy circle?
Mine was really recently watching for the very first time, for some reason, Angels in America. So National Theatre in the UK, they have a streaming service where you can like watch their incredible. It's like $12.99 a month, which is such a steal for like the amount of money and just effort it takes to put on like a play, I feel. But anyway, especially at that level. But I watched Angels, and I had expected it to be very dark, and the lightness of this, I mean, first of all, Andrew Garfield was incredible. Nathan Lane is incredible, and I
didn't
think
know Garfield was in that one.
oh my god,
Sorry, I'm a big Garf
he's
head,
so good. It changed my perspective on Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
First of all, talk about expanding your worldview. I mean, you could not ask for a better prior Walter rather. Anyway. But so I had been like, so I have a day job at UCLA Health where I've been like writing about stuff their doctors do. It's all internal. And we have a lot of HIV researchers there. And I think I hadn't really realized because I grew up in Tennessee, like I was born like after kind of like the AIDS crisis, that I didn't realize just how horrific and how much it changed like gay culture in America and all of these things. And I just thought this like Tony Kushner's story with these incredibly complex characters who he very clearly loves did such a beautiful job of illuminating this. And it just also made me just very grateful for anybody who like went through that experience and was able to, I don't know. It was an amazing piece of art and I highly recommend it.
I want to pile on that to say a piece of art that gave me a similar experience in terms of like the AIDS crisis, especially was I forget the name of it. I guess I could look it up. I have a computer in front of me, but it was the documentary about Nan Golden that came out last.
Shoot, I haven't seen that.
All the Beauty and the Bloodshed. Oh, I think it's on. Looks like it's maybe on Max or something. Okay. It is. Really interesting documentary about Nan Golden, a kind of like photographer that was in New York in like the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Was in the midst of the AIDS crisis because she was involved in like the queer and the art community, and then her thing now in life is trying to destroy the Sackler family, and because basically like in the movie you kind of see how these twin poles of like at one period of her life and creative circle it was sort of AIDS was ripping through the world, and then she looks at how opiates and fentanyl kind of have done something similar, and it shows a lot of like her political actions relative to saying F you to the Sackler family.
That sounds awesome. I have to watch that too.
So
nice.
Yeah. Let us know in the chat, guys. Please do let us know if there's movies that you have watched where you had or it doesn't have to be a movie. It could be like a book or a thing or whatever where you had a sort of experience like that. Yeah. I always hear it. Well, I want to not. So I guess everyone wins right now. I'm gonna take a break for a sec and use the bathroom again. Lux, do you want to come sit here and be the other Michael? And then just while Lux is coming over, guys, just a reminder, we got Wizworld Live coming up. Wizworld Live coming up at 12. Yellow Dot's coming up soon, although they asked me to call them because maybe there's something there. Once like 12 hits, guys, we have things are getting crazy. So
Alec and Henry both said they can pop on Zoom if we want them to.
okay, cool.
Get Alec on now.
There's
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way on
Time. All right.
Oh yeah, I'll get that thing going.
Okay, wow.
Whoa.
Hello, everyone. Hey, guys.
Hey, Lux.
Hey.
How's it going? I saw movies this year.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
what was your favorite thing that you saw this
Yeah.
year?
Well, I think I saw A Real Pain recently.
Oh yeah.
Great stuff.
Loved that.
Yeah.
Loved the shit out of that movie.
Yeah, very good.
Obviously, because my grandparents were all Holocaust survivors. So that was a real resonant
Mm-hmm.
piece of
Yeah.
work. But also, God, Kieran Culkin's so good in that movie.
He's just so good in general. I haven't
Yeah.
seen it, and I can't wait because
It's-
anything for him, man. Anything
It
for
fucking
Kieran
rocks. And
Culkin.
Eisenberg is so good. It kind of reminded me of me and my brother also.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was kind of a dork, and I'm kind of a psycho. So that was nice. That was a nice little thing. That was very good. There's nothing really this year that like lived up to the Pope's Exorcist. Unfortunately, there was nothing that. Like,
Oh
hit-
my God.
Nothing really
The
hit that
Pope's
bar.
I mean,
I was talking about this on a different stream that like it wasn't my favorite movie of last year, but it is the movie from last year that I like wish there were more movies like.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the thing we need in our culture is like $15 million genre movies where
Yeah,
everyone's
yeah,
like at
yeah.
11 the whole
Sure.
time.
I mean, yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
Right. What else is it? Nora was fucking sick.
oh
Nora's
yeah, I
great.
forgot.
Nora
Nora
was
was
great.
so good.
Nora
Yeah.
was Nora fucking banged. That was super good. Yeah, and then there's TV shows. Those are cool.
What
Are
TV
you-
shows? Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, no, no.
Whoever.
I put a list in the chat already. The soccer anime Blue Lock fucking
Okay.
rips.
Oh,
Don was very good.
Yeah, I've been getting that
Shogun,
recommended a lot. Yeah,
amazing.
Shogun.
Oh yeah, Shogun.
That was Shogun was so fucking good.
Are you watching Invincible Fight Girl?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah.
It's on the list.
Yeah,
It's
wait
on the queue.
for more episodes to come out because I'm having fun watching it week to week. But after it ends, I'm like, give me more.
That's where I'm at with Blue Lock right now because the dub, which I watched the first season dubbed. Sorry, haters.
Sorry, haters.
I watched the first season dubbed, and I just like got really attached to the voice actors.
Mhm.
And so the second season came out, and it was like the dub's 2 weeks behind. But the dub is just like fallen like 4 weeks behind. Like something has gone wrong in the
no.
production that I don't understand. And so I'm just like sitting like constantly refreshing Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
Like I just want my like depressed soccer boys with their like horrible mental illness to come back.
more.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
But yeah, what were you gonna ask that wasn't a TV thing?
Yeah.
You had a question. It was like
something.
boiling inside of you.
Yeah.
It was probably the Invincible Fight Girl thing. Was
That's
it?
fair. Maybe.
Maybe not.
Man,
know.
yeah. This is a crazy situation. This
Yeah,
show,
I'm
this
so
stream.
excited to follow along throughout the day. I mean, I've got to go and do a stream about Craven. So if you want to hear more thoughts about Craven the Hunter and why it sucks, now I don't want to take away traffic, but that video will be up tonight
Yeah, and
on my channel. But
I
yeah.
can't watch it until I see Craven because I am committed to seeing all of the accident, like the like,
Yeah, no, it's
the, like,
worth.
Sony
Yeah,
got the rug pulled out of them on making a spin-off
100%.
Marvel universe, but they
man.
still have to make the movies
Yes.
because of how contracts work. Movies.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you would enjoy that aspect of it. And I think, listen, I went at 9:40 last night. Actually, I didn't even get to talk about this. I was a double feature last night. I saw the Daft Punk Interstellar 555 movie,
Banger
but they upscaled it with AI.
on
Oh.
banger.
It looked so bad, like so
What?
bad,
The-
and or just like some of the motion is where you really got it because people have already been doing comparisons, and I need to like fully confirm that it was AI, but it looks like when you see it move, you're like, oh, that
Oh no.
that is something bad.
Yeah. I'll say it.
that's
I've said it before. I'll say it again. The only thing AI is good for is making the bad AIs. Like all this stuff that people are like, AI sucks. It's not good at doing anything. That's why it's good. Like that's what it's good when you're like, it's good that if you, Greg, who just got here, shouts out to producer assistant Greg. If the fact that you can put into an AI prompt generator and be like, generate me a full glass of wine, and it cannot do it because there
Yeah.
are no photographs of full glasses of wine. That's funny.
Yeah.
Or like when you see like a lady, like a post on Twitter that's like farm girl looking for husband, and it's like legs and then boobs for some reason, and then a torso on top,
yeah,
and then
Fair.
boobs again, and then a head and like 3 arms. That's good. Like that's
That's good. No, I can agree on that.
yeah,
That's the right use.
it's like that
of
Brian
AI.
Eno quote where he's like the things that everyone complains about with new technology becomes a defining and like meaningful trait.
Sure.
Where he's like the skips on a CD and the warmth of a record player or the
Yeah.
buzz on a record player or the sounds of a cassette
Yeah.
like become the defining trait of the technology. Like that's AI's defining trait is that it sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like that's the cool thing. And every time people try to make something good with it, awful.
Yeah.
A, it takes people's jobs away. B, it looks terrible. C, it destroys the environment.
Yeah.
It sucks. But like bad, shitty AI run out of like tiny render farms in someone's basement that like don't cost a lot of money and they're just dog water machines.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
Fucking that's fine. I'll take that.
can
But the
lean
other
into
shit
that for
sucks.
sure.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
If you want to make something good with AI, you're dumb. Is what I'm trying to say. I guess.
No,
Like,
agreed. It should just keep training itself on like leg tit monsters or whatever it's putting out, and it'll be fine.
yeah, the Habsburg AI. Like that's what I'm looking for is the interbred Habsburg. I want my AI to be Carlos the Bewitched. I want it to have
100%.
a brain the size of a walnut and a heart that for some reason is colored black.
Exactly.
Like
That's
that's what I want from AI is the sickest, weirdest a Holy Roman Emperor.
So if you're working on AI,
Sorry.
I
Sorry.
mean, or lean into this because it's what the people want.
Yeah,
Give them what they
tank
need.
your Silicon Valley startup right now by
Yeah.
making bad AI.
It's not like you can make it good. So
True.
you might as
Yeah.
well lean in,
Yeah.
do the right
Exactly.
thing.
Yeah.
Fucking man, Carlos the Bewitched. It's so funny that guy is real, and it's also funny that all of his advisors were like, "We don't have to assassinate this guy. He's gonna die soon.
He's gonna
and he just
die
like, and he just like didn't. And they were just like, we have this like physically precarious and mentally infirm man running the largest empire in the world, and like we're just waiting for him to die, and he won't. He's very sick all the time, but he won't die.
It's crazy. Actually.
It rules. History's
God.
tight. Everyone
History's
should.
so tight.
Everyone should think about learning a little bit more about history.
Actually, I want to give a shout out to a podcast that I've been listening to all year, and it's called "The Rest Is History." Are you guys
Oh,
familiar?
yeah.
I
Oh,
went
I've
to
never
the
heard of
live
it.
show, and it was fine. In case anybody, it was fine. But
And
the
it was
podcast,
endorsement.
rousing endorsement.
that was fine. The podcast rules. The podcast was pretty tight. That's not me, right?
No.
Okay.
That's Burns.
That's
the
Burns,
the
okay.
podcast is good.
The
Yeah,
po-
podcast
I
is
love
good.
it.
I've listened to a couple of episodes.
Yeah, I really like it. They did a series on is it 1968? I think leading up to the election, and it was excellent. 1968 was a fucking wild year. Speaking of history,
1968.
Yeah.
wasn't it the year that MLK got assassinated,
Oh,
and
yeah.
also one
the
of the
revolutions in France.
Yeah.
What else was happening in '68? There was, I think, Vietnam was happening.
Vietnam was happening.
A lot of
was an
stuff.
election.
Busy schedule.
Fucking crazy year.
Busy
Anyways,
schedule.
Let's do
History.
this really quick while we're
Yeah.
vamping before Burns comes back to introduce our next segment. What did you guys have favorite podcasts this year? Like big podcasts? I mean, you said the rest of this.
mean, that was mine.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to a lot of the Teachers Lounge from Big Grande.
Weren't you and Riley and I all listening at the
Yep.
same time when we
And
still
then
worked together?
They took it off. They stopped making it public, and now it's public again. So
So
now
we
I'm
are
going
so
through
fucking
the
back,
feed.
dude.
We are back.
That show's incredible.
Yeah, that's great. But yeah, I haven't listened to a lot of new podcasts except I guess from each of the Reply All guys. Like they both have done their own podcasts, Hyperfixed and Search Engine.
Okay.
So those have been fun, like that same type of flavor. Yeah, I really want Heavyweight to come back. Heavyweight's my
Yeah.
favorite podcast, and I love that.
Yeah, my
So,
my two big
fingers crossed.
ones have been. I've been listening to Mike Duncan's new Season of Revolutions, which is a fictional rendition of the revolution on Mars.
Ooh.
I love
where he
that.
kind of is taking all the lessons he's learned from all the different seasons of revolutions before that, and then making up a story of colonization and revolution on Mars.
Oh, okay.
That like uses all of the historical structures that he's like sussed out to tell that story.
That's really
That
cool.
sounds so
really
sick.
sweet.
Yeah,
it
that's
fucking
really
rocks, and
cool.
he's so good at it. I was like dubious because I went to his live show, and it was also fine.
Yeah. Live shows are hard.
But
I'm
podcast,
doing one right now.
Podcasts are fine.
but the Revolution show is great, and I was dubious because I was like, this guy is so good at like finding primary sources, like citing stuff, like
Yeah.
developing out like real things. How is he gonna like make up his own shit? And he's just crushing it. He's just nailing it. And the other one, not as intellectually stimulating, but so good, is Guys, a podcast about guys. Which
Yeah.
is a show where Brian Quimby, formerly of Street Fight Radio, and Chris James, of Not Even a Show, the prank call show that I once worked on years ago. He rocks, best guy in the world. Just catalog types of guys. So like Lego guys, or whiskey guys, or pizza guys, or porno guys, or Ren Fair guys. And every episode they just like read online posts from these guys and talk about their weird deal and how weird they all are. And it's awesome. It's so funny. It's so charming.
It's called Guys
I
Just
love
Being
it.
Guys.
It's called Guys. I think it's just called Guys with Brian Quimby or Guys, a podcast about guys.
Well,
I love this.
3 podcasts from all of you to
Yeah.
to
Wait, what
add.
was the first one, Lux?
The other one was Revolutions. with Mike
Revolutions,
Duncan. The
okay.
new season is about Mars.
Sick.
The old seasons about like Haiti and Rome and stuff are also really, really good. But the Mars one is like a really impressive creative achievement, I think. It's like something it's the kind of thing that I was like, he did it and I was like, damn, if I were smarter about like sort of consolidating my interests into a project, this is what I would like to have done. Like this is like this is so good. I wish I could have thought of this.
Ugh.
Just
I know that
dudes being
feeling.
guys?
No, it's just
No.
guys.
Just guys.
Wait, you
just
just
the
You
word
keep trying to think
guys.
just
Yeah, I
guys,
know,
like
okay.
just
The word
food
guys.
for dogs.
Got it. Okay.
The art is shouts out to the homie Rory Blank. Rory did the art, and it's just 4 sweaty men.
Oh,
Or
incredible.
the same sweaty man 4 times.
Got it. Okay.
Sweet.
Because every time Rory draws a guy, he's sweaty. That's sort of one of his things. Shouts out to Greg, who talks about sweating a lot.
Shout out to
Shout out.
sweating.
Shout out to sweating.
Shout out
Yeah,
to
can we
sweating.
get some sweat drops in the
Do
chat?
you-
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
Cool.
Okay.
A thing has changed.
Alright. Oh, not change. Ugh.
The thing that has changed, I need to let you guys know, Olympus has fallen. And yeah, it's not looking good. I'm just gonna move some of my stuff.
Hour 3 ends.
This is the hour 2 ending, right?
Hour 2.
Or is this hour 3?
It's noon. Yeah, I was here for 2 hours.
Well, so let's do this. Evan,
yes.
you are at the break room. Anything coming out soon you're excited about?
Yes, we, myself, Brandon Barrick, and Gina Ippolito we've taped 2 episodes where we did a 2025 hype list. That stuff's going to come out over the holidays while we're taking a break.
Give us a hint. What's the thing you're hyped about?
I'm very excited for Now You See Me 3.
Why isn't it called Now You 3 Me?
Who knows?
I thought Evan was going to be like, I'm excited for that weird guy who's going to run the FBI.
Oh no, I'm not excited for that.
No. Shocking.
Yes, and then there was this movie with Anne Hathaway and Ewan McGregor, and maybe would involve dinosaurs. No one really knows. That got pushed a year, but we talk about it because we filmed it too early.
Wow.
So yes, that's what I'm excited
so
about.
we'll follow you there. Can they
Yeah.
find you on social media if they just want to follow you?
Yeah,
you post
sure.
nice pictures.
Thanks. Yeah,
Evan's a good photographer.
I've kind of stopped posting. My eyes, they're not what they used to be. But yeah, I'm trying to get back into posting photography. I'm posting a lot with this little camera, this little digital camera, the little video clips. That it's been very fun. So yeah, you can follow me at studio__ye. Yes.
That sounds great. Helen.
Hey.
I mean, and guys, no one has to leave right now. You can hang out if you want. We have snacks and stuff like that.
Yeah, where are the snacks?
In the kitchen.
Oh,
There.
yeah,
so in
there's
the.
the kitchen.
I'll give you a tour.
Yeah. It's
Helen-
actually a nice
I've never been
studio,
here
so I'm
before.
that bad.
Helen, anything? Was that true? Yeah, I got really confused. Helen, that was a joke when I said I give you a tour.
Okay.
God, there's this moment in the Adam Friedland and Destiny video where Adam Friedland asks Destiny a question and he pauses for a while and Adam Friedland's like, "What are you doing?" And Destiny's like, "I was trying to think of a joke." And it's just like, you're not
Yeah.
a funny person if you have to pause and be like,
Yeah. You just go nonverbal.
because then you let everyone know that your internal brain is make joke here. It's like, okay,
Be funny.
Helen, what do you want to say as your last words?
All right. What do I have to say?
It's not like you're dying.
I mean, we don't know. Walk out here. This could be really weird in about 30 minutes. So I want to give a shout out to the YouTube channel I've been writing for, Some More News, which some of the folks in the chat
they
may
need
be
help.
familiar
They need
with.
help getting.
They need help.
Okay.
Jesus Christ! No,
Whatever.
we watched Some More News on stream this week.
Did you?
Yeah,
Oh, I
the
missed that
video on
stream.
Jesus, Christianity and stuff.
Oh yeah, that one was
it was
excellent.
very in my Q zone, so we watched it and talked about it.
It's good stuff. I didn't write that one, but I did write one recently on Elon Musk and all of the crazy weird shit that's
was a
happening
very
in
good video.
space. Highly recommend that if you're like, what the fuck is going on in space and why should I care? Good stuff. I don't know about caring. No, you should care about it, actually. It's crazy. And then I have a couple more coming out soon.
Hell yeah.
But I'm always like, I don't want to like say what they are in case they're like, don't come out. Because you don't think
That's smart.
You guys know.
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
Just give
But anyway.
one word that can tease it.
That's just like me trying to come up with something funny.
Yeah.
Like,
Are there
and,
any
you
other,
guys
like-
could see the wheels turning.
Yeah.
It's like it's hard. Okay, come on, it's hard.
Any other direct YouTube competitors you guys want to shout out?
Yeah, new rock stars, the break room.
What's a YouTube channel you don't work for that you like? For each of you.
Ooh. Trying to think of like what I've been watching the most recently.
I don't know if that's how. I didn't think I was going to stump you guys with that one.
I think that there's a lot of channels that like now just get like pushed to me that I like end up watching, and they're the same type of creator, but like talking about different things. But then I don't like go to see what other stuff they've been doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I always like The Take, but that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
As far as new stuff, I feel like it's the algorithm. I keep getting pushed stuff,
Yeah.
but I'm
Yeah.
like not actually sure who's doing it, so I can't.
I don't know, Mr. YouTube. Maybe your whole algorithm thing isn't working so good. Well, guys, round of applause for Helen, Floersh, Evan Yee.
Applause. Wow. Thank you.
A couple, housekeeping things before we go back to the next second. Single on me. Single on Burns. Tight on Burns. Tight on Burns. So guys, just a reminder, this is Wisecrack Live's marathon mega stream. We're 3 hours in and it feels like we're 10 hours in. We're doing this all day. We're doing it both because of a sort of unconscious desire to create constantly and serve algorithms, because of an inability to articulate the motivations and expressions of narcissism, and also to raise money for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. So we've been doing that all day. There's a link in the description. We're putting the link in the chat. If you donate, and we don't have the little thing that'll tell you how much, but I'll shout out some numbers later. If you do want to screenshot your donation of any amount, we're not, do whatever works for you. Times are hard, and they are changing. But send that to wisecracklive666@gmail.com. We're going to be giving away some books from our friends at Verso, coffee from our friends at Yes Please, so check that out. And then just to be a cold, hard shill for material possessions that you do not need, we have a special line of Wisecrack Live holiday merch designed by our buddy Eddie. It's our 666 candy canes. Will we hit 666 today? Who knows? But you can check those out as well. But next up, wow. Oh yeah, get the fuck out of here. You thought you were just supposed to stay there the whole time? Jesus Christ. I can tell you off mic. Guys, you've seen them on Twitch. You've seen them. Don't you guys do like Ren fairs now too? You've seen them at Ren fairs, not the Ren fair in Texas. I don't think that they did the HBO show about yet. But let's bring out Wizworld Live. Do you guys need me, or can I go for a bit? I'll let you get started.
Greetings, mortals. Yes. Cut to wizard.
Good.
We are Wizworld Live. Michael Burns is not here momentarily.
That's right.
But we're still raising money all day for Palestine Children's Relief. It is impressive that the org is still around, and also depressing that it is still necessary. But your donation can help. I am Amoides Franco, an immortal wizard over 6,000 years old. I excel at two things: talk showery and wizardry. Two ways of crafting a structured response to an unstructured world. Is that wisecrack enough of an explanation of magic? I hope so. And with me, right on the couch, an evil necromancer, an inveterate cannibal, and my very best friend, Soren Summersbane. How are you, Summersbane?
Evil is on the rise around the world, and you know what?
Certainly is.
That means I'm doing great, quite
He's doing
frankly. Really sad to hear about the number one death dealer being killed recently.
Oh, I know.
it-
Tragic day for evil.
Yes. 07's in the chat. The real ones passed out there.
But don't worry, apparently Kathy Hochul is on it.
Yes.
She has formed a council of nobles and assures them that the town guard are at their exclusive beck and call,
Yes.
as is historically normal.
Mm-hmm. There's been several.
Wizards, thank you. Yes, indeed, Wizards. Gundam Wing. Well, Gundam Wing was based on our giant.
Yes.
It's actually one of his bodies from an alternate reality
Yes.
that we hollowed out and formed it a kind of a living mech.
Yeah. We've sold most of my life rights to
Thank you for the
animes and
07s.
most major studios. So, at the end of the day, that's what keeps us going.
That's what. Yes, selling his life rights keeps
That's
us
right.
going.
And multiple lives. I go to different universes.
If you have any questions about what it's like to be a wizard, let us know.
Yes, right.
Later, or maybe even now, who knows? We have tarot that we can read if you donate to the PCRF. And also, this is an idea I had this morning. The Sortes Guy Gaxius, where if you don't want tarot, I will open to a random page in the monstrous manual, and that will give us the answer to your query. So go ahead and let us know. But yeah, we're on Twitch every Friday. If you go to watch.wizworldlive.com, it goes right there. Follow us on Twitch. We're also on Threads, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky. We hate all of it,
No.
but we're on there.
Yeah, we're all there out of spite.
Out of spite.
Yeah.
Regular fans who are in the chat will know spite is one of the most powerful forces with it that we can identify.
It's truly an incredible magic. You've never quite had a dinner like one made of spite.
It's true. And look, if you're feeling hopeless, turn to spite.
Oh,
Spite can get you through anything.
anything. Yeah, you're sad now, but spite will get you up in the morning.
Spite is power.
And spite will make sure you always misspell your CEO's name in all of the correspondence. And even though you keep saying that it's right, you change it at the last minute. So he looks like an idiot.
Ooh. There are so many ways to make CEOs look foolish.
Oh, you don't need to do too much. In fact, sometimes you just need to let them walk. They're like toddlers.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just take the duct tape right off the edge of those tables and let them start running.
That's right.
But that would require consequences for their
That would
actions.
require- okay, I'm having difficulty reading the chat at this distance. Let me see what is being said here. Follow thee into the skies of blue. Thank you, Radio Free Multiverse. How can we use necromancy for good? Alex Wixom,
Great.
wonderful question.
Necromancy for good.
Should I just sit over here? I'll sit
Ooh,
over
we'll
here.
do the wide. There we go. Then if that's the case, I'll take a power pose real quick.
Power posing.
So, as the resident necromancer, there's many ways to use necromancy for good. One, as a replacement for slavery. When you needed somebody free labor, they're dead. They don't care. You can also use parts of people to then replace organs with other people. So, Frankenstein's monster, good first draft. But, you got to keep it up. First off, get a shotgun. That's number one rule of necromancy. Anything that you make with necromancy, get a shotgun. Number two, you just got to make sure that what you're doing is actually altruistic and what people want. A lot of people in their towers, they all think that they know the answer. They are going to solve it. This will create life everlasting. Fun fact, some people don't want to live forever. In fact, I've known a few.
Well, there's a song about wondering who on earth wants it at all.
Exactly.
Especially when love must die.
Exactly. When you're on your fifth marriage, and you can talk to a few people in the trailer park about this one. When you're on your fifth marriage, you just don't know what's the point anymore.
Well, you just love love.
Exactly.
But you hate thinking ahead. That's
That's
how
the
you
big-
get into
that's
the
the
fifth
big-
marriage territory.
Yeah.
We got a few
Great
questions from the chat.
We do.
Yeah.
Yes,
Let's hit me up.
We've got some. Ann Porkins asks, "It's 2024. What about necrowomancy?"
Ooh.
That's an excellent question. I will spare you an etymological answer and tell you that necromancy is not a gendered practice.
No.
In fact, this is not Summers Bane's first body at
No.
all.
In fact, what you're seeing here is a glamour cast upon a series of pieces of flesh.
Right.
I've made myself somewhat conventionally attractive, but not so attractive as to be, distracting. I did that once with Queen Victoria. Very handsy, very small woman.
And I picked this around 47 BC and just stuck with it out of stubbornness. Less conventionally attractive, but
That
it's me.
spite keeps it going.
But Summers Bane's body is comprised of flesh of any being, and anyone can be a necromancer. There's in fact there was an actual manual for this, the Munich Manual of Necromancy, translated in part into a great book by Richard Kiekeffer. Highly recommend it. It has actual necromantic experiments in there in translation. Really, really wonderful. Anyone should try.
And our next question, we got a Sirius Bichon asks, what undead evil wizard talked the most shit?
Ooh.
Oh, I mean,
Okay, all right. They don't want to hear about me. They want to hear about, come on, say it. You can say it. Sponsor of the show.
Kangax.
Yeah.
Kangax the Lich.
Kangax the
Of
Lich.
course. Demi-Lich now.
Ooh.
He
Sorry.
had some work done.
Yeah.
Those
we
are
could
not natural
tell.
jewels in his skull.
We could
not at
tell.
all.
Ugh.
Hate to tell tales out of Undead School, but so it's Kangax. Second place, Mitt Romney.
Ann Porkins is another question.
Okay,
Don't you hate it when you show up to a crusade and you realize it could have been an e-scroll?
Yeah, well, funny story. That's kind of how the first crusade started.
Yeah.
The Roman East sent a letter to the Pope saying, "Hello, we could use just a little bit of help on our far eastern border." And the Pope said, "Hang on,
Heard.
I've got an idea.
Exactly.
What if I rouse enough interreligious hatred to cascade all of Western Europe into a total societal change?" Which is not at all what the emperor wanted.
It's the worst when you send a letter and then they send children.
Oh,
The
I
Children's
hate
Crusade.
getting children in the mail by mistake.
Yes, the Children's Crusade famously not great.
Oh no.
Our
Big
next,
mess.
we got some more. They're
let's do it,
flying
let's
in.
do
They're
it.
coming in
Go
hot.
ahead,
we
go
love it,
ahead,
we love
everyone,
it.
please.
What is your go-to drink when pondering your orbs?
Ooh.
Well, Someone's Band actually just started a fresh batch of mead.
Yes.
That's a good one. I am partial to ale myself. And I'm not being cutesy. I mean ale. I don't like lager very much at all. I find it kind of thin.
For me, I like the more thick stuff. Personally, if you can, I like a dark rum. I picked it up in my sailing days. Got a taste for it.
But not Kraken. That's all
No.
marketing. It's pretty garbage.
no, it's garbage.
It's a cool bottle, though.
Great bottle.
MK Ultra asks, if I just feed and water myself, is that necromancy?
First of all, love the name. MK Ultra. Responsible for all of the most medium ills.
Some great
Is that
tricks.
necromancy? No, you're staving off necromancy.
Yeah. If anything, you're feeding your life force, which is the opposite of necromancy. Necromancy plays with the boundaries between life and death. Some people think it has to extend life unnaturally. What you're really doing is attaching your soul to an inanimate object, therefore extending your anima beyond the existence of your very soul, of your body. that is.
Dave G says, new here. What the F is going on? Argyle, thank you for explaining. This is indeed, I am Ammonius Franco, an immortal wizard over 6,000 years old. The host of WizWorldLive, Earth's most magical talk show, happening Fridays on Twitch and at a Ren Fair near you. And with me, over on his couch seat, also immortal, but from a necromantic point of view, Soren Summersbane. And his name is literal. He is Summer's foe.
Yes.
So in winter, he is peaking, actually, right now.
I'm peaking right now, guys. And of course, my whole thing is I'm also trying to do necromancy for good, but for bad reasons. I'm trying to stop global warming.
Right.
Because
He
the hotter
hates
it is, the
summer.
more you guys all rot. So
It's a refrigeration issue.
Yes. It's
Playdonius,
so
hello. Could a necromancer make some sort of oat-based alcohol?
Yes, you can.
Oats to you, Clay, of course.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, but
absolutely.
yeah,
Super easy.
Oats are a fine grain.
Yeah.
For beers.
It's great for a mash
Has anyone
tun.
donated to the PCRF in search of a tarot reading or a Sortes Gygax?
If you've donated, just say it in the chat because,
Yes,
again, as we've
that's
established,
fine.
I don't have access to the email to check that.
Right.
So if someone has made a donation, message the chat and we'll do some tarot stuff. While that's happening, Tyler Sturkula asks, all my friends think Kobold coin is a scam, but I'm pretty sure it's legit. Thoughts?
No.
Kobold. Okay, we must suss out how do we mean scam, because if what you wish to do is give your money to kobolds without being mugged by kobolds, kobold coin is good.
Yes.
They don't have to stab you or poke you or break into your house. You just give it directly to the kobolds.
Now, I will also say this. Much like all other Bitcoin or coin-based derivatives, there is, in fact, a horrible, avaricious dragon that they are taking it and giving all the money to.
Well,
so you
sure.
will get nothing
Right.
at the end, except for perhaps not being fleeced directly
Right.
by the kobolds.
Okay,
So
we've gotten 2 donations from Tyler Sturkula and Rob. So I'm going to ask you to do that. But before that, we have a very good question from Alex Wixom, which is, what do wizards think of philosophy?
Okay, so I'm over 6,000 years old. Someone asked in chat, just to give a little more background, I was born at the confluence of 3 stars. I drifted for what you may perceive as a couple millennia as sort of a formless energy being, and I incarnated on Earth in the late BCs. So I got to see philosophy when it was pretty new, and I got to say, you've not done enough with it.
yeah.
What is that about? Why you should be so far ahead of Socrates, or as his real name is, Socrates. You should be so far ahead of Socrates. But what you're still looking back to it, it's a little bit nuts.
Yeah.
I thought Marcus Aurelius had some good stuff because he boiled philosophy down to a to-do list for the day.
Yeah.
That is actionable, achievable philosophy. How do I feel today? I'm not going to be mad at every a-hole I meet. Perfect. I do think, genuinely, I'm not kissing up here, I do like what is done as far as philosophy on this channel. I think boiling it down to actionable, thoughtful things is good. But I think that mortals need to take philosophy back from the philosophers. It's not just theirs. You
Yeah.
can think too.
Yeah.
And you don't have to listen to Wittgenstein, no matter how interesting his name is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. Someone's made?
Someone asked for a donation plug. We are collecting donations for the Palestinian Children's Relief
Yes.
Fund. The link is in the chat as of right now.
There are not many more important causes at the moment than those children.
So we've got Rob and Tyler
Okay.
Very true.
Specularman or whatever.
Okay.
Tyler Sturkula. So Tyler was first, then Rob. If you guys want to read some tarot.
Okay, so Tyler and Rob, let us know what is your query in the chat.
Yeah, ask a question in the chat.
And we will
then
do the
get
reading.
those read.
Greg over here has got the action cam.
Yeah, we have the action cam
Exciting.
mobilized, ready to go. I think I know which button it is.
Okay, let's see. Anne is on fire today. Anne is wonderful today. Over my 6,000 years, which civilizations wore the best hats? Anne, that is an incredible question. I'm partial to this hat, something that a doctor would have worn in the high Middle Ages, so-called. I won't get into periodization right now, unless you all want me to. But I think hats used to be better, I would say, before cities. Because you were just kind of doing your own thing.
Hard disagree.
Hard disagree? No, because I think hats were more of an expression of individual creativity.
What-
Once you get to more mass-produced hats, it gets a little bit dull.
See, that's where I think the beauty of a good French Revolution hat
Okay.
really kind of brings everything together. Because you get people who have hats on. They don't want to have pants. It's all fun. Textiles are an industry that people are normally in, but I would say agree with modern city hats, boring.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
a bit dull. A snapback
But
cap,
now-
congratulations.
Yeah, but now I will say this.
Unless it's one designed
Exactly.
designed
From
for
Wisecrack.
Wisecrack.
Yeah.
A delicious 666 hat.
Mhm.
Now that's got good symbolism on it. I just want to say hello to Frank and Jackie. Their thought on philosophy: we trust Freud. If it's not one thing, it's your mother. Freud did have some good points in
Ooh.
between all the cocaine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So did we get a query from Tyler and Rob? Oh, yes. I see. Tyler, how can I uncover ancient secrets? Also, so honored. Well, Tyler, we are honored that you gave to the PCRF. How can I uncover ancient secrets? Someone's saying, why don't you pull a tarot card and I will give a shot at the Sortes Gygaxius. This is for Tyler. Thank you, Greg, for your camera work.
The Knight of Swords, a flaming knight, upon a field of fire. This Knight of Swords will guide you. Be swift in your strikes. Be decisive in your choices. Only while you riding a sweet, take up horse husbandry.
There you go.
That's the answer.
A horse shall lead you. Someone just asked, did the Wizworld section just start or is it ending? We just started around noon, and we'll go as long as is tolerable. I will now.
It's in the middle.
We're in the middle.
Did you guys have the middle back in the day? I'm gonna come sit.
The middle, yeah. Do we have, as opposed to the right and the left, or?
Well, things were smaller.
Yes.
See what you guys are doing. Essentially.
I'm going to try the Sortes Gygax. So now, how can I uncover ancient secrets from Tyler? Thank you again for donating to the PCRF, today's cause. I'm going to now turn to, I'm going to let fate turn the monstrous manual to a page, and therein we shall find Tyler's answer. Here we go. Okay, Tyler, this is excellent. Greg, I don't know if we can get this here. We got Lich. Okay, Lich. Now, Liches are essentially very extremely wealthy people who said, "I love wealth so much, I don't want to leave it ever."
Yes.
They often have layers, multiple layers, full of all kinds of treasure. So all you have to do is find the oldest, richest person you can. And I cannot complete that sentence on the air.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. I'm gonna to translate for modern ears. I think they're saying to do a crime to a rich person.
I would never advocate that
No.
and endanger the channel. But look, all I'm saying is fate says treasure, lich. You can do the math at home. That's all. That's just what I'm seeing here in the monstrous manual. Thank you to Tyler.
We did not say it. The monstrous manual
Right.
did.
We've all only said partial sentences, none of which are actionable.
No, free speech is a thing.
On YouTube, it's fine. Over on Twitch, that would get you banned. Twitch is a coward's platform. I cannot stand Dan Clancy. He can go right to hell. The problem is, it's just about as evil as every other one.
Yeah.
Or it stinks.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yes, please.
What do you think that like governments, or I guess kingdoms, lordships, things of that nature, have a responsibility to provide health care for people? Or do you think that health is up to the individual? You know, how do you think of bodily health via your particular social and mythological framework?
I like that. Why don't you start?
Traditionally, healthcare was really actually just a logistical challenge for the most part. However, it was a part of a larger community when people would get together to take care of one another. In fact, some of the first versions of inoculation were done as a party of women would come together, and they would insert the dead skin of someone who had smallpox under the skin of their children, and they would collectively take care of them as they sweated out the smallpox. But it actually made it so that you could not get hired in a large portion of Europe unless you had had smallpox. 'Cause once you had it once, you were done. And you could show it with your inoculation mark.
Whoa.
So it was always a community affair.
That's amazing.
And I believe that the state ought to be abolished. I think going beyond relatively small communities was a mistake. Like I think that the state of Jefferson, if there were a leftist version of it, would be an appropriate size. But I think that any community has a responsibility to itself to be healthy. And when you don't have a distant lord or some lich sitting on all the gold they can find, I think it's a lot easier for everyone to understand that you must take care of one another.
Yes.
And we say this often on the show, but mortals, all you have is each other, but that's all you've ever had.
Yeah.
So nothing that drastic is changing in the coming evil period.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So we know our friend Sean just followed WizWorld on Twitch.
Thank you, Sean.
Our friend Rob asked,
Rob, yes.
I started a new job on Monday. How will it go?
Okay, and Rob donated to the PCRF, so Summer's Bane will pull a tarot card, and I will try the Sortex Gygaxios.
The cards here for Rob. And on the top we have the Queen of Pentacles. We are getting a lot of major arcana here tonight.
Okay.
Now this is in reverse.
Huge.
So the Queen of Pentacles, of course, is the Queen of Pentacles, meaning wealth. So the Queen of Wealth in reverse means, guess what? You probably could have held out for a little bit more money in the
Right.
negotiation stages. But you know what? At the end of the day, you're still going to make that moolah.
And another way to read it will be that wealth will not be the core reward of this new position. Perhaps some other opportunity, a chance to do good, or a chance to destroy a lich
Yeah.
Wow.
could come.
I think I know the job he's doing, and I think that sounds accurate. To
Really?
it.
Magic
Yeah.
is real.
Magic is
Magic
real.
is real.
Does it change anything if hypothetically Rob were Australian?
Well, then that would uninvert the card, and instead it would be
Yeah.
no longer in reverse.
It was in the Australian direction.
It was in the
fact.
Australian
Okay.
direction, exactly.
That is good to know. I will now go to a random page in the monstrous manual and try to divine an answer for Rob from there. His new job there in Australia.
I think it's in America, but he is Australian. Sorry, I didn't mean to fact check.
His
I'm so sorry.
transoceanic job.
Fuck, they're gonna kill me.
Okay, this is going to require some interpretation because on the one side, please show it to Greg. On the one side, a kenku, a bird man. On the other side, a jackal were, which is a jackal man who turns into a man. Not to be confused with a werewolf. This is more like a wolf were, who is a wolf man who turns into a man. Or sometimes into a wolf, depending on how you play. But now, so look, what you have here are two conflicting states. How can a bird man and a jackal man coexist? There are going to be contradictions in your job, but under any capitalist endeavor, are there not untenable contradictions? Did we not learn this? What you have ahead of you is a dialectic opportunity. And I suggest that you take it as Anglesly as you can. Thank you. And that is our patented reading music, which we know is stream safe because we use it on our show. Thank you to Rob, and thank you to all who've donated so far to the PCRF today. And thank you again for having us here. We're
Are
enjoying
you
it.
open to questions?
Yes, of
absolutely.
course.
This is from our friend, and this is someone who's very slop adjacent.
Wilbur,
Ann
is that you?
Porkins. Ann Porkins
And
says,
it's been wonderful all afternoon.
"Why are tavern wenches so nice to me, but they reject my advances? Clearly, I'm charming, and it's their problem, right? Should I?"
Oh.
Should
And
I flash my pouch of gold coins more? Maybe drop my Magnum condoms?
Your big sheepskins on the ground? Yeah.
I got my wad of guilders, my Magnum lambskin, and I'm ready to
Work
be
the
Piers
field.
the plowman. Now, I assume this is not what Anne wanted the tarot reading on, but it could be. And let us know. But this is, look,
Yeah.
teens have been wondering this since the
Yeah.
invention of the tavern. And to be fair, if we look back to and other such sites, there was often a crossover between the tavern work and what Western scholars call sacred prostitution. That's, I think, a quite a loaded term.
Yeah.
I think it's not quite fair. I think that is projecting a 19th century Protestant morality back onto where it does not belong. But it was not crazy to go into the tavern and be like, hey, you want to worship Inanna? And they'd be like, of course I do. Maybe you get your head cut off at the end, but that's part of the price of doing business. But, if she is rejecting your advances, let them be rejected. I will say, if you go to a Ren fair, they will often force you to tip them in their cleavage. Now, it's uncomfortable.
Yes.
But it's what they want. I have been put in this position more than once where I'm like, listen, we are both working. She's like, come on. I'm like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, I would just say if the money and the Magnum condoms aren't working, work on yourself. Probably the first thing you should do. I don't think any amount of coin will make you more attractive.
Start with the mortal in the mirror.
Yeah. I think he's asking you to change your ways.
Your ways, yeah.
Wow. I hope. I feel like Ann Porkins will be open to change. Change is
hope so.
hard. Do you have any other tales from the Ren Fair?
Ooh, yes, yeah, we
That's
do.
a good question. I was once threatened by a Viking during a
yes.
show.
Ah, yes. Oh, also, if you do go to a Ren Fair, finish your story
Yeah.
first, then I'll give them a nice little hint about
this
Vikings.
was at the Coronaburg Ren Fair. We were at the hottest, worst stage. As far away from the gate as possible. No one was quite sure it was there, but it was at one of the taverns. And during one of our shows, which features often myself, Summer's Bane, but also our friend Cynthia Weatherwax, who is also frequently on our stream. We also often have fairy music from Cutie Berry, the Tiernan Oak fairy. She's huge in Otherworld. Massive. But these drunk Vikings came in during our show. And I was in the middle of I think I was during our newsy monologue portion, because we are committed to it being a talk show in every way possible. This Viking raised his axe, a very real axe that I could tell was sharp. It was visibly sharp. He started to stride toward the stage. In protest, I'm not sure, but I just stared him down and kept talking. And I was so unafraid that he lowered his axe and backed down. And I don't know how many people can say in the modern age that they defeated a Viking, but I do take that as a point of pride that I was not chopped that day.
Yes,
That's incredible.
They seek fear.
Yes, there's
Don't
not
give
a lot of security at certain Ren fairs.
It's like dealing with a lion, you know? If you turn and run, it triggers the attack
Yes.
instinct. Don't do that.
Right, don't do that.
Are Vikings at every Ren Fair?
They
Nowadays, yes. And
this is the more important thing.
a hot tip, see if their tattoos are uncovered. And if not, try to get a peek, because...
Oh, I feel like I know what you're saying.
Yes.
I feel like they're saying some of the Vikings at the Ren Fair are Nazis.
Yes, quite a
Yes.
lot of Nazis.
Nazis, yes. But you can
Damn.
always tell by their tattoos.
Yeah, they don't hide it very well.
Or intentionally, they don't. They don't hide it at all.
We were doing one show up at the... Now, we love the Shasta Renaissance Fair. Love it, absolutely.
Yes.
It is
But-
a bit deep in a redder portion of California. And so all kinds of folks come, and we're happy to entertain, but we never back down from any kind of political challenge. Our shows are openly leftist because
Yes.
neither of us believes in what politically is happening around Mortal right now. But there was this fellow in a shirt, and I saw on the shoulder, it had the two crossed rifles of one of the various neo-Nazi prepper clothing brands. But on the front of the shirt, it just said the words, "pissing outside." And I was so distracted that I stopped and said, "Sir, you there in the shirt that says pissing outside, what's up with that?" And he said, "I don't know."
Did you ask him where I can get that shirt?
Well, I knew where. It was from the neo-Nazi company on the side.
I don't want it anymore.
Yeah. But
You can make it yourself.
I then asked, well, I can see the brand. I said, in my normal wizard voice, what does pissing outside have to do with conservatism? And he thought for a moment and said, "It's outdoorsy."
I really like that. I'm going to be honest. I don't like that guy.
No, but it was a good answer.
But I like that answer, and that would endear me to that person, even if I was just like, oh, no.
It was hard not to be charmed by the neo-Nazi.
Yeah.
In this one case, one time. Do you have any? You were going to say some Ren Fair story before I launched into that.
Oh, I was going to talk about the German camps that the camps of the Germans tend to go pretty hard.
Older Germans. This is before there even was a Germany, so don't worry.
Yeah.
They're fine.
This is, yes, the place that now nation state calls Germany. I will say after hours, they like to get naked. And they do like to go completely in the buff. So if you are planning on hanging out by the German tents, just ask them ahead of time. Are you going to have some dessert? That's all they're going to ask. There will be chocolate. That's all I have to say. There will be chocolate, and it will be good.
Is there lots of hooking up at Ren Fairs?
There used to be.
What we have come to understand is that the sexual part of Ren Fairs, in California at least, has kind of fallen off. He just referenced dessert. That is the real name of an after-hours sex party. But we went, and it was clothing optional, and most folks chose the yes option on clothing. There was no sex. There was actual chocolate and dessert.
Yes.
But we have had, I'll never forget, there was this one pirate after hours who had an actual bottle of rum, and he spoke to us wistfully about a place he called Xanadu. Apparently, there used to be an opaque dome at one of the Ren Fairs in the Bay Area where you could go in and, quote, do whatever. And I've never seen a person look so nostalgic.
For
a
what would have been the
bygone era.
smelliest dome
Oh,
ever
couldn't have been
constructed,
good.
I assume.
It's absolutely.
Ugh.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds real. What's your favorite Ren Fair you've ever been to? Who runs the best one?
It's kind of a. So let me preface this by saying we mostly are doing this in California. So I would probably say there's two big ones that I think I love the most. Mostly it's the smaller ones are the more fun.
Yes.
The bigger they are, the more corporate they are, the more
Yes.
they get to like the Texas Renaissance Fair where there's actually a dude who's become a king, which is not what you want.
No.
And when you go back to the medieval times, you don't want the king. You want all the other fun stuff.
Right.
You don't want the king aspect.
Oh, and by the way, do not go to medieval times.
No.
They are union-breaking scab operation.
Oh
Yes.
no.
Yes.
I went there for my 21st birthday, but it was a long time ago.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no.
no.
I'm not blaming you. The
I didn't do it.
There is a medieval times union. I had a chance to talk to Erin Zapchik,
Oh wow.
who was one of the queens. I interviewed her for our podcast, which comes out seasonally.
Seasonally, yes.
And over the last couple of years, the medieval times have been trying to squash the union. They were flying in scabs from Canada, which is a lot more expensive than just paying the actors a little bit more.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no. So there's two ones that I think embody the kind of smaller, more community-driven Renaissance fairs, and that's the one up in Idlewild and the one up in Shasta. Shasta.
Those are the best.
Yeah, are the two best ones you get to go to because it feels like you're actually interacting with people who, don't get me wrong, you get your hardcore like Rennie performers.
Sure.
But at the same time, it seems like it's for, by, and mostly like an enjoyable experience for the community as well.
That's fun. Someone in the chat shouted out, I think it was Jasper, that they go to the one in Minnesota they like a lot.
We would love to be able to travel to more of them. We just need the juice to convince them to pay us to get us out there.
And then someone, Argyle, wanted me to ask you about Mark Cuban.
Very well.
They said they can't get their bank app to
I'm still
work.
looking for a journalist to cover this, but I'm not kidding. Mark Cuban recently DM'd me over 30 DMs.
What?
On Blue Sky.
What?
Yeah.
So
get on Blue Sky.
I have a mortal friend who in a year of desperation had to take a job at one of Mark Cuban's companies. It's called Dave. It is a payday loan app, which is currently in trouble with the FTC for all of the things that my mortal friend said were bad when he was working there. And so I, just for fun, because one of the nice things about social media is harassing the rich. All the
Everyone can
liches
do
are
it.
on there, and they hate negative attention. So I would, I have my Instagoblins post at Mark Cuban every so often, and he recently joined Blue Sky, and so I had them post at Mark Cuban asking about his payday loan company. And I got what I thought was a reply. Then I opened the direct messages, and it was from Mark Cuban.
What?
Saying, actually, I only have a 5% stake.
Okay.
And I was like, which is still not. He's
It's
like,
still-
which is I simply profit from the payday loans. But then he went on to explain that he had unloaded the stake onto a charity, and then he revealed that the FTC was after them, and he unloaded the stake after the FTC news came out. So he gave the stake to a charity who was fine with taking criminal money, essentially, from
fudge?
not just payday loans, but criminal payday loans. And he revealed all this and then figured out what he had just accidentally confessed to and refused to give the name of the charity. But tax filings will come out in the spring, and they will be on there. So if there's a tech journalist watching, perhaps from 404 Media, and you want a bunch of weird screenshots from Mark Cuban where he confesses to maybe giving criminal money to a charity, and there's a charity who accepted criminal payday loan money, you let me know. I'm on Wizworld Live on Blue Sky.
I can confirm. I've seen the screenshots.
Lux has seen the screenshots. Lux, well, he's in his mortal form as Lux. I know him better as a goblin.
Well, there is a goblin who dresses like me named Slurs
Dresses
the
a guy.
Toilet who has
Yeah.
seen the screenshots and sent them my way. But I can confirm this is an entirely true story.
It was really
totally
insane. Oh, by the way, he blocked me and then unblocked me to keep talking to me and then blocked me again after he felt satisfied.
Mark Cuban, come on the show.
And this
Talk
was
about it.
Please, Mark Cuban, you coward, face me. Come here. I will come face you anytime. You want to talk about your payday loan crimes? I'll be ready.
And see, the key is this: is that you simply set up a shell corporation in order to obfuscate the idea that you're doing evil. That's why doing necromancy, ripping out souls, putting in like deforming bodies. Ultimately that's an old art. It's like hand dyeing your T-shirts. People nowadays they've got so many new capitalistic tools to stop them from being caught or even being held culpable for the evil things. But when you're the one actually watching the life drain out of someone's eyes and then place it into a large phylactery so that they can live forever on your shelf as an elf, that is that takes real skill, but it also hurts yourself, and therefore the damage to yourself is important. You need to be aware of the hurt that you're doing.
Wow, that's good.
I was going to ask, how much time do we have remaining?
We have 18-ish.
I think we're not going to go right up till
maybe
an hour.
maybe like 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we also got a question in the chat of what job would Elon Musk have in the Renaissance?
Gong farmer.
Did you say dong farmer?
Yes,
Okay.
and that is a person who collects your night soil. Literally goes around with a big barrow, either on a wheel or not, and collects your waste because you need it for various products. But it's a smelly, awful job, and no one likes that man. And I think that's a perfect job for Elon Musk. He would be of service to the community, collecting everyone's waste and dealing with it and handling it, getting various parasites or whatever diseases. I think that's a perfect job for him.
See, on my end, I unfortunately think, much like the Middle Ages and today, he would likely be born into money, maybe on top of an emerald mine.
Sure.
Who knew? But then he would, of course, fail his way upwards. It doesn't really matter what he does, but his immense amount of money and fortune and connections ultimately makes it so that it doesn't really matter. He just makes more money because he has a lot of money.
But I will say, it was a lot easier to deal with nobles back then.
Oh, yeah.
It's not taught very well, but there is a robust history of peasant uprisings all throughout the Middle Ages, on into the early modern period. It's a bit later, but I'm a big fan of General Ludd and his followers' work. I think it's good to smash machine. Yeah, there's a
Oh, the Ludd. That's the Luddite.
one of my old
Ludd,
friends. Yeah, down there. It's good to see you, man. But peasants getting together and choosing to overturn the bad things about society is one of the most normal things in history. Greta, good to see you.
Yeah.
She's here. And so I think, in the Middle Ages, Elon would not still be in power, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that is true. He would have to have his evil checked by the ability of the people and state. So I guess that's the
Right.
big thing that's really supercharged his evil today.
The state.
is the ability for the state to be able to defend him and, of course, carry out his evil plans on a mass and wide scale.
You guys are pretty out on the state.
Just gonna say
State is a pretty recent thing, and
Yeah.
it's not a good.
No.
It's,
Yeah,
it's not-
nation state guys. You said, hey, what if we industrialized? And everyone's like, yeah, that's pretty great. And then we said, what if we industrialized war and murder? And then
Not
you guys
good.
made a state.
I'll say I spell the Treaty of Westphalia with an F.
Big F. We all heard it.
So you think like war was better when it was just like little crews on little crews?
I mean, so I don't think war has ever been
No.
good, but I think
I was
war
trying
was
to catch you slipping there, but go ahead.
nice try. I think war was less devastating when it was like a seasonal thing, and everyone had to get back to farming at some point. So we can't keep this up over long.
And it really only got truly horrifying around like the seven
Rome.
or like Rome as well, but 100 years,
Get
7
you,
years
Rome,
war.
Persia.
Yeah, when you could just simply you would use the apparatus of the state to pay people to be permanent mercenaries.
Right.
When you have full standing armies, it's not so fun. When you
Standing
have-
armies get a big thumbs
Thumbs
down from
down.
Wizworld
Whoa.
Live.
That's right.
I saw an enormous comment in the chat like seconds ago. I don't know where it went, but it was very, very long, and I'm very curious what that 100-word comment was.
It's just a recipe for blintz.
I don't know. It was very, very long.
When did Christianity start floating around
Okay.
the circles in which you guys
I
existed?
have a funny story about that.
Yeah.
This is fans of the show will know. I was one of the apostles. But
Whoa.
I was written out because I was really a friend of Judas, and obviously
Dude.
I had to be well.
You can't believe it, bro.
I wasn't a fan of how it went down either, but obviously they're like, we got to write this guy out because it'll be very awkward to have just a friend of Judas around.
Yeah.
But so I was like, who's this new friend? He's like, you have to come meet him. I'm like, what's his name? He's like, Josh. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can come meet Josh. What's up? And it was like, this guy seems pretty cool. They told me that his first miracle was getting a wedding turned because it was boring and there was not enough wine. I was like, that is a pretty rad miracle, frankly. And then I heard about the time that he became so angry at financiers that he made his own whip. Now, this is a guy who has the power of God, and he's in his rage at the financiers to, by hand, make a whip and go in and kick him out. I think that is pretty cool, and I don't know why churches don't mention it. I mean, I know why, because they're invested in the capitalist state as well. Wow. But I feel like that, if you led with that, I think Christianity would be in a much, much better place.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to say also, I have been loving your videos.
Thank you.
On how to parse out the useful, interesting things from Christianity, even if you may be an ardent atheist.
Yeah. You know, it's a big part of the American state and contemporary American politics is the utilization of religion to do stuff that's maybe not good. Mm-hmm. So just trying to suss that out a little bit, you know. What's up with Christmas for you guys?
Could not be bigger fans.
We're huge fans.
Honestly,
big.
We have a scriptorium. You may call it a blog. blog.wizworldlive.com. It's free to sign up. I'm actually in the midst of my annual Yuletide adventure right now. All of our shows this month are all Yule themed. Mm-hmm. We're in a corner of hell that we are transforming through the power of Yuletide cheer into a more cheery place, because it's tough to get in the mood, obviously, for a fun holiday season right now.
Yeah,
given everything, like given the politics situation here, the economic situation here, the situation in Palestine. A big Christmas gift to me would be if you donate to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund.
That's true. That would be a nice thing to do, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which
Jesus is from near there.
Yes. Bethlehem is in Palestine. It's not in Israel. It's in Palestine. I saw that Mary movie, by the way. I think.
I haven't seen it.
I think you should watch it.
Okay.
It is insane. It is Israeli propaganda because I don't remember this. And remember, I was there. I don't remember part of Mary's whole deal being like, we should restore Jewish rule. Because the film claims that Herod was not Jewish, which I don't think anyone has ever claimed.
I thought it's a whole part of the first part of the Bible, King Herod.
Well, but he's famously Jewish.
Yeah.
Not in this film. He is not a real Jew and needs to be overthrown to restore Israel. That's part of the plot.
Is that a movie theater movie or like a Christian streaming service
I'm
movie?
not sure.
Okay, we'll look into it.
I watched them in a silver scrying bowl.
It's a Fathom Events production.
Okay. So that
I saw it when I went to. I saw it as a pre-screening ad when I went to go see Conclave, and it was immediately preceded by an ad for an AI robot for children who are sad, and the ad started with a kid looking at a picture of his dead dog, and then the robot came in and was like, "Everybody dance!" And then the family started dancing. It was very fucked up.
Wow.
But I just want to say there is one good thing about the film. Anthony Hopkins plays Herod.
Let's go.
And he becomes more and more insane. And if you can find a cut where it's just the Anthony Hopkins scenes, you should watch that.
Amazing. Well, we're gonna wrap up here. We gotta get ready for our friends.
Thank you, Michael.
From Yellow Dot who are coming. A thing that's happened, more recently. Is the climate's been changing, not via necromancy, but via human activity, which I guess you could say.
Despite my necromancy has continued.
He is trying to stop it.
Yes. Yeah. Despite your necromancy, the climate is still collapsing.
Yeah.
And some of this guild of humans makes content about it.
Excellent.
Because that's a way to get after it. So we're gonna talk to them for a bit. Can you remind everyone else who wants to exist in your world, where they can find you and spend more time with you? And I think they can spend more time with you tonight.
That's right. Yes, we. This is an unprecedented double show day.
Yeah.
I want to first thank, of course, Michael, Lux, Greg, Spencer, everyone here at Wisecrack for having us. We are Wizworld Live on every platform. Our main show is currently on Twitch until that site collapses under the weight of Dan Clancy. Follow us. If you go to blog.wizworldlive.com, you can keep up with us there for free.
Whoa.
But our streams are every Friday at 8 p.m. Pacific. We also do, of course, Ren Fair shows. But we put out art. We put out stories. There are quite a few amazing Summersbane stories there in the scriptorium. Where he's taking on oligarchs in Italy and having transnational adventures. It's pretty great.
Oh, yeah.
Summersbane, any final thoughts?
Remember, if you feel down, If you feel hopeless, spite will get you through it.
Love spite. Love spite.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Send some love in the chatorium. I shouldn't have done that. I immediately regretted it as it was halfway out of my mouth. You know?
The place where chat is, the chatorium.
Shouldn't have said that. But checking in with everyone in the chat. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Couple announcements, housekeeping things. I love when people say that when they're like a little bit of housekeeping. Wow, it's on a delay, so I don't see me now. I see me then. Just a reminder, we are doing a lot of things today. One of them is just streaming all day, just because, and featuring some of our friends and people we like. A reminder of what is coming up today. Next up, we have our hour with Yellow Dot Studios, people we like very, very much. And we're going to be joined by Chris and Esteban talking about climate education, making content about the climate to educate people about climate change, fun stuff like that. I think a lot of you saw the video we made with Yellow Dot earlier this year. It was a certified hit, so I know you guys liked it. Later at 2 p.m., we're going to have our really intense debate segment. Our buddy Naima is going to be here. We're talking to some real sickos. It's going to be a great time. At 4 p.m., Philosopher Reacts Live. At 6 p.m., Kevin's Barely Made Games. We got a lot going on today. Might play some Jeopardy later. Reminder that if you donate to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, if you then send us a screenshot of that donation to wisecracklive666@gmail.com, you will be in the running to either get some free books from our friends over at Verso Publishing. And some of the books, this is relevant to our next segment, are about climate-y things. Verso publishes some, they published the work of Andreas Malm, who published How to Blow Up a Pipeline. They have a new pamphlet coming out by him. They publish a lot of climate-based stuff, and some of those books are on the docket today. And this one isn't as climate adjacent, but you can also get coffee from our friends over at Yes Please. Reminder that you can always get Yes Please coffee, 20% off with the code Wisecrack. And you can always get Verso books for 50% off with the code Wisecrack. These are both things where these are not paid sponsorships. These are partnerships of people that we like, who do work that we are excited about and believe in. I'm getting a note that the Zoom link is not working. Hi. Cool. Awesome. Cool. Also, is anyone here? We have a physical guest coming for the next segment. Okay. Is Esteban here? All right, Greg. Keep eyes on that at some point, because he's a part of the next segment. So whenever he gets here, everyone's freaking out about this link. All right, cool. No. I think it should be good. I'm going to hop on in a second and get our audio stuff figured out. But as always, you guys know the boring stuff that we say a lot, but is true, and we say it because it's true. He should be good. We sent all the instructions, so just keep an eye and Yeah, what should we get for lunch, guys? Pizza or Chipotle? You guys pick. Let's order a pizza from someplace. You guys figure it out, and we can just get it delivered, and someone will just have to walk down and grab it. Sorry that you guys have to hear that. But yeah, please like the stream, share the stream, all those sorts of things. We got a lot of fun stuff coming on today. I'm going to do a little tech thing in a second to get ready to chat with Chris, who's part of the Yellow Dot segment. I will say, this is truly the bad boy of meteorology we're about to talk to, so I'm very excited about that. Let me do a couple things. Yeah, I'll see if anyone emails back. And let us know how everyone's doing. How are you doing today? What are you up to? What are you having for lunch? If you're in a similar time zone to us, we would love to hear what your lunch is, because we like to hear about people's lunches. Okay, getting this in. Someone said, who has the most leftist pizza? Well, isn't all pizza leftist because it's Italian? Sorry, guys, just doing a couple things. Oh, here's the issue, though, guys. I will need headphones to hear. Where are the wired headphones from earlier? I didn't think about that. No rush on that. 2 mics. Oh shit. I'm just out here breaking stuff. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't pick the most the sturdiest table. Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, I broke that. Let's see. I'm gonna unbreak this. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm gonna talk to Chris via Zoom, so you won't be able to hear him. But then we'll talk like real people in a real room. Guys, I just broke a microphone, everyone. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Now I'm breaking a table. Everyone getting this? Everyone seeing? We're on your close-up. Great. Everyone's don't leave. Don't stay right here. I want everyone to see the real me. The real me, how I really am. Now I'm going to put some headphones on. I'm going to get in the Zoom thing. And then do we have some of the extreme climate reports pulled up?
I have every video that you've given me for Yellow Dot is queued up.
Amazing. They sent us a lot, which we appreciate. Okay, this mic works. This mic works. Do I need to speak into both? But no, we're going to use this for this segment, right? Yeah. Okay. It's all happening live, guys. Thank you for being here with us. I'm okay. The Zoom thing's still not working.
That's very weird. I'm going to email you the link to the Zoom that I'm currently in. How about that?
Yeah. Guys, this is like thrilling entertainment. You don't even have to pay for it. So since you don't have to pay for this thrilling entertainment, please do consider sending a donation to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund today. Because that's the price of admission for this chaotic melee. As soon as we get the Zoom thing up, we're going to have Chris on. We're going to talk about the climate and how actually everything's fine. Because presumably whoever's in charge of the EPA soon is going to tell us stuff like that. Did you email me the thing, Lux? Yeah. Okay. There we go. I'm going to click it first. We'll send it over their way. Okay, great. I will send this link. And then we should be good. Cool. I sent that link over while we wait for Chris to come over here. So just a reminder, for those of you who we're not up on what they do, haven't seen our previous work with them, Yellow Dot is a climate change awareness studio that makes fun stuff. It feels weird to say fun stuff about the inevitable destruction of our planet unless anything changes. But they make some fun stuff about the planetary destruction currently being caused by humans. That's us. It's started by Adam McKay, who has made movies before, most of which you've probably seen, many of which have gotten awards, and the ones that didn't get awards were just really funny. Most recently, you might have seen they did a really good sketch with Tim Robinson, someone we're a big fan of. There's something we'll talk about in a bit with Esteban, which is a pop-up with Rain Wilson selling vegan hot dogs, right? Vegan hot dog truck? Yeah, in New York, right? All right, awesome. Just getting our facts straight. So we'll talk about all that. But first, we're going to talk to Chris Gloninger, and let's see, who, again, is, the bad boy of climate science. Okay. I'm here. I'll turn my camera on for his sake. Okay, I see Chris. Can you hear me? Awesome. Oh, we're here. Okay. Well, maybe, so Chris Gloninger's here. I want to maybe set it up by first looking at a clip of the extreme weather report. Are you cool with that? All right. Are we live on this, Lux?
You're about to be.
We're about to be. Okay. Okay, I'll vamp for a second. By the way, we're not live. It's so nice to meet you, Chris. Thanks for doing this. Yeah, and sorry for the tech stuff. We're doing a lot today. Some might say we took on more than we can chew. I wouldn't say that, but I think we're. That's the goal. The goal is for people to not do their jobs. So what is live now, Lex, just so I know? What are people seeing?
People are seeing what's on the monitor.
Okay, cool. I'm just going to vamp for a second, guys. Chris is here. Actually, Chris, they won't hear the answer to this. Chris or Christopher? All right, cool. I feel like that's what I've heard you referred to in calls with other people. But I'm Michael, and sometimes people call me Mike behind my back, so I'm very respectful of the fact that some of us with dividable names get called things that we don't want to be called. Yeah. I want to say shout out to the person in the chat that says they're a 3-time Trump voter, but's here just checking it out. I genuinely, why not? That's cool. So person who said that, genuinely mean that. I think that's a cool thing of you to do. I think if you're a 3-time Trump voter, this is a good segment to be on, because I think we're going to talk to some folks that have a different POV than you and your preferred administration on climate science. And I think it's maybe a thing there's room to talk about, you know? So Trump guys, stick around. That's a thing I've never said before. For the first time for everything. Okay, I'm just holding both mics here, and when you tell me it's time, I'll push away one of them. Sorry, there's just, everyone can't see this. There's a team of men. Guys that look like the type of guys that you saw them, you'd either be like, that's either going to be like a really nice guy or an incel. Sorry, I love you guys so much. Yeah, we're ready to go. Okay. We're both on. Let me know when people can hear us so I can officially start, so I don't have to make Chris feel uncomfortable by reintroducing him 3 times. Okay. So guys, I think we're here. We're doing it now. It's the official start of Yellow Dot Hour. We're so excited to be doing this. You know, today we've talked about how we're giving away books from our friends at Verso, a publisher we love and believe in. And we're giving away coffee from our friends at Yes Please, cool people that make good stuff. And Yellow Dot's the same. They're people that we genuinely like. We like the stuff they do. We appreciate the stuff they do. And we're excited to occasionally get to walk alongside them. And one of the people that's done some cool stuff over there is Chris Gloninger. Is your official sort of professional qualification meteorologist, climate scientist? What is the nomenclature that you prefer?
Yeah, meteorologist. Even though my new role is a senior climate scientist, so they're kind of they both work together. Essentially the same thing.
So, you know, a reason that some people might be aware of you and your important work is that I feel like there was a period where you've been the most controversial meteorologist in America. And I feel like a lot of meteorologists in America are controversial because of, like, you know, they say something on mic that they're not supposed to, or they like get caught, you know, hitting on a waitress at a local Chili's or something. You know, were covered in the New York Times of all places for having some professional difficulty because of your commitment to wanting to, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm framing this isn't Chris saying this, because you wanted to do your job well with all of the tools available offered to you by modern climate science. Is there some truth in how I just described that scenario?
100%. And look, you know, Michael, when I took the job, they wanted me to talk about climate change. So this wasn't, I was heading to Iowa to make waves. This was something that we intended to do. It just didn't work out the way they had planned.
Yeah. And for those of you who don't know the full story, yeah. So you went to Iowa to cover the weather there, moved from Boston, am I right?
Yeah.
Boston to Iowa, classic. I'm a fan of the middle Midwest, so that sounds great. But can you tell us what went wrong? What happened such that you are currently not a meteorologist in Iowa?
Yeah, so I received a string of harassing emails from this one guy from rural Iowa who told me he wanted me to move east and melt in the melting glaciers and rising sea level. He called me some terms I won't say right now, but he threatened to show up at my house with zip ties and weapons and give me a welcome I'll always remember. That didn't sit well. And instead of getting support, my station was like, you know what? Why don't we pull back on it? Let's not talk about climate change. Let's not use climate change. And we'll take it from there. And I said, you're literally allowing this guy to editorialize their newscasts. So instead of supporting me, they told me not to do what I was hired to do. And it just became uncomfortable. And that was one of the reasons why I left that job.
Whew. That sucks. And also, we're just sorry that happened to you, because that sucks. And a loss, of course, that station. I guess to like slightly broaden out, but related to all that, in like how many years have you been engaged in working like weather and climate stuff, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, 20 years. I've been in TV. I was in Boston. I started the country's first weekly series on climate change, which was super successful. Obviously, different audience in the Midwest, but it was, for me, Hurricane Harvey in Houston, when there was 50 inches of rain. I was down there covering it for NBC. And no matter what we did, we couldn't stay dry that entire week. And I'm like, we need to do more. So that's what launched the series.
Mm-hmm. Well, can I ask, in those 20 years, I mean, have you seen the conversation get way more politicized, and have there been particular turning points in which you feel like conversations around climate and weather went from being matters of like science and personal interest and preference to the political issue it is today?
I think it dates back to when Al Gore became the poster child of climate change. When you have a polarized political figure talking about it, which, you know, I'm sure he had good intentions to do it, but the fact is there were scientists that were excellent messengers that could have been doing this. And I think this is the first example of how the media has failed us. 99% of the atmospheric and climate science community, Michael, say that humans are causing climate change, right? I mean, 1%, that 1% is likely funded by fossil fuel companies, and they're just paid to spew lies. However, what's interesting is the media hooks up one or two climate scientists, and they're the ones that are the face of the coverage. And if you have that big of a consensus of a community of thousands of scientists, why are you showing the same two damn people on air over and over again? You're hurting the messaging.
Yeah. So I guess like I know in your work now, and obviously the work that LDOT's doing, there's an emphasis, of course, to try to kind of, like you said, not have the Al Gores of the world be the faces of this discussion. And I almost said debate. I almost fell into the trap that the bad guys set. Oh my God, where it's a debate. It's not a friggin' debate, guys. But you know, trying to put the science and people and experience back at the forefront of that. Like, what are, and you kind of got at this a little bit, but what are the hurdles in getting to a point in society where, because I think for the most part, most people, I feel like I'm going to be a bit broad and generalize here, and especially coming out of an election season, it feels like this. It feels like most of the people who are on national media sources discussing climate policy, energy and gas policy related to climate are not climate scientists, are not meteorologists, and are people that are speaking primarily from an ideological standpoint, not a scientific standpoint, right? So I'm wondering, like, how do people like you get back in that conversation? You know, how do we stop hearing from, you know, Congress people that get their mortgages paid by Exxon?
Yeah, I think, again, another failure of the media. And Chris Hayes of MSNBC said, and I know he's, you know, walked back this you know, his statement when he said climate change is a ratings killer. I think what Yellow Dot has done so effectively is it certainly isn't.
Yeah.
But until you can take those talking heads and replace them with scientists that, okay, I mean, look, there are some scientists that your eyes will glass over and you'll fall asleep in 2 seconds, but there are some that are really effective at communicating. You need those voices, not the politicized, partisan voices that are making this issue such a divided, hot button issue. And one thing, you know, I did a little bit of homework, right? I copied down, like, before this, all the top headlines today, including the Buckingham Palace maid that was arrested after a drunken brawl, rats learning to drive miniature cars and seeming to like it, and Belichick going to North Carolina. That's gotten more attention in the media than a holy shit report that was released just the other day that Yellow Dot was the only place to really report it. And it's the fact that our warming thresholds of when we get to that 3 degrees above what we've been, which would mean parts of the earth would be uninhabitable. Those stories got more attention than that. I mean,
Yeah.
That is a broken media system, and that's what Yellow Dot has done such an eloquent, effective job at doing.
Yeah, and it seems like, the model that you guys are operating with is kind of working around one of the issues you see in the way people respond to issues of climate, or even like sort of apocalyptic political news. There's a sense in which people are overwhelmed by the nature of these things. And it seems like reckoning with that and reckoning with the weight and the scale of those issues makes us retreat to where we just want to like watch Love is Blind or something like that over and over. And no offense to reality TV, many of us watch it. But I think, sometimes the flip side of that is trying so hard to communicate in a way that is palatable that you're maybe pulling back on the intensity of the situation. And it seems like you guys have done a good job, and I know that in your work you've done a good job of squaring that circle a little bit, because it seems, because right, I feel like we can't not talk about the apocalyptic nature of climate change because it scares people. But we also have to talk about it in such a way that people will listen and learn to those things.
Yeah. I mean, look, how we've crafted the fact that the biggest issue going into this election for some people is that they're paying 25 cents more for a carton of eggs when their insurance is going up because the insurance companies are going bankrupt because of climate change. Like, your $500 increased premium is going to cost you a lot more than 25 cents per carton of eggs. But yes, I know we can't necessarily scare people. That might not be the best way to communicate. But at the same point, that is lost in the messaging that we're paying a lot more for climate change already. It's not a future problem, it's a now problem. And until we really get a good grasp at how we tell those stories, we're going to fail at showing the gravity of just how serious this crisis is.
Yeah. Is there a model of effective climate public education aimed at adults in America? And what I'm thinking of here is the fact that, like, I grew up in an era where I at least said, I had Mr. Wizard, Beekman's Lab, Bill Nye. Like, there was all of these things aimed at kids that were incredibly focused on science education or introducing science as something that could be presented in the media. Then you get older and, like, it goes away. In a sense, it almost paints the picture that science is for children, not for that. So are there models that you look to or that we can look to of periods in recent American history where we've had these discussions and been able to talk about scientific issues like climate in a real kind of adult way? Or do we not have that?
I mean, that's tough. I mean, because it has become partisan, it's become politicized, and I don't know really another. I mean, vaccines more so now than in the past, but we did have civilized conversations in the past before it's turned controversial. I don't know. There's a great program, though, that is out there for meteorologists to be that communicator. It's called Climate Central. It's through an NSF grant. They're a nonpartisan group that provides content to weathercasters on air to help teach the public to be that mouthpiece. But really, in recent time, there isn't that good example. And it's unfortunate because I think that could work. Absolutely.
Yeah. So what are you... and maybe this is like slightly cliched, but I feel like it's hard to not ask this question to anyone who's doing the work that you are doing, because I think that maybe one of the downsides of engaging with the science of climate change, the news about these sorts of things, is that for a lot of us who are not scientists, who are not politicians, who are not activists, there can be a sense of feeling like, great, I'm on the Titanic. People are telling me that we're going to hit the iceberg. There is nothing I can do. So what do I do other than sit on the deck and hope that there's a few more minutes where I can, sip my drink before the iceberg gets hit? So I'm curious, what are things that you are seeing, experiencing, things in your work that give you a sense of hope or forward momentum, however small it might be?
I think I had a speaking engagement that literally the morning after the election.
Fun.
And I was like, oh, this is brutal. It was like an hour from home. I actually had a migraine. My wife's like, I'll drive you there. And I'm like, look, like, who's going to show up? Who the hell's going to feel motivated to talk about climate change? It was a packed house. There were a few dozen people in rural Cape Cod where I live that showed up, were down for getting things done, causing trouble, pushing back, giving them hell for the next 4 years. That was inspiring. And Michael, what I tell people is, I encourage you, if you have the financial means, to go solar, to go with EVs, to do what you can. But a lot of people don't have that money still, and it's not financially achievable or attainable, rather, for you to get those things in middle income families. But if you watch things like what my friends at Yellow Dot are doing, and you share that and you amplify their messaging, it catches on. And that's something we can all do. We can all talk about it. We can always retweet or share on Facebook or on Instagram what they're doing or others are doing in this field to get the message out. Because when it's top of mind, that's when you truly get change. That's when you really start to see and move the needle.
That's amazing. And yeah, and I do think sometimes like there can be that feeling. I have felt this before of the things that you just brought up, feeling a little bit like impotent, right? Like, what is this really doing? But I do think we can't underestimate how changing consciousness around like these narratives and normalizing discussing these things and sort of like bringing up the baseline is really important. And it's definitely better than doing nothing. Is there anything you're working on these days that you're excited about or things you can tell us about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited with the content that Yellow Dot's been doing with the extreme weather reports have been awesome. And it's funny, like when you think about doing something every single week, you're like, well, how can you get that much content on one thing? But there's obviously been such a surplus and abundance. It then comes to, well, what do you pick that's, really noteworthy versus something that's like, wow, that's huge, but this is like mind blowing. So that's really cool. And we just came off of Climate Week not that long ago, and we did So You Think You Can Science, which was really fun. And I think another effective tool to bring in comedy. And I know you're going to talk to the next guest about doing just that, because why not laugh and learn at the same time?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great combination. And we had, so this was essentially a game show setup where we had the contestants. I was one of the judges. We had a stand-up comic that was Zach Schiffman, who was a great comedian. He was the host, and then 3 comedians that were the contestants. And I mean, we had the place roaring. And what a great way to tie laughing and, again, learning together to teach people about climate change.
That's amazing. Well, I think as we wrap up and get ready to talk to Esteban, I think we're going to show an extreme weather report clip.
Yeah.
Can we do that, Lux? Oh, dealer's choice, unless we have a few recent ones. Is there one? Yeah, let's do the most recent one. So yeah, we're going to check that out now. And then of course, these are always across all the social medias, right? But great. So everyone check those out. See what they look like and sound like. Just thank you so much for taking the time to
everybody
talk.
apart from the Lord.
The first of many times we get to chat about this stuff and talk about ways to
Thanks for having me, Michael. Thanks for spotlighting Yellow Dot.
Hey, least we can do. Awesome. Have a go, man.
You too. Bye, guys.
guy.
That guy.
That guy. I saw they just
Thank
like sold
God
that
you're
show
not
for like $1 billion.
Yeah, 80 million. Isn't that wild?
Yeah. I mean, I like how there was the thing too where there was like an earnest quote where someone said that the reason Kamala lost is because they wouldn't let her on Hot Ones. It was like a real thing in this interview. They're like, and you know, the Hot Ones situation.
When you read that, are you ever like, where's Wisecrack in this?
You know, we did have a hot presidential interview last year. Marianne Williamson came on and we chatted. It was the wildest thing ever. Are we on? Cool. I'll just keep talking like we're on. You guys saw it. Yeah, Marianne Williamson came on and I forget what happened. She had like said something on Twitter and I just tweeted at her and said, come talk to us. And like 2 days later, she just showed up and we did like this hour-long conversation. And it was the weirdest experience because to prep for it, I read like her old campaign website and I had the weirdest experience of like, oh yeah, I basically agree with all of this. Like it was, you know, like climate, healthcare, education. And then I read 2 of her books in like a night, like in the evening. And I was like, okay. And we had this chat in which she like, you can tell she was a really experienced public speaker because I mentioned my daughter's name at one point really early on. And like 45 minutes later, she was like, and that's why for people like Faye, I was just like, oh my gosh. And then we had a falling out because she said something that was really goofy and bad on Twitter. And I was like, you're better than this.
Really?
Yeah.
And she was like, well, what about Faye? Like she keeps name dropping.
And then
your daughter.
after that, Jill Stein's team tried to get her on. And I was like, now we're good. As the lowest I'll go. Yeah. But yeah, so listen, do I want to say that? I mean, I think Tim Walz, I think I could have got along with him. Yeah. I think we'd had a good chat, you know?
He feels like he would get along with a lot of people.
That seems like his thing.
And then this is the problem. This is also going so rogue immediately.
Yeah. Well,
it feels like him pre-election before he was on the campaign.
Yeah. I'm just saying hi to Dave, who's here
of course,
be in one of the next segments. Good to see you, man. There's snacks around the corner and stuff like that.
This is so cool, by the way. I wish. Have you turned the cameras at all at all this at any moment? I don't. Stream?
I don't. We should
because it is.
Oh, we can't.
It's incredible.
It's really impressive. And I've said this before. Well, let me say it again. Very impressive people working on this. People with names like Greg, Spencer, Lux, and Frankie. Hypothetically speaking. But again, here that's about. I don't know what people heard before. Did people hear anything before when we were? Okay, great. So there's a lot.
Oh, good. They didn't miss any Marianne Williams.
Yeah. That's the important thing everyone wants to hear.
That's it. Because that's what I'm here to talk about. Bring her back on the show.
She's actually behind that curtain.
Yeah.
She walks in. Hello, boys. So you were in education.
So I was in education.
And what were you teaching?
I was teaching. I was teaching creativity at the University of Illinois.
You were teaching creativity?
Yeah, I was into engineers.
Whoa.
It was a very cool. I got a master's.
That's a cool job.
And then there's a guy named Bruce Litchfield. Shout out. Honestly, he would love Wisecrack.
Yeah.
I genuinely will send him this.
Yeah.
And he was the dean, one of the deans in the College of Engineering.
Yeah.
And he was like, engineers. What we're seeing is engineers from University of Illinois they get great jobs, but then they don't move up. And a lot of it is like creative skills, managerial skills, people skills, quote unquote soft skills.
Yeah.
Which are extraordinarily valuable. So he started a program to teach. So I got to teach creativity. I got to teach a class on like bringing ideas to be was literally the name of the class, and one called Working in Groups, where we just did like group icebreakers with engineers. It was amazing. These are brilliant. Like YouTube came out of University of Illinois, so it's like brilliant computer science engineers talking about creativity. It was amazing. And then I was doing a bunch of like I was always interested in climate, and then I ran this. This is where it gets wild. I ran this off the grid study abroad program in Panama. All in the world's most sustainable town is what we were trying. So we like grew all our own food. Everything was import substitution.
Wait, so how do you go from your chilling at University of Illinois teaching creativity to scientist to where you're like, I built a city in Panama?
Yeah, like it's a real eat, pray, love moment. I was like in a relationship and I was like, this is my life. And then everything fell apart. And then I was like, I just need to go somewhere and do something. And it was... I worked my way up in the eco community, but it's a lot of turnover because you live in a tent.
Sounds tough.
It was, so people were like, wow, you were 25 running this town. And I'm like, yeah, I just stayed there for 2 years, which no one does.
Yeah.
Everyone left after 6 months because it's really, not everyone, but you know.
But was that experience like transformative in the way you thought about like lifestyle and the way you're living relative to the ecosystem?
Yeah, it was transformative in so many ways. I think one, it's like how disconnected we are from nature.
Yeah.
I think the thing I like about climate is that it's so big, it's so broad, right? So it's like conservatives or you know, people on the right will sometimes be like, it's like in conservation. It's what, you know, whatever. And then maybe people on the left are like, oh, it's, you know, there's a class consciousness to it. And you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, everyone's actually invited into this. So I think for me, like Esteban, the way I connect with it, and the sort of climate activism that I do, a lot of times is like connection to nature, like and like the fact,
which is really important.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's a fun thing of like, if you don't feel like climate is for you, it is. You just sort of have to be like, oh, do I like blank? Do I like blank? Yeah, it also showed a thing that I genuinely believe now, that's like, we have all, for the most part, all the solutions. We just aren't doing them. Yeah. Because people, mostly corporations and or complacent governments, are like getting in the way of that. Yeah. But it's like, it's not like we could have, this could be solar, you know, like solar is the cheapest energy source ever. Like the solutions are there.
Can I pitch you on something?
Yeah,
I just had this idea. I have a plan for us. What if rather than mandatory military service, this country had a thing where at 18, between 16 and 18, the government pays for you to visit a national park for 2 weeks?
That's really good.
Because I feel like if you know, when you go to a national park or any place where it's like magical, transcendent, sublime nature, I feel like that has an effect on people where they're like, holy shit, that exists. And like, I'm a part of the thing that this is. So that's my soft pitch.
No, that's good.
So, you know, if you want to use that when you run for office, you're welcome to. Okay, so we're in.
Marianne Wilson is going to be my running mate.
I'm all in.
Love the idea, for the record.
Oh, she would very much.
She would be like, what we need in America is awe and wonder and beauty.
100%.
Which is, by the way, great.
Not wrong.
Yeah, not wrong. And then you talk to her more, and then maybe you go, well.
Yeah.
But at the start.
And that's why we must pour the polio vaccine into the ocean. So you're in Panama.
Yeah.
You are changing the way you're thinking about the world and your connection to nature.
Yeah.
When do we leave Panama? Where do we go next?
We leave Panama because there is a TV show that gets made. It's called Jungletown. It's on Viceland. Spike Jonze.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know Jungletown? No one knows Jungletown.
I'm aware of it because I was, you know, in my early YouTube consumption before Vice became like a weird repository for like alt-right podcast. Yeah. I liked the stuff made there. So I'm aware of this. Okay.
We were right before Vice stories that were like, we found a baby that smokes cigarettes. You know, those are good.
That's a real thing, by the way. Anyone watching this, if you think he's like, that's a real thing. They found a kid in Indonesia that smoked cigarettes and did a whole thing about it.
Yeah, it's no, but Vice. There's some moments, some really great moments. And at the time, I was doing some stand-up and stuff in Chicago before, and that was like the merging of education and entertainment. So I moved to LA. I worked at a few places like Wayfair, which is like social, and Soul Pancake, and some of the like intersections of like of entertainment and education, and then was doing a ton of comedy, and then wanted to talk about climate in comedy, and felt very alone in that until recently, legitimately yellowed out, and I helped. You know, it's like sometimes you have to build the things that you want to see in the world.
That's the worst.
I started this thing called the Climate Comedy Cohort.
So I was reading about this. People could look it up, but tell me a little bit about it, because one of those things where I was reading about it, like, that sounds crazy in a cool way.
Yeah.
But like, that sounds like a thing that wouldn't exist.
Yeah, the Climate Comedy Cohort. It's this this like group. It's great. It's with this national nonprofit called Generation 180 and the Center for Media and Social Impact, which is at American University. And they actually have a thing called Good Laugh, which is like all about laughter making a difference. And it takes comedians, like professional comedians, and we've done different versions of it, but it just brings everyone together, and we like write a bunch. And basically we're showing comedians that comedy can be funny, and it doesn't have to be a scary thing to write about. And kind of when I was saying climate is huge. Did I say comedy can be funny?
Yeah, it was a really good meta moment, and I was like,
good.
I was kind of like, you know what? Like, also these days you gotta wonder.
And I'll say it, comedy I think can be funny. And you can quote me on that.
You could.
Humor could be humorous.
Thank you,
And
Elon
I don't care.
Musk, for letting comedy be comedy.
Dude,
again.
when he made it legal on Twitter, I was like, thank God.
Before that, there was all those secret police that would show up if you made a joke on Twitter.
I
and
was
Elon
on my
like,
way
no more.
to comedy jail.
Yeah. Oh, it
and
feels
then
bad
I was
too.
like, no, please.
Okay, so you teach people to make comedy, but then you also get into climate and comedy. And I'll say, I feel like the skeptical thought there, response is like, I don't know, people often like comedy to abstract from the worst parts of life and their existence. How do you take something as existentially catastrophic as the fact that our planet is maybe dying?
Yeah.
And make that like funny, and then I guess like related to that,
throwing in a maybe. That's is maybe dying. We're waiting for more evidence.
Dying. But I guess it's that question of sort of how do you make that funny?
Yeah.
And then how do you do it in a way that doesn't? Because I'll use a slight parallel here. I think something with like political comedy sometimes. I think sometimes people can do comedy about political things in a way that's important because it makes you think about something different. It gives you that oh shit moment where you're like, that was both funny, but also like, ooh. There's other political comedy where it's like, ha ha ha, we're laughing at immigrants or something like that, or things that either lead you down that bad path or give you that feeling of like, and this is maybe like recent like SNL type comedy, where it's like, I'm laughing because I'm one of the good guys because I get it.
Yeah.
Like my laughter is indicating that I have a good ethic. But then that laughter is kind of like masturbatory in so much as it keeps me in that circle, right? So I wonder when you think about climate and comedy, how do you do it in such a way that it doesn't just create a mechanism for like, I'm laughing because I too am one of the good ones that knows that we're dying.
Yeah. Well, if you're Louis C.K., it might actually be masturbatory.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Cut.
Thank
Show's
you.
over.
That's it. Thank you,
Show's
everyone.
over. Someone had to do it.
Follow me, Esteban Williamson 2028.
Check me out on LinkedIn. Open for whatever.
No, you're totally right. I think a few things. I think I'll start with Yell It Out. I think Yell It Out was founded by Adam McKay, who is a director. If you don't know, did the movies everyone quotes from Anchorman. To Talladega Nights.
There's no way you haven't seen an Adam McKay movie. People watch it. There's just no way, or like a clip at least.
And recently has made, not even recently, but throughout his, if you look, there's themes throughout his whole work.
Yeah.
But it's like Vice, and Don't Look Up is the most maybe the one people talk about the
I remember like The Other Guys was one for me.
The Other
that tripped me
Guys.
out. Where I like that movie is just like a dumb fun thing, but then I was like, wait, is this whole movie like a critique of Wall Street and the way in which like the economic industry is tied up with the state and they get away with stuff?
Yes, it's so you laugh, and then you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So I think Yell It Out exists in that, right? So I'll put that because we'll come back to that. I'll put it over here and then remind me.
I will. It's right there.
But I think at a bigger like comedy has always tackled the really big issues, right? If you think about like the greatest comedians of our time, even the greatest comedians in like history, right? It's like they at no point are they providing like escapism, maybe in the way that that sometimes comedy can be, but I think they're like providing a way to exist in the world and process the world, right? So you think about George Carlin and like what he's done. You think about like even like Chappelle's show, right? Like you think about like what that did and how he processed hilariously some of like the worst parts of racism. Or Key and Peele did this so good. Or I think about like the U.S. has such a beautiful. Dick Gregory is this black comedian before. Yeah, you guys are nodding. It's like who before like during segregation, during like racism, and he just is writing and illuminating how ridiculous and how hilariously and frustratingly hypocritical society is, right? So if we're taking what in this current moment is hilariously and frustratingly hypocritical, right? It is the fact that like corporations knew about climate for so long and are doing nothing and are continuing to do nothing and make pledges and get applause. Coca-Cola is like, we're going to go plastic free by 2030. And then I don't know if you just saw it. They just were like, well, we meant we're going to try. We meant try.
They said an intention.
Yeah. So it just is, if you're looking at that, and it is to me, and I think the communities we work with, it's like you're like, oh, this is classic comedy, baby. This is pointing out at the powers that be, pointing out the hypocrisies, taking something that is really heavy and processing it. And I think that can I really like Gerard Carmichael's special Nathaniel.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, and that is maybe a bit more serious than a bunch of the stuff that we're doing at Yellow Dot or some of the comedy ethos that is separate. But it's like, you're like, oh, that's an example of someone who's struggling to come out as gay.
Yeah.
And his own parents don't approve. And somehow it's like so funny, and comedy's tension and relief. And anyway, so I think
I'm convinced.
Yeah. I think I'm like,
no,
I'm like, comedy's always done
Yeah.
this. This is the history of, we're following the lineage of comedy.
Yeah, I love that. So then how have you, how'd you journey, comedy cohort, how have you taken that ethos to the stuff you've been doing with Yellow Dot?
Yeah. Well, Yellow Dot, there's videos. I know we're gonna watch one right at
Yeah,
the very
I
end.
think towards the end we're gonna do the Rainn Wilson hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
I think we'll do Rainn Wilson because I think the other one was if someone else was gonna be here.
Yeah. We'll do we'll do it at the end. That's a good.
Are you in charge now?
Right.
Like,
and then I'll stay on.
What else are we gonna do?
Maybe I'll just stay on 2-3 hours. David, I'm so sorry. And then if you guys need parking validation, just let me.
So I'm here with the host of Wisecrack, Esteban Gast. I guess he lives in my house now too.
They probably can't even hear your team being like, "Which one should we?"
They
probably
they can't sometimes. Towards the end we'll do clips. I want to keep the conversation flowing for now. And then we'll clip it up. But yes, Yellow Dot, doing stuff.
So one of the things that I host the live show. It's a monthly live show. It's called Let's Not Die. And it is so fun because like our first show, we had John Mulaney and Nick Kroll and Nikki Glazer. And part of what's really fun is bringing like the world's best comedians into this space, and they do jokes, and they can like riff on climate if they want.
But they do like normal comedy. It's not like you like have to call John Mulaney and say like only climate jokes, John.
No.
Yeah.
They do know. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a good. I do like the thought of being like, "Hey, John. Hey, it's me." Emerging.
Got some parameters for you, bud.
Emerging comedian Esteban Gast. Yeah, from University of Illinois.
Yeah.
I need 20 tight minutes. But they, I mean, everyone talks about it in some, just because they're good comedians and like they're like, this is a show about this. And then at the end we have interviews with experts. So we had like incredible client scientists to people who were talking about green investing, which is really interesting, like where you put your money.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, it's like Chase funds all these, or whatever companies funds all these climate orgs, and there's banks that actually commit not to, or fund all these oil orgs. Wow, I'm really falling apart as a human.
Banks might be bad, guys.
I don't know if you've ever considered that maybe the Bank of America doesn't have America's interest at heart.
We're blowing minds.
So yeah, the live show is really great. Live show is also great because it brings people together.
Yeah.
I think.
Which is so important because like it's like with politics and any political movement, there's a reason like people do marches and teach-ins and get together because there's a power that comes through communality you don't get if it's just like we all click the same thing,
Yeah, totally. And like algorithm feels specific and it feels lonely.
Yeah.
In a way, right? Like, so it's there's something fun to. I think I'm really bullish on like live. It also it breaks through the algorithm, right? So you have John Mulaney fans coming because they want to see John Mulaney, who's wonderful, and then they also get to like hear about climate and hear about it in like a way that is irreverent and silly and fun, and shaped by Yellow Dot and. So I'm really excited about the live shows. We're doing a bunch more live shows next year.
And are they, if I have this right, I know you do the one in LA at Dynasty Typewriter that I think, does it stream as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you do it in the East Coast as well, somewhere in New York?
Yeah, we've done a New York one.
Where's the Chicago show, man? What are you doing?
I know.
I mean,
this is really, that's a really good point.
Great climate town.
They
have so much climate.
Dude, they have I never thought about how much climate they have.
Got a big lake. Lakes produce climate.
Ugh.
What is the lake effect if not climate in real time?
Not climate in real life.
I also have a science background, so.
That's good. The way you said lake effect so easily shows that.
So you're doing there in New York, so you're going to do more of those?
We're going to do more. And honestly, we will try to go to Chicago as much as we can because we got to capture that lake effect.
Yeah. Well, and also if you don't succeed in your mission, I hope you do, and nothing gets reversed. I mean, there's going to be a big migration to the Great Lakes region because there's that one study that said that's going to be like the last thing.
Duluth. Have you heard Duluth?
Don't get me started.
Climate proof.
if you could sit in my home at night, which you might via conversations we've had here, and times I've tried to convince my wife we need to buy land in Duluth just to hold on to it. Just to hold on to it.
My wife on buying land
Commune in Duluth, I'm just saying.
Dude.
You've done
you and
Panama.
I, let's go in.
Let's do Duluth. Great.
I know.
Hey, what's up?
I could set up. We could set up an eco community in Duluth.
Yeah, I like that. Also, Duluth in general. This is not what we're here to talk about. Great. Have you been to Duluth before?
I have.
It's a nice place.
I travel as a comedian.
Yeah.
And I'm not famous at all.
Yeah.
So I go to like a smaller places.
Well,
like
not famous at all. That's all over after this, bud.
This is
life
is gonna change.
Yeah. We are. I don't want to say that we're kingmakers here. Yeah, more and more people coming. We had a full session. Great to see you. It's casual. If you need any snacks or drinks or anything, there's stuff in the kitchen around the corner. Yeah, feel free to explore. This is your house now, or your house.
Yeah. Hey, snacks or drinks? How much does your room at home look like this?
Not much at all.
So it's a lie.
Oh yeah. Oh, did you guys think I live here? You know what this is like? The Daily Wire. Who I think partners with Yellow Dot a lot. There's a new Adam McKay's a big Ben Shapiro guy, but there's about the Brett Cooper, the streamer who made the fake room because they wanted to look like real streamers. So most streamers are like in their bedroom, so they built like a bedroom.
Way.
She's leaving the Daily Wire. Big news. I shouldn't be talking about this in the sacred Yellow Dot space. I'm so sorry.
No, but that's good.
But we admit this is. No one thinks this is real, but they try to create the illusion of you're in this like alt-right cool 20-something's bedroom.
Yeah,
and it was just
funded by like billionaires.
Yeah, just like a studio outside Nashville, funded by crooks.
Good. It's beautiful. It looks really homey.
So some very cool people worked on this for us.
Mariah Carey CD.
Yeah.
Climate champion.
Is she really?
Well, she only comes out at Christmas because the rest of the time,
oh boy,
she's like, I don't want to carbon footprint. I don't want to contribute a carbon footprint.
Fair enough.
It's a really
I
good
like
song.
that. I like that.
Yeah. So Yellow Dot live shows
yes.
are streaming.
Yeah, that's great.
And sometimes comedians are working on material and then we like have interviews with them, right?
Yeah.
So like it just is great. It's a fun thing. I think the more you just talk about climate in any capacity, like the more you normalize talking about it and actually being like, oh, where are places we could live? Like that's actually meaningfully a conversation, or even with like, it just touches everything. With a friend, they're like, oh yeah, buying a house is gonna be tougher because of home insurance, not mortgage or things like that, especially in LA. And I was like, what a great conversation to have. Like, this is a thing that we need to look at and face and like use all hands on deck in every strategy. And why not, like, whatever you're doing can be applied to climate. And if you're a comedian, if you're a streamer, if you're a YouTuber, if you live in like, a 12-year-old's basement, decked out with Mariah Carey. I'm so sorry.
That feels
I'm
weird
so
now.
sorry.
Now I feel kind of. No, it's a room, guys. It's a studio. There's no kids here. Nothing weird is happening.
But I did say hi to Brett Cooper on the way in her little studio.
We did. Yeah, we got Brett Cooper from the Daily Wire. We've been poaching. It was a big thing because like Adam McKay really wanted her. Because he couldn't get Shapiro. Yeah. So we got her to kind of undercut. The whole like Yellow Dot partnership for us. We want to just do like a keep your friends close, enemies closer. Type thing. We're coming for you. So I guess then let's see. Wait. So were you involved or a part of the Rainn Wilson thing?
No.
Okay. Well, I know they wanted that clip during your segment, so I didn't know if you were behind that.
I can give a little more context on it.
So because I'm curious about because it sounded like a cool thing.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes when people think about like their like climate messaging or things like that, I think sometimes they get a little complicated, right? They're like, how do we? And part of it is like just be you and be authentic and be like silly and be irreverent and do all the things. And part of it is also just like sharing information. So I think the Rainn Wilson video is so good. You'll see it, but in it, it's like what are like the climate messaging is not like, oh my gosh, let's try to sneak it. Like it just is like, hey, did you know that oil companies knew about this and were and were like deliberately misleading the public? And then it just is like saying that over and over in a really funny frame. So I would say like that's one of the things that I feel really excited about Yellow Dot. And the comedy I'm doing and the comedy that a bunch of folks are doing. It's like everyone has their own approach, and it can be as simple as just being like, hey, did you know that the personal carbon footprint, which makes you feel guilty about how much you use, was like created by BP to shift blame, like British Petroleum, Beyond Petroleum, right? So it's like the people who spilled oil into the Gulf of Mexico were like, wait a minute, what if Michael feels bad about every flight he's on? You know?
And I do.
I know.
Catholic guilt runs so deep. You know, I can feel bad about anything.
I know. You got to go to confession, and that's what I'm here to do. If you could.
Oh yeah,
dim the lights.
So he's primarily a priest. I was like, can you change shirts? Can't be a priest in a 12-year-old boy's basement room, so we had to put that on. You started it.
No.
You started it,
Michael.
Let's watch a little bit of that sketch clip thing right now, and then we can get back and wrap it.
How dare you? How dare you? I complimented the team.
You did.
Hey, New York, get your hot dogs, get your vegan hot dogs. Vegan hot dogs here for UN's Climate Week, named after brutal, overwhelming, gruesome, tragic climate facts that are 100% data-driven and true.
Can I have an oil company, please?
I'm gonna need you to say the whole actual name.
Oh, if I just get the fashion industry, please?
I'm gonna need you to say the whole name, okay? In order to get the hot dog, you gotta say the full title of that dog.
All right, oil company who knew they were poisoning the planet since the 1970s.
Yeah, we got oil companies who were poisoning the planet since the 1970s, please. Hi, how are you?
You're Jim Gaffigan?
No, I'm not Jim Gaffigan.
57 companies are responsible for 80% of pollution.
Keep going. Finish it.
It's the Paris Climate Agreement.
It's a staggering and tragic fact. And a delicious hot dog.
Free hot dogs, come get the free hot dogs.
So what would you like?
Sauerkraut, I heard you say.
Okay, I'm gonna have to have you read the entire name.
Die Arktis wärmt sich viermal schneller auf als der Rest des Planeten und wird jeden Tag heißer.
Let's get an Arctic warming 4 times faster than the rest of the planet, getting hotter every day.
The Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the planet, getting hotter every day.
With extra sauerkraut. Yeah.
You got it right?
Yeah.
So can I,
You recognize me?
That guy's giving away the free hot dog. I'm just yelling about it, but that guy's giving away. That's TV's, I don't know who that is, but he's famous.
Jim Gaffigan.
So if the fashion industry were a country, it would be one of the world's largest carbon emitters, responsible for a staggering 10% of global carbon emissions.
Yeah, let's get it back.
More than all international flights and maritime shopping combined.
Where's the tip jar? Why is there no tip jar? Vegan hot dogs to fight climate change.
What'd you say your name was?
Can I get that with a side of every second 11.7 Hiroshima bombs worth of heat is added to the Earth's atmosphere?
You got it. Yeah, people underestimate the heat-trapping gas potentialities of methane and its destructive powers.
I'm going to do oil, coal, and gas.
Okay, I'm going to need you to make up your mind, okay? There's a lot of
Oil,
people
coal,
waiting.
and gas pollution are responsible for 1 in 5 deaths worldwide.
Here you are.
Whoa! Fantastic.
Saving the planet's not easy.
It's not easy. We got a lot of customers.
Okay.
And you just take too long to read the title. Did I say you could have a chocolate bar?
Could I get the hottest 15 months in the last 100,000 years were actually the past 15 months, please?
Did you not know that before? Then your parents were doing a terrible, terrible job at educating you. You can have a chocolate bar. Get out of here, you crazies. Let's go, guys.
There we go.
Come on, time is dogs. Let's go.
Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
I'm not a chef.
The end. But then when, I don't want to say anyone, but that Stacy lady in her potty mouth really kind of, that was really fun.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Yeah, and that's like a fun way. Yeah, that's really fun.
Right? It's like being like, hey, here's information.
Yeah.
Like we don't have to overcomplicate it. You can be like, what's a interesting way to share information? And then the hope is people Google, get involved, they read a book, they get like there's so many ways to do that.
Yeah.
And get involved. Yeah. That's what we're trying to do. That's one example, right? There's also more subtle stuff. There's more emotional stuff. There's more George Carlin stuff. There's stand-up stuff. There. Yeah. So I think it's like, truly, I know we're wrapping up because you keep mouthing when no one's looking, get out of here.
You know what I'm really thinking? The people who are on next, some of them don't know each other, and I hope they organically talk. But then I kind of sometimes have like I shouldn't make that reference, but like a sort of like well, you worked in education. I used to work in education as well. The teacher's brain of like, I just want all the kids to get along, work together, you know?
Of course.
So, and I don't want anyone to feel like alienated and alone.
Yeah.
So I hope everyone feels okay.
Next time, this whole time, I've just been heckled. But do you remember I came on and I said, wow, your team's doing so great.
And then look what they do.
And look at this. Look at how they've betrayed me.
The first segment today, I got scolded by Lux there. I literally, he came onto here and scolded me.
No way.
Yeah.
The people that you love the most.
Yeah.
And no other guest has done this.
And
every other guest, I saw the email. They said, ignore the staff. Don't treat them well.
Yeah. This is why I don't support like any unionization for people that work in like production. Like absolutely not.
Yeah. I had to walk past that wild picket line saying Michael doesn't know.
It's music to my ears.
Yeah.
Kidding.
We're kidding.
One thing I'll say while you're still here is for everyone watching, please do obviously all the like standard stuff, subscribe to Yellow Dot on the YouTube channel and all the social media stuff. But check out the website because you can both, if you're a merch head, I got some merch there. But also you can donate money. So like if you want to help out what Yellow Dot is doing, you can give them some bucks. I'm saying that, not them. And they also have some resources if you want to donate to other organizations. I know primarily today we've been donating to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, but if you want to give some money towards climate stuff, I think that's also okay, and you can also go to heaven if you do that.
I was saying, this is what, but thinking about that environmental impact, that's the, I think I know we have to go, but I think
it's fine. Don't look at my watch. Just don't look at my watch. Oh, we got pizza.
Look, they're getting along.
They got sharing with everyone. They know each other already.
Oh, that makes sense. And they don't feel like they're getting along.
Yeah,
there's like a lot.
You're allowed to have some too. No, I don't want to. I don't want to do it on screen. Because people are weird and they'll kind of, they might. Yeah.
Really? Is that why you asked me to send you guys feed pictures?
Yeah.
I think the thing is like, truly and genuinely, everyone is invited, and whatever you do can be done in a climate lens. Yeah. So I'm particularly proud of the way comedy can be used. I think comedy is an incredible tool for change. You use comedy, so your videos are so delightful, and they're so sometimes really heavy topics, and you use comedy and lightness to do that, and that's something that I really admire and applaud in you, and we're doing at Yellow Dot. And also, like, if you are a baker and you make bread, like there's a way to do that with a climate consciousness lens. And I just think, or if you're,
that's a good point.
So I think that's like the big thing that part of me is like, yeah, we can have a conversation. Like, it's good to have conversations about comedy and climate, but part of me is like, that just proves that you can do anything in climate, like truly anything. Right? We had a dude talking about investment and and finances. So you can be a finance bro and be incredibly climate thoughtful and create a better world and create a world that like is good. We're good to the earth and good to each other. So I think that's like, if we zoom out and get a little deep with it, it's like,
you see climate as a unifying force that anyone can apply to what they're doing. I want, just because I like when people do this stuff, I would love to see in the chat, someone in the chat said now kiss. It's a lot. I just looked at the screen and I saw now kiss. I didn't realize it. So my next question, but I'm curious if people have ideas for like what a fun combo of those things would be. No, but you're absolutely right, and it applies. Like, when we talk about environmental issues, climate issues related to Palestine, related to like migration. Like when I used to work with someone whose whole research was on climate migration, and looking at the way in which areas where climate change is hitting the most is not just going to mean like that life sucks for people. It means that people from those places are going to have to go other places, and there's going to be a bunch of domino effects. Fun stuff. But all I'd say is like, it's hard to think about many social, cultural, political issues these days that you couldn't, without too much effort, tie into climate.
Yeah. And then you think, how can you approach them? And I think another lesson from comedy and climate is like you can approach those joyfully, right? There can be a joyful revolution, like in a joyful rebellion. You can approach that doesn't take away the severity of it. You can approach those like with levity and lightness, right? So you can talk about, we're talking about climate is killing people every day, and we're making the choice to show up and communicate that to people in a different way, and like emotion first, and like or like friend first, or whatever that looks like. And I think that's also an invitation for people doing that. Yeah, but I think it's everything. One of my favorite quotes is Chico Mendes. He was this Brazilian environmentalist, and he got assassinated for protecting the Amazon. But he wrote like environmentalism without class struggle is just gardening.
That's pretty good.
And I think
that's pretty good. Environmentalism without class struggle, just gardening for the kids in the back.
Yeah, and Chico Mendes,
Wow.
you can, right? So I'm also like, yeah, this is it. This is everything.
That's amazing, and I love it so much. Well, Yellow Dot, we know we care, but also we care about you. So where can people keep up with you if they want to see you when you're in like cities like Duluth and Twin Falls, and other places you do stand up?
Well, I'm at
that wasn't a diss, by the way. You just like referenced it before, and also I think it's cool because America needs comedy, not just coastal elite cities.
No, it's great.
But yeah, where obviously people can find you on social
media. You can
media.
find me every Sunday, St. Thomas the Apostle Catholic Church. No, I'm kidding.
Outside.
That's a call. If someone is logged, this has all been so many callbacks. Some that have been even off mic that people are like, why do they keep talking about Marianne
Williamson?
Williamson?
Is a horrible time for anyone who's not in this room.
Yeah, I'm. My name's Esteban Gast.
Yes, they know all about you.
And then my socials are at real Esteban Gast.
Nice.
So REALESTEBAN.
Realist Esteban Gast and get all those accounts.
If you do that,
and then just up it from there.
If someone immediately
there you go,
gets way bigger than me immediately with no effort, and I don't and I'm gonna post on social. I don't really post on socials.
It's bad.
It's a totally different conversation, but I'm like, yeah, it's weird. It's weird to try to do comedy.
Weird. But as we learned before, comedy can be comedy.
Oh, we should have ended with a quote, with a Chico Mendes quote. Now look at me, I'm falling apart.
You undercut. I know people in the chat were just like,
they're like,
there's
wow.
like, oh, Chico Mendes is so deep. That's a phenomenal quote. This guy's so deep.
now
Oh
they're
my
like-
God, this is amazing. And now they're just like, what?
They're like, wow.
What is he doing?
Who is this guy?
Who let him here?
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for
this
coming.
was
Really
so
appreciate
great.
it. And so fun to chat in person like this.
I know.
I get to see how tall you are.
Yeah.
If we were on Zoom, I'd have to wonder how big a boy is he. You know?
Yeah.
I don't want to have that side conversation. Great hanging out with you. Mwah. We'll CGI in post.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
put a kiss.
All in post, make me a lot of a bigger boy.
We do a lot of post and live streaming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Guys, this is, I guess, the conclusion of our Yellow Dot Hour. If only it could go on forever. I might have someone pop in for a second so I can go to the bathroom before the next segment. We got our debate hour coming up next. Oh, whoever's here first, I'm happy. Frank, you want to come talk for a second? Hey, have a seat. You can sit there. But just to wrap that up again, this hour, we put it together with our friends at Yellow Dot. We like them a lot. There's no beef there. They're not trying to become Daily Wire for people that live in big cities in any way, shape, or form. So do go to the website, go to the YouTube page, check it all out. You guys are smart. You know how to do all the stuff. Follow Esteban, follow Chris. And then, of course, if you are interested in getting more involved, knowing more about how you can do stuff to feel less bad about the planet dying, they have resources on their website for that too. Hey, Frankie.
Hello.
Are you now?
I can be.
Well, because you have the outfit still, but I didn't know.
It's just easier to not change all the way back out.
Yeah.
I gotta do this again on the air.
Yeah, I know.
in
You have
costume anyway.
So yeah, I'm gonna go use the restroom
right.
and talk to folks for our next segment. I'll let everyone know it's about to get real hot in here. That's not a climate joke. That was more of a Nelly joke. But now I realize it seems like I was trying to really weave it in. I'm embarrassed. But we have our debate hour coming up next. This is gonna be really exciting. This is where we embrace the debate bro spirit on this channel. But I'm gonna use the restroom and be right back.
All right, folks. If you've been tracking, this is break number 3. And I've been secretly one of the guys chatting all day. If you didn't know, I hope everyone's doing all right. Everyone hanging in there. Pizza just got here, so I hope you're all having lunch. I want to thank everyone who's been donating so far. It's always really great when people get together to make something good happen with dollars, especially for the PCRF, because I don't need to tell you all, sort of inundated with propaganda that these people don't deserve or need help, but they absolutely do, especially the children. So it's very nice. I'm gonna go see what's happening in the what's the chat saying. Let's see. Oh, I'm walking out of shot. Drink for pee break chat. Krista, that's probably a good idea. Someone just subscribed to Yellow Dot. That's good. Necromancy is all in the hat. I'm not the necromancer. That's Summersbane. Greg, we got Greg here.
How's it going? I just felt like you needed a friend.
Well, I am used to doing kind of a two-man act.
Yeah. So what's it like being over 6,000 years old?
You know, I don't feel a day over 5.
Great moisturizer.
Yeah. Blood's the main moisturizer.
So how does one get into Ren? Like, where do you find Ren fairs at? I'm a novice. Teach me everything.
You're not.
You know.
Well, do you want to get in from an attendee perspective or a performer perspective?
I want to go as an attendee, and I want to be like the guy that tries to swindle the heroes out of their money. Like, that's my character.
That's fun. I like patrons. That's the term for patrons who want to be part of it. Patrons. I love them myself. There are more Ren fairs than ever, and every time we go to one, the operators tell us that they've smashed attendance records. It's still going. Like, ever since 2021, they're all doing more than they did before COVID started, which is wild to me. But so there are more and more throughout the country. And if you're performing and they tell you that they've smashed attendance records, ask for more money. They have it, and they are literally hiding it from you. It's happened to us many times.
I believe it. It's true.
But if you just search for Ren Fair plus your town, that's good. There's a website called the Ren List, which is like mapped out. It's like by date and by location. There's a big map of all the fairs in the U.S. That's a good place to go. Ren fairs can be kind of like improv theaters.
Sure.
They're run by some rather chaotic people. So all the information is not usually kept up to date. But in SoCal, I highly recommend the Idlewild Ren Fair. It's a lot smaller than the big one in Irwindale, but it's really, really great. And we're there, so I'm a little bit biased. But
sounds like the best one to me. I don't know.
It's very good, and it is up on a mountain, so it's like not hot. It's nice.
That's pretty cool. I'm thinking about right now how I was telling a friend about this stream and how he should watch it. That there was a chance I would pop on it. And the first thing he said, without like skipping a breath, was, what if the Wisecrack audience hates you so much that they all just unsubscribe?
I mean, that would be devastating. Chet, do you hate Greg? I don't see how. I have met him before today. This is actually 2 out of 2 times that we've met. We have had pizza.
Let's get Greg opinions.
Okay, yeah.
In the chat.
Personally, I want to be a good friend and I want to prove my friend right. So I think you should all unsubscribe. I think you should all leave the channel behind.
Greg, don't do that.
Greg,
that was
devastating
that was
the
Wisecrack
numbers.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm sorry. This is a great channel. Actually subscribe. Do the opposite.
Your first fair was College Station in Texas. I would love to go to the Texas fairs, not the least of which because there's some wrestling shows that we want to cross over with.
Hey, New York, get your hot dogs, get your vegan hot dogs. Vegan hot dogs.
We're being silent.
He saw the numbers start dropping and was like, no.
Yeah, I absolutely wanted to censor you talking about my wrestling show. That was what I did. I did that
Fight
on
Opera, people. Look up Fight Opera.
I can't. You guys can read the chat from here?
It's a little bit tough.
Yeah, look up Fight Opera.
Oh, I see my name.
Black on gray is kind of hard.
Greg has a blank. I can't see the rest of it.
Greg has a blank. Greg has a blank. Everyone get your answers in. Oh, everyone
Let's
loves
go.
Greg. There we go.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, 5 out of 4.
Thank you. This is making me feel like God. Yeah, I don't know. All right. This could go bad fast.
Lots of compliments on the beard. Greg, if you were God, for let's just say you get a half hour.
Sure.
And part of the rules is that you can't stretch the hour to infinity, blah, blah, blah. You get a solid half hour as the undisputed Lord of all creation. What do you do?
Is it like a presidential thing where the next guy can just undo everything I did? Or
let's say it's set in stone.
Okay. That's a tough one. I could just do anything?
Yep.
All right,
For a half hour.
What if I made it so everything on the planet is edible and also tastes good? It's just a built-in world hunger.
That's very smart.
So
I like that.
If you're in like a food desert but you have a couch, you could just eat the couch.
That's really good.
I just kind of walked on, honestly.
Greg seized the moment.
I just kind of forced my way in here, but I feel like I've overextended my welcome.
Greg, I think we nailed it just enough.
Yeah. I walked in, told them to unsubscribe, and then.
Well, thank you to watching the Greg and the Wiz.
Thanks, guys.
Brief interlude. Michael's back from break number 3. I'm gonna go back to the computer.
I'm leaving.
Thank you. Keep on donating. PCRF all day. That's the best thing any of us could do right now is donate there. Thank you.
I think that's a good move. Okay. I'm all by myself again. The way I like it. Guys, I'm going to quickly just get our title and thumbnail changed, and then we'll get started. But they've been saying that. Hold on. 1 second. I'm just saying nothing, and I'm sitting here. I hope that's okay with everyone who's watching right now. We're going to get started in just a second. Let's see. For everyone in the chat who's still here hanging out, has anyone been here the whole time thus far? I'd be curious. I think that makes you both a hero and kind of crazy, but I'm into it, and that's the kind of crazy that I like. We're about to have a debate segment, guys, and I'll just warn everyone, it's probably going to get pretty political and pretty serious, pretty intense. So if there's any children watching this, take notes because, that's what we're in the interest of doing is radicalizing young people with wild ideas. And a reminder, we have a bunch more fun stuff coming up today. I will do all our little plugs again. If you donate to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, if you screenshot us your donation, send it to wisecracklive666@gmail.com. You can get books and coffee. Those are the 2 things we're giving away today for the holidays. And I'll just say as well, if you need last minute holiday gifts, oh, what's up, Rob? Good to see you, man. Rob's here. You can get books and coffee. 20% off it. Yes, please. 50% off at Verso. Check out the 666 hats, things of that nature. Are we all good tech-wise? Are all the mics? I see wizworldlive on screen. They had their time. This is for people who don't know, we sold out time on the show, so people rented this. Okay, but let's get into it. Without further ado, someone who we've talked to before, we're a big fan of her, Naima Troutt. Wait, Trout's how you say your last name, right?
See, that's the test. If people know what I'm named after, you're cool. I am named after that. Yeah.
I literally, I'm going to be weird here for a second. I have this new John Coltrane shirt I like a lot.
Really?
From this artist I like. And I almost wore it today, but then I was like, oh no, but I'm going to see Naima's going to be there. And it's too on the nose.
I am. My dad, he is a jazz drummer. So, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that was the second name pick. I was supposed to be named Bellew. That was his first choice, but then my name literally would have been Blue Trout. So my mom had to veto that one.
And Baloo kind of sounds like one of the Disney movies.
Which one?
That Baloo that's a bear. Am I making this up, guys?
No, that sounds like a thing.
My microphone? Okay. Oh, it was off. It's on again. Is it on now? I think when the switch was down. Yeah, I think when it hit the ground. Oh, man. And then can we just take the Wizworld thing off the screen? The Wizworld thing's not actually. Oh, my bad. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, so everyone just missed me talking about the history of Naima's name and her dad's profession, or her dad being a jazz drummer. So we last time I talked to you, it was after your first big debate thing.
Yeah.
Since then, you talked to another one of the slimiest dudes on the planet.
Oh, yeah.
And for those of you, you exist on the internet. Anyone who's watching this is clued into like YouTube stuff. Naima's participated in some of the Jubilee debates, the Charlie Kirk one, where it's a weird word to say these days, but you went viral. Which and as we talked about before, some good stuff and annoying stuff comes from that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Then you had to be in the same room as Ben Shapiro.
I will say, like, I thought that was going to be a lot worse than the debate with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, the set experience, I will say it was worse. But in terms of, like, people, Charlie Kirk was way meaner. Like, Ben was really nice off camera.
I was, like, shocked in watching that. Some of the people that went hard at him, he just kind of does the, okay. Like, I don't know. He kind of... Again, I'm not here saying nice stuff about Ben Shapiro, so just everyone be...
just to be clear, I still hate him. Like, just to clarify.
But I do think there's like, because there's kind of like an old school model of American conservative where you can believe odious things, but you like are like a lad. You're just like a person, and like, I think especially for the ones that tie it to religion,
Yeah.
I think there's that, which is weird because Kirk's a big Jesus guy.
Yeah, he's a big Jesus guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was just me. I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was, and I just didn't like him because he was mean.
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro, I knew who he was, and I didn't like his beliefs. But as a
Yeah.
person on set, he was actually like very nice. I was really.
You know what?
Kind of creepy. But
Okay, so the main takeaway, everyone clip this. Naima says Ben Shapiro changed her life.
No, I don't. No, I did
we're here to
not.
announce her job at the Daily Wire.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm in my grifter era.
Listen, it's happened. Well, so I want to quickly mention that before we get into some other stuff. I know that there is at least like one instance where some real shitty people wanted to pay you money to debate them.
Yeah, I've actually turned down quite a few debates just because I really don't like the people and I didn't want to talk to them.
I think that's cool. I think that's, and when I think it's a weird culture there. I mean, in those instances, like for you, is it just you don't want to do it because you don't want to be around those people because you don't want to sort of be in the kind of grifty ecosystem?
Yeah, so the two debates I turned down a debate with Andrew Wilson.
Oh, I don't even know who that is.
Wait, maybe I'm saying the wrong name. Honestly, I didn't know who he was either. It's Andrew something. It's something. He's got a podcast or something.
I'm sure there's like a dude who yells named Andrew.
Yeah, it's something like that. But I turned down a debate with him because a friend of a friend had done it, and apparently they kept her at the studio for like 7 hours
Hard
and like
pass.
didn't feed her.
Yeah, lock the doors.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was clearly a joke, and I can confirm that we have food on site.
No, they have. I just ate a slice of pizza. I'm good.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's good. That's what you're supposed to say.
It wasn't New York pizza. It was Cali pizza, but like it was still good.
Oh, okay. And then wasn't it one of the real annoying guys?
Yeah,
Wasn't
it was Nick Fuentes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't he just get arrested? Actually.
Yeah.
The Schadenfreude of this week, I've been feeling really good.
What did Fuentes do?
He mace a woman? I'm pretty sure he maced a woman.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. He maced a lady outside of his house, just sort of like.
Just for funsies. Yeah.
The original story that broke was that he did it outside of his mom's house where he was staying, but he was actually at his house, even though he's staying with his mom, but he was at his house for some reason and then maced the lady.
Yeah, he maced a woman. He also apparently slept with Destiny. That also happened this week.
Yeah. They banged.
Yeah.
100%. That's a real thing they banged.
I'm not surprised. I was not surprised at all.
Yeah. So that's fun. But today we did ask you to come here to do some debating.
Yes. Yeah. I'm excited.
We appreciate it because, I mean, listen, not only did we not offer you $25,000 or whatever others have offered you, we're not, a huge platform, but
you're not Nazis.
We're not Nazis. We are not. Okay.
Huge plus.
We are not Nazis. Very anti-Nazi. No Nazis in this room. If any Nazis in this room, get out. But, we believe in the free exploration of ideas. We think that debate can be a healthy way in a democracy to work through things. So we have some people here. And just to be clear, guys, just because we have these people on the show doesn't mean that we think they're good people. It doesn't mean, I'll be honest, that their ideas are valid or backed by reason, but we think it's important that we let them try to defend themselves. And I mean, we know you are very good at defending non-Nazi ideals.
Yes.
Things of that nature. And I want to say as well, like this isn't time to be nice. This is time to be real. So for everyone we're talking to today, I don't want you to hold back.
I won't.
And then for those of you coming, please be respectful, but we want you to be truthful and honest. We do have security on site. If anyone gets too aggressive, Greg, who you saw on screen earlier in the Cleveland Browns hat, will take care of it. So the first person I want to introduce today, and this is someone I actually found. He found me on LinkedIn because he wanted me to read a book he was working on I think it was like organizational leadership. He messaged a lot. I did not read the book, but he found out about this debate. He asked to be on. So I want to introduce Rod Zodman, who is a teaching. This is how he describes himself as a teaching expert. So Rod, if you want to sit there, other side of the couch, that microphone's yours.
Didn't know this would be in a dorm basement.
Oh, okay. Where do you live, Rod?
I live in a house.
Okay. It's a set. It's pretty normal that people do stuff like this on sets. And then
Usually people make sets look nice.
I love this PD. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is a good place.
This
This is a
is
good
great.
place. Okay, it's a nice production design. Okay, Rod. We agreed before that we're going to be cool. Okay, cool. I brought you here because we want to have an honest debate. And you said there was some stuff you wanted to talk about. I did not ask you before because I was worried that if you told me I couldn't in good faith have you on the show. So what do you feel like talking about today?
All right. Well, what I feel, and which one of these is my camera? They're all very close together. Shouldn't the cameras be further apart?
Right. You're not here to critique the set. Come on, man. You're lucky that Naima's even sitting on the same couch as you right now, willing to talk to you, and you're acting. What do you want to debate today? Okay, let's explore some ideas.
Why did you shoot in a basement?
It's not a basement.
Wouldn't that be cheaper? He built a basement in we're in the 10th floor of a building. Just go to a basement.
Listen,
anyways, Michael. Okay, listen. Which one of these is my camera? So I'm a teaching expert, as you all know, Rod Zodman, and I'm here to debate, and I'm not going to hold back, about how. Listen, right now, what do we have in America? Human teachers. Boring.
Oh no.
What I'm proposing is that all teachers are AI now.
But aren't you a teacher?
Excuse me, I'm a teaching expert.
So you don't teach.
I don't know. I'm a teaching expert. I don't teach.
And why are you qualified to be a teaching expert if you're not a teacher?
Well, I've had many teachers in my life, and in fact, a lot of them have been very mean to me.
I can't imagine why.
Okay, I'll try to ignore that. So here's the thing, is that teachers are mean, okay? They can have personal attacks that hurt you, and you know who doesn't do that is AI. ChatGPT, Apple's AI, they're pretty nice, and a teacher, if you don't do your homework, you don't do the test, you don't do the reading, you sit backwards in class because you were never told what's the difference between backwards and forwards. Yeah, they start to get angry, and the attacks get a little personal, and they can make you cry.
Well, have you tried doing your homework and not sitting backwards in class?
Is she allowed to be mean to me?
I don't think she's being mean. I think she's acting very appropriately.
Is part of this is that she's mean to me?
No, she's not being mean to you.
Because if she's mean to me, I don't need to be in this fake basement.
First of all,
I can go to my mother's real basement.
Do you think when they shot Everybody Loves Raymond, they shot it in his mom's real house?
This is not
No,
Everyone
it was a set.
Loves Raymond.
Shut up. Listen, you're here to debate. I'm the moderator. I think Naima's being completely appropriate and professional. I think you brought up a point, if I'm understanding this correctly, that teachers as a profession should be eradicated.
They're too mean.
And that
and which one of these is my camera? I never really got an
Oh my
answer on
God.
that. I didn't hear that. AI would have told me instantly. Ask any question to AI. Ask any question to AI.
You should ask AI which camera is your camera.
My phone's dead.
Oh, well.
Okay, so with your schools, never mind. I have some questions later. I'm going to let you guys talk this out.
So what happens if a student doesn't sit forward or do the reading or do any of the things that.
Yeah, the teacher
you-
gets very mean.
No, I'm saying in your like hypothetical, what would the AI bot do?
Yeah, I wouldn't care.
So children wouldn't learn anything.
No, listen, you're confusing me, and I feel like you're being a little mean like a teacher. Are you a teacher?
No.
Okay. Thank God. Are you a teacher, Michael?
Not anymore. I did used to work in education, yes.
That makes sense.
I
You're
was a
little
camp
mean.
counselor.
Okay.
Similar.
A little mean. So, with AI, you can ask it anything you want, and it gives you the answer, a correct answer, given by the gods. And I don't know,
Wait,
it's
which gods?
Christian.
I think all of them are secular.
All the gods are secular.
No, the AI.
Not the AI I've been using. Have you been using Apple's new AI?
Siri?
Hey Siri, what's up with the Bible? You know how many times I asked that in a 3rd grade classroom?
Why are you in a 3rd grade classroom?
I'm a teaching
You're like
expert.
40 years old.
Okay, I'm not 40 years old. I just turned 34. 1 and 2. I can go anywhere. I'm a teaching expert. Now, am I paid to be a teaching expert? Middle one? I wish I had AI to tell me. It doesn't feel like the middle one's pointed at me.
It's pointing. Okay, I'm really trying not
These
to moderate.
cameras are
here.
really close
I'm really trying
together.
not to moderate here. Okay, I think some real questions are being asked. I think an issue that we could bring up here. You're not answering the question about. I'm going to be honest. Can I be honest? And I think I like you both. I like you already. We know each other. You're a nice person. You seem like you're not a bad guy. It kind of seems like what had happened is that a teacher was mean to you once, and I'm so sorry.
Well, it
I'm
wasn't just
sorry.
one teacher.
Okay.
Well, you were sitting backwards in class, and
Well, no one taught me how to sit forwards. If I had AI at that time, I would have said, AI, how do I sit?
How did no one tell you how to sit? I feel like it's very intuitive. You're
I
doing
wouldn't
it
listen
right
to them.
now.
I wouldn't. Well, I have AI now.
Your phone is dead.
I prepped with AI. Is she allowed to be this mean to me?
You practiced sitting with your phone.
Okay, I feel like this is turning very teachery. I feel very attacked. I'm not a student anymore. I'm a teaching expert, and I don't know.
You're an unpaid teaching expert.
Well, I'm paid. Listen, there's different types of payment in the world. There's money. There's experience. Oh, you're on your phone, Michael? You busy?
I was checking in with some AI.
He's learning.
Yeah. Stop looking at the room. Focus on what we're talking about. Stop looking at the room. It's the left camera.
The left camera? That's pointing way different than me. My right. So say the right camera. See, AI would never make these kind of mistakes. That your idiot human staff.
Whoa,
I mean,
whoa. Hey. We have some boundaries here. Okay, do you want to?
I just feel attacked, and I feel like I'm in a room of teachers right now.
Well, I'm sorry. I feel like a teacher.
Well, thank you for apologizing. Now you're sounding a little more like AI.
Okay. That's
generous.
Okay.
Have you not seen The Terminator?
Oh, boy.
No, I haven't seen The Terminator.
You
I
should
tried to see it, but I was faced the wrong way.
You should probably.
So I heard it.
You should practice with your AI and
Yes.
get faced the right way, and you should probably watch The Terminator.
Okay.
I think you'd be into it.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. It seems I like that we're on a good point right now. I'm going to invite another one of our debaters up. Okay. We'll have you back
Is it a
out
teacher?
later. It's
Because I will. Can I swear?
Sure, you can swear.
I will leave.
Okay, if you will L word if a teacher shows up. We're not going to have any teachers here, I promise. Oh, there is a teacher in the audience.
Okay.
I'm not going to point him out. But there is a teacher here. So just be nice.
Disgusting.
It's not disgusting. It's a good job.
Well,
it's a good
it's
job.
very
Okay, let's not. We're not
strange.
going to be. Okay, thank you so much for all that.
All right.
I want to bring up now.
And I get paid for this?
Well, you were going to, but
well, thank you, because I haven't been paid in a very long time.
Where do you live? I don't want to know. Don't
I live
answer,
in a
don't
real
answer.
basement, Michael.
Okay.
Not some fantasy Hollywood basement.
Okay. Well, next up, I want to bring up another debater to the stage. As someone actually met at the self-checkout line in a grocery store, he was dressed very nice. And while I don't agree with his ideas, I respect the fact that he was at least trying to share them with people. This is Mondell Reese. Mondell Reese, come, you go now.
Debate 1.
Okay, I don't think you won that debate.
It's not a real basement.
Okay. Well, we'll just say right off the bat, are you good sitting down? You know which way to sit?
I know how to sit. I know how to sit.
Great. No, it was a call.
Which one's my camera?
It's always the same one for all you guys.
I know how to sit. And by the way, you said earlier that you don't approve of us. You're not saying we're nice people. That was one of my preconditions, was that you agreed that I am nice.
Well, can you be nice?
Am I not being nice right now?
I have an honest question for you. Do you think your demeanor right now is like nice? I'm going to ask. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, Naima. Would you say that thus far?
No.
Okay, yeah. You're not coming across as nice.
All right. Well, I'm gonna deliberately soften up so that you will be nice to me.
Thank you.
And I'll be nice to y'all.
Great. So I know that what you want to talk about today is that, and this is controversial. This is an issue. This is a real, and guys, this is like a real thing that we're talking about now. You think that surge pricing in grocery stores, which to be clear indicates that grocery stores could raise the prices on foods that are necessary for you to live based on whatever, you think that is good. So
I think it's a little better than good.
Okay. Well, how about you? We'll give you a second. Tell us, kind of defend your position. Naima's going to have to respond. I'm going to try to stay out of it.
Absolutely.
But we're going to be open-minded.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Yeah, it can be better than good because it can actually cure all of the world's ills. Do we all agree that capitalism is the best form of economic system, most successful of all time? Of course we do.
No.
That's a demonstrated fact.
No.
But the problem with capitalism is that there are people who will clip at it, try to constrain it. Stupid and wrong. Do we also agree that one of the most effective things that has ever been done in a grocery store was making bags 10 cents?
No.
Well, you're supposed to agree with that. And are they allowed to say no?
I'm not trying to participate, but if I was going to say yes, wouldn't it be for environmental reasons?
Yeah, I think that would be why that
Yeah.
was good, not like the price increase.
Well,
but-
of course, I don't believe in global warming or anything like that, but I do believe that if you have a goal, you should be able to reach that goal. So some liberal had a decision that they wanted to make plastic bags 10 cents for the environment, and even though that was stupid, they did something effective, unfortunately, which was make them 10 cents, because I haven't bought a bag in like 8 years now. It's terrible. Walked to my car, groceries in my thing, dropping cans.
Are you not just using reusable bags?
You could do
That's
that.
hippie stuff. That's hippie stuff. But let's take this idea, let's extrapolate it further. Okay?
Yeah.
Coca-Cola, noon, delicious. You'd love to have it. Guess what? $400. Me, I planned ahead. I bought that Coca-Cola at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's already in my fridge. It's cold.
So you're imagining like just during a day prices are going up and down. Okay.
So is it like it's a timed surge? It's not. So like from what hour to what hour would Coke be $400?
Well, whenever it's convenient for people
To get it?
$400. Or whatever. I let the free market dictate
Okay.
what a Coke costs. When it's convenient for people,
Right
very
now,
expensive.
the free market does dictate what a Coke costs.
Well, it could dictate more.
Okay.
Would that be free?
What?
Sorry, I got to stay out of it. I'm sorry.
If for people that want to be go-getters, that want to raise themselves out of the gutter, pull them up by the bootstraps.
Okay.
They're buying their groceries at 2 a.m.
The grocery store's not open at 2 a.m.
Well, the one by me is.
Where do you live?
I live in a neighborhood,
Oh, okay.
a reputable neighborhood. Is this my camera? And don't dox me, internet. My ideas scare people, so I have to shout that from time to time.
So I have a question. What would stop, let's say that Coke is available from like 2 to 4 a.m. At like the price it is right now. What would stop me from going to the supermarket at 2 a.m., buying all of the Coke, and then reselling it during the convenient hours in which it's $400 for like $5?
Wow. Now, I saw the previous segment, so I am actually going to turn straight to the judge here. Is she allowed to cheat on every prompt?
I don't think that's cheating.
I'm asking you a question.
Also, it's kind of, I don't want to say that sounded like a teacher thing to say, like cheating. What? Sorry. Nothing, Rod. Nothing. You're good.
Well, then I'd say that you just surge price to surge price.
But I didn't because my price is lower than the surge price. So I like undercut the surge pricing.
I mean, that's the beauty of surge pricing, right? What do? You're at the club, 2 a.m., Uber's charging you $50. What's the first thing you do? Be honest.
Get in the Uber?
Oh, I switched to Lyft.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you could do that. You could drive home drunk. I mean, yeah.
See? There's always an option.
Why is every example you have at 2 a.m.?
This man is nocturnal.
Yeah.
And, there's other benefits to this. And I think these are meaningful benefits, right? Again, I don't agree with this whole women's products in schools thing.
I'm sorry, what?
But if there's access issues, then make them available.
Wait, what do you mean women's products in school?
Oh, man. You're not going to like this story.
I have a feeling I'm not.
In Minnesota, the creepy governor made it
Okay.
Unfortunately. The creepy governor made it a law that women's products are available in schools.
Like tampons and pads? Or just like things made by women?
Well, do women, do they make them or do they?
Well, we use
the tampons and pads is what I'm
cool.
talking
Yeah, okay.
about.
I'm there.
Now, this obviously has no place in school. But I do agree that they should be accessible to people if they are willing to go to a grocery store at 4 a.m. I think that's fair. I think that's capitalist.
But you never answered my question. What would happen if I just bought all of it and then sold it and undercut the grocery stores?
Well, then you'd be a grocery store. I mean, I think that's free market.
Mondale, it sounds like she's doing capitalism better than you. Though.
That's good. If it's good, all right. Well, then we agree that capitalism is good.
No. I agree that your version of capitalism is bad.
Well, we then agree to disagree on that. But it's name. I'll tell you. Actually, this is gonna win. Now, imagine you are on a date.
Is it 2 a.m.?
Could be whatever time. Let's make it 5 p.m.
Okay.
You're on a date at 5 p.m. And the person you're on a date with, or no, you are, you're a little bit hungry. The date was a walking date. Okay. So it's a walking date. You weren't eating or drinking anything. Walking date. The person you're on a date with, you're hungry. You say, I'm hungry. Right next to a grocery store, Safeway, Vons, Gelson's, whichever one you like, Trader Joe's. They say, let's pop into this Trader Joe's and get some chicken tikka masala.
At 5 p.m.?
At 5 p.m.
Okay.
The height of surge pricing.
Okay.
Be honest. You're impressed?
No.
Mm.
Because I would just go to my little store right next to the grocery store and buy it at a regular price at 5 p.m. instead.
Is none of this cheating?
I don't think it's cheating. I think what she's doing is providing counter arguments to your claims that I would say are pointing out. You could say some of the flaws in your arguments.
Well, but capitalism means you buy it at the store. The grocery store.
But I'm starting my own store. It's a bodega. It's not a grocery store. And I'm not going to charge that much money. So people are going to go to my store and not the grocery store. and then the grocery store will go out of business.
Man, I don't think, and I say this respectfully, you've been really nice in all of our communication. You got nicer as soon as we asked you to.
Yeah,
and
you
I
were
really
much
respect
nicer
that.
than teacher guy. I will give you that.
Yeah. Teacher guy, well, teaching expert.
Right.
was pretty aggressive. I say this very respectfully. I think you kind of don't understand how capitalism works.
That's ridiculous.
I think what you're
Can I
describing.
ask who's forcing the grocery stores to sell their goods for $400?
Well,
Who's
that's
controlling it.
That's actually a wonderful question. I thank you for asking it. The beauty of capitalism is that nobody forces anybody to do anything, right? So the grocery stores choose to do surge pricing so that people who are go-getters can go to the store at night and save money. What's the best shopping day of the year? Black Friday. Why? They get there late and they save.
It's like the worst shopping day of the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Via user. I'm sorry. Again, I said I wouldn't talk, but.
But if this was a good idea, and we currently live in a capitalist society, why wouldn't they just do this already?
Liberals.
Oh, of course. Okay.
Liberals have rules about these kinds of
I
things.
should have known.
Do you think this would be happening right now if it wasn't for liberals?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
great. Well, I'm not gonna say anyone is winning or losing right now. I am gonna say that maybe we'll take a break from this one. Okay, we'll bring you back out in a second.
Okay.
But
hey, no hard feelings.
No, you were very nice about it.
Yeah.
But you talked about shopping and Black Friday, and I do see that our next debater, who looks, honestly, I'm going to be 100% guys, looks really nice, and I think maybe it would be a good change of energy right now, is Claire McDonald's. And this is, she had self-identified as the Christmas queen.
The war on Christmas is over, Andy. Okie dokie. Don't worry, I have something for your assistant too. Here you go.
Oh,
I'm not
you.
Andy.
Go,
My
Andy.
name is not Andy.
Oh my God, I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah. Did you want us to open these now?
You must open it on camera.
Okay, I didn't. This is fun.
Wait,
And while they're doing
this
that,
is actually
can
really
somebody
cute.
validate my parking?
Oh, I actually
My
really like
parking?
that.
It says Andy Cohen. Do you think?
I'm so
We're on
happy to be
Bravo?
on Watch What Happens Live for the first time. Can you believe it's my first time on?
I don't know what this is, but actually, thank you. Can
It's
I
a
keep
little
this?
cat mug.
I like it.
Yeah, that's for you.
I have 2 cats. I'm a big fan of
Show
this.
it to the camera, Andy.
This is a sweater that says lazy.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay. While they're figuring out if they like their presents, can someone validate my parking? Or else
we
I'm gonna
can-
throw a fit on my way out.
Here, I'll take care of that.
Okay.
So cute.
So
Okay.
you said, via the WhatsApp messages we had
Uh-huh.
that you.
I was in another country.
I know. Yeah, you kept saying that. You wouldn't say what it was.
I was in Dubai with my husband.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
I was in Dubai with my husband.
Okay.
They had different Gucci products there.
Wow.
Which
Different-
one's my camera?
We keep doing this. If you.
They should all be probably pointed at me for interest reasons. But
Okay, but can
They
we?
have different Gucci products there. And do you know what's funny?
What?
Is that you don't have to be nice to anyone who works in that store.
Oh, that's not good.
You don't. That's something I learned.
I don't think you ever have to be.
No,
nice.
you don't. And that's what I'm kind of learning too.
No, I think it's just one of those things that we like.
Girlfriend, you're so funny. You're so cute. I love your assistant.
Okay, it's not my assistant. This is
I'm
actually.
I'm sorry. Intern. When they're not paid, it's an intern.
Okay. This is. We talked about this.
What?
This is Naima. She's actually an internet personality who's known for
Internet.
debating
Intern.
people, and she's really good at debating people
my
that have
God.
pretty extreme ideas.
I am also
You-
being paid.
You said. Yes, you said
Good
that.
for you, Andy.
Sure. So you said
Yeah.
you had some political ideas.
Look, I didn't
that
grow
you
up
wanted to debate.
rich.
Okay.
I grew up comfortably.
Okay.
Okay.
So what are you here to?
I'm a likable character.
Oh.
I'm likable.
Okay.
I'm just like you guys. Okay. I just got back from Dubai with my husband, and I'm a likable. These are really distasteful.
Okay, what are you here to argue? Okay,
I don't like these pillows.
You're just kind of talking a lot.
No.
I'm glad that you're here.
So I brought my own water because I didn't trust what kind of drinks you guys would have.
Okay, we have water.
No hot cocoa, I noticed.
No.
Scrooge.
Oh, do you want to debate about Christmas? Is it or holidays?
Yeah, the war on it.
Okay.
The freaking war on it,
So
which I
let's-
wish we could use real guns to solve.
Oh.
Okay. Brought my own water. I don't trust what they had.
Okay, so make your claim. Tell us why you think there is a war on Christmas.
Obviously, there's a war on Christmas. Starbucks cups, gift cards get declined. Speaking of which, can somebody check while we're talking about this, how much is on these gift cards I have?
We don't have that.
Some gift cards.
Why are your gift cards getting? Did you just spend all the money on?
I
them?
don't know. I couldn't tell. I used half in Dubai, half in the States, and they're saying that you can't use both places.
It sounds
So-
like they're just empty.
Oh my God, are you serious? Then I have no money left.
Yikes.
Oh, fuck. Can I swear on this?
Yeah.
I'm leaving. I'm going away.
Why are you going? We haven't even really gotten going
If you're
yet.
not Andy, there's no way I'm getting paid for this.
I'm not Andy, okay?
Am I getting paid?
Yeah, you're getting paid.
Woo!
But again, I'm Michael. This is Naima. We're here to
Okay.
debate. Okay. So
It seems dusty in here, right, guys?
No.
It's giving me a cough. But I had a cough when I came.
no, don't say that.
What?
Don't say
I had
that.
a cough. It made me lightheaded when I went upstairs in Dubai. And they said I couldn't get on the plane. I threw a little fit. I just kind of rolled around on the ground until TSA said, all right.
They just said all right.
They just let you?
Yeah.
After rolling around on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
Because you had a cough?
My husband snuck him a billy. So they let me fly back.
How much is a billy?
$1 billion.
Oh, $1 billion.
My husband snuck him a billy.
What does your husband do?
Oh, I can't say, but my husband is. But I can't. What I can say is, when I got married. Now it might be different for you because you're a little younger. But when I got married, it was fine to marry a cousin, if it was second or third. But it's only. But listen, it's only to keep the money in the family.
Where are
It's
you
not
from?
like-
You sound like you're from New Jersey.
I'm from the South, actually.
Oh,
but. But I don't want to name drop my own last name, but McDonald's, I mean, you do the math. And to be clear, I didn't have to change my last name, so.
Is this a
All
first
that
cousin or like a second?
Anyways, Andy, I think that.
Can you just like make us? Can you just like?
What?
What are you here to argue
Yeah,
about?
are we arguing? We're supposed to be debating something.
You're just like we know all about your recent trips.
Okay,
We
fine.
know,
I'm mad that my gift cards don't have any money on them.
but that's
Can we
okay.
get some hot cocoa for the guy in the beanie?
It's nice of you to ask.
I'm okay.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, you guys just seem a little bit uptight. I just wanted to give some presents, and then you can give me mine whenever.
We don't have presents for
Oh
you.
my God! This is just like Dubai all over again. When I went into the Gucci store.
Maybe you didn't get anything because you were really mean to the people that work there.
Stop. Is she allowed to be mean to me like this?
We discussed this with actually the last couple of people. I think Naimi's being incredibly
I'm not the only one
professional.
on today?
No, you were just
Disgusting. Sad.
okay. So the war on Christmas
The
that you
war
want
on
to fight with
Christmas.
guns.
Starbucks cups don't have tinsel on them anymore, and it makes me pissed off. And my husband and I won't say who we are, but we own McDonald's, are really pissed about it. And frankly, we are this close to relocating to Dubai and taking all the McDonald's with us. So what are you going to eat then, Andy?
Healthy food.
Okay.
Food that's good for you.
All right. Well, we'll never be...
Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
Wendy's.
Chick-fil-A. I really like Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Chipotle.
Don't print this, but I really like Chick-fil-A.
I don't think you're supposed to
You know
say
what? I
that.
think their fries are better.
They are though. McDonald's fries feel like they're made of plastic.
They're
a little
bad
bit.
and they have poison on them.
Yeah,
Don't
I
print
can
this, you
tell.
guys. Can we get a round of hot cocos for everyone?
She's fun. She's my favorite.
Can we
I
get a round
like
of-
her.
She likes me.
She got me a present. I'm here for this.
So what do you say, Andy? You want to drop a billy on this?
Let's go to war on Christmas. I'm convinced, honestly.
Yeah. Are you like the captain of the war on Christmas? Or
Wait,
this?
are we fighting Christmas or are we
Oh,
fighting
yeah.
for Christmas?
At this point, we'll do both. No, we're fighting for Christmas. We're fighting for tinsel back in the cups, even though. So in 1987, a ball of tinsel strangled a child who was drinking their mom's coffee because they were a child. They didn't know how to drink coffee, not because of the tinsel in there. So then Starbucks couldn't have tinsel in any of their coffee cups anymore. And I'm like, womp womp.
I don't think Starbucks existed yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was like a local place in Seattle.
Well, that was something I saw on Wikipedia once.
Okay. So you actually, your family, you own McDonald's.
I'm not going to say, but I'm going to say I grew up really comfortably.
You should be careful.
And you married your cousin.
CEOs, you know?
Why?
They're in danger right now.
What? What happened? What do you
I'm not going to say anything.
What
I'm
happened?
not going to say anything.
CEO? Is it a friend of mine? Is it
Probably, honestly.
Is it Frank
Yes.
CBS?
Yes, it is.
Oh no! I love Frank CBS.
You should
I
Google
had a
it.
tiny affair with him in the 80s.
That tracks for you. That really does.
Yeah. You can marry a cousin, you can't have sex though.
Oh.
So you're in
Enter
a
Frank
sexless
CBS.
While having an affair with Frank CBS. So is every CEO, is their last name the name of whatever company that they work at?
Roger Neiman Marcus. Dan Sachs.
That's a good one.
Okay. Andy, feel free to chime in. You look so pissed. Can we get Andy a round of hot cocoa?
No.
On
no.
him.
Okay, this has gotten way too collegial. You know what? Let's. Can we bring the previous two debaters out? Let's see how we can make them. Maybe you guys could stand behind the couch.
Yeah, you guys should stand.
Or. Yeah, maybe you guys could stand, or someone could go on the couch.
Can you
someone
see
could,
how much is on this gift card?
I can scan it and AI will tell me.
Thank you.
All right, we can maybe.
Finally, someone knows how to do something.
Miss McDonald's, you could maybe share the mic when it comes up here. I'm going to do a round robin.
Rod a little closer to the pinball machine.
Rod, closer to the pinball machine, please.
Like right in front of it. Is it real?
I don't think it's operational, but it's real.
Can you swipe my gift card in there real quick, babe?
It's not going to work in the thing. There's not a. It doesn't. That's not
Okay.
how this works.
There's also no money on it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you go to Dubai, right?
Also, that might
Right.
be.
Gucci store at 2 a.m.
Okay, stop. There's not going to do the surge
guys
price
get
in there.
that?
Okay, guys, we're heading into a new era in America right now. As everyone knows, we have a new administration starting next month. There's a lot of things on people's minds. So maybe we'll do a round robin and we can just do a show of hands to see where everyone stands on this. I'll have a statement, and you just put your hand up if you agree. Did you understand that? You good? Good? Great. I think this country should close its borders.
What are we doing?
What is this? Is this have anything to do with me?
What do you mean you?
Am I in this part?
You're in this part, yes.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's in this part.
Okay, fine.
Can you have Chat GPT tell me this in a more
Yeah, can you
concise
explain it
manner?
a little bit less like
one sentence.
mean and like overlordy and like, you know what I mean? It's like you're hosting this or something. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like this at all.
Yeah, I don't like this at
whole
all. It's like
experience
you're in
has been-
charge and like we're just.
Sorry, my patience is getting tested.
I'm having a great time. Is
Well-
that my camera? Yeah, I'm having a great time.
I feel like you guys have won Naima over, and you guys are all on a team now. Wendell, what do you think about immigration and how it's affecting America's economy?
Immigration is ruining America's economy. We need only the immigrants that have the diligence to come into the United States at inopportune times.
Oh, no.
Those kind of people that have the grit and moxie to get here when it's not convenient
At 2 a.m.
should be in America.
So your take is that we should close the borders except for at 2 a.m.
If you're willing to get to the border at 2 a.m., we got a place for you in America.
I think they have been, yes. It sounds like he's pro-immigration. I'm hearing pro-immigration.
All agree on?
Sure.
Is that AI has no borders?
Oh, God.
Is that my camera? AI has no borders.
What have you
And it
learned
won't
from
yell
AI?
at you.
Oh, my God.
AI has no borders and it won't yell at you. I think that's something we can all agree on. And AI would never put you in a fake basement. It would put you in a real basement. Or it would make the basement look a little more real. Everything's kind of faced in a, I don't like this.
You know, it was funny. I was doing some homework last night with my good friend ChatGPT, and just for funsies, I asked him how he felt about black people.
Oh, no.
And he was actually really nice about it. I was surprised. He was like, good.
I was worried that was going to go another direction.
I
right
know.
there.
I was hoping it was racist.
I
I was like, ooh, I'll make a TikTok about it.
That was ready for ChatGPT to get pretty bad there.
No, actually, he seems to be okay.
What time did you say you were doing your
Oh,
homework?
God.
Like 7 p.m.
Never mind.
Yeah.
It's kind of medium.
All right. Well, Miss McDonald's, you do business.
I won't say what.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about the potential of taxes going up on the wealthy or the ultra rich?
I like it. And here's why. I don't pay taxes.
Oh, no.
I don't do it. I fly to Dubai. I drop a couple Billy, throw a little fit to get on the plane, coughing like a mad woman. And here I am. No taxes. And it turns out everyone's getting hot cocoa soon.
Can I ask you a question? If you're the wife of the CEO of McDonald's, why do you fly commercial?
To be honest with you, it was a private plane and they wouldn't let me on because I wouldn't put my shoes on or stop coughing.
But I feel like a private plane, they would allow you to do that.
They wouldn't let me, and they said,
But it's your plane.
because I had knives on board as well. But it was not...
You had knives?
Knives on board as well, yes. And that's why you had to drop a Billy, but it's not a big deal.
What kind of knives did you have on board?
Just the little baby ones for babies.
They wouldn't let you on board with what
Babies
knives?
aren't
do they
supposed
make
to
for
have
Believe
knives.
that in
babies?
this
Babies shouldn't have
America,
knives.
we
Wait a
need
second.
change now. Put tinsel back in the Starbucks cups.
I
I
think
just asked Michael, are you gonna use Sora to make me into some big strong robot at the end of this when this goes live? Because that is something I requested in my writer.
I will be honest. You did send a message about that. It was handwritten, left in under the windshield wiper of my car. I don't know what that means. What?
What's going on here?
Okay, guys, this is. We don't have a budget.
Starting to feel
for
like
that,
AI.
So we're not gonna. What do you mean she feels like AI?
She's starting to feel like AI. That's all I know.
Does AI touch you and your
AI, if you attach AI to certain instruments, okay, which is my camera. Thank you. AI would have told me that much quicker. If you attach AI to certain instruments, it can do anything you want to you.
Okay, Rod, you know what? I have an actual question for you. On my way here today, I passed one of these Waymo cars, a self-driving cars. It was a Jaguar.
Yes.
And, the question I was asking myself was, about the ethics of this, right? Because I was not asked if I felt comfortable as a driver.
I'll stop you there. It's ethical. Okay? If you saw Michael's staff right now, do you want them on the road?
I like to throw stuff at them.
Yeah, see?
I throw like little pebbles
Yeah.
at them when they pass my house.
She meant not the staff. She meant the self-driving cars.
Oh,
Rod.
yeah, no, not these guys.
I
I
think
throw
he-
things
No,
at
if
the
you saw
cars.
Michael's staff right now, you would not want them anywhere near you or your cars.
How does that make a self-driving car on the road inherently ethical when it could?
Oh, I don't know, Michael. Oh, would I rather have God incarnate driving a car? Or someone who can't even tell me what camera is real?
They're all real.
All right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I'll say something else, Michael. If you didn't want to be on the road with that AI car, you could have hit the road at 2 a.m.
Damn it.
You
Damn
could
it.
have
I really asked for that one.
And AI could have told you the optimum time to be on the road. And you know what? I feel like this is kind of a gotcha thing, honestly. And I feel like I know that you were a teacher. I looked up AI and it said you were a teacher at one point. And so I feel like this whole thing's just kind of gotcha journalism. And thank you for swirling my elbow. It feels exactly like AI.
That's not what.
You remind me of Frank CBS.
I don't know what that means.
Naima, do you have any questions for this esteemed? I'm so sorry that I they sounded legit when I talked to them. I know it's been a little chaotic, but we do have.
No, it's fine. They're
some-
better than Nick Fuentes. I'll take it, honestly.
Okay, yeah. But everyone is at least posited some interesting ideas. I don't know if you have any questions. We don't have to agree to agree that you are all here.
Careful.
You're being very civil.
Careful.
And
Careful.
you have offered interesting opinions
Careful.
on important contemporary issues, whether we agree or not. I've not really heard anything hateful, so I appreciate that.
Except for when she said she wanted to gun down.
Oh, she said she
When
wanted to
did
do a
I
war on
say
Christmas
wanted
with
to gun
guns.
down? When did
You
I
said
say
you
that?
said a war on Christmas with guns. You said we should do a
Yeah.
war on Christmas. That kind of sounded
I
like
don't-
coded white nationalism.
I don't think
Oh, well, just
anyone
so we-
disagrees with that. It would take place in Starbucks only.
So you want there to
and
be
it would be exclusively about the tinsel.
So you'd be gunning down the customers of Starbucks?
Somebody has to do, it's dirty work. But if I don't do it, then when does the tinsel come back?
You know,
huh?
honestly, I'm more of a Pete's coffee girl. I feel like I could be okay
And
with
I
that.
know Pete.
Yeah, no one go to Starbucks.
I bet you do.
I know him well.
I bet you
I know,
do.
like, I'm going to know this guy.
Stop. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. This is.
Andy, can we fuck on camera?
You can just have AI blur it out later.
I don't.
When this goes live, you can have AI blur it
This
out
is
later.
live right now.
And I hope when this goes live, I'll be a big, strong robot like I asked in my writer.
So you want? I just want to be 100% clear here.
Mm-hmm.
When this is done taping, you want.
Yes.
Well, you want to have active sex on the set.
Well,
then,
hold on.
then
I
you
didn't
want to
make
be
any
a robot.
promises
Then you
of
want me to blur
active.
it.
I didn't
Oh,
say I
don't.
was going to be active.
All
Okay?
right, that's
I could be
uncomfortable.
half asleep.
Just like AI. Is it alive? Yes.
Have you seen the movie Her?
I heard the movie Her. I was facing the wrong way.
Of course you
God.
Of course you were.
But it sounded beautiful.
I bet you would like it.
I didn't. He just kept talking to some woman. I didn't really get it.
The woman was AI.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God! I gotta see this movie.
I'm telling you, you got to practice sitting. the
AI
right
can
way.
construct that movie for me any way I want, and it could put me in it and make me a very strong robot, big and tall and strong.
Now, when he was out with that beautiful AI woman, did they ever go to a grocery store or anything like that?
Not in my. No, they didn't, right?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think they did.
Just imagine though.
This
if
guy's
he
obsessed
did
with grocery stores.
and then bought her a loaf of bread for $200 at noon. Would that be something?
That'd be something.
No, that'd probably be bad. I don't think that would contribute. much
Okay,
to the
would they
plot.
go to a Gucci store in Dubai and yell at everyone there and call them all the same name?
Okay, I don't.
Would they
Okay,
do
I feel
that?
like now we're veering into
And
territory.
still get the bag they
Okay,
want, huh?
okay.
And still get the bag I wanted.
Okay. You know what? This has been really fun. We really want to thank all of you for coming here, for putting yourselves out there, for being willing to express ideas that could get you in trouble, for expressing ideas that might make people not want to be around you, for expressing ideas that can make some people think that you're maybe calling for violence in all Starbucks across America this holiday season.
Just till I get the tinsel back.
I'm most afraid of her. I'm least afraid of him. I'm middle afraid of him. Naima,
Can
what's
we
your-
have the room for a while, or what's
No.
going on here?
Naima, I
Is
want
that
you
what
to.
this couch is for?
Well, Naima's won whatever this was. What are your rankings of everyone today? I want you
Now
to.
I'm afraid of this couch. I feel like I need to go home and take a shower. My rankings.
Yeah, how would you rank your opponents today?
From what? What's my?
Let's
from
see.
Charlie Kirk to Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. So Charlie Kirk being the worst, Ben Shapiro being
Being the
tolerable worst.
okay,
So who's the
okay.
most Kirk adjacent? Who's the most Shapiro adjacent? Who's in the middle?
Okay, I would say this is my Ben Shapiro for sure.
Yay!
I feel like this is definitely Charlie Kirk because he said I was mean like 8 times.
Yes, very teacher-like.
Ouch. And then this is my middle guy.
What's the center of Kirk and
Yeah,
Shapiro?
what is the between?
Yeah, I don't really know. If you're watching this still in the
I
chat,
don't
please
know.
let us know.
Wait, no, not Omarosa. Who's the one? Candace
Candace Owens.
Nah, she sucks, actually. Never mind.
Hey, you almost got made Candace Owens, and now you're not. Well, thank you so much for the gifts. You guys didn't bring gifts, but you brought the gift of conversation. So we thank you for that so much.
Gift of knowledge.
Okay, knowledge too. My advice would be you didn't ask for it. I think maybe watch Her, face forward. Go Wikipedia, look up free markets and capitalism, see how those work. I think you're good. I think you're just going to be who you are.
I'll see you at BravoCon, Andy.
I'll see you at BravoCon. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Hot cocos for everyone. I'll bring the tinsel.
Wow. Well, let us know in the chat who your favorite debater was, who your least favorite debater was. They're trying to be on camera still. You're not on camera. I mean, you can, but I don't know why they're doing this. They're just, the segment was supposed to be, and now I feel like it's a sitcom. I feel like this is the intro to a sitcom about like friends.
I would watch the show.
Who actually, yeah. If you're watching Mr. NBC, we have 4 people here who I think could make a really good show.
I know him.
Mr. NBC. Yes. Mm-hmm. Frank NBC.
Part AI.
Uh-huh.
What do you have to say about that, Michael?
I have to say that
go to a real basement for once. You love America so much? Go to a real basement. Mr. Hollywood in the sky, fake basement in the sky.
This is the best debate I've ever been in.
I think I'll say
I debate you, Michael, to go to a real basement.
You debate me to go to a basement?
Yeah.
Okay. I will take your debate and I will debate myself to a real basement.
I'd love to see it. There's no basements in California.
Why is that?
I have a basement.
Earthquakes? No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You're
can't
lying.
tell someone you can't tell someone has a basement they don't
My
have a
washer
basement.
dryer's in there.
No.
Okay. Well, you guys get off my stage. Get out of my basement.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Do I
You
go
can stay for a
too?
second. We'll say we'll let Naima hang out for another second because she earned it.
We can all stay.
You cannot all stop it. Don't do that. You're gonna get us in trouble.
I like it, Andy.
You left your bag. You left your.
Oh no! Don't bring her back.
In there.
Don't bring her back.
Sorry.
Wow.
That actually was a cute bag, though.
Wasn't I? Miss McDonald's had a nice bag. If you could say
Yeah,
nothing
I'm gonna
else.
head to the Gucci store and yell at people.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
was a Coach bag, too.
I hope that this was one of the least excruciating debate experiences you've ever had.
This was actually.
I wish more debates were like that.
I wish all debates were like this.
But let's be honest, we got about the same level of intellectual coherence here that
Truly.
you would from a much more serious debate.
Honestly,
And-
no one claimed anyone was eating dogs or cats.
I heard none of that. I could imagine someone asking AI that. I could imagine someone saying, if you do that, you do it at 2 a.m. I could imagine saying someone that in Dubai, they went to a cat store. But, they did a good job. What else have you been up to, Naima? Anything you want to plug while you're here? Are you doing stuff? I know you're going to school. That's important.
Yeah, I'm going to school. If Mr. Who is it? CBS? Mr.
Yeah.
CBS, if you do want to give me an internship.
Is that what you're looking for? Internships?
Yeah,
Why?
I do. I don't know. I don't know if I want a career in politics. I like film, and I would like to make more of those.
Okay. Well,
So if anyone wants to give me money to do that.
Okay. Open call for jobs.
Yes.
Pay Naima to make movies and stuff like that. If our friends from Yellow Dot are still watching, you make stuff. Let Naima make stuff with you. I bet it'll be good. Well, thank you so much for being here. Let's do something again soon where you're not maybe around crazy people. Or maybe you are around crazy people. I don't know.
I'm like a magnet.
You kind of are.
Yeah.
At a
it
certain
keeps
point, it's
happening.
like, wait, are you the problem?
Maybe.
And then where do people follow you on the internet if they want to?
Oh, yeah. You can follow me on TikTok at hair.soup. And then you can follow me on Instagram also at hair.soup, but with 2 P's at the end.
Wait, double P for Instagram?
My Instagram got mass reported by Aiden Ross's fans.
What?
Yeah. Very boo. But now you guys have to go follow my new one because that was really annoying.
Wow.
Yeah.
Real debate dudes are the worst. I promise none of them are going to get their fans
Yeah,
to
nobody
mass report
shadow
you.
ban me.
I don't think any fans are going to be coming for
Okay,
you.
cool. Whew. I was
Amazing.
nervous about that.
Well, everyone follow Naima. And hypothetically, thanks to David Danella, Sean Godsey, and Sabrina Johnson, who hypothetically might be very funny people who were in that last bit. They would say that they were not there, but that's the names of those people. In case you thought that was a fully real thing, I wish I lived in the world of wonder and merriment that you live in. And I envy that very much. Awesome. I'll let you go here then. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks
Do
so
I
much
get
for doing
to
this.
keep this? Can I keep this? It's so cute. I'm obsessed. All right.
Amazing.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
leaving this here.
Yeah, leave it there. Awesome. We have some friends come join us. Oh no, we're just ruining it. It's so it's fine. It's fine. Does anyone who's come to hang out want to say hi real quick over here, or do you guys want to stay over there? No pressure. Want to come say hi real quick? Awesome. Do you want to go? Yeah. Wait, what's up, Michael, man?
Hey, John.
John, good to meet you. Wait, you're the one we saw you running, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That was awesome.
I was on
Rob,
the
I
run.
met. Yep. Good to see you. Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Let's just say hi really quick. We have some people here.
Hey.
Oh, we have Alec on the line? Okay, we'll get Alec on next. Let's just check in real quick.
Yes.
No. Don't do that. How's everyone doing today?
Pretty solid.
Yeah, pretty good. Doing good. Yeah.
Everyone get here okay?
Yeah, it's decent.
Traffic bad?
Yeah, actually not that bad. Oh, well, from where I was. I don't know about you.
All right, nice. Holiday plans. What's everyone looking forward to in the coming weeks, months?
Not seeing my family.
Wow. Not seeing your family. Okay.
They're very far away. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was more of a, is that a you don't like them and don't want to see them thing? Or
It's too stressful to deal with the whole holiday thing.
Yeah.
I have a great excuse.
Yeah. That's awesome. What are you doing this holiday season?
I think we're just hanging out. We were supposed to go visit some family in Dallas, but my grandmother broke her ass, so that's not happening
Wait, did
anymore.
you say broke her ass?
Yeah. Like
Whoa.
broke her tailbone.
Amazing. Not amazing for your grandma. That's a wild chance to a holiday. Or what are we doing for the holidays?
So yeah, I think I'm going to be here. My family's in Chicago.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I saw the
Yeah,
Cubs hat, which is very.
Yeah.
You know, I'm actually from the South Side though, so Sox fan personally. But
It's a more noble position to have.
Yeah.
Cubs fans are some of the worst people in the world, and they're a team run by a bunch of psychopaths. So
true.
Well,
yeah, and I might drink some Yes Please coffee.
Yeah. Awesome. Does anyone want to plug anything while you're here? Does anyone have anything to plug? You guys want to plug stuff?
No, not really.
That's good. I just curious. I don't know if people listen.
I make music and I photograph stuff. Topo.chico on the internet.
I feel like
you
that
wanna look
you have to
up.
get confused for water all the time.
I know.
Yeah. Awesome. Do you guys see that there's some snacks and stuff here?
I think I walked past some
Okay.
snacks.
I want you to know that there's snacks here. So while you're hanging out, those exist. But yeah, make yourselves comfortable. Hang as long as you want. I'm excited to have you guys here. For anyone who doesn't know, these are just some fun friends that came to hang out with us. And it's a really duded up room. You know, just a dude. Again, a room that looks like it's full of people who are either incels or nice guys.
Nothing in between.
Everyone
That's
looks
it.
like, yeah, one of those two things. Not both of them. Lux, you tell me we have Alec Opperman on the line? We do have Alec on the line. So do I have to do the whole thing with the mic and stuff? Yes, we do. But also, I have we have an
Quick
announcement?
announcement. As of when Henry messaged me, we have raised $1,353.33 for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund.
Whoa! Holy crap!
That's only counting the people who have sent us screenshots.
Yeah.
So any other donations, we can layer that on top. But that fucking rocks. That's super sweet. So thank you guys so much. Keep them coming. We're only halfway done, which makes me feel insane to say out loud.
Yeah.
But yeah, so awesome start. Keep them coming. Thank you guys so much. You're the best. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to get Alec queued up.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks for coming on and saying hi, guys.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Oh, and also, if anyone wants a drink in the fridge in one of the things, there's non-alcoholic beers and a couple alcoholic beers. If anyone wants to have a beer, feel free. Okay, so now we're going to talk to Alec Opperman for a bit, which means I got to do the other thing. And let's do this. How about I'll talk to Alec, and if we're doing the reacts thing at 4, maybe I'll take a few off before then, and some. Awesome. And seriously, guys, that's like the coolest thing ever. I don't know if you heard those amounts. It's a lot of money raised. So, oh, hey, Eddie's in the chat right now. And sorry I haven't been as up on the chat, you guys. Yeah, those are some people from the Wisecrack community that showed up. People whose names you've seen in the chat before. They're real people. And they didn't come to kill us. So, again, we are raising money today for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. You know, it's the holidays. You want to do good stuff. Give peace a chance, things of that nature. If you donate and you want to send us a screenshot, both to be like, hey, I did that, and also because we are going to be using that as a raffle of sorts to give away some Yes Please coffee and some books from our friends over at Verso Publishing. Please do that. And if you want us to rate your, what do we say? Rate my hood, rate my crib. If you want us to rate your hood, send us your address or a shot of your place. We won't dox you, but maybe later in the show we'll rate your place. So please do that. Also, just another reminder, we have holiday merch designed by Eddie, who's in the chat right now. We have our specialty Wisecrack Live 666 holiday stuff. I see that a few people have ordered stuff now, so that's fun. You know, it looks cool. It doesn't really do like anything in terms of having a good cause or anything like that. It just looks cool, and we appreciate it. So check that stuff out. And as always, you can email us at wisecracklive666@gmail.com. Both of those receipts of the donations and anything else. I'm going to get a different audio thing going so I can talk to Alec Opperman. I think he is coming to us from a prison or something like that. For those of you who don't know who Alec is, neither do I. Let's see. Oh, and I just got to get in the Zoom? Yes. All right. Did you send me the link? Yeah. Awesome. Okay, friends, 1 second. Anyone watch the Adam Friedland Destiny debate in the chat? I started. I didn't get to finish it yet. Did you send it via email, Lux? Oh, cool. Let me know what you thought there. Okay, clicking a link. Mike. Oh, it's all in like the subject line, I think. Oh yeah, I think I got it. It says enter meeting passcode. Is that in the email too? Cool. Yeah, I did a light nose pick on camera, guys. I'm just going to be really honest with you. That's the thing that just happened. Okay, guys, we're going to have Alec Opperman on in just a second. In the meantime, hold tight. Like the stream. Thanks for being here. It's really cool you hung out with us. Oh, I'm going to change the thumb real quick. So I would say 389-009. Okay, cool. Guys, I would say if you're watching right now, definitely it's 3:15 our time. Come through at 4 p.m. for sure. Because we got some fun stuff going on there. Okay, guys. Let me know when you want me. I'm just going to hold both mics until you tell me not to. Yeah, I think I can. Can I hear you, Alec? Okay. Okay, cool. I think we're live. Give me 1 second to do something, Alec. If you just want to rant for a second, you're welcome to.
About what? There's nothing to rant about in this world.
Oh boy, there's almost too much.
How's everyone doing?
We're doing good here. It's been a chaotic day. A lot of ins and outs, ups and downs, things happening. So a fun thing, I don't know if you can talk about this at all if you want to, and you can just not if you don't want. You know, a weird thing that's happened recently is that, you know, you make videos for a place called More Perfect Union. More Perfect Union has covered healthcare quite extensively. And there was an instance which I feel like you can talk about because he put it publicly where one of your colleagues was briefly accused of being the shooter.
I mean, accused is a strong word, and I can talk about this because I don't know, no one told me not to. But Sean Morrow hosted a video that I produced and wrote with him on the Thumbnails United Healthcare. Great video. It's a year old. Nobody really watched it at the time. Things have changed. And I think people in the comments were just joking that he has a similar jawline. Like he has a very nice jawline compared to some of the CCTV footage we saw. And they were just joking, like obviously Sean Morrow is the healthcare shooter. And TMZ reached out and he's like, this is ridiculous. I'm a journalist. And since then, there's been a Washington Post article about this, which I find very funny. And I think unrelated to being accused of the shooter, he was just on MSNBC. So, just fun things all around.
Wow. What's the most recent thing you worked on at More Perfect Union?
There's a video, I don't know the exact title, but it's something CVS sucks now and it's getting worse or something like that. About how,
that one's great.
Yeah, it's about how the pharmacists are too stressed and overworked to, in their opinion, safely deliver you medications that you may or may not need for your life.
Well, everyone should watch that video. What's like one of the things you learned in that about why pharmacists are too stressed to do a good job at their job? And to be clear, I'm not blaming the pharmacists that we're talking about conditions, but what's some stuff you learned in that one?
I learned that I'm talking about pharmacists at CVS, and also I've heard Walgreens
Yeah.
is very similar, but they don't schedule enough pharmacists and techs. They like to blame it on the pandemic, but according to at least one example in Ohio, where there was like an actual investigation, there were pharmacists available to schedule that they refused to, and instead let these terrible conditions where like drugs are going unaccounted for, like possibly like opioids and stuff like that. People are getting wrong medications. Unrelated to the Ohio one, I heard a story about like they gave an old lady the wrong vaccine and then had to call
Jesus.
her back and be like, hey, excuse me, can you come in and sign this paperwork? So, not great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely anecdotal, of course. But yeah, like I go to a Rite Aid for my local pharmacy, and I rarely see people that work a job that look as depressed and upset as the people. And I'm like friendly with a couple of them, but like it just seems like such a hectic and chaotic situation.
Yeah, it's also weird to hear pharmacists complain, talking to a lot about vaccines. And I don't mean in a woo-woo way. I mean, uh, vaccines, like for any pharmacy, are profitable. Like you get to bill insurance and whatever. So CVS wants to basically do as many as possible, but because there's so few of them, they're giving flu shot after flu shot after flu shot, while people are like, "Excuse me, where's my blood pressure medication?" And then they get screamed at, and it's just no good.
That's tough.
Yeah.
What are you working on anything next over there?
A video is coming out next week about arbitration clauses. These are little things in the terms of service that you sign. I'm sure
Oh
people
no.
are familiar with the case of a woman who died from an allergic reaction at a Disney restaurant, and then because her husband had signed up for a Disney Plus subscription.
Yeah.
So that's one case when we talk about that. There's another case that was also in the news where I interview the lawyer. A Uber driver ran a red light, causing horrific injuries for the people who would order it, because they had ordered Uber Eats. Uber saying the arbitration clause for this entirely separate app applies here. You can't sue us in open court. You have to go to arbitration instead. And I talked to some legal experts about why arbitration, which is like an independent party judge type person, this seems great on paper, it's faster, it's cheaper, is actually just like a horrifying way to protect industry profits.
Well, it's wild too. It's one of those. This is like a stonery, wow, ain't it deep thought. But the amount of times we basically click things like that and sign away. Well, because it's like no one reads those, and it's wild that it's a part of our culture that we are regularly signing or confirming legally binding documents that we have not read or don't understand.
Yeah, and just the time to like every single time, you know, the other day I was updating a game called Valorant, and I was like, oh, let me scroll, and of course there's an arbitration clause there. Every time you want to order it, they're just everywhere, and in some cases they are not even they could be in user manuals. The one person had ordered something from Wayfair, and like below the like finish order button was a notice of an arbitration agreement. So they didn't click I accept on that, but that was considered legally binding, where when they wanted to sue over getting mailed furniture with bed bugs, they had to go to arbitration instead. They're pretty unavoidable, and the government tried to do something about it, and certain politicians blocked it basically.
Wow. When you do that these days, because it's interesting, like obviously people, well, I assume a lot of people know, some might not know that Alec, who we're talking to right now, very OG Wisecrack, used to do tons of stuff here in many ways. I was talking to our colleague, former colleague Evan Yee earlier, and we were discussing how there's like a path by which you sort of like initiated kind of like the version of the channel that it is today. And, when you were here, the stuff you were doing is more like read stuff, sit, write stuff. And correct me if I'm wrong. And now you're out here doing like documentary investigative journalism type stuff. So what's that transition been like for you? Have you had to like learn new skill sets, or is it kind of like learning as you went along and adapting to cover the type of stuff you wanted to learn about?
I think it's in some ways easier, which I think a lot of people might hate me for, because when we're doing a Wisecrack video, we would often take it upon ourselves to be the expert on everything.
Mhm.
Like I'm going to read for lots of Wisecrack videos. I would read several books and, well, obviously I'm doing fact checking in both places, but just like make sure everything that I'm writing on this page is, bulletproof. When you're talking to other people who are smart, obviously you fact check them and do all that important stuff. But you're like, oh, I don't need to be a legal expert. Like, I don't need to read every book about arbitration. Like, here is a person who's been publishing in peer-reviewed journals about it for, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So that way it's easier. The skill that is maybe the newer one or the one to work on is just like the ability to basically be a very annoying person. Emailing
That
someone.
sounds hard.
Yeah, it's as someone who doesn't like, the worst thing that could ever happen is if I feel like I'm annoying someone or bothering someone, ever profusely apologizing at every restaurant I go to. So to send someone an email and then like literally the next day at 9 a.m. being like, hey, did you get my email? Is, because people let things slide, and if not, and just those little ways to annoy people is like really a great way to get them to respond to your email where, you book these interviews you may have never gotten. And I've talked to and interviewed some really cool people, like best-selling authors and people who've won fancy journalism awards. And it's all through being vaguely annoying.
Wow. Do you ever have to go through like representatives, or are you just hitting up the person?
Representatives, sometimes there's organizations. I will not be specific about what kind, but I'll give a fake example, but maybe there's a consumer organization trying to build awareness about, well, I'll use this because it's not in the video. I don't know if this exists. Victims of arbitration, right? And they've got like a board and everything. Sometimes you have to talk to the marketing person, or not the marketing person, but like a PR person, be like, hey, like, is anyone in your network here? And then sometimes they try to control what you say, and you have to be like, please, you're not allowed to do that, like, and all that fun stuff.
Oh, that sounds, yeah. It's interesting 'cause it's one of those things where like, yeah, do you feel, did you have to like develop more of the skill for dealing with annoying people in annoying situations as you went, or have you always had that? And
I used to work in restaurants. I was a
okay.
waiter at a Mexican restaurant when I was like 18. So I
there
think
you
I
go.
always had that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone, if you're like 17 and you're like, should I work at Abercrombie and Fitch or a restaurant? The restaurant will be terrible, but you should absolutely do it.
Oh, sorry that I had to move around like that. What do you think is the weirdest thing that's happening right now, and all of the weird political and cultural things that are going on in the world that we're constantly assaulted with? What strikes you as the weirdest? Or the thing, what are you thinking about the most? Or the thing that's like,
Obviously, I'm just constantly thinking about Luigi Mangione and his weird defense lawyer.
wait, so tell me about this, because I don't know a lot about his defense lawyer. So what about it are you?
I don't know that much. I just watched clips of him, and he seems like, I don't know. He just seems like the stereotype of a defense attorney. He's like, seems like a little, like, I don't disagree with anything he's saying, but he just seems like a little slimy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one, it's been like, I said this to someone earlier today. The thing I'm most surprised about with the reaction to that is how some relatively normal, middle of the road politicians and media figures have been like, we're not condoning violence here, but like, we get it.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the debate between that, and then there's another sort of LinkedIn discourse that I saw today, where it's like, how could you possibly say you get it? This is an affront to like basic human decency, and like, all of these things that, lots of these LinkedIn posts you could literally throw in the name of like Osama bin Laden and it still makes sense. Like they had wives and children, and they ran, Osama bin Laden, he ran a construction company, as I understand. Like, so sorry, I'm not comparing Brian Thompson to Osama bin Laden, but I think the sort of like lack of understanding of anything that's going on in the world, and some of these like thought leaders who have weird bullshit work titles on LinkedIn.
Yeah. LinkedIn. Yeah. Someone in the chat was laughing at the phrase LinkedIn discourse.
Yes.
Oh my God. Trying to think of other stuff I want to ask you. There's always a lot of stuff I feel like I could ask you. I'm curious, how much media do you consume these days?
What kind of media?
Film, television.
Oh, barely any.
Okay. Are you mostly just gaming, or listen to podcasts?
Podcast, a little bit of games. I mean, I did just start, or I'm in the middle of like Say Nothing, and I need to finish What We Do in the Shadows. Both phenomenal. Highly recommend.
Well, as someone that also works on a podcast, what podcast do you like these days?
I usually fall asleep to If Books Could Kill. They don't post that often, along with Maintenance Phase. They're in the same podcast cinematic universe.
Yeah.
And then, you know, just like a lot of NPR, like Planet Money, The Indicator, Radiolab is still up there. Mike Rugnetta, for anyone who liked PBS Idea Channel.
Yeah, I like that guy.
Yeah, he's got a cool new podcast called Never Post. That's very Mike Rugnetta-y. If anyone was a fan of that channel, check that out. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Sean in the chat says culture binge reunion when? Probably never. Just like I'm being real. I don't like to give people false hope. It's probably never gonna happen.
That's right.
Yeah. It was, you know, things were fun while they lasted.
They were fun while they lasted.
And we appreciate them for what they were. Are you doing anything fun for the holidays? This is less a fun podcasty or stream thing. I'm just curious. What are you going somewhere?
I'm staying in New York. I'm trying to convince my partner to get Chinese food. It's not going well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, I see a cat in the back.
Oh yeah. Same cat. She's 19 years old. She's great.
19 years old?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Here, keep talking, but just a reminder to everyone who's watching right now, thank you for hanging with us for so long. We are raising money for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. We've been posting links and stuff all day. We've raised a lot of money so far, and it's kind of incredible and impressive. And I will say, like, the most impressive, kind, cool thing is those of you who are like, I don't have a lot of money, I'm still throwing some bucks that way. I think that's like very cool of you to do. And I think this is an instance where, like, you give $2, you give $20, you give $200. It's whatever it is. It's a very good thing to do. And then for those of you who are hitting us up with your receipts to show us you did it, to prove that you're good people, just know that we're going to be giving away some books from our friends at Verso, some coffee from our friends at Yes Please. I'm going to just kind of like randomly pick some people. You know, it's going to be like random, not going to put a lot of thought into it. So I'm glad that you guys are accepting those conditions. And then, of course, if you're doing holiday shopping and need any last minute gifts, you can go to Verso, get someone a theory book, get 50% off with code Wisecrack. Go to Yes Please, get some coffee, get 20% off with code Wisecrack. So reminders for those things. And then, guys, at 4 p.m., I'll give you the run of show for the rest of the day. 4 p.m., we are doing a live episode of our Philosopher Reacts format that Alec basically invented because he was like, do this thing. And I was like, yes, Dad. I'm older than Alec. He has, he's the fatherly figure. And then at 6 p.m., comedian and video game designer Kevin Horst is coming in with some of Kevin's barely made games. So we're excited about that. And, we'll see when we wrap up tonight. We'll see how much steam we have. We'll see how much steam the show has. If you have been watching, thank you for liking and all that sort of stuff. We really appreciate it. But, now that we're here with Alec, I'm going to find a moment where I can make someone else come do this for a second when I'm done talking with Alec so I can go to the bathroom and have a snack before we do the other thing. Because I haven't eaten a lot today. Have you eaten a lot today, Alec?
Yes, I have, actually.
What's the best thing you ate today?
It was all kind of mid, to be honest. I had some oatmeal, mid. I had like a halloumi toast, mid. I had a cold tortilla before coming onto this because I didn't have time to like eat dinner. And that's what I've been up to.
Here's another question. I'm just bouncing around. Do you still read a lot of like theory, philosophy stuff?
I mostly read like rarely, mostly just like nonfiction about usually whatever I'm working on.
Yeah, like stuff that happens in the world.
Yeah. So, I feel like I've got this great philosophy theory background to, point at things and yell, this is the trash can of ideology at all the books I'm reading.
Do you find that like the stuff you do, you still use the more theory heavy stuff as sort of like a internal framework for how you then understand a lot of the more, I don't know, like practical, cultural and social things?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think it gives you a lens to look at either debates or, like in the background of some of the stuff I'm doing, say about like food, there's like kind of a philosophy of science that is, like informing it that, other people might not think at all. They're just like, a scientist says this and we're going to do what the scientist says.
Yeah.
But I think having, even all of the stuff I did for Wisecrack on like anti-vaxxers and philosophy of science there, like helps me kind of figure out as a non-science person, a kind of set of values or questions to ask about things that I'm covering.
Yeah. That's not interesting. What's like, what do you think? Because I feel like people end up having, when they spend a lot of time reading theory, they end up having a main thing or like a main guy that they run stuff through, whether someone ends up being sort of more or less Foucauldian or Lacanian or Heideggerian or whatever. Do you think there's a framework from your years of reading theory that sticks with you as like the one that's like your main sort of frame of reference still?
Yeah, I think my hipster answer is like Jacques Rancière, who
That's like truly that's a cool and unexpected answer.
Yeah, because I can't say like Foucault because he's too popular, but also besides Jacques Rancière, the next one is probably someone like Foucault or probably someone like that. I think is like a very helpful way to look at the world.
Yeah.
And not a specific thinker, but I think about historical materials and a lot.
What would you recommend from Rancière if someone has never read him before?
Oh God, I think the book.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but yeah,
I think it's called Disagreement, and then I think there's another one called Consensus. They're pretty similar. I think they're both bangers.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna let you go in a second because I'm gonna pee and get a snack and see if Lux wants to do something or Frankie wants to do. Or I'm just gonna like anyone in this room is basically allowed to host the show for a few. Anything anyone could do other than look out for your next video? Should they watch the CVS video?
They watched the CVS video. I've been working on a podcast called it's called Cited Podcast. I would say it's like wisecracking in the way like their whole mission. The guy who runs it's a academic out of the University of Toronto, and it's sort of like the stories behind ideas that are animating our lives. So we did a whole season about psychology, and I did an episode about like the origins of mob mentality and the big shitbag who did that. We just did a season on economics where I do an episode about like the guy who kind of crafted the GDP as we know it. And now I'm working on some stuff about right-wing environmentalist. That's as specific as I'd like to be.
I'm very interested in that one. Okay, so everyone watch that stuff. Check that stuff out. Alec, I'll talk to you soon in a non-publicly streamed format.
Well, yeah, both. That's fine. Good
yeah,
talk
what
to
if
you.
I just secretly streamed any meeting I have with you, and it's just
just pull up our Telegram and it's fine. Thanks everyone for donating. Donate more. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Later, dude.
Bye.
Whoever. There's seats. There's mics. Hey guys, sorry. Your friend Michael needs to.
Michael Burns needs a much-deserved break.
That's right. And for those at home, this is number 4.
Number 4. He got here at 8:59, sat right down, and just has been
holding in
like
all
the
for
whole
you.
time.
If you see him sweating or stumbling, it's because he's been here for so long. And
Right.
of course,
And it's not because of the ketamine.
Or yeah. Well, we can. There's still time. There's 4.
But we've raised a lot for PCRF.
Absolutely.
That is awesome. It's
incredible.
It's awesome.
That's all that's been tracked. I'm sure there are
Right,
people
yes,
out there
that's
who
only
are
people
looking
have
to
sent-
give without being recognized.
Well, sure. And what Michael mentioned earlier, when you do charity, you should, there's a certain mentality of keeping it quiet, which I understand.
Yeah.
But the totals we have are of people who have sent their donation screenshots into Wisecrack Live 666@gmail.com. I can't believe I've typed it so many times today, but I had to struggle to recall it just now. We actually have to leave soon, unfortunately.
Just
because
the stream will be
just
here.
the two of us. The stream's going all night. We have to get back up into the valley to do our show,
which might as well be on the moon.
But we
will be in traffic for a long time.
But if there are any final questions from the Wisecrack chat for us, we're happy to take them.
That's right.
We'll be live at we'll be doing our show Wizworld Live at 8:00, and you can watch the VOD after this stream is over.
That's right.
You just head over to Twitch.
Do it.
User 50, you asked for the Philosopher recommendation. I wasn't here, but I'm pretty sure if it was Alec, he said Jacques Rancière. So check out Jacques Rancière. And I bet he probably was talking about the Decensus book, if he was talking about that. Because that's what he likes to talk about.
I see.
There you go.
Rancière, no G.
I will say some of my favorite philosophical stuff right now. Professor Richard Wolff and his organization Democracy at Work. He does amazing stuff explaining socialism and capitalism. What do I mean? If you watch it, you'll find that amusing. That's some of the best stuff.
If you don't.
Do you guys want to hop back in? Michael's on a bathroom break. Michael's on a bathroom break. You just hop
yeah,
in.
Which means the lunatics are running the asylum.
That's right.
I'm not stopping anyone from doing anything.
Claire's back.
Oh.
Hello. Hello.
What are you two talking about? Oh, I love
We're just
your
hanging out.
sweaters.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's so much better than pants.
Finally, someone's in the holiday spirit.
Yes.
What are you wearing?
Well, today is a Banana Republic top with a Levi's bottom.
Okay, I don't know what Banana Republic
It's
is.
a Levi's bottom.
It's poor.
It was founded in San Francisco, and in fact, yeah, it's still pretty poor quality. It's good.
Are you guys, what are you guys doing for the holidays, huh?
I'm currently on a quest to rescue Santa. If you go to the blog.wizworldlive.com, Santa's been kidnapped. Oh, thank you, Spencer. Sound guy.
I would love to join you. I just
Oh,
polished my little Lady Shooter 900. It's a beautiful diamond encrusted bezel.
Is that for ladies who shoot, or is it to shoot a lady?
Yeah.
It's for ladies to shoot.
Okay.
A lady never shoots another lady.
Oh, okay.
Ladies
That's lovely.
only kill men.
Okay. No, that makes sense. There's kind of there's some rules.
Unless a lady grabs another lady's bag at, say, a Gucci in Dubai or something,
Then all bets are off.
Then all bets are off.
You know, I like that you just have one place that you like to go and you just go back. There's no reason to waste your time trying other stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You know you like Dubai.
I can't
You head
go
right
to
back.
Gucci in the States anymore because
Yeah,
of
go
my
to-
behavior. Oh, Andy, you're back.
Andy Cohen is back, everyone.
Andy's still on his break.
I wanted to talk to him about my contract.
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
yeah,
Andy,
yeah.
we have some business questions.
Some contact.
Bye.
Bye.
You
It was
were
so nice
amazing.
to
That's
meet
Naima's heading off.
You're welcome. Okay, good. There might still be tea leaves in that, so you might. Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Andy, come on.
Andy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Andy Cohen, host of the Wisecrack, is gonna get some food.
And watch what happens live.
That's right. Right here on this
Now
channel,
that's-
Wisecrack.
Now that's a good show. Now that's a show I like.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what? My parents wouldn't get this.
Really?
No,
Why?
they wouldn't get it because it's too much.
Should we do some Watch What Happens live stuff?
Yeah.
Gucci or Sarducci?
Sarducci.
There we go. And then we go off and run. And of course, that was a reference to Father Guido Sarducci. I'm sure the live chat is really up on old 70s SNL characters and loves that.
Yes, I'm sure they do.
I'm sure they do.
What about you? One of
It,
you
do-
boys?
it doesn't look like the chat does get that.
You don't know Father Guido Sarducci?
Yeah, you guys don't know Father
Which
Guido
one's my
Sarducci?
camera? I love that. Dude,
You guys
Gazi
are we're on the
Conrad
we're on the
says,
center camera now.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I'm a real woman. This was not a bit. I have a little gun with diamonds in it.
She was the only real person in that
Okay, I
debate.
was the only real person in that
Claire.
debate.
They just
Claire
left the back door
McDonald's.
open. She wandered right in.
I thought this was a sample sale, and then I thought it was Watch What Happens Live.
I used to work at a lingerie company, and the sample sale was always like the worst day.
Say the company.
It was called True & Co. They can rest in hell. The CEO was from Bain Capital, and I'm not kidding. She was a girl boss from Bain Capital. It was sold to the company that owns Calvin Klein for not very much money.
And the only reason I didn't have sex with her is because I didn't know about her
Well,
until just now.
I don't think she would have been very good at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most people I have not been good at it. Like I said before, if we can do that on camera, that gentleman I was stroking is still here. I can still see him. I welcome him
He's
back.
staring at you from across
I
the
ran
room.
a poll about it, and
Okay.
chat was in favor of you guys being able to fuck on camera.
Thank you,
Well, I
chat.
think to be fair, the options were yes or right now.
And it was overwhelmingly right now.
Yeah, that is true. That's a good point. Fair point.
It was like 2/3 said right now.
That tracks for the audience. That tracks, I think.
It does. Now, when it comes to selecting a partner,
This is the love line portion of the Wisecrack.
Send us your romance questions in chat.
Yeah, post your romance questions.
Is it the power of the people that you're looking to copulate, or is it just simply a dollar amount?
It's mainly their little elbows. If I start rubbing a little elbow and I think this is going to pan out for me, I move forward. And wouldn't you know it, they always got a couple billy in the bank.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I can tell an elbow away if you're a part of the working class.
Now, do you see, or do you have to
Or
touch
not.
it?
No, I have to touch it.
You have a laborer's elbow.
Ugh, disgusting. You know what? You know what I think is a well-earned dollar?
Yeah.
One that no one earned. Okay? Because that's gross. Yucky.
You have to work for it. What's the point in having it?
What's the point in having
Can you
it?
believe that Andrew Schultz makes millions doing this?
Who's that?
He's one of the neo-Nazi
Hey,
podcast
we
guys.
just got
That was the person.
We just got a super chat from AG99.
Ooh. What do they say?
What's that?
They just sent 99 cents with a smiley face.
Just under $1.
Well, the Dollar General thanks you for that.
I hope you didn't earn any of those pennies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I hope you don't pay taxes on a single penny.
Better not.
That's tax just suckers.
That's right.
Taxes are just for suckers. They got to catch it first.
Now, how do you two find your love connections go? Or how do you find someone that you feel is compatible?
Boy, that's a good question. One time, it was because I was dancing so good.
Oh.
That was an actual one.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good one.
That's a good way.
Yeah.
I tend to find that things in common, ultimately shared values, I find those to be the most attractive.
That's sweet. And I rub a man's elbow to make sure he's never worked a goddamn day in his
It's like-
life. And if he has, I throw up in my mouth a little and I move on.
Now, is that because you find that it's like suede and fine Corinthian leather touching the elbow of a rich man ultimately makes it soft and pliable, or is it that it has no fat on the bone
This is what I
from
find.
like elbowing their way up?
If you touch the elbow of a man who's never worked for a dime, his elbow will feel and smell exactly like his mother's.
Smell.
It'll just be exactly
so do you have
like
to
his
go
mother's.
check the mother then also? Otherwise, how would you know?
It's a vaguely vanilla.
Yes.
Okay.
You do. So hopefully you're at a dinner where there's extended family around.
Right.
And that's how you know.
And you're just lurking around at elbow height as they're all
You'd
sitting
be
down.
surprised how appropriate it is to touch an elbow at a dinner table. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, dear.
Excuse me.
It's so nice to meet you. Touch.
Exactly.
A touch and then sniff, I guess.
And then you do have to smell the elbow.
You waft as you walk past.
Hopefully it smells like baby powder. And then you know they got a billy
like
in the
them nice
bank.
and dry.
Dry and powdery.
Really dry.
You don't need to moisturize.
Lotion is for the poor.
Lotion is for the poor.
When you're rich, you actually dry.
When you're rich, you only use Aquaphor. But lotion,
Now, do you
for
got to
poor
do skin to
people.
skin, or can you go through a shirt?
you can feel through any shirt.
Okay.
You can
Like a
feel
Princess
through
and the
any
Pea.
fabric. Yes.
Yeah.
They could be wearing a leather jacket over a sweater, and I know. I know for sure.
Be a very cold place.
That's when I'm not in Dubai, which is rare.
Okay, right. Or maybe you're at the indoor ski resort in Dubai.
Indoor ski resort,
Right.
yes, which I've fallen down and broken my neck a couple times.
Wow.
Big fucking deal, okay?
I mean, you have a lot of mobility for having done it twice.
You look great.
Okay, it's called polymer plastic.
Ooh, okay.
And they replaced my neck.
Get in on this chat.
And they said, I'm not supposed to ski anymore. I said, F you,
Uh-oh.
doctor.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to
Uh-oh.
go skiing
Uh-oh.
because otherwise people are going to make fun of me and think I'm an idiot.
It's true.
And wouldn't you know it, I fell down that damn hill twice that year.
Darn
wow.
it.
Twice. That's 2 polymer necks.
And those don't come cheap.
Those don't
Not
come
even in
cheap.
Dubai.
Nope. And I love that we pay for health care.
Yeah.
You sound like Ben Shapiro.
I loved it.
Well, the official Ben Shapiro of the Wisecrack stream. So it all checks out.
How else could I show off my polymer neck to the girls and let them know that they're beneath me?
You should get transparent neck flesh next time.
I would love
So you can
that.
see direct to the polymer
They
neck.
keep saying it's too flammable
Oh,
for human
boy.
consumption. So
Consumption?
Well,
That's how
you
they
are
get
dating
it.
Draculas now, right?
They
Listen,
don't work a day in their life. They got thralls
depends
for
how
that.
many in the bank, and then I'll
Okay,
date
sure.
anything a la
Count Dracula, sure. Baron Dracula, no.
Chocula.
I mean, that's a huge brand.
Count Chocula. Mr.
Yeah.
Fruit Loop.
He's a part of the Post family.
Claire,
I'll
we have a
date
question
that
for you in the
too,
chat,
Okay.
which is what insurance plan do you have?
Ooh, good question.
I have the Lady Shooter 3000. Diamond encrusted level.
And that's for ladies who get shot.
That's for ladies who are getting shot.
Yeah.
But because they pulled out the gun first. So
It's a quick draw.
what?
No,
it's not comprehensive.
It's not comprehensive.
Mostly gunshot
It only
wounds.
covers purse accidents, ladies shooting you, or falling down ski hills.
Well, I mean,
And there's an asterisk, Dubai.
Yeah.
But it works for me
Oh,
and
that's
my
good.
family.
That's good.
Oh, that's great. How many kids do you have?
Natural?
Or
No,
unnatural?
actually, only unnatural. That's the only thing I'm.
Who are your
How many
that's on
mutant
the
aliens
table.
do you
Yeah,
have
yeah.
running around
Yeah.
at home?
I found 2.
Okay.
And they seemed amiable to come along with me, so I took them off a beach in
Okay.
In Dubai.
Well, they followed you. Yeah.
in Malibu.
Oh, in Malibu.
Just
Okay,
nearby.
Kind of the
Malibu.
Dubai of California.
Yeah.
They were in the water, and I said, "You guys have my eyes," and so I brought them home with me.
Okay, that's good.
And then I have 2 that I gave birth to, and they were not alive when I gave birth to them, but we did a couple transplants, and they were fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
They have some polymer hearts.
Yeah. Okay.
Polymer everything.
Oh, the synthetic humans.
They're expensive.
Oh, I bet. Did you have to keep upgrading the model every year?
They
okay.
fall down and they glitch out a lot.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Those are my babies.
I'm sure
The
Rod
technology
would be
is in
happy
its
to babysit
infancy.
them.
I'm looking at you, Rod, and those pants you got on. We'll get those off. What? No, sorry.
And if enough super chats come in, we do it on the couch.
You're gonna pay a lot for this segment. This is extra right.
I hope we're just raising a lot of money for the
Oh,
We're
yeah.
raising a lot of money.
PCRF.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Cohen is just circling, enjoying the show now.
Andy, are you gonna put on your sweater or what?
Come on, Andy.
It's an extra small.
Rush around asking impish questions, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
He does that. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
My least favorite Richard sister is Kyle. Just kidding. Could you imagine?
Who are the Richard sisters?
Oh no. Do you? Okay, he knows.
He is Andy Cohen. He was lying.
That's right. Dad is in the other show. Dad. Blech.
Their,
Are you talking about
their dad,
Mauricio?
Michael Richards.
Mauricio.
Oh.
Michael Richards.
I saw that guy at the Laugh Factory once.
Mhm.
Killed.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Andy.
So responsible.
Are there any final questions before
Yeah.
3 of the funniest people on the stream have to go? I said of.
What do you mean? I said, what does that prove?
He just grabbed the shovel, kept digging. We'll come out the other side. It's all good.
Oh, stuff with you. Oh my God. Yeah, any other questions?
Yeah. I keep looking to all 3 cameras, even though I know it's on one angle. We have a monitor. I can see which camera it is. But I keep gazing as if there's...
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Swing
Thank you, Andy.
by the Gucci store anytime. We would say you get a discount, but we don't believe in
We don't.
discounts.
We don't
It's
believe
You
in
only get discounts at Yes Please and Verso Books.
That's true. We love discounts for those people. And they make better stuff than Gucci, no offense.
It's true.
They are mouthy
Oh.
at Gucci.
Someone just signed up for a membership.
Woo.
Oh, those are my parents. Thank
This
you.
is so wholesome.
So nice. Yeah, we're a are my parents? Dead. Sorry.
You don't know who Claire McDonald's parents are?
Oh yeah.
My parents are also
China,
my
you feel-
in-laws.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because they're cousins.
Yes.
But wait a minute.
Well,
but shouldn't your aunt and uncle be?
So tell me what it was like growing up being a Habsburg.
Yeah. That's not the first Habsburg mentioned today.
No, and it won't be the last.
Certainly not.
No.
Andy, come on. You know you're going to bring them
If I
back
have
up.
anything to say about it, it will be.
Once you're in the 12th hour, you're going to start bringing the Habsburgs back up.
Oh yeah. Just like the Holy Roman Empire, just when you think the Habsburgs are out, they come right back in.
just like the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah. Well, famously, Napoleon Bonaparte was a Habsburg. Yeah. So
he said of.
Yeah, of.
And for,
of the Habsburgs.
And for all the idiots in the chat who don't know what a Habsburg is, why don't you just refresh them?
Of course, you dummies. No one here on the couch doesn't know. They're a powerful family, and there was a lot of inbreeding to the point where they had a jaw condition that kept getting worse. And it was made fun of famously on 30 Rock.
Yes. Okay.
Where Pee Wee Herman played the last Habsburg. Which is not true. I follow one of the Habsburgs on Twitter. He's a right-wing Vatican ambassador, and I'm not kidding.
There's a Habsburg who likes anime. They've got
there's a Habsburg who
tendrils
likes
and
anime.
everything.
That's true.
Mobile suit Habsburg wing.
Yeah. Well, they famously want to start those space colonies back up.
Yeah.
Get out
after
there.
After Habsburg 195.
This is how Xeon starts.
I think this joke may be for approximately four people watching.
All
I'm
my
not
big
sure.
Universal Century fans out
We're getting
there.
more and more niche as the vamping goes on.
Listen, if you don't have 50% of your real estate in space, you're behind.
Right?
Way behind.
At this point,
Way.
you're behind.
I mean, that's what Elon's really selling right now. That's that SpaceX thing. Just
Right.
go right up, plant a flag. It's yours now.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody shows up there, guess what? They're yours now. Scary.
And you know
Scary
what?
stuff.
If your Airbnb guest throws up on your rug in space,
Mhm.
just put the rug outside in space.
Duh.
It freezes, comes right off. Stains come right up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Any other frozen vomit questions from the chat? Let me chat. Go. Yes. Thank you, Andy. Evan, it's going big time. That's a good question.
Does the Vatican ambassador get fun pointy hats and people infallibility?
I think he's the ambassador from. It might be Luxembourg. Do not quote me on that, Claire. To Vatican City, which has to be like the laziest ambassadorial position you can get.
Yeah.
Is anything to Vatican City. Easy peasy.
Of course.
You get to live
Have you ever
around.
rubbed elbows in Vatican City?
Of course. They feel like tissue paper. Very, very
they dry?
rich. They're dry.
Okay.
They make
Okay.
a little crinkle noise.
Yeah.
A little ASMR for
And
you.
if you're not careful, you'll rip right through. Uh-huh.
Famous. Not thick skin.
Destroying the Pope's arm.
Yeah.
Thin skin.
Ooh.
But you know what?
What?
He's a terrible leg. Because I had to do all the work. Which I hate, Andy. I hate that.
It's a little note for later, Andy.
Yeah, Andy. Famously pretend gay.
Probably.
You want to
Andy.
work back in? No, now you went back in right when we went in the flow.
Thank you so much for.
Of course.
Thank you, Andy.
Twice. Twice the money. Woo! Twice the money. Okay, bye-bye. This is YouTube. I thought this was for print. Okay, gotta go. Gotta go.
Oh, guys, again, Frankie, Nick, and I'm calling her.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you for donating.
This one doesn't have a button on it.
I think we switched them up.
Hey. Okay, guys, thank you so much again to everyone. Thank you to everyone who's here hanging out in person. We actually have people here. Can we do a pan shot to show that there's people here on one of the cameras? Would you guys mind if we do that? We didn't ask consent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point. So there's like people in the room. They're all nice people. They're pretty cool. No one's done anything weird so far. Don't threaten. Don't threaten. Let these guys have a fucking one light beer, and all of a sudden we're in Animal House. Cool. That's great. Yeah. Well, you know what? You can get your own. Make sure you save me one. If there's not a beer left later, I'm going to Rob's house. Well, guys, we're going to gear up in a second, and we're going to do something we've never done before, although we've never done any of this before, in fairness. And what we're going to do is try to make a version of a video in real time. Now, will we edit this eventually? Yeah, of course we're going to edit it eventually. But Lux, who's, been here today on camera, behind camera, he's been the voice of God. He's been the voice of Beelzebub too. Has prepared some clips. I'm going to be watching them. We're going to talk about them. We'll wait a few to get started on that. But again, I'm going to look at the email thing. But you guys have been kind of showing out with donations to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. I think that's very incredibly cool and heartwarming and makes it all worth it. Oh, a bunch more. I'm not going to say names because maybe one of you are from a family where if they knew you donated to something like this, you wouldn't be allowed at Christmas. I don't know what your background is. Let's see. But yeah, just like truly amazing stuff. And again, like that's what we're doing today. We're trying to raise money. It's for a good cause. It's the holidays, things of that nature. If you do make a donation, hit us up at wisecracklive666@gmail.com with the receipt of that donation. We are going to tell the Trump administration that you are supporting some stuff. This is all a psyop. Everyone who's left a comment, we have your name. Everyone in the room, they're getting rounded up and shipped off. They offered me too much money to not be a narc. No, I'm kidding. But if you do that, we're going to give you some free stuff. Our friends over at Verso Publishing, one of our favorite publishers, I'm sure many of you have read their books, gave us some books to give away. So we're going to go through, give people some books. Let us know when you donate if you can't read, because I won't send you books. I'll send you coffee instead. Our friends over at Yes Please, I'll hold up the necessary Yes Please bag like I enjoy doing. Yes Please Coffee, our buddies, gave us some coffee as well. Not this one, don't worry, because this was roasted December 6th, over a week ago, or exactly a week ago. You're better than that. We'll make sure you get something that's fresh. But they're going to give some coffee away as well. So whenever we all recover from whatever this is that we're doing today, we'll go through and we'll do that. The last little plug before we get into it. Someone said, did Michael have a nice poop? The real question is, which one of the breaks is the one where that happened? Because it did. It definitely did. There was a point where I was like, I will not be able to keep going if I do not go. And I don't think that's gross to talk about. I think we all do it, and I don't think that's weird. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah. Just trying to get a friend, Eddie, designed us. Very cool. 666 candy cane logos that you can get. Hey, round of applause for Frankie and Nick. Thank you so much for being here today. Thanks to Wizworld Live. Thanks for all their production help. Please watch Wizworld Live today at 8. If we're still doing stuff at 8, still go watch them. Yeah. But Eddie made us really cool stuff. And listen, like, we could have very easily made something for holiday merch that was for everyone, that people would want to buy, that they wouldn't feel weird about wearing. But we went the opposite route and made stuff that a very select few people would ever want to have and be interested in. And even the people that would have it might not ever wear it. So that's how my brilliant business mind works. So please do check those out. I see more donations coming in, and that's incredibly heartwarming stuff. So, Lux, do you want to explain to everyone what we're about to do from your end, what you're going to be doing? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So, folks, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a live Philosopher Reacts episode. So, tell anyone you know who likes regular Wisecrack stuff that we're actually going to do regular Wisecrack stuff for the first time in like 3 hours.
Oh, I'll post to the page, too.
Yeah. Maybe, like, put that as everywhere where we can.
Yeah.
Because now, hey, Roka 5C, my friend had a hemorrhoid, and now he owes the hospital $15,000. Think about that, healthcare. But anyways, yeah, so we're going to do actual Wisecrack stuff. What we're going to do is I have a bunch of clips that were sent in by some from Burns himself, some from watchers of the channel, friends of ours in the Discord, some wild card ones that I picked that are, I'm going to say it, tonally radically different from what everyone else wanted to do with this. So they're going to come and really change things up on everyone, I think, a little bit. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to set up Burns in the classic React format where the video is big and he is small. I'm going to play the videos. He hasn't seen any of these before, I think.
I've not watched any of these, no.
And he's going to react to them live, classic Philosopher reacts. And we will do it. We'll do an hour of that, and then hopefully we will cut it down to 30 minutes and put it on the channel. So I think that's where we're at, basically. And you'll be able to tell which ones are mine, I think. So yeah, let's do it. Do you want me to tell you what we're doing before I hit them, or should I just put them on and you just react live?
I guess put them on, and then if I have questions, and then I guess the idea is if I have stuff to say, I can kind of just pause.
Yeah,
I'll tell you to pause.
You can tell me to pause, and I think I can do that.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get hydrated.
Unfortunately, User 50, we will not fix it in post because we can't.
What?
He said we'll fix it in post, and we're doing it live.
Oh, yeah, we're doing it live. Okay, so again, for anyone who's ever seen this before, Alec Opperman invented this format, Philosopher Reacts. We make videos where I look at stuff and try to come at it from a philosophical angle. We have one coming out next week, a week from today, I think, or maybe another day, but it's our last video of 2024, and it's on the movie God's Not Dead 5.
That's a week from today, I think.
A week from today. And then just a reminder as well, we mentioned in the video, because we didn't do a God's Not Dead 4 video, I'm recording a watch-along. What am I doing with my life? Sorry, I realized I'm doing like this today, and then like this week, there's gonna be a window where I have to be like, honey, can you stay out of the living room? Because I'm gonna be recording myself for 2 hours watching evangelical Christian propaganda films about church versus state. But yeah, that's the gist of the format. We're gonna do this live. We're gonna have a version of this later that will exist on the channel, edited. But like Chuck L said in the chat, fuck it, we'll do it live.
Burns, there is one other thing.
One other thing.
People in the chat have raised, I think, a good point.
Uh-oh.
That we've raised over $1,000. And I think that that's comparable to getting 1,000 views. And the people are asking for Raw Dome. And frankly, they've been bugging me about it way before we got $1,000, but now they actually like have an argument.
How about this? I'll do this. I'm going to be... I was going to say something that might have come off as offensive. I'm going to be multifaceted here. I respect that argument, but that and the numbers we're at aren't good enough. If we can get to 420, I'll do it.
Okay, if we get
is
to
that fair compromise?
If we get to 420 viewers, Raw Dome on the table,
which is nothing. 420
yeah,
is
420
normally
standard issue. We were at 420 for like 3 hours this morning.
Yeah, you know, people at a certain point. I'm glad that people at a certain point were like, "What am I doing with my life?"
Yeah,
I'm still watching this.
Tell your friends. We get to 420, we enter the Dome Zone. I will stop whatever we're playing. I will stop literally everything to tell them.
Yeah.
I have the viewer numbers on my screen, big numbers, can't miss them.
Okay.
So I'll track that. And so get us to 420, tell all your friends, log in on 15 different accounts.
Hack, if you know how to hack.
Hack, yeah.
You know what I always think about?
Get
If
us some white hat
hackers were
hackers.
so good and smart, why haven't they done anything cool? Sorry, hackers, don't get mad at me. But hackers are like, oh, we're anonymous, we're going to do this, and we're so smart. Like, make that go away, jackasses. Like, how hard can that be? Numbers, I'm going to sound like an idiot right now. All money is just numbers on a computer. Get in the computer and do good stuff with it. That's all. That's a call for all the hackers out there.
Okay, so
let's get started.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You maybe give a little setup just so I have some context for what we're going to be watching.
Okay. So
let me tilt the screen. You guys can like talk. I doubt it'll get picked up here, so no one has to whisper, unless you say something.
Now
weird.
we're back. We're back.
Okay, we're back.
Okay.
Oh, hackers cut the audio.
Yeah, hackers cut the audio.
Someone said,
shit.
humans are naturally religious. We are more compelled for narratives and meta-narratives than statistics and data. But I don't know if that makes us necessarily religious, person whose name I can't see because of the font color. I think being driven by narrative. Do you guys think that makes us inherently religious? If humans are naturally drawn to narratives and narratives that explain life? Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
Burns, you ready for the first one?
Yeah, I'm just getting free labor from these guys.
All right. The first one is titled Bill Burr.
Oh, Bill Burr. I know who that guy is.
All right, ready?
Paul, what's going on in New York? We were just talking about it. That CEO got whacked.
Oh my God, dude.
You know what's funny? I was sitting there reading an article, guy. They go, "Oh my God, he's such a great guy. He had a wife and kids, and he's such a great guy." And then you find out he and the other guys he's working for are getting sued for $121 million for dumping a stock and not letting the other people know. It's like, there's your motive,
dude. Anytime I hear CEO of one of the biggest healthcare, it's like you don't wish it on anybody. You feel horrible for his kids and his wife, of course.
On a recent edition of the Anything Better podcast, comedians Bill Burr and Paul Verzi echoed the same sentiments we and the rest of the American public have been feeling since the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Paul, what is more heartless than a CEO of a corporation? The decision in healthcare, the decisions that they make. This is the thing. I'm not saying what happened should have happened, but I'm just, for them to be like, oh, this is like, why would anybody want to do this? It's like they're denying claims and people are dying. The food supply is poison. It's like the motive out there is wild.
Burr hits the nail on the head. While we and Burr are not condoning this act of violence, nor do we think that violence is a real solution to the systemic problems underlying violent actions, you are denying reality if you can't understand and acknowledge why this story resonates so.
Well, here's what I wonder, because I'm worried that those people are going to say stuff. Is there a lot more there, or should we talk about what Bill Burr said thus far? Well, no, here's what I genuinely think there. I think that, like, the issue with the we'll call it the Luigi killing, and Bill Burr's reaction there, I think it has to do with like how we struggle to like conceptualize violence that isn't immediate. I'm sorry for closing my eyes when I say that, but it's been a long day. But I think there's a sense in which like when violence is like individual to individual, we find it so viscerally upsetting. But when violence is systemic, it's something that we, I don't know, are easier to not be morally disgusted by. And I think there's like an explanation you can get out there, which is sort of like classical liberalism, right? Because what is like the big moral shift you get in liberalism other than this post-Enlightenment idea, rather than the collective good being the thing that matters, individual rights and goods are what are most important. So you end up with the system where if individual rights and individual responsibilities are the most important moral thing, then acts done between individuals are going to be the most heinous acts, and things done in the ways that CEOs in healthcare companies do them, where violence is done and people die and people get sick via the, to quote our good friend Ronald Reagan, shouts to the God, trickle down decisions that lead to death. Well, that doesn't bother us because it's not like a person who did it. And I guess it's the same way in which like we, and by we, I don't know, I mean some of you, some of us, who knows, we're not as disgusted by sort of state violence as we are with an individual doing something. And I think that in many ways this is indicative of like a shift, kind of like an Enlightenment modern political philosophy shift from thinking of the good in terms of the good of the collective, the good of the whole, the good of the city, the good of a people. And on the other hand, shifting things more towards individualism. That's my thought there, Lux. We can watch more if there's more stuff there.
Let me see if I can. Let me actually test something really quick.
Paul, what's going on in New York? We were just talking about it. That CEO got whacked.
Oh my God, dude.
You know what's funny? I was sitting there reading an article, guy. They go, oh my God.
All right. I'm going to keep.
Dark Gothic mag, and we can play it out if you need me to, or Yeah, I'll do only light comments. Oh, actually, I'll turn my mic on. Oh, cool. Dark Gothic MAGA. Talk about my dream girl.
So I felt like a boot off the throat. Like every morning I wake up happier than the day before because all of these forms of repression that I just had gotten used to.
Hallelujah. Disappeared so far up their own woke asses. If those people stay in control, I think that the Republicans could have an electoral majority as far as the eye can see.
It's really the dawn of a new crypto era.
The future is gonna be amazing!
More than any other sector, the tech industry invested in this election. Crypto accounts for more than half the corporate spend, with no other industry coming close. It's not unusual for industry to use their money to buy influence, and at a superficial glance, that's all the tech VC world wants. They want lower taxes and friendly regulation. They want the head of the Federal Trade Commission out. They want the tech industry to be responsive to the Future Commodities Trading Commission, not the Securities Exchange Commission. Except that's not all they want. Behind the money and influence flowing into the Trump campaign are a set of bizarre beliefs and a dark agenda.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm Dark Gothic MAGA.
What makes it Gothic? Like, what is Gothic about? Is he referring to a font? I literally think that's what it is, because he like used a font in his MAGA hat that had that sort of like chosen font of Nazis type vibe to it. Yeah. Right? Isn't that so? It's Dark Gothic MAGA because of a font, not because it has any relationship to like the Gothic. Hey, we can pause now, guys. Let's get into it, because I want to see what ideas they supposedly have.
The tech bros of Silicon Valley believe that the American empire is on the verge of collapse. Silicon Valley wants to speed this up, but use the coming administration to create safe landing zones for them and their cash, where they can also run their own governments. And what is so annoying about this is it makes me sound crazy. It makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But I
don't
am
think
talking
you're
about
crazy.
crazy people. I am talking about the guy who wants to colonize Mars. I am talking about the guy who said he gave up on democracy in 2009. These tech bros justify their point of view because they believe that that's the natural place in society. The courageous geniuses on the new frontier. I'm not speculating. These men say it. They say it on podcasts.
Well, no, the thing I find interesting here is that when she's talking about, what's the name of this channel? Do you know off the top of your head? No worries. We'll put it in. We'll put it in post to give respect to this creator here. But like, I think that when we talk about people that are anti-democracy, there's an interesting distinction, because there's a thing that you get back in Plato's Republic where he talks about being largely anti-democracy. Some people don't like that take because it sounds bad. I think it's not as bad as people think it is, because his point there is basically like there's only so many people who have the time to think about nothing other than justice and the ideal city and what it means to ascribe to those things. And so when Plato talks about having these philosopher kings, which I always think of as just like Jedis of a sort, or Jedis of the intellect, the aim there of being undemocratic, ironically enough, is still to create a society that's oriented around justice in the most like clear and literal sense. But then when you have critiques of democracy from these guys, it's sort of just like, we don't like democracy because we don't get to be the biggest boys that are in charge of everything. And underneath that is this, I guess, inherent belief that access to capital means that they shouldn't be held to democratic standards. They should be able to do whatever they want because of that, which isn't wild relative to the systems we live in. I guess to touch back to the Bill Burr thing, where we know that people are able to commit large scale financial fraud or do whatever they want if they have lots of money and not face legal ramifications. So why wouldn't these tech guys have that same sense of things? But it's also sad. It reminds me of how you'll hear people talk about, like, what if there was one cool billionaire? Because like none of these guys do anything that's that cool. What if there was like one cool billionaire who did like a social housing project or funded a cool candidate? But it almost feels like there's something oddly inherent about these sorts of guys, that the thinking that made them successful leads them to places where they're not the cool billionaire. Let's see. I'm just looking at the chat real quick. Checking in with a link for the stream. Elon makes me sad every time I see him. Don't be mean to him. It is fun too that Elon now brings like one of his kids to events to act like a good dad when he has like 13 kids and a bunch of them he won't speak to. But that's not what we're here to do. Well, yeah, let's watch some more of that one. Yeah.
So I felt like a boot off the throat. Like every morning I wake up.
What is so annoying about this is it makes me sound crazy. Crazy people. I am talking about the guy who wants to colonize Mars. What is so annoying about this is it makes me sound crazy. It makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But I'm talking about crazy people. I am talking about the guy who wants to colonize Mars. I am talking about the guy who said he gave up on democracy in 2009. These tech bros justify their point of view because they believe that that's the natural place in society. The courageous geniuses on the new frontier. I'm not speculating. These men say it. They say it on podcasts and at conferences and in interviews and in blog posts. Some are quiet, some are very, very loud, but they all are on board.
And I think that if we want to increase freedom, we want to increase the number of countries.
If you want to replace the elite that you have today, what you need to do is you need to have a better elite. And there's a way to do this. It's been done before.
We get kind of money and property right, and that it's a strong foundation.
You guys
for
make me
building,
embarrassed to be bald.
You know, kind of a world that we all want to live in. We're seeing, you know, some, you know, breakdown of those in the real world in the United States lately.
I'm definitely very interested
Why do they have to be
ways
bald?
that you can sort of tokenize real estate and actual physical land to create better forms of society and governance. I do think America is in slow decline right now. I would like us to all in crypto think about how we actually go create physical places in the world to preserve freedom over the long term. I think that's ultimately crypto's destiny.
The people of Mars will be more enlightened and will not fight amongst each other too much.
It's basically tech libertarian futurism, an ideology around technology, and including technology enhancing human freedom.
I am trying to fix government in the U.S. The point was like, let's have a new government.
Where do we sort of go from the wisdom of crowds to the madness of crowds? We're far too far on the side that you can describe as collectivist, centralized, Borg-like, conformist, and also generally just simply incorrect.
I think that what Elon's doing is showing a path to fighting back. The left-wing elite's going to be kicking and screaming the whole way.
Mark Cuban, one of the more normal billionaires, had this to say about
We
this
have evidence
particular
that he's
group
not
of
from
men
earlier
that
in the
I'm
show.
talking
People
about.
have been watching.
Silicon Valley is insane.
Right.
Right. It's not so much a support thing, it's more like a takeover thing. Trying to put themselves in a position to have as much control as possible. They want Trump to be the CEO of the United States of America, and they want to be the board of directors that makes him listen to them.
Now, this hypothetical board includes a couple of power players that I think are worth keeping an eye on, namely Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Brian Armstrong, Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz, and David Sachs. In this video, I'm going to try and lay out what I think these people are doing behind
How
the
long is the whole
scenes.
video here?
If you
Do we
do
know?
want to dive...
Oh man, I feel like there's probably a lot of good stuff in here, but I feel like it might take a while to get to some of it. Fuck it. Let's roulette it. This is way cooler than Russian roulette.
on his autocratic ambition, but he should frame it as destroying an inefficient and unworkable system.
We are in the late Republican period. If we're going to push back against it, we have to
What
get
is that
pretty
beard
wild,
on the left?
pretty far out there, and go in directions that a lot of conservatives right
Holy
now are
shit.
uncomfortable with.
Sorry.
We are in the process of the Second American
I know that's not the point
Revolution,
of this.
which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Step 2. Purge the bureaucracy. Courtesy Alvin refers to this as
Oh,
rage.
okay, so we're talking about Yarvin. Okay.
All government employees.
And he has clearly influenced some
Yeah, we
very
did a whole
important
video on this guy.
I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state.
And we know that Donald Trump would be open to rage because it sounds a lot like Schedule F, an executive order issued by Donald Trump in October of 2020. Schedule F would have essentially stripped protections from civil servants who didn't show enough loyalty to the president of the day, which is why Joe Biden rescinded this order.
Do you want to do another random skip ahead?
There are, of course, protections within the law, posse comitatus, to stop a president from doing this, but Donald Trump has found a loophole before. I'm sure he'll find one again, especially in a state of emergency.
Oh, is Aoife
where
in the
he
chat?
has absolute immunity.
So one of our Australian friends we don't see a
Step
lot.
6. shut down elite media and
Okay.
academic
I'm going to pause here.
Yarvin has
So yeah, so now I get it. She's doing the Curtis Yarvin thing, which is cool, but we already made a video on this, so I don't want to go too hard on the particular thing. But I do think like the main gist here is that the underlying logic of a lot of the tech billionaires is being created by weird dudes like Curtis Yarvin, who are self-styled Silicon Valley philosophers, who are fundamentally anti-democratic, not in a way that's at all cool or connected to a, Platonic heritage or something, but more in a return to a monarchy, except this monarchy is not ruled by the divine right of kings, but by the divine right of those who have the highest level of access to capital and money and the tech industry and all that sort of stuff. And it's a weird way too. Like it's a thing in which all intelligence and ability to rule, govern, or understand the, I guess, like foundations of political philosophy are tied to financial success. So, but again, we have a video on this. I forget what it's called, but I know Curtis Yarvin and JD Vance are in the thumbnail, and we look into Yarvin's work and sort of this dark enlightenment stuff. And people are talking about the beard. I think the thing that stands out to me most from that, though, is the beard of the guy that JD Vance was talking to, which was especially jarring considering that man was bald. Also, too, it's upsetting. There were so many of the bad guys were bald in that, which I do find slightly upsetting.
So I felt like a boot off the throat. Like every morning I wake up happier than the day before because all of these forms of repression that I just had gotten used to.
Hallelujah.
I feel this will be a very different vibe.
ものを変えていくべきだっていう脱成長型の社会。
いうべきだってこともお伝えしましたが、こちらの人申請の資本皆さんがやってる話だと
500,000 copies of a book on Marx and Anthropocene?
多くの人が気がつくわけよ。
Did you just, oh no?
The end of history refers to the question of whether evolution, finally culminates in a certain kind of civilization that, in a certain sense, will be the last civilization that mankind will achieve. Because, in a certain sense, it's the right one. It's the one that fits human nature in an appropriate way.
Francis Fukuyama's declaration of the end of history after the collapse of the USSR is approaching a totally unexpected dead end today, namely the end of human history.
There's a lot of love in this room.
In fact, the triumph of neoliberal globalization only accelerated the rapid increase in environmental impacts upon the Earth by human activities since the end of the Second World War.
We are drilling all over the place.
The so-called Great Acceleration, the age in which all major socio-economic and Earth system trends record a hockey stick pattern of increase, and ultimately destabilize the foundation of human civilization. Pandemic, war, and climate breakdown are all symptomatic of the end of history.
3 of the hottest years on record.
Putting democracy,
Shouts
capitalism,
to
and ecological system into chronic crisis. My name is Kohei Saito. I'm a Marxist, and in my book, I argue for degrowth communism.
No, see, this is fun. So, Kohei Saito, this ties into the Yellow Dot segment earlier, because in the video that we made with Yellow Dot earlier this year, we looked at the concept of degrowth, largely as articulated by Kohei Saito, which is one argument for responding to climate change. I think, was thinking about this earlier in so much as we were talking about some cool, useful, potentially impactful individual responses to climate change. But Kohei Saito's deal would be more like there's nothing like you can do at an individual level, and a lot of the individual things are just distractions from systemic things we can't get out ahead of, and that degrowth in the economy is the only way to kind of save ourselves from societal collapse. It's really fun stuff. Very anti-Ronald Reagan in a number of ways. So hard for me as we love that guy. Yeah, let's watch more of that. I just see someone said syphilis in the chat. I'll make sure if we pause again, I pick a good point. Oh no. Oh no.
So many people read Capital as a book that demonstrates the exploitation of the working class and also demonstrates the necessity of crisis and revolution. That sounds very deterministic. capitalism is determined to collapse one day because of the revolution. But my reading is totally different. I argue that Capital should be read as a book about metabolism between humans and nature.
I won't ask Lux to pause it here, but I will say that that's
Marx
a very
analyzes
counterintuitive reading.
how humans interact with nature through labor. Humans work upon nature and use various kinds of resources and energy, and then consume them, and then make waste and so on. Without interacting with nature, humans cannot live.
Is that a good pause point, Lux, because we could remember the grain thing if you have to find it again, or will it just play from there? Okay, I mean, I'm trying to find images that like... Oh, awesome. Well, no, but I think like for folks who aren't super familiar with the outlines of Marx's Capital, it's mostly a book on economic theory. It's kind of the intellectual basis that most, I guess, like Marxists would use to describe their own theories, and it's very much an economic analysis of the relationship between humans and labor, humans and industrial labor. What Saito does, which I think is pretty interesting, he's getting at there, is thinking about our relationship to nature. I think he used the term metabolic there. Yeah, metabolism. But he kind of is like making the argument in his work that it's not just that we can think about human relations relative to like capital relations, but that natural processes are a limiter to that. Because in a sense, he's basically saying like, we can talk about capital. We can talk about the way in which economics determines consciousness and consciousness determines economic and yada, yada. But there's this outer limit of that, which is nature, because a thing that Marx doesn't talk about super explicitly is the way in which industry is dependent on nature, which is a finite resource. And I think that there's been some discussion in like the political philosophy world and the Marxist world about immaterial labor. And I think when people think about modern industry in the West, we might think about people that work at the computer or things like AI and cryptocurrencies and all this sort of stuff as being immaterial. But I'm pretty sure he points this out in his work, and others do as well. Those things still involve the extraction of massive amounts of natural resources. So it's an interesting way to approach Marxism from an ecological perspective, because it's acknowledging that all of these theoretical things that are happening against the backdrop of the organic world. But I'm happy to go back to him again. Yeah.
And then make waste and so on. Without interacting with nature, humans cannot live. In the 19th century, many people were employing this concept of metabolism. Metabolism within human body, but at the same time, metabolism of plants and animals, and between humans and environment. Marx was inspired by that active discussion around him, and he incorporated this concept of metabolism, in German Stoffwechsel, into his economic analysis, because the movement of money and commodities looks like the movement of various nutritions within the body. And he analyzes how this trans-historical necessity is radically transformed by capitalist logical production. In pre-capitalist societies, people are basically producing mainly for the sake of satisfying their own concrete needs. But capitalism, it's totally different. Capitalism is basically dominated by the abstract movement of money, commodity, money.
I keep wanting to explain stuff, but I know he's going to do a better job, so I'm just shutting my fucking mouth.
And this process of increasing capital is infinite, endless. So when the entire complicated process of metabolism is organized based on one single aspect of human labor, this thing becomes distorted.
If it's easy enough to pause, like you said before, I mean, hopefully this won't repeat what Saito is saying there, but this gets at, and again, related back to our conversation with our Yellow Dot friends earlier, the absolute contradiction between the underlying logic of capital accumulation and the finite reality of nature. And I think that's the thing that feels so insane for many people. Is insane a word we're not supposed to use now? Great. But it's what feels so like absolutely insane about living in a world where we are sold one dominant, economic and political narrative, and then we have scientists who will literally tell us that economic narrative is absolutely antithetical to the sustaining of the, organic thing that you need to make that thing happen. And it's one of those contradictions that seems to go kind of unacknowledged. And something, I hope Saito doesn't say this here, because I don't want to overtalk someone who knows the stuff way better. But a thing he'll get into then is the way that a lot of us, especially in the West, don't think. The reason we don't think about that is because we live in the part of the world that is radically exploiting other parts of the world to facilitate our lifestyle, so that we're not face to face with the contradiction between our system of accumulation and production and ecological devastation, the way that someone who lives near like the Amazon in Brazil might be, who sees day in and day out that an ecosystem that they've lived in forever is being destroyed to facilitate that. And maybe I ruined it because it looks like that's a burning rainforest there he's probably going to talk about, but happy to get back to him there.
And Marx says that in the end, capitalism creates an irreparable rift in the metabolism between humans and nature.
See, I shouldn't have said anything. Lux Deluxe is still here, friends. Lux is making this happen right now. We are the virus now, says John Kim.
One example that Marx provides in Capital is the problem of soil exhaustion. Marx was greatly inspired by the famous German chemist Justus von Liebig. He basically demonstrated that the soil nutrition is finite and is conditioned by the slow process of weathering. So soil nutrition becomes available only very slowly. Modern agriculture is driven by the logic of profit. The farmers try to get as much products possible from the land. Farmers do not return what they have attained from the soil. That creates the tendency of the soil exhaustion over the long run. Capitalism tends to accelerate. They want to invest, and then after producing the commodity, they want to sell as soon as possible so that they can reinvest. And this can accelerate many times, especially with the introduction of new infrastructures and the new machines and so on. Social metabolism expands more and more, and it becomes faster, and it uses more energy and resources. But natural metabolism, the process of recovering original resources, takes time. This cannot be...
I mean, I feel like Saito's a very smart and elegant thinker. He won't put it like this, but it seems like basically what he's thinking is like in terms of metabolism, there's a world where humans can exist where, for example, we grow food in a sustainable way and we eat an appropriate amount of it while also moving enough to burn the calories necessary for that sort of food. But then instead what we do is just started fastly producing shit and consuming the shit as fast as we can. And as we just consume more shit, we produce more shit. And we're in this endless cycle of shit. Again, he'll say it in a classier way than that. But I think if you think about it from the level of like the individual metabolism, if we're producing more waste, more excrement, at the same time our bodies are shutting down and not working as well if we're just consuming crap, in the same way our society is sort of doing that via these mechanisms. But we can get back to someone who says it way classier than me, but I just realized
twice as fast, 3 times as fast, like capitalist cycle. So capitalism deepens the rift, but at the same time, it shifts the rifts. The problem of soil exhaustion, for example, did not create the collapse of modern civilization, even though Liebig believed it would. In the 19th century, when Marx was writing the text, how did they actually recover the soil fertility? It was by importing guano from the Latin America. Guano is the excrement of the birds that was piling up like an island. Alexander Humboldt, while he was traveling, found the local people using this guano as a fertilizer. So he took them back and then tried it in European soil. It worked magically. So then European people started to gather this guano as a way of saving their own soil. But it was simply spatially shifting the place of exhausting the natural resources, which would in the end lead not only to the war, but also to the complete exhaustion of the guano resources themselves.
Wait, pause real quick. I mean, again, he's basically saying this, but I just put it in like the most simple terms possible. Like, what he is telling us there is that anytime it seems like we're using some technology to magically make things better, it's often always with the extraction of one resource for the sake of making one thing better. The way that often a lot of the like green technologies that'll do like carbon extraction, and obviously some of those things work to an extent, but they still involve a massive amount of energy usage in their own right. So it's sort of just like moving, not quite, but like a version of moving the deck chairs on the Titanic, a movie that I've never seen, which is a true story. I've never seen Titanic. What do you think? You're in charge, Lux. You're the producer of this segment. Okay.
Wokeness basically wants to make comedy illegal. Do we want a humorless
We're doing a live philosopher
society that is simply rife with condemnation and hate? At its heart, wokeness is divisive, exclusionary, and hateful. It basically gives mean people a shield to be mean and cruel. Armored in false virtue.
There's like a baby talking.
The world has become too absurd to be satirized.
Oh, PragerU, let's go.
The great English writer G.K. Chesterton said that way back in 1911, long before math was considered racist and biological men were allowed to compete against women in sports. Racist? One can only imagine what he would say if he were alive today.
Who has ever said that?
At the Babylon Bee, where we write satire for a living, we're feeling Chesterton's pain in a big way.
You don't write satire.
Just look at these headlines that were satirical at the time we wrote them. On May 9th, 2017, we ran this headline. 2 + 2 = 4, insists closed-minded bigot. That was a joke, of course. But on August 10th, 2020, the Washington Examiner published this story. Math professor claims equation 2 + 2 = 4 reeks of white supremacist patriarchy. On August 13th, 2020, we ran this headline.
This is like the thing these people do as well. Who knows the source of that article and who knows like how they said it? And there's totally a way that I could see someone arguing that like math or science or whatever has its roots in a form of white supremacy, but they just find like the one random thing and use that as a way to indict all of liberal/woke culture. I would, if anyone in the chat wants to look up that article right now and let us know, you would be doing the Lord's work. Washington Examiner. Go ahead.
BLM rioters awarded Nobel Peace Prize. At the time, we thought this was obvious satire, but on January 29th, 2021, this story was published in The Guardian. Black Lives Matter movement nominated for Nobel Peace Prize.
Okay, we can pause again. That's just insane. God, these people are the worst. So their joke initially, BLM rioters awarded Nobel Peace Prize. So I guess the gist of their joke is that, yeah, there's no joke here. That for them, they associate Black Lives Matter rioters, again, with some sort of illegal activity, some anti-state activity. There's, of course, an underlying racist tone to all of this, and that being nominated for a Peace Prize. I mean, think about how many activist groups have been nominated for Nobel Peace Prizes. Did Nelson Mandela win a Nobel Peace Prize? Probably. Yeah. Guy kind of ran a liberation party in army and was put in jail, was considered a terrorist by America, and he did it okay. I mean, wouldn't the better joke here be like president awarded Nobel Peace Prize for drone bombing or something. I feel like that would be a much better joke that you could make that they didn't want to make. But again, I'm so curious about the brain that sees these two things and sees a joke on the one hand and then sees some sort of problem on the other. And, we did a video about this at one point, not to be self-referential, but it was on protest movements. And, if you go back and look at how the media and the American public reacted to and wrote about, MLK, it's wild. So, yeah, these guys suck. Yeah, let's keep going.
On March 25th, 2020, we ran this headline: Pants sales plummet as everyone working from home. The very next day, this story appeared in Yahoo Finance. Amid coronavirus, Walmart says it's seeing increased sales of tops, but not bottoms. I could go on.
How is that funny?
Our satirical headlines are proving to be prophetic with astonishing regularity. So what does this mean for humor and satire?
Please tell me.
Well, for one thing, it makes our job much more difficult. You might be surprised to hear that. The crazier reality is, the easier it is to make fun of, right? Actually, it's the opposite.
Is the point of this video that
satire
it's hard
exaggerates
to do
the truth to
Babylon
make
B?
a point? But when reality is this absurd and extreme views and behavior are commonplace, how do you go a step beyond it? Almost anything we publish now ends up being believable.
Well, can we
and much of it ends up actually coming true.
I mean, again, I don't think these people probably have a coherent theory of satire. And I think, again, the point of satire or comedic irony isn't just to be like, hey, people of a race I don't like are dumb, or hey, protesters are bad, or hey, people that work from home are lazy. The point is to use humor as a mechanism to point out some underlying truth or incongruity in society that we're not seeing. Like earlier today, if anyone was watching, or if anyone watches this later, it's on the stream. We were talking to Esteban Gast, a comedian that works with Yellow Dot, and he was making the point that climate humor can be useful to sort of upset the way we normally think about the stuff, make people think differently. And I just don't, any of the examples they've shown, and if anyone in the chat has ideas here, I cannot see ways that you could argue that those jokes are exemplary of satire. And I would love to, this is bad, I shouldn't say it, but I would love to find the guy who made the Dylan guy from Babylon B, and maybe YouTube, what do you say? Yeah, get him on. But I was going to say, I think if his life depended on giving a coherent understanding of satire, what it is and what it does, I don't think he could do it. Because I think their whole point is making fun of stuff that happens, saying people we don't like are dumb. And just the underlying logic of this video that Babylon B are the real victims because it's hard to do satire. No, it's hard to do satire if you're operating from that dumb of a position. We can watch some more. Well, again, Lux, you're in charge, so we can watch more of this if you want.
True,
it's
as
all
you've
about
just
you,
seen.
chat.
This is exactly what Chesterton was talking about. It's one of the ways the left is killing satire, by turning reality into a parody of itself. There's another, more intentional and insidious
we
way
have the
left is killing
Idiocracy
satire,
administration, but
and
the
that's
left's
through
doing it.
censorship. We published an article a couple of years ago with this over-the-top headline.
Over the top.
CNN purchases industrial-sized washing machine to spin news before publication. Believe it or not, Snopes fact-checked this story. I mean, come on. A washing machine to spin the news? That's an obvious joke. But Snopes fact-checked it and rated it false, as if we'd written a serious story.
Wow.
It used to be that jokes were either funny or not. They made you laugh, or they didn't.
What a dumb
But
view
now
of
in the
reality.
fact-checking age, we're giving them a truth rating. Jokes are no longer funny. They're false. And false information is dangerous.
Sure, let's pause again.
In
But just
response to
insane.
Snopes'
his
fact check,
example is they did a stupid article with a joke that made no sense. Snopes fact checked it, but who knows how much of their process is automated or whatever. Anyways, and somehow that proves some theory of comedy by which now something's only funny if it's true or false. I don't think the Snopes fact check was saying this isn't funny. It was saying that thing didn't happen. But again, to use that as your mechanism for saying that people, I mean, it's just that thing where young men do this. A lot of young men in the house today, and aging young men, elder young men. But I think there's a thing many of us have done before where we make a joke when we're younger that you get older and you're just oh, that was kind of sexist, that was kind of racist, that was kind of homophobic, whatever your poison was. But when you're younger, no, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. You don't understand my humor. Anytime a funny person or a person thinks they're funny tells you you don't just get their humor, they're just mad that you didn't tacitly endorse their racism. Someone else is here. I'm excited to see who it might be. let's keep cooking.
Facebook warned us that we'd be demonetized and
Oh,
deplatformed
no.
if we continued publishing fake news. It should go without saying that there's a big difference between fake news, which is meant to deceive, and satire, which is meant to entertain and inform through mockery, humor, and irony.
Mockery, interesting.
But the left benefits by blurring this distinction. If they can successfully
What is
lump
the
us in
left?
with fake news, then they can shut us
We
down.
should make a documentary
It's that simple.
called "What is the Left?"
These
Like,
fact checks,
what is the woman
which often
thing, but
smear
what
us
is
by
the
suggesting
left?
we're
A
purposefully
Matt Walsh
misleading
style
people,
thing.
are nothing more than a creative, conniving way of justifying censorship.
What is the left, though?
But why would anyone want to censor satire?
Yeah.
Why is Facebook paying USA Today to write lengthy refutations of our jokes? Yes, they actually do that. Because humor is ultimately a vehicle for truth delivery, and the
Oh.
truth can be offensive.
Oh.
Think about all the things you're not allowed to say anymore. Not because they're false, but because they make people uncomfortable.
But everything, all their
Satire
examples
cuts
end up
right
just
through
being
the
racism or
pretense and
sexism or
political
transphobia.
correctness to expose uncomfortable truths, and it does so
I
more
want an
ruthlessly
example of
and
an uncomfortable
effectively than
truth.
anything else.
Give me a truth.
C.S. Lewis said, "Good philosophy must exist if for no other reason, because bad philosophy needs to be answered."
Okay, pause. This is insane.
Satire is necessary for
This
the
is
same reason.
insane. This man is using a C.S. Lewis quote. C.S. Lewis kind of mid, but whatever. Wrote a good book when his wife died. Shouts to him and her. But good philosophy exists if for no other reason bad philosophy needs to be answered. So the implication here is that the Dylan Babylon Bee guy is here to give us the philosophical comedy that the liberals don't want us to have. I mean, relevant to how we started this little session today. And I'm not even the biggest Bill Burr head, but Bill Burr's random comments about off the cuff about that CEO shooting had way more juice to them than anything we're getting from these guys. I can't believe it. And it's just funny too, if you're talking about like comedy in a contemporary context, you're just like, a bunch of Catholic thinkers who have been dead for 100 years said this. Okay, not 100 years. Chesterton maybe 100 years. Lewis not. I guess we can keep going. That one, I just had to yell at that.
Satire ridicules bad ideas.
It
And now,
ridicules?
more than ever, bad ideas need to be exposed for what they are before they gain an even bigger foothold on our minds and
Tell me
hearts.
3 bad ideas.
Especially on the minds and hearts of young people.
Why do you like kids so much?
And while good philosophy and rational argumentation are indispensable,
yeah,
it's often humor that's most effective. To quote our friend G.K. Chesterton once more, humor can get in under the door, while seriousness is still fumbling at the handle. I'm Seth Dillon, CEO of the Babylon Bee for Prager University.
You know that someone understands comedy, philosophy, and rationality when they talk about being the CEO of Babylon Bee at Prager University. Oh my God. That's tough. That was tough. Let's do it.
The Crusade had a few main aims:
And I
to
will say, I'll let
unite the
everyone know
disparate
this.
surviving
Lux
strands of
had
humanity
to say to me
by
something
force
like,
if
I
necessary,
have some
to
videos I
kill
want you to
all
watch.
Xenos
I
found
don't
so
know
that
if
humanity
YouTube will
has
get mad
no
at them.
competition,
So
to
if
impose
things
the
go off the
imperial
rails,
truth,
if
a
we get banned,
secular
if the stream
denial of
dies,
all religion. The
this is
idea
why.
is to deny chaos, a source of human
Okay.
worship, and to regulate, capture, and train any main aims: to unite the disparate surviving strands of humanity, by force if necessary, to kill all Xenos found so that humanity has no competition, to impose the imperial truth, a secular denial of all religion. The idea is to deny chaos, a source of human worship, and to regulate, capture, and train any human psychers. But at this point, there's already a spanner in the works. Arguably, the plan had been for the Primarchs and the Legions to lead this crusade, while the Emperor worked on another big project: breaking into the Webway. The Webway is a subspace network of transit tunnels in between real space
Lux,
and
I
the
feel
warp,
like
built by an ancient alien
I'm on
race.
drugs now.
If
What the
humanity
fuck
could
is
use
this?
the Webway, then it wouldn't have to rely on the warp
Does
for
he mean
interstellar
this?
travel. And if this, the regulation of psychers and the denial of worship, could all happen quickly while the Chaos powers were still reeling from the birth of
Losing my
Slanesh,
mind.
then Chaos would be denied a power source in humanity,
feels
and
like
humanity
I'm
would be
in the
safe
middle
from
of
it.
having
However,
my
the
drugs.
loss of the Primarchs screwed all that up. The Emperor had to lead the Great Crusade himself. So the Great Crusade sets out from Terra after 5,000 years of isolation and stagnation. The first planet encountered is
What
Mars,
is this?
ruled by the mechanic.
What the fuck? Jesus, we keep going. I just like, I felt like
a culture that revere technology as holy knowledge. The tech priests concentrate on rediscovering great secrets from humanity's past, like the STC systems, without truly understanding them. In fact, innovation is considered an affront to their god, the Omnissiah. Thankfully, an awful lot of tech priests think that the Emperor is the incarnation of the Omnissiah, so the Imperial truth is conveniently waived for Mars, and the Mechanicum ally with the Imperium. The expeditionary fleets discover various lost pockets of humanity over the course of 100 years of crusading. Some are advanced societies who have weathered the age of strife with their technological secrets intact,
looks like?
but most have devolved into primitive societies. Some resist compliance or have fallen to the worship of chaos or have been enslaved or mutated, these are all destroyed by the legions. Slowly, as the Great Crusade expands, all the original 20 Primarchs are found, scattered on various human planets, and they are given command of their legions. Eventually, with the Primarchs rediscovered and the Great Crusade nearing completion, the Emperor raises one of the Primarchs, Horus of the 16th Legion, to War Master. Horus is to lead the conclusion of the Crusade, while the Emperor returns to Terra to work on the Webway project. But by this point, things have got a bit desperate. The Primarchs are all great leaders, but they're not really the perfect Imperial generals the Emperor was aiming for. They've all been raised in different human cultures with very different ideas of how to fight a war.
Are we getting to it? And just a reminder for everyone who's tuning in, or if you've been watching for a bit or came back, we're doing a Philosopher Reacts live right now. Lux is now really putting me through the ringer here. Shout out to everyone who's been donating to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Keep doing it. If you do it and you want to send a screenshot to wisecracklive666@gmail.com, you'll be up for free coffee and free books. Because what do you need more than coffee, books, and a free Palestine? Let's go.
Or holy wars because of differences in scripture become quite a commonplace thing. As the Imperium becomes more concerned with heresy and the threat of chaos and Xenos, the Imperial Inquisition is formed to hunt out traitors and heretics within. By the 41st millennium, the Imperium is a galaxy-spanning, authoritarian, fascist, religious fundamentalist, oppressive state, fighting to stay together against the threats of chaos and various Xenos species. It encompasses worlds so remote and backwards that they largely exist as medieval farming communities whose only contact with the Imperium proper is a tithe of soldiers every few decades, and teeming hive worlds with populations in the billions where everyone's a factory drone. The Imperium has no particular opinion on what form of government or social structure a planet might have, so long as it sticks to Imperial law and delivers its tithe, which means a lot of planets are ruled by autocrats, dictators, or a sort of noble caste.
Let us know what you're thinking here. Because I see where you're going. I'm curious what you think, man.
So this is a pretty quick and dirty Warhammer lore. Like the Warhammer lore thing that I watch does this breakdown over the course of like 5 hour-and-a-half long videos. So it's a pretty quick and dirty one. But what we're getting at here is the collapse of a society that had banned all religion.
Yeah.
And it was a hyper-secularized society to the construction of a hyper-religious, like, crypto-fascist society.
Yeah.
It was fascist the whole time. But before it was like fascist and God's not real, and now it's fascist and God's like super real.
I mean, this is very like futuristic God's not dead stuff. That's what they imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
Although it is interesting. I mean, I think like someone in the chat had said earlier the thing about how we're naturally religious because of a draw towards narrativization or meta-narratives. And I think there's like something to that, but I don't think it's connected to religion. But that's like an interesting thing to imagine, a world where religion and the constructions of like foundational narratives is outlawed. I could see it driving people towards some goofy stuff.
Basically what happens, we skipped this part, but I can do it faster than this guy did, is that one of the special magical super space soldier generals turns evil and turns some of the other ones evil, and they do a revolution. And in doing so, they almost kill the Emperor. So he's like almost dead. And the only way to keep him alive is to sacrifice 10,000 psychic people every day.
Jesus Christ.
But he needs to stay alive, or else demons will come from outside of outer space and kill everyone. And so because they're constantly sacrificing people to the Emperor, he becomes basically a god, right? In terms of the sociological construction. And then society reorganizes itself around the idea that there is a guy who's literally God, and he sits in a giant chair, and he's basically a skeleton in the Himalayas. And then it becomes this. And I think that's the part we're getting to now is what that looks like.
Jesus.
Any knowledge of chaos or the Horus Heresy is ruthlessly suppressed, and most people have no idea of anything in history beyond the propaganda they consume. The vast majority of humans never leave their home planet. The Emperor has been a catatonic husk for 10,000 years, but psychers are still hunted down and returned to Terra, where they're sacrificed to fuel the Emperor's golden throne, or to power a giant navigational beacon called the Astronomicon. The lucky ones might become astro-telepaths, the only reliable way of communicating between star systems. Harboring psychers, dealing with Xenos, or contact with chaos are considered capital crimes, and if a planet is deemed too far gone, then it might suffer the fate of exterminatus, scoured clean of life, just as a precaution. The colossal, inefficient bureaucracy of the Imperium is intended
in a room where like his wife and kids are like waiting for dinner, and she's like, "Dad, will be done with this video?" And I say this as like a nerdy guy that is often in my room, like talking to a computer, as I'm like, you know, honey, stop talking. My internet friends might hear you, but I can't help but enjoy that part of it. Okay, do you think there's more we should do?
I want to see. I think
I'm lost in the sauce here.
Yeah,
I am covered in the sauce.
I want to see if he gets to. I want to see if he gets to explaining the Emperor's role and all this really quick. It's only 2 minutes left, so I'll cut it if we goes a little long. But I'll play a little more of it, then I'm gonna go do another PragerU for you.
Oh wow.
we can fucking wash the taste of this out with some PragerU.
as a satire. As the famous quote goes, whole sectors of space are lost or abandoned due to rounding errors in administratum tax returns. It's not a fun place to live, and it's against this background that almost all of modern 40k is set. That's the world that Xenos is set in, and the world that the 40k stories have been written in for 30 years now. It's so huge and expansive that many authors have cut out their own little sectors to concentrate on. Abnett's Eisenhorn stories, and the sequels to those, happen in just one subsector of the Imperium. Recently, Games Workshop decided to actually move the plot forward, the first time they've done that since the 80s. The planet's holding...
Yeah, so that's that. I just want to get your thoughts
My
on
mind's broken.
So this is I think compares pretty well with the PragerU thing we just watched. I want your thoughts on this because this is like actual satire.
Okay.
Right? Like this is really like this is what it looks like when we let the right like sort of the concern because this game was originally made explicitly by British leftists to make fun of Margaret Thatcher.
Oh, so Margaret Thatcher's like an evil old space demon.
Well, she was the evil dying old person on the throne that everyone's being sacrificed for.
Okay, that makes more sense now. That makes more sense.
Yeah, so I'm just sort of wondering, like, trying to get your quick thoughts on, like, this kind of satire as opposed to the sort of straight-up comedy satire.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's interesting, too, because I guess there's the idea, right, that we often, like, is the thing you're getting at here, the idea that not all satire is comedic satire. And there's, because I think that's interesting, the way that, like, you could satirically look at someone as horrendous as Margaret Thatcher via that model. I mean, that's cool. Like, I think it's a thing where, like, until you told me that, I didn't get it, but that's very cool. And to know things function that way.
That's what snaps the whole Warhammer thing.
Yeah.
Place, I think.
No, it now like retroactively makes sense of a bunch of the other stuff there. That's fun.
Lennon says I should have started with that, but the reason I didn't start with that is because I wanted to see how Burns would react to a totally blind exposure to this thing.
Which was
pretty funny.
Feeling like I got aggressively dosed and thrown into like a sensory deprivation tank.
You guys have to understand, I've been sitting behind this computer.
Yes.
Watching Burns for now.
Horrible.
If we count yesterday also, about 16 hours.
Horrible.
And I need a little bit of stuff for me.
Let him have some stuff for him.
And so this was a little one for me, but now I'm going to give you guys back to...
I want you to have it. And guys, if you were mean about that in the chat, come on. Come on.
But then Magic the Gathering is a good gateway drug in 40k. They made a 40k themed Magic the Gathering set, but it sucks. Okay. Now I'm going to bring you back to some more PragerU where I know you're more comfortable.
That sounds bad. Like you're more comfortable in sort of American Christian nationalist content.
I mean, the Americans who are exactly the same as the evil empire.
Yeah.
They used to have this word race, class, and gender. That was their gender. Have you noticed they got rid of the class?
Cool jacket.
And they got rid of the class because
that's mean to me to say. It's a kind of
America was too upwardly mobile or fluid. You and I could be in a particular class, but we could either not be in that class or our children are not given the birthright. So they never had a permanent European peasantry. They started to gravitate with open borders and the traditional black-white dichotomy, but especially now with Hispanic, and they said, we have a new victim. And the DEI woke, feminine, whatever you want to call it, says anybody who is not so-called white fits into the cultural Marxist paradigm. Victim, victimizer. Oppressed, oppressed,
We can pause real quick. It's just
and
that was most like boring and stupid. I mean, they keep doing this, where like cultural Marxism for these people always means a dichotomy between oppressed and oppressor or whatever it might be, which is funny as well because as a dialectical thinker, folks know this, but you know, Marx being grounded and Hegel being grounded in the dialectical tradition. The whole point of a dialectic isn't that it's just like two things and you're like, oh, it's got these two things, can't go anywhere because they're blocking each other. That looks weird. But it's the tension between the two things creates something else or creates something new. It's like a productive tension. So like the way to think about you know, stuff like this in a properly Marxist or dialectical framework would be that there's like societal contradictions that lead to new modes of existence that transcend that previous thing. They're often produced by material and historical conditions, but the sort of language that the Prager folks use, just in the same way they don't understand like satire, they don't understand what the left is. And whenever they say Marxist, it means almost nothing. And here what it basically means is like, we're old white people and everyone used to think we were good, even though they didn't. And now people think we're bad, and we don't like that because we are the good guys. We are the supermen and mensch of history, and now there's narratives that there's like narratives that exist now in which we might not be those guys. It makes me think of it's like the second chapter of the new Ta-Nehisi Coates book. He talks about going to South Carolina where a school board is trying to ban one of his books, his book Between the World and Me. And one of the reasons the school board in South Carolina wants to ban it is because like it introduced narratives of race and racism that made some of the white people feel bad. And white kids be like, ooh, maybe my ancestors did some bad stuff. And rather than reckoning with the fact that history is really messy and that there's systems in place that have been, you know, overtly racist and exploitative and colonist and all those sorts of things, we just like shut our eyes to it. But shouts to this guy. Also, I know that it's probably berries, but from this angle, it looks like they're sitting with a bunch of black beans in between them in the table. And I'm imagining them drinking coffee and eating black beans and taking ginormous shits in the PragerU bathroom that's definitely gender neutral. Oh, in the chat. Sorry, I thought he was going to come around the corner. What's up? I was like, whoa, Mav's here. Okay, cool.
Very successful because it flew in the face of all traditional criteria of oppression. So all of a sudden, Professor Kendi is a victim. Oprah is a victim. Oprah says she went into a Swiss store and somebody didn't give her a lizard purse and she's suddenly a victim. LeBron James is a victim. Michelle Obama was at a Target and she lifted up, tried to get a package that somebody requested. She's a victim. And so what they did was they bifurcated the United States into 67% or whatever they call of oppressors and the rest 33% of oppressed. And then they made this colonialist or anti-colonialist argument. And you have what you have because of your race and privilege and oppression. It's anti-empirical. And you say to them, okay, there's a guy in Bakersfield, he's never gone to high school, his son's on a forklift, they have no privilege at all, you tell me, well, he's white. He's white. And so that was a really pernicious, and that came in.
It's sort of like, what is the left? What is satire? What is they? Everything he says so far is, you say to them and they say that weird thing about Michelle Obama. Is that a real thing anyone's heard of? Or someone in the chat knows about the story of Michelle Obama getting microaggressed at Target? Well, like, I don't know, guys. Any person I've ever talked to in life who has any sort of vaguely left analysis, if you told me about the made-up kid who doesn't exist in Bakersfield, this guy's imagining, and if shit sucked for him, I would be like, oh, yeah, shit probably does suck, and you can't find a good job, and there's a bunch of explainable reasons for that, and it's not because, like, you're white, and it's not because you're not, like, you don't deserve to not be in a better position because of your race or whatever. There's like economic conditions that explain this sort of stuff. Neoliberalism fucked a lot of jobs in industries such that it's hard to get them. Like there's just no economic analysis here. The irony being that everything they're saying, he used the term neo-Marxism or whatever earlier on. And then all he's giving is these weird epiphenomenal, superstructural, cultural arguments with no economic, historical, or material basis, which would actually explain that. So when he uses these dumb examples about forklift boy in Bakersfield, it completely obfuscates an actual argument that could be made. And this is the thing, we talked about this in the video on what's the guy's name? Curtis Yarvin and J.D. Vance we were talking about earlier. Like they make all these wild economic and political arguments that just ignore economics, which is nuts. Do we want to watch more of this hot couple? Oh, cool.
And really, with Barack Obama, there was a word was not in white currency, diversity, and suddenly he took that word, and that was diversity.
Wasn't
all of a sudden,
word until
I thought,
Obama.
I was teaching, and I would go, and I heard there were people that I had known my entire lives in my community and at Cal State or Stanford, and they were from India, and they were Sikhs, and they came with enormous amounts of money. I knew people from Korea that came, and all of a sudden they were telling me they were victims. Yeah. I didn't know, Victor, that this place was so racist. I said, well, can you show me what happened? You own 5,000 acres. You're a multimillionaire. Well, I don't, but my daughter came home and told. And that's where we are now. We're people. Cultural Marxism that's bifurcated. There's no middle class, we say, and everybody is trying to find a gimmick or a lever. So when you reward that, then everybody comes out of the woodwork, whether it's Elizabeth Warren trying to create an identity of a victim, or I just saw the other day Buffy St. Marie, a folk singer that I always thought was Native American. We find out she wasn't, she's Italian.
Because every example is women.
And it's this fixation in our society on race, and it permeates everything.
So like a sense of this too is basically like, if you're from a country that's experienced large-scale colonization, oppression, whatever, if you make money, it's okay and it doesn't count. Like, and clearly when he brought up like LeBron James or Michelle Obama, he's saying like, transatlantic slave trade, yada, 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 doesn't matter because, Michelle Obama. Or the example of like, I have students from countries that tell me that there's systemic issues there. These people may or may not exist. But it's like they won't do deeper economic analysis that would explain things like class antagonism, but then they'll use money as a metric just to say like you can't complain that things are bad because you have access to wealth. And as as an inheritor of a large fortune, this affects me personally. That's not true. I've not inherited any large fortune. Do you want to do any more? Any got more stuff? We could also do some stuff and bring Ray in on some of this too, but let's bring Ray on, guys. Raymond Kramer, host of Show Me the Meaning, the #1 movie podcast on Wisecrack 2. Good to see you, bud. Good to see you too. Happy holidays.
Before we start, I've got Lux and Michael. You're both on the nice list. I've got some gifts.
Whoa! Shit. And Greg's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know how many folks would be here.
Get that out of here,
so
Greg.
Sorry. Go, number one or number two?
Two.
Movies and the Meaning of Life.
Whoa!
Like a fun book to keep around the Wisecrack offices.
Ed Norton, friend. Heck yeah.
Lux. Yeah. Philosophy of Stanley Kubrick.
Woo!
That is a good one for the me, man.
Do you like that? I'll pass it off to you later.
Books. Books.
Thank you. Here, you want to give me an audio again for a second? If you like books, like we do and like Raymond does, keep in mind that you can get some from our friends at Verso. And you can get some sent to you as a Christmas present if you donate to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's what I'm going to say. Now I'll turn it back to you. You guys want to do reacts?
Let's try one together.
What are we reacting to? More
I don't know.
Prager stuff? What are we doing?
Well, Lux is sort of.
Apologies too if I'm underdressed. I wanted to.
They
be
used to have this
cozy.
word race, class, and
feel
gender.
comfortable. Oh, I like the socks too.
I wore my Christmas socks.
No, that's great. And just again, everyone who's tuning in, who's here, this is Raymond. He's Raymond. You know Raymond. Everyone likes Raymond. I didn't mean to make an Everybody Loves Raymond joke.
Well, you downgraded it to like.
Yeah, was that weird for growing up? Did people do a lot of like Everybody Loves Raymond jokes?
Yeah, that show came in right around. I'm trying to think. I was probably like 10 or 11. I started hearing that a lot. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, let's react to something for folks watching. We're gonna do a little more reacting in a little bit. Let's see. It's a little after 5 right now. It's 6 p.m. We're having Kevin's Barely Made Games. If anyone's around, then we're going to need some contestants, some players, some friends to jump in. And we'll maybe do some more stuff after that. But thanks again, everyone, for watching. As Lux just said, we're raising money for Palestinian Children's Relief Fund today. I imagine, based on what we have to be close to like 2,000 or something like that raised.
That's great.
Yeah. So thank you so much. And it's very cool to see that like a lot of people are donating. People are giving what they can, and it's a cool way to spend your money. And another cool way to spend your money is on BetterHelp. This is where I reveal this whole thing has been brought to you by a sponsor that you all hated so much that it led to internal company strife. Who's here? Are there any like corporate people in the office? Guys, I'm going to tell you a story right now.
This is closed circuit. No one can watch
Oh,
this,
yeah,
right?
this
So
is-
you won't get in trouble at all.
Oh.
No one posted the link in a company-wide Slack
Oh.
earlier.
Someone pulled the internet cord out earlier. No one at the company even clicked this.
Yeah, got 18 hands up praise emoji reacts.
Yeah, cool. No, here's a little what had happened was moment. Some of you know this, people know this, you might not know this, Ray. We did some ads for BetterHelp.
Okay.
The
online therapy.
Yeah. And it's not, and it's a thing I never liked, and my rule was I tried to do dead eyes. So I would tell people on streams, like, if I do an ad for a company that makes you feel bad, I try to deaden my eyes.
This is your sort of like blink twice if there's something.
It's like guys, I get it. And I feel like a lot of people historically have been like, we get it. Like, we live in capitalism.
You got to
and
pay
like,
the bills.
Yeah. But people were reacting like really, really poorly.
Okay.
There was some video we did. I remember it was a Taylor Swift video. I don't know why we were talking about Taylor Swift. She's famous, I guess.
Sure.
Quite famous.
Yeah.
This Taylor Swift. And like half of the comments were just like, we hate you for talking about BetterHelp. So go to some people at the company. And I'm going to say this very clearly. People immediately above us on the creative side of our company were incredibly supportive.
Okay.
But not wanting to do it. But people in like the sales team got so mad that they basically don't sell ads for us now.
I imagine this is because there are only so many advertisers for
Yeah.
streams and things like, you know.
And I think if you're like at the sales level, all you see is like numbers.
Okay.
So when we were like, if we could not work with this one brand, it would be great because we want to respect the audience too.
What was the crux of the criticism from the argument or from the audience rather, not the argument? What was the thing that BetterHelp did?
From the audience was like there were so many levels of bad behavior from that company, in terms of treating patients really bad, leaking private medical data, and then therapists who work for them were talking about how shitty it was as a company as well, and how like they couldn't do their jobs and how they were only allowed to text so many messages. This might be like slightly messed up in my memory, but I read one thing about a therapist who was messaging with a patient who was considering ending it. And they could only send so many characters in their text to the patient to be like, don't.
Okay.
So like
so
bad,
it's
bad
just
company.
It's just
Yeah.
top to bottom.
But so then recently we've been basically punished because it's like one of those passive punishments too, because we can't prove it, right? We can't like prove that they're not selling ads for our channel anymore.
Okay.
But they are. Yeah. And that is not her job. Let's react to something.
Okay.
This one, I don't know what this one is. It's just titled Art.
Oh, God.
This is Walter Benjamin. He was a
Walter
Marxist
Benjamin's cool.
philosopher.
He must be a communist.
Art critic, and author of the 1932 essay, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction.
Reproduction of works of art can be used by anybody for their own purposes.
Benjamin's essay is an analysis of the changes in the way we think of art in the context of rapidly innovating conditions of production. After the popularization of technologies such as the camera or the printing press, Benjamin posed a question about how the move towards an aesthetics of mass production changes the attitudes towards art. This is fundamentally a Marxist analysis, examining the way the conditions of production or its economic base determine the superstructure of cultural or ideological attitudes. And this begs the question, what would Benjamin's Marxist analysis say about art in our age of digital production?
I'm not Stanley Kubrick.
Here's what I mean. Being an artist on the information superhighway, which is the internet, is a bit of a double-edged sword. That's a lie. Because look, on the one hand, it liberates the means of cultural production and makes creativity more accessible for the masses.
The beauty of putting movies on the internet is that it's democratic.
You can just click subscribe right there. But on the other, it comes with a very particular set of demands. More content, more videos, faster, quicker, daily. More content means more advertising potential for the big guys who run these platforms.
We run ads.
Which gives you a greater chance of being looked upon favorably by the omnipotent digital deity of fortune we call the algorithm. And while, yes, we can blame the surplus of content on the ever-dwindling attention economy, which is an argument that certainly has its merit, but I believe the problem goes deeper.
Okay, pause it, Love.
Here's what I mean. In his 1970s...
Is this... I wasn't sure. Are we watching this all the way through, or is it
no, you're
kind
allowed to pause.
How long is this? Just because I don't... Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
we don't have
okay.
to watch the whole thing.
I think something that he hits on here is kind of there's so much coming out, and it's so the editing is so hyperkinetic that I feel like you could stop it at any moment and grasp onto something. There is, however, something that he hits on that I've kind of been fascinated by lately, and I'm sort of curious what you would think about this, Michael. The algorithmic or algorithmizing of virtually every aspect of life and art and culture has resulted in some really weird stuff that, like, if you go on Airbnb or Vrbo or whatever to try and rent a vacation spot, they all look suspiciously similar.
Yes.
There's this weird, I think I've heard it referred to as aesthetic convergence, where all the data and focus groups and all the algorithms point toward, like, people like gray walls, people like
gray's really in
vinyl floors or whatever. It's just stuff like that when you're trying to optimize for not the best, but I guess the least offensive thing, you end up kind of shaving off any kind of character, any sort of means of expression. It's all this kind of regression to the mean, which I think is sort of fascinating. I think it not only applies to stuff like, Airbnbs or whatever, but I think it's one of those things that we're coming out of, like, now a decade of, what was the first Netflix show, House of Cards? And they were saying in all the, publicity surrounding that show, like, well, all the data that we have about our users, they really like Kevin Spacey movies, and they really like this House of Cards miniseries. And it was treated as, like, this magic trick that Netflix pulled of, like, we just put 1A and 1B together and our audience responded. Now that we're a decade into this experiment of, like, algorithmically generated art, I think it is starting to codify in a weird way.
Can I respond to something you said earlier? I mean, it almost sounds like what you're describing with, like, the Airbnb analogy is that for Airbnbs literally, but I think for, like, people that make content more generally, it's better to be non-offensive to 90 to 100% of people than to make something that 30% of people absolutely love.
Will not like.
Yeah.
Or
You know what I mean? Like, because there's like, one could imagine, again, like an Airbnb that you or I might think is, like, very cool for some specific reasons that some other person might not like. And it's hard to not think about that when we think about, like, movies that get made. And earlier today, this morning, I was talking to Evan and Helen in here. And
I watched a bit of it. It was, by the way, congrats on lasting this long. I mean,
that's what you said.
No, but just sincerely, you're putting in a lot of effort today. So give yourself a pat on the back.
But more so than that, to Lux, Greg, Spencer, and Frankie and Nick that aren't here. But we were talking about, like, movies in that way in which, when this year especially feels like a year where, like, there's a lot of, like, very fine movies. But not a lot of super great stuff. And it feels like more and more the aim, and especially I think TV and streaming TV, is to make a lot of stuff that's fine. A lot of stuff that has gray walls and that anyone can find something in. And the thing...
It's background noise.
Yeah. Well, and it makes me think, too, with, like, Netflix now does the thing where they... we all get our own thumbnails. Do you guys know this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And, I love that idea that, like, for one person, a movie is, like, a quirky rom-com via the thing, and for another person, it's like a murder mystery.
It's a thriller.
Yeah. But when you make stuff that's so down the middle that you can then even market it to anyone as a thing. It's kind of like nothing is anything.
Or the tendency that they have now, I don't know if this is exclusive to Netflix or if a lot of streamers do this, but they will tell their creatives, like, we need it to be more second screeny. We need like less visual information, more dialogue, more exposition, things like that, because a lot of our viewers are going to be doing laundry, they're going to be doing dishes, they're going to be looking at their phone and stuff like that.
If you're in the chat, let us know how many screens you have on right now. No judgment.
But yeah, it's one of those things that I think is, I would say it's concerning, but it feels like the chickens are already coming home to roost. Like we know what this is doing to art. It's like fundamentally anti-art, and it's kind of undermining not just the industry, like that goes without saying, but I think it's undermining the sort of how to describe it. Like, there's going to be an entire generation of filmmakers who were weaned on stuff that was specifically designed to not be visually engaging, which I think bodes ill for the future of a visual art form. Now, on the other side of things, I'm quite encouraged by, I mean, hell, this video that we just paused is really inventively edited. It's like I said, it clearly has a good notion of how to draw your eye to stuff, how to drive points home and things like that. There's an entire school of filmmakers on TikTok and YouTube and stuff like that who are creating their own visual language that is much more exciting in my mind and potentially revolutionary when it starts making it to, you know, TV and movies and stuff like that. I do think there are interesting new attempts at creating a new visual grammar out there. It's just that the stuff that is leading the charge, the stuff that has tons of money behind it, the stuff that is being presented as like normal movies, a lot of that stuff is just getting really flat and samey and washed out, and it bums me out.
Also, I want everyone watching this to note that Raymond was sort of like, what do? We just react to stuff, and now he's just cooking. You are just absolutely cooking.
Just trying to fit in.
No, I love it. I feel like someone who's like been in the game, slogging it out. We're in overtime, and you came in with fresh legs, and we're just like, I got this. Step back. Let's watch a little bit more of this then and see what else it does to Raymond.
Book, Discipline and Punish. The French philosopher Michel Foucault offers the ideal model of a prison called a panopticon.
What?
It works like this. Imagine an empty circular courtyard with a watchtower in the center and a round wall on its circumference, inside which are the cells. The idea being that the guards in the tower are able to see all the prisoners at once, but the prisoners can never see the guards.
Can you see him?
So the inmates assume that they are always being watched, and so instead of a warden exercising violent power, the prisoners police themselves.
How can I do anything stupid when I'm being watched every second?
But it's worth noting that in Foucault's mind, a prison wasn't just a method of punishment, but it was a blueprint to the modern mechanisms of power.
Le pouvoir, c'est des relations. Il y a une relation qui est telle que l'un peut conduire la conduite d'un autre.
Panopticon is the diagram of a mechanism of power reduced to its ideal form. Whenever one is dealing with a multiplicity of individuals on whom a task or a particular form of behavior must be imposed, the panoptic schema must be used. For Foucault, modern power is no longer restricted to the reign of a monarch or military force, but it has now taken the form of coercion, the transformation of an individual's behavior. This is why prisons were of interest to Foucault, as they were clear examples of the way power forms behavior to align with what the institution wanted.
Quand on regarde ce qu'est le pouvoir, c'est l'exercice de quelque chose qu'on peut appeler le gouvernement, au sens très large. Et quand je dis gouverner quelqu'un, c'est simplement au sens où on peut déterminer sa conduite en fonction de stratégies en utilisant un certain nombre de tactiques. Donc, si vous voulez...
We don't go too deep on this one. No worries.
I got you.
Well, just to even like the media thing we're talking about a little bit, you know, so often like the powers, when we talk about power and coercion in that way, I think, at least I always think about it in like terms of military, government, stuff like that. But then to think about like the way in which ways that media, like the way that stuff is produced, sold to us, the way we consume it, involves a level of power over our attention and how we consume stuff. And like in the same way in which in the panoptic model, panoptic, let me add some syllables, man. But in that model, right, you know, it just is like the prison guards can kind of chill because we're always like, they're probably watching us anyways. I mean, it makes me think of what you said about a generation of people creating stuff whose minds have been shaped by the way stuff is made now. I mean, it does feel like the way we pay attention, the way we consume, and the way stuff gets made. I mean, it makes me think of like when we even the way when we like make stuff on YouTube, right? There's a part of your brain that's like, I want to make a thing that that we feel good about, that we think is interesting, creative, or whatever. But then your brain goes through all this stuff of like, but it has to have this, it has to have that. It's not, and like even the interesting thing about this video is that the editing on it in so many ways, it's beautiful. I'm really liking this.
Yeah.
But it's doing all of the stuff that you do to like keep the attention of children. It's like every 2 seconds, it's like new sound, new text on screen, things happening all the time. It's using it for like a good reason.
Yes and no. I think the one pushback I would give is that like the way that you describe it is like, oh, it's doing the stuff that you would do to try and keep a child's attention or whatever. Like, I'm not immune to it.
No, me either. That's what I'm saying. Like, I am the child.
Yeah, certainly. And I think there's also a thing to it that, like, this is a problem, weirdly, in a lot of movies and how they're imported to America is that so often, I say problem, I don't necessarily know that it's a problem. Very rarely does an American distributor of a foreign film put any effort into the subtitles beyond bottom of the thing, standard closed captioning. Every once in a while, when you see something, honestly, this is a great example of the translation that he's using with the fucking ransom letters and stuff like that. It's just one of those things that like folds into the aesthetic, the themes of the video really well. And I think there are little things like that, to your point, if you are trying to make something that is hopefully going to penetrate and will be comprehended and you know, people will be able to retain it, I do think it behooves you to be creative and to make a choice the way this guy is making a choice.
Well, then I guess to go back to a thing we were talking about before with the PragerU guys' bad understanding of dialectics. I mean, I guess I just did a bad faux dialectical move in at least not explicitly, but implying that there's sort of attention economy style.
Sure.
And there's like good artsy slow style.
Sure.
And in a sense, a video like this is creatively responding to that dialectic by making something that employs. I'm waving this mic like as if it's not the mechanism by which my voice is being used. I need a wand as well.
I also think though, like to give this guy some credit, the work that he's done on this edit is so complex and so labor intensive.
Yeah.
I don't think he would be inclined to do that unless there was some kind of
for sure.
Unless he was artistically compelled to do it, because you could do half this work and get across the same amount of information.
We're really throwing a lot of love this video creator's way.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't take a nasty turn. I'm really worried that Lux may still be fishing around and like
he's
the
just
weirdo
gonna be like, and that's
reaction.
why what I think we need is white supremacy.
We've been so laudatory of this, and I'm like, well, you know, you can't win them all. Like if this takes a really hard right turn at any point.
That would be a very crazy Lux thing to do to trap us that way.
Yeah.
Right. Wait, Lux, and you say, is there one? Do you want to like do a little bit more of this, and then do you want to land on anything you have that? Yeah, we need to. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think, Raymond?
Yeah, let's do another little segment. Let's see what he's got.
And then we'll end on an
insane
insane Lux thing that'll get us all.
This
fired.
is Walter Benjamin.
Oh, okay.
He was a Marxist philosopher.
He must be a communist.
That editing seems so hard.
Yeah, the sort of Monty Python-esque.
Just imagining how one does that.
The paper cutout stuff, yeah. I mean, it looks like a lot of work that he's put into this. Kudos to him.
Entendu donc comme ensemble des relations de pouvoir et techniques qui permettent à ces relations de pouvoir de s'exercer.
Panopticon is a great example of this technique. It works as a technology of power. Its technique is its architecture, the physical design of the prison through which the inmates are transformed.
I was cured, all right.
And what makes the Panopticon such a potent exercising of power is in the coercive effects of surveillance. In order to be exercised, power has to be given the instrument of permanent, omnipresent surveillance, capable of making all visible, as long as it could self remain invisible. It had to be like a faceless gaze that transformed the whole social body into a field of perception.
I have something to say.
You got the gist.
I got something to say. Just have a full network moment, but sorry. No, but I think, surveillance relative to the way in which our consumption habits are surveilled plays into some of the stuff we're talking about as well. And that makes it hard. I think about this sometimes, the way in which like there's this feedback loop by which we know stuff gets made based on data which we produce. And there's times where like if I click the dumb reality show or I click the low stakes sitcom that's like a nice relaxing thing,
sure,
I'm aware that I'm producing data that's like even the guy that would fill out the thing and be like, I'm more of a Criterion Collection guy.
Right.
At the end of the day, when no one's around, it's just like, the Ultimatum. It's a spinoff of Love is Blind where Nick Lachey and his wife Vanessa take a bunch of couples that aren't sure if they're going to get married, and then they go with other couples for a week, and then there's an ultimatum. It's a crazy show. But the way in which then we're like both we're being surveilled in how we consume media these days, but then the like data created via that surveillance becomes a product that then it's just like this infinite loop, which feels so hard to break out of.
Yeah, yes and no. I think at the end of the day, like what is all of this data in service of is ultimately like feeding you ads or feeding you more of the same to keep you on the platform or whatever the case may be.
It makes me miss ads.
I'm sorry?
It makes me miss ads. And by that I mean
like a monocultural type of it, like ads that would just play on TV and everyone
I guess
would
in so much
find
is
them.
I'd rather the ad be the thing that like facilitated the fact that we used to have like Twin Peaks and Homicide: Life on the Street on TV. Like I don't know, like I feel like once we shift to a model where there aren't ads and we're so dependent on the content itself to be the thing. I don't know. I'm rambling a little bit. Get back to your thing.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I think there's an interesting idea of what you're pursuing there. The notion of like it used to be that
it's almost like I don't want to add integration. I want them to be two separate things.
It's not just that. It's one of those things of like I don't do much shopping online except for
socks.
I'll buy socks, of course. I actually don't know where I got these. They were cottages later. I think they might be my girlfriend's. I don't do much shopping online with the exception of like I'll buy DVDs and Blu-rays on Amazon just because there are precious few places to buy a new release on Blu-ray nowadays. So a lot of the targeted ads that I get are not what you're saying is like they're not commercials. It's just a link to go buy a Blu-ray or whatever. And I think that we did maybe lose I don't want to be nostalgic about like mass consumerism or whatever.
Love it.
But I do think there is, in much the same way that we were talking about the aesthetic convergence that's happened in movies, there's also something to be said about how like ads used to have to kind of have some kind of inspiration.
Yeah.
Right? You were going to make something that was going to be seen on national television, potentially by millions or tens of millions of people.
You sound like Don Draper right now, and I love it.
So here's what you do. What we're selling. We're not selling a product. We're selling an idea.
I miss it.
I think, I was just reading about how Coca-Cola and Pepsi still spend upwards of like $4 billion a year in advertising, even though like the brand is the product is the brand. I would be inclined to say that Coca-Cola could spend a fraction of that and still maintain serious market dominance.
Lux, is the screen we're seeing the...
Okay. Can folks hear us, or is it? Should we take a break?
They can hear you. I'm just gonna let's just unplug Kevin's thing. Something weird has happened.
Oh, do we want to do? Yeah, so no one can see us. Raymond, for everyone who can't see, Raymond and I just took our shirts off.
Yep.
We both have weird tattoos,
and we're hugging.
Raymond has a tattoo.
A little holiday hug.
Nothing
wrong with that.
Let's see. Yeah.
It's all good. We can keep. I mean,
we
people. We can keep riffing.
I don't think anyone's watching to look at us.
But
and if they are, that's cool though.
To bring it back to the sort of algorithmic serving of ads. Hey, there we are. We're on the little television in the studio. Sorry about the technical difficulties, folks. But thanks to the crack team here at Wisecrack Live. Yeah, there we go. The Wisecrack team. But yeah, I do think there is something to it. It speaks to the sort of, like I said, the death of the monoculture overall, which I don't know, good, bad, or indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
There is maybe something to be said about trying to empathize on a large scale like that and trying to predict the kind of things that a mass audience would respond to, but also the point that that's gotten us to now in sort of hyperdrive is, like I said, I think ultimately bad for art.
Yeah. Lux, are we in a position to do the crazy thing you want to do, or should we skip it? Let's do that real quick.
What's the crazy thing?
I don't know. It's just a Lux thing. Yeah. For everyone who's watching now, tuning in, we're kind of half in reacts mode, half in talking to Raymond mode. Logan, do you want to come on in a sec? Do you have any desire? I don't know. Just be, yeah, maybe let's get, come hang out. Also, Logan, we've never met in life, have we? Good to see you, dude. Have you met Raymond before?
Cheers, Raymond.
For reference, this is the one where I was like, what if I get in trouble?
Let's see.
Let's get in trouble.
All right.
Glad I'm here for this.
I'm just like,
how can I be homophobic? I blew his fucking brains out. This Luger will send a Christian to hell. Shorty looked so good, I used her piss as crab boil. Nutted so crazy, I got 108-degree fever. Smoking on Congolese dick wick, looking for a signal. I went dark a long time ago. Packed her asshole so tight, she pushed out a pearl. The fentanyl got me moving like a claymation figure. Real premium French scatatouille. Money longer than KD's feet. Started off shooting dice in the cum slum. Learned how to load the 9mm Canic and changed the trajectory of everything. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I fuck like it's for survival. As if it's the last sip of water I'll ever get. Ribs visible, eyes blood.
What is this?
This is Dracula Flow, a thing that I have gone very far out of my way to not look up anything about, because I'm sure if I learned anything about the people who make it, it would be...
Has anyone heard of Dracula Flow before?
Never.
Good. That was a test. If anyone said yes, like, out!
Don't. I just said,
we don't want to know.
I just said I don't want to hear about this.
Hey, Greg, blink twice if this is something we should bail on. Okay. It seems like Lux is more than happy to throw us to the wolves here. Okay. Oh, okay. Of like who this guy is and what his deal is. My first guess, and Greg, nod if I'm right on this one, is that like did he and his friends write a bunch of stuff and now he's just like he's rattling this off? This isn't off the dome, is it? Yeah, that it feels that way.
Okay, so it feels like some like. Okay.
Absolutely. He's like, is this like America's Pete and Bass? Do you know those guys? There's these two Brits who are like older gentlemen who rap, and they're actually really good. Yeah. But I think like their grandsons write all their lyrics, but the dudes have serious flow.
They do.
And when I'm watching this, I'm just like, this is just like a Bobo Pete and Bass. Like this is a guy who has. I mean, he's got a cadence, he's got a rhythm to it.
I realized I didn't formally introduce Logan to the show. Wait, Logan, do you say your last name Reese?
Yeah, Reese.
Okay. Logan, you do a lot of stuff, but you write.
Yeah.
You do a bunch of stuff.
I write for you guys. I write for other places.
Yeah. You play banjo too, right?
I do play banjo.
Hell yeah.
And mandolin.
Very important stuff. Yeah. Logan wrote a video for us, guys. One of the videos that's done the best on like film and TV stuff, and it's on like ants and Bugs Life and like class analysis and like Marxism in those movies. And that's become like a part of the like modern Wisecrack canon. So, you know, thank you for doing that for all of us.
Of course. I tried to push that through at my last job, and they didn't want to have anything to do with it. So once I had a few videos with you guys,
you're just
your
like,
last job was at a zoo.
Yeah,
come on,
it was
guys.
at a picnic
Idea so bad, no one else wants it. Come to Wisecrack.
Exactly.
We're the death row of content failure.
And I pitched it as a wild card, and you guys were like, yeah, we like that. Go for it.
Wow. I mean, do we need to see more of this guy? Oh, boy.
Shot, thrusting away. Got my cob looking like Mexican street corn. I'm so violent and sick in the head, I can't tell if I want to kill my ops or fuck them. Zaza got me feeling like everything gonna be all right. Got the registered God particle on my hip, ready to have some hickory smoked op. Wipe the nut on my Amiri jeans.
What?
You broke Burns.
This is crazy. I don't know. Okay, so philosophically speaking, so David Hume, important in terms of developing an empirical theory that breaks from a rationalist or a theist position. And of course, Hume says that language, Hume has this thing where he says, I'm really going to go for this. David Hume says if even the loosest or freest conversation was written down and you look at it, you would find connections, because this whole idea is all thought is a bunch of like ideas and connections we make in our mind. And sometimes I think about that when like I see things like this that are like free association, crazy idea things. That's like, the fact is there's still a set of ideas that exist in someone's mind, a set of ideas that like we probably have access to, and someone just managed to put them together in a way that we would never think to. Like I think a lot of like absurdism in comedy is less like, it is creative, but it's creative in so much as it's just like taking things off the ideas shelf that have nothing to do with each other. That's my attempt to say anything insightful.
Yeah, I think there's
about Dracula flow.
There's also a weird corollary to this with like, do you remember The Landlord with Will Ferrell?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know what's the parabola of like very, very young and very old people saying vile things to folks, but like in the middle it's just belligerent.
Yeah.
Where I do wonder what that like, do you have any thoughts on that phenomenon of just like on the polar ends of life, it's very, very funny apparently to just be like an asshole.
It's funny when an old person talks like a cool teen, and it's funny when a baby talks like an old man.
Yeah.
There's
something about like the innocence of youth that was invented not too long ago.
Yeah.
It's funny when kids talk like adults, and it's funny when very old people are supposed to be demure. As
And then there's like a
deems them.
recklessness to the youth that it's fun to see an adult have. Like the reason why, like, I don't know, if I caught like an old relative like rapping to himself, I would find that really impressive. Not impressive, but
that's gonna be you though in 30 or 40 years. Like you're a hip hop head. You know, like that's
no. I'm gonna do the thing though that all like white hip hop heads do at a certain age. I'm gonna be like, no, it was always all about country for me. I'm gonna Post Malone it. or what's the other guy? Machine Gun Kelly it. But he was like, it was always about pop punk for me, man. That's why I like country now, because it gets me out ahead of that. Are you guys comfortable if I leave you alone for a second and do my 5th pee break of the show?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Okay.
Get in here.
Yeah, take it.
What are we going to talk about?
Lux, nice to see you, man.
Yeah, nice to see you in person.
Yeah. I had not met you in person either.
Yeah, hell yeah. Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you.
How's it going?
Hey, dude.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, of course. We just
When'd you get in?
I got it on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Here, I can tell you if you guys want a breakdown of Lux's past few days.
Let's go. Hit us.
I got it on Wednesday. I asked Greg if he could pick up all the gear for this, and I gave him a list, and he said, "Can I wait till you get here so you can go with me and do it?" And I said, "It's going to be inconvenient," and he said, "That's okay." So then we did, and I did that, which then meant Greg had to come with me to meet my friend my best friend Lindsay from college for dinner, which we did, and that was fun.
Where are you staying in town?
I'm staying at a hotel in Culver City.
Nice.
Then
what's the name of it?
I'm staying at, you know what?
What room number?
I'll tell you literally
number?
every single detail. I'm staying at the Courtyard Marriott at 6333 Bristol Parkway,
Let's go.
room 411. I dare anyone to find me before I'm gone. I leave in the morning. Like, good luck.
He leaves in the morning, folks.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, weirdos. Like, find me if you can.
Luigi Mangione catching a flight to California right now.
Dude, break him out. I'll if he breaks out to get me, I die as a hero.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, I'll take one for the team.
Why this guy?
Get our starter back on the street.
His count is 2. His body count is 2.
Yeah, like,
it's
why?
The healthcare CEO.
The healthcare CEO and a comedian. The healthcare CEO and a guy who makes Wisecrack videos, writes occasional screenplay stuff, and runs a comedy wrestling show. Confusing.
Yeah, gotta take an elite and a cultural elite.
It would be really
Perfect
confusing for him
balance.
to shoot the guy who makes the only vocally pro Medicare for all wrestling show.
That would really confuse the issue.
It would really get people would show the clip where Greg Kazar was in our ring going like, I want to run for Congress and I want to run for I want Medicare for all, and then be like, this guy wrote that segment, and then the guy who shot the healthcare CEO killed him.
It was about something else.
We're gonna find a poster to his manifesto.
I didn't write that segment. I think Chris and Tim wrote that segment, but I shot that segment. Doesn't matter. Point being, so that happened. Then yesterday we set all this stuff up, teched all the gear out. Like legitimately seamless. I was like actually stunned by how smooth it went, which is why I knew things were going to go wrong.
Right.
There's a lot of gear here.
But then I went and I ran a D&D campaign for some friends.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
It was based on a pilot I wrote in college called The London Orphan Underground about orphans who open a wizard, who try to rob a wizard and open his cabinet of curiosities and unleash a series of magical items back into the world. And they have to go find them and bring them back.
Are any of them fantastic beasts, perchance?
That's what I was thinking.
We should have done that, but we didn't, because the thing we thought of to do was doing it as a tie-in to for the holidays to Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol.
Okay.
So they had to stop a fourth ghost called the Ghost of Christmas Last, who had created a time loop so that it was always Christmas Eve forever.
Okay.
So we did that. Very fun, very cool. Got home, went to bed, woke up, got here at 7:45. Had a very important work meeting with my work boss, above even Burns.
Oh wow!
I
didn't know anyone was above Burns.
My true boss. Had a long conversation with him. Got everything set up. 9 o'clock rolls around. Everything's working. I hit go stream. Every single technical app on the computer crashes, and the stream deck turns off, and all the audio dies.
You hate to see it.
I reset everything. It's sort of working. We start the stream. A bunch of people are telling me the audio is bad. I am turning to Spencer being like, we can't fix it right now, and I have bigger fucking problems.
I listened in. I watched some of it earlier. It sounded good to me.
The first Zoom call was rough.
Okay.
I'll admit it. I know what happened.
But everything in studio was working all right?
Yeah, and the later Zoom calls also sounded fine. It was just that basically the thing was super behind the scenes. So earlier today, which feels like 100 years ago, we didn't have a Zoom call scheduled for the first hour. So that was going to be where we messed around with Zoom audio to figure out how to do it. And then when we got here, it was like, we have a Zoom call, and it's the first thing we're doing. And so we were like, we'll try the thing we thought of last night that we said, we're going to try this, and if it doesn't work, we're going to come up with a backup plan during the first hours. We can figure out if things work.
Sure.
Couldn't do the backup plan because Burns came up with a great fix. Burns solved the problem, what it meant. She brought a mic from another room. We set it up. It was fine. That's how this morning went. Then we've just been doing this all day.
Right.
So that's what brings us to right here.
How much longer do you guys have? Where are you?
We're planning on going till 9. We want to get the numbers up because we do have. It does cost money every hour that we're doing this.
What to stream live?
Just that we're paying. I'm getting paid. I'm not getting paid hourly. That's not true.
I get what you're saying. I get what
crew
you're saying.
costs.
I thought you were saying like YouTube charges you to blather.
YouTube's paying us an almost indescribably tiny amount of money to do this. I checked the analytics on the revenue for the stream so far, and I was shocked at how small the number was.
Like the stream, floored. Share the link.
Everyone share the link because if we can. Okay, I'll say this. Burns agreed that if we can get to 420. We get Raw Dome. And everyone wants it. I know everyone wants it because it's the only thing that Chad has been talking about for like 6 hours. We're doing a show. So we can't do the promo work for that element of things.
Yeah.
That's on you guys.
Do some free labor for us.
We love you. But if you want to see the top of Burns' head, you've got to get more people to watch the stream. That's the proposition. And I don't want to be rude. But that is the deal.
I think that's really honorable.
Because we've raised so much money for the PCRF. Greg, hit the PCRF button. You should see it on the stream deck. Press it, quick. Wow.
Faster than that.
Make sure you're in the file called standard. Okay, don't worry about it. Never mind. I'll put it up later.
Our Wisecrack producer, Henry Arambidi, in the chat telling folks, share the show, y'all. I second that. Thank you, Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Henry.
Get that chat in line.
We love...
You can read that chat.
We love Henry.
I've got my glasses.
There's our PCRF logo.
Glasses.
But, so we've raised, we're definitely cleared 1,500. We're probably pushing 2,000, maybe more at this point.
Let's go.
Which is
phenomenal.
So rad, so happy. Great shirt, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you guys so much. It's been an unbelievable joy to do this. It's been so fun. Everyone in the studio, everyone helping out.
It's a great cause.
Burns enduring an unbelievable amount.
I didn't
of
notice
hassling.
Michael was behind us until I looked at the stream.
Greg, kill the
I
graphic.
got a little spooked.
But yeah, everyone's been great. It's been such a fun time. But yeah, so we're figuring out. We have some segments. I made Jeopardy boards. If you guys stick around long enough, we can play Jeopardy.
Oh, very fun.
But before we do that, we have Kevin's Barely Made Games.
Yeah. Should we just kind of start like getting Kevin's thing set up, and we'll just riff?
I was thinking we should do that. I have a plan that I am 90% sure will work. I have a plan that I'm 100% sure will work, but it has some problems. And then I have a thing I want to do that I'm going to try and figure out.
And I say this for everyone who's still in this space in this room, we need players for Kevin's thing. It's very fun. Rob's done it before and can confirm, or your wife's done it before, and she's still around. So
that's like the.
She didn't die in the game.
Greg definitely needs to play.
Yeah, I think Greg needs to get in there. Well, because Greg was there at the first Enthusiast Gaming sponsored Kevin's Barely Made Games. Greg recorded that.
Oh, this was.
And
I
so-
remember it was like looking for a parking spot.
Yes.
I remember this. This was very funny. Yeah.
Greg shot it. So I think that Greg deserves to play as well. So I'm gonna go try and set up with Kevin. You guys riff, talk about some stuff.
Riffity riff.
Thanks,
I
man.
didn't get a beer.
How are you
Feel
feeling?
slighted.
I'm feeling
settling back in.
You know, it was nice to go to the bathroom. I think the one thing I haven't done today is eat enough. So I would say for anyone watching, people in the room, this is sort of like a test flight for us to see if we could pull this off, and then see what goes wrong. Leave notes in the comments. Let us know if you watch this later. Let us know what worked, what didn't. I'm not even kidding. You totally can. If you're in the chat, feel free to let us know. That's okay. But I think, the idea is seeing how this goes now so that maybe a couple times a year we do something like this, and we can do it in a way where maybe someone like pays us some money to do it, but we're confident enough that we won't F it up.
Sure.
So this is our like free to F it up thing.
Let's F it up.
Say this. Can I borrow your mic, Raymond, for a second? I'm going to say this. I'm going to dip in and say this really quick. I'm going to say this really fast. For a stream that was 12 hours where we had about 16 hours to take it in advance, I think this is
I've seen worse.
Outrageous how effective it's been so far.
I've seen way worse.
Yeah. I've seen way worse people got paid a lot more than we did to do this.
Yeah.
You know this guy watches a lot of professional wrestling because that talent on the mic just now, the way he dips down in the camera, he's got a promo or two in his time.
Yeah. But so I think we we want to be able to do more stuff like this in the future because it's fun and it's nice.
Absolutely.
And I would love, with test running, having people here, would love to, these guys I trusted, but in the future we'll open the floodgates up more.
I think having the live thing too also it creates a sense of community for the listeners and the viewers at home.
I like all these people. I've seen various names on the chat today where I've gotten very excited. So that's very fun. No worries. But I'll do the quick rundown of stuff again. So for folks who are watching now, we're gonna start something very fun in a second. My friend Kevin Horst is a genius. He's the Leonardo da Vinci of what he does. I don't know if anyone else does what he does. Does anyone else do exactly what you do? Yeah. So he's
why would they?
A true original, one of a kind, but it's truly one of my favorite things. And I've seen Kevin do this a lot of times at live in-person comedy shows here in Los Angeles, California. But he's made us some video games. We're going to have some competition. We're going to have some play. It's going to be a very fun time. So please do stick around for this. Yeah, Eddie, next time come to LA and drop in for sure. Speaking of Eddie, I'll just remind everyone that we did, and there's a link in the description. I'll put one in the chat again. We put out, it's not limited edition because it's print on demand, so I'm not going to lie to you. But we put out some not limited edition merch designed by Eddie. I'll post the link to one of the things. This is the hat in the chat, but you can click around and find more of it. Oh yeah, there's some stuff on the screen right there. Check it out. It's the first new merch we've done in a very long time because we kind of didn't care for a while, and we had some stuff there. So, and as I've told people before, it looks like that, Raymond.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah.
What is the? Is it just cheeky that it's 666,
So,
or is there a
so this is
Wisecrack
deep
significant
stream
thing?
lore.
Okay.
We just made it a thing where whenever we get to 666 concurrence, we just party a little bit.
Okay.
And I say Satan
we
stuff.
hail Satan.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hail Satan in a fun way. But then we want to do a holiday thing, and I like the juxtaposition of the candy cane, upside down candy canes being the 666s.
Absolutely, it's fun.
It's cute. It's holly and jelly.
I'm gonna get one, but yeah, guys, there you go. So we have those. I would check those out if you want to be a deep head. And then the stuff we said throughout the show. We've had tons of donations. They keep coming in, which is cool as absolute crap. To what is this? To the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. If you want to do some more of those, I think. What is this? Someone says real quick. Someone said a trick to get more people watching is to get everyone to refresh the stream. This gets the YouTube algorithm to believe that the viewers that watch the first 30 seconds is over 100%. I don't know.
Do it.
Do that. If everyone wants to refresh the stream, do it.
On 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
All right.
And then no one's getting the viewers simultaneously remove their like, then add them back at the same time. The algorithm likes to see a large number rushing. How about this, guys? Everyone.
Let's see if we can game this. So on the count of 3, everyone refresh your YouTube stream.
Yeah. Oh, also remember YouTube won't let you post VODs over 12 hours. So we have to end before 12 hours, no matter what. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, listen, I'm hoping to end early. I'm going to be honest. I like this. This is fun. But you know what? I'm comfortable if we don't go all 12 hours.
You said
I've never lasted as long as I ever thought I would at anything in my whole life. I'm not about to start today.
Yeah.
You
gave up on fatherhood like 10 hours in, right?
Yeah. I have not seen my child.
Tossed it into the river.
I felt like I was. I felt like I was going off to war this morning when I left the house. Like I said bye and I started walking out and I ran back and I was like, I'll never see you again.
Don't despair,
my child.
darling.
Know that I loved you.
I just want to say, while we've been doing this, one of my dogs had to get a surgery where he had to go under.
Okay.
And I spent this whole day trying not to think about it.
How's the boy?
But we just got an update from Cass. Noodles, doing great.
Hell yeah, Noodles. Let's get a hell
Noodles.
yeah in the chat for Noodles.
Shouts out to Noodles. He's
Okay, refresh.
All right, should we count down for the refresh thing?
Okay, for folks who haven't done it yet, let's count to 9.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's or 6.
How about this?
Yes, since
let's
that's
do 6.
The Wisecrack.
And how
number.
about you start from 6 and we'll start from 1.
Okay.
6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Refresh.
It's called counterpoint, musicians out there. That's what we just did. But please do. I'll pop the link in the chat again right now. If you haven't done it yet and you have it in yet, donate to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. It's a great thing to do around the holidays. And just a reminder that what we're going to be doing is giving out. Yeah, I'm going to refresh too because I got it going. And I'm going to take my like away and re-like it. That's masturbatory to like one's own stream. But I fucking did it. But yeah, just a reminder when you send us those things, you are going to be in the running for free coffee or free books. And just genuinely like, huge shout out. Again, I've said this a few times today. Obviously, shout out to our friends at Yes Please. We like them. They make really good coffee. And then a huge shout out to, of course, everyone at Verso because they make good books. And yeah, just let me know when you guys are set up. We can hand it over to Kevin whenever. So. Okay.
One
great
long HDMI.
We are riffing until then.
Yes.
It seems pretty long.
Kevin, and then just run it to the adapter. So just to walk you guys through how we're going to do this, I mean, whoever's playing, whatever, the way we're going to do this, Burns, is that Kevin's going to run the show, and we're just going to cut between the cameras and the game.
Great.
Full screen. We're not going to have people and the game on screen at the same time
That's fine.
because the capture card gets really confused.
Sure. We don't want to confuse the capture.
It killed all the video during the reaction segment.
And can we have it set up then where is it cool if players like sit here and Kevin can just run the show?
Yeah.
Cool.
That's fine. And then Kevin, you can just take over that monitor. That's right there.
All right, cool.
Are these like video games?
What?
Do we have controllers?
Yeah, you're gonna play them.
Kevin's got the whole setup.
Hell yeah.
I'm telling you, we did a comedy show.
Yes. This segment killed. I'm looking forward to seeing what Kevin has up his sleeve here.
I was so excited because we got like the Sklar brothers, we got Luke Null, we got a bunch of amazing comics. They were all amazing.
Major downgrade with Raymond Creamer on the couch now.
But this shit tore the roof off in a way that like these incredible stand-ups were not able to get. Like this was this was the highlight of a show where everyone was the funniest person I've ever seen, and this was the funniest thing on the show.
Well, we don't stand a chance then.
No, he's gonna come over. Or are you gonna stay over there? Or are you gonna come over here? Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna get you set up.
The best spot for me is right in front of all of your faces.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, do it.
Introducing Kevin Horst, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Are we setting up or is the segment starting now?
Both.
Okay. I'm quickly getting the thumbnail and title change on the stream so everyone knows it's Kevin time.
It's Kevin time.
Yeah. Quick, guys, talk about movies you liked this year.
I was looking at the VHSs up here,
Yeah.
and I don't
Anything
recognize
good?
a single one besides King Kong. But is that like the old King Kong?
Yeah, the 33 King Kong. You
Wow.
got Gone with the Wind up there.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Shot in the Dark, one
The
of the Pink
Glass
Panther flicks.
Key.
Yeah, Glass Key, a nice little film noir. Yeah, nice little collection.
What are your guys' holiday watching things? What are you gonna watch this holiday?
What do you
season?
think?
I mean, I'm gonna watch Nosferatu.
Very
for
excited to
sure.
see that. Yeah, absolutely. What did you think of The Northman?
I actually just rewatched it.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Yeah?
I love it. I'm a big Eggers head.
Same.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of his.
That's a movie I liked watching, and then like I felt like the world told me it was bad that I liked it.
Don't listen to the world. Listen to
Yeah.
your heart.
The Northman, whatever.
The
it's called?
Northman.
The Northman.
I had like a fun time with it, and then I felt like the
See, don't
media
listen to the
industrial complex
internet.
was like,
Listen
"You're an
to the
idiot."
real people
I
who
think
are
it's
telling you it's great.
I think it's good. I think, excuse me, after The Witch and The Lighthouse, people were anticipating something that was going to really like blow the doors off.
Yeah.
And so I think it was only a disappointment relative to those expectations. But I thought it was a good flick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend Philip, who was in the house a second ago, I think he's still, or maybe he's not. I made him watch The Witch a couple Halloweens ago.
Great
and
movie.
So mad at me. He was very upset. Him and my wife were both like,
I'm surprised because that's not really a movie you think of as being like so
Objectionable.
upsetting or scary, or it's a little less. It's not like
Yeah.
jump scary or anything like that. If that's something that upsets your friends and your wife.
Yeah. Ann Porkin says, "Don't listen to the internet. Listen to me on the internet."
There you
I
go.
appreciate that. And again, shout out to Ann. What's up, Barbara and Eddie? Yeah. Ann,
Ann's always
can we
killing it.
officially say Ann Porkins is MVP of the Megastream chat?
Heck yeah.
Is there if anyone in the chat wants to make your case?
Any objections?
Henry, you're here, but you don't count in the same way.
I'm curious if there's anyone in the chat who's been watching since the start of the show. Ann has been. Yeah, no kidding.
We're
Legitimately very fun chat comments, like basically
Why haven't they made a prequel yet? Prince Kong, says Ann Porkins, just crushing it.
I mean, yeah,
That's pretty good.
I mean this in like a very genuine way. It's gonna sound like I'm being facetious or condescending, but I'm not. Ann Porkins is like exceptionally good at like comment chatting. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, like it's an art for them.
It's a
like-
certain skill.
Yeah.
There's definitely people who are bad at it.
Oh, there's people who are bad at it. Most of us just like are fine,
Yeah.
but we don't treat it as a medium unto itself. And I think for Porkins, like it is a medium of communication unto itself, and they've embraced and mastered that specific medium.
I will say, while we're praising Ann Porkins, when I did the Verso stream with Josh Sawyer and Mariam Deed, afterwards they were like, "Was that Ann Porkins person a Wisecrack person who came to watch the stream because of that?" And I was like, "Yes." And they were both like, "She was so funny." Like the philosopher and game designer, the designer of such games as Pentiment and Fallout New Vegas, clocked Ann Porkins as his favorite person in the chat.
Ann Porkins said she missed the first hour of the stream, so
How
we take
dare
back
you.
every nice thing that we said.
The thing
about
I said
you.
is still true, but I am disappointed in you.
Well, the first hour had some ups and downs as we got it going, and then it had
I also didn't tune in the first hour.
yeah,
Not
it
gonna
was
lie.
yeah. You know why, guys? Because the first hour is when I don't know, I was talking to a woman, a Palestinian woman at that, and some
Oh, I did see
people
that.
tuned out, and they said, "I'm waiting till the fellas come on," and I'm calling you all out. You're all
Cataboo
racist.
was
You're all-
great,
I'm
though,
kidding.
if
Cow's
y'all
great.
missed that.
Are you ready to go? You can take over. Here.
Given the
Okay, guys,
stream.
let me introduce Kevin Horst, a game designer, a comedian, a man about town, someone who also runs a really good Instagram account. Also, I saw a big celebrity at Los Feliz Albertsons last night. I gotta tell you.
I love to hear it.
I
That's
almost wanted to
wonderful.
tell you about it, but you can take over now. I'm gonna get out of your way.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Kevin. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to
Let's
meet
go.
you. Okay, let's get settled in here.
Okay, so you guys, yeah. If you
That's how we both leaned forward for this. Like we're ready.
All right, we got the feed coming through. We good? Okay, great. All right, so yeah, my name's Kevin. I'm a comedian and game developer.
Eat that mic, Kevin.
I've spent the last couple couple years working on a series of game prototypes that you'll have the chance. Everyone here will have the chance to compete against each other today. And I know that this stream itself is for charity. That's wonderful. I believe it's the Palestine
Children's Relief Fund.
Children Relief Fund. Go ahead and donate to that. But in addition to that, actually, this segment will have a couple more charities that will be dividing folks in half, and depending on who wins, will be donated to one of these two charities as well.
That's really
so these charities, the first one, of course, is Borders Without Doctors. And this is a charity that tries to get doctors to stop spending so much time at Borders bookstores.
Okay.
Hell yeah, they should. They're always in there.
And they'll be competing against the other charity here is Locks of Lobe, and it's a charity that actually matches up people who need earlobes with artists who are thinking of Van Goghing their ears off.
That's really helpful.
Yeah.
No reason to waste a good ear.
Yeah, exactly. They actually did have another name. It used to be called Ear We Go, and it was spelled G-O-G-H. So I know we have a lot of people here, and my concern is that one team will start to win, and then everyone's going to want to play on that team to sort of bandwagon. So if right now we could sort of declare our allegiances here, raise your hand if you're on Team Borders Without Doctors. There we go. Okay, we got 3 there, and then so the rest of the folks here, you're on Team Locks of Lobe.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah, we have to get Greg in there because the chat is demanding Greg play. So.
Okay, so let's get one representative from Borders Without Doctors and one from Locks of Lobe up here.
Okay, someone
else.
else.
You guys gotta leave.
Jump in.
Okay, Greg.
All right.
Yeah, Ray and Logan can take a little breather, and we can get Greg and our new contestant, whose name I haven't caught yet because I've been sitting behind a computer for 10 hours.
What team am I on again? I already forgot.
Sorry.
I'm on the ear one. I'm claiming the ear one.
Borders Without Doctors. Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And do we have the audio coming through, by the way, from the game?
Let me triple check. We should.
Okay.
Actually, no, we probably don't. I need to probably fix that. I just need to also reframe this because it's a little off and no one needs to Greg. There we go.
Thank you. I know everyone is real concerned about that.
And actually, I just got a text message from my friend Alex Haney, who was asking for a shout out on the stream. But
no, that name I don't.
Yeah.
Can you say it one more time?
Alex Haney.
No, I don't like how it sounds.
Yeah.
I just wanna.
Let's give it up for him. He intended to show up today. He intended to show up. All right. So are we ready to play?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. And you are on what team?
Borders Without Doctors.
Borders Without Doctors, and
the ear one,
and Locks of Lobe. There.
Locks of
okay. So chat, go ahead and declare your allegiance to, and.
Getting the audio for the game set up, so keep that in mind.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I can at least introduce the first game that we'll be playing here today. This first game is brought to you by Chevron Hint of Lime. It's the refreshing summer gasoline that will fill you up but won't fill you up. Okay, and we've got a little bit of a intro to this first game here. I think we have an intro here. The year is 2093. The time and location of every urination is controlled by a handful of corporations. Some choose to fight this system. They want as many people as possible to see them pee their pants. They're known as piss freaks. So, okay, so this game's called Piss Freak. And the way it works, you want as many people as possible to see you pee your pants. You'll be running around. It'll be like a top-down view. Oh my God. There we go. Let's try that again. Let's see. Should be. Well, I'll get audio for the next one. So you'll be running around, top down view. You'll get bladder at the bottom of your screen that'll be filling up. And at any point, several times throughout the round, press this A button here, and that'll let you press. Depending on how full your bladder is, you'll be able to pee a wider radius. You'll get points for how many people near you see you. Okay? So a big crowd of people, you're looking for a cluster of that. And press A to pee. You'll also see some.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Testing, testing.
We did have the audio. That's weird.
Oh, everyone else has just been hearing laughter and nothing else.
You have to give your spiel about Piss Freak again.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you gotta re-explain the game.
Do we have audio now? Can they hear me?
They should be able to hear you. No, they can only hear them now.
Now it's you, no game.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna fix that in a second.
I think they just said the talking is good now, and the game is going.
Yeah, that was what we were doing on purpose.
All right. We'll throw in a line audio here.
I was like, I always
The
liked
chat
them.
decided we're back in on Tolkien. We're going C.S. Lewis for a while.
Now we have both.
We have both. We have the technology. Okay, so just to explain again, the game's called Piss Freak. You want as many of people as possible to see you pee your pants. Depending on how full your bladder is, you'll pee in a wider radius. So really, you're looking for a big cluster of people, and then press that A button to pee when you reach them. Okay. So we'll start with you. And we ready to go?
It's just the A button, nothing else?
Well, and you can
Move around.
using the joystick there.
Should I still hold the mic?
That's amazing problem solving here.
No problem.
Wow.
I know I can still yell. I can do both.
All right, we ready to go? You want me to turn the game audio down?
No problem.
Honestly, all you gotta do is turn the game audio down. Because I hear them fine. This is so weird.
How's that? Better levels?
The streamers to catch up. But yeah, it's better now. If you just bring the mics up a little bit.
You guys should see the look. the look at that request.
Okay. Someone said they missed them. Okay, I think we're doing okay. Chat, let me know if I'm wrong.
All right. You ready?
Ready.
Let's hear it for him. Come on. All right. And begin. There we go. Okay. 54 seconds remaining here.
Wait, I'm so confused. Do I hold A or do I just?
Oh, just press.
Oh my god.
The A button is the bottom button there.
Oh shoot! I've been pressing the B button the whole time.
Okay, this is a pretty good. This is a pretty good opening run here.
just looks like another day for me, you know?
Okay, so
I
I'm
guess
seeing.
like confused about the game mechanics, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, so what's happening now is you have only a tiny bit in your bladder, so you're only peeing in your very immediate radius there. So you got 10 seconds, maybe let it build up, find one good cluster here.
I happen to pick the time where everyone runs away from me.
There we go. Okay, nice buzzer beater.
There you go.
Okay.
That's 24. 24 is the number to beat
All
there.
right.
Yeah,
we'll
we'll switch. Here you go.
Thank you.
All right. Now, any strategies you've picked up from this first playthrough here?
I think I just got to go straight for the crowd, you know? Straight for the crowd, and I don't know. It's a tall ask, but I think I can do it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see if you can do it. And begin.
All right.
Big group up top.
I think I just got to go right here, right? And then.
Okay. You know, if the points are on the board, you got to take it, right?
Once I start, can I stop, or am I committed to emptying my bladder?
You got to use all of the pee in your bladder whenever you choose to.
Okay, gotcha. I think that was a good strategy. Let's see if I go back. No.
Okay. Nice, solid points on the board there. And remember, this is for charity.
Oh, yeah.
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 Right? This is
tough.
This is, you know, there's some people who want ears and some people who don't, and this might be able to bring them together.
I got 5 seconds. Oh, no. I don't know if I'm going to do it.
I think you got this.
I don't know if I'm going to do it. Ooh.
25.
Barely.
Oh, boy.
Barely.
Okay. So that was 23 was the number to beat, right?
24.
24 was the number to beat. Okay.
Counting.
All right. So Lobes, Locks of Lobes takes the first win there. That is 100 points.
Thank you.
For Locks of Lobe, which I have discovered is the same as just giving 1 point, but it feels a lot better. You know? Just imagine I told you you got 1 point there.
That's Harry Potter logic. I think that's what they do
Yeah.
with the houses.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you so much for playing.
Thank you for having me.
That's the first round in the bag here. Let's get two more players up here for the next game. Doesn't need as much audio in this one. All right, Borders Without Doctors. We've got our first player. And Locks of Lobes. Okay. Now, this game also has a sponsor. This game is brought to you by Johnny Backwards Reverse Gumball Machines. It's where you spit your gum in the top, and they'll give you a quarter. Okay?
That's great.
And this game is called The Perfect Spot. So this
about
game
parking in
there's a
Los
little bit of a
Angeles?
backstory to this game. You've been fighting all day with your girlfriend Jen, and you really need a win right now. And you're on your way to a party together. Jen's been wearing high heels, and so you need to find the absolute closest possible parking spot to the party, or else Jen's going to be so pissed.
This is hitting really close to home.
Yeah, this is just my life.
Yeah. So what'll happen? It'll start. You can go ahead and grab the controller there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep. And you'll, when we press start, you'll see top-down view. You'll see the car. You'll see parked cars on the right. A series of parking spots will appear, and you have to decide when it's the spot that you're going to commit to and choose that parking spot. When that happens, go ahead and press the A button, the bottom button there.
So I'm not pressing anything except A.
You will press one button one time.
Okay.
And that's video games, folks.
That's a lot of pressure.
That is the
That's my kinda
mechanic of the
game.
year, right? Okay. And
let's do it.
begin. All right, you got 800 feet remaining.
So I want to get as close to.
You want the closest spot you can find.
Okay. Oh.
All right.
I think
he's
I
holding
can,
out.
Nope. What are we up to?
So you got 500 feet remaining.
That's still too far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which of these cars are Teslas?
Okay. Starting to get down to crunch zone here. 400 feet remaining.
400.
This is still a lot.
I don't know.
Really? You're gonna park here?
Did I get it?
Why
What
couldn't
happened?
you have parked
He chose a spot.
Oh, there was a closer one.
It looks like there's a couple closer spots,
Oh, you messed up, man.
though. Okay.
Seriously?
Yikes.
Okay.
Not your best work. I think deep down you knew that was not the closest parking spot. There were 3 closer parking spots. That means Jen walked an extra 262 feet.
Oh,
in heels.
jeez.
She's very pissed. Your
Not
final
getting
score,
late tonight.
252 out of 1,000
252.
is the score to beat.
Okay.
I can do that.
How you feeling about that?
Not very happy. I think I'm sleeping on the couch tonight.
Yeah, and some doctors might be hanging out in a bookstore later tonight as well.
We're getting so many ears. We're getting so many ears.
All right. So let's go. Let's see if the Lobes can do it. Los Lobos.
Lobes.
All right. Yeah. Lobes.
Boo.
Wow, that chant is electric. All right. And we are starting.
This is ridiculous.
700.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Well.
So I can't go past, right? Because that's my strategy in LA is I just drive past and then try to find the spot.
Yeah, that would be. I don't advise that.
Okay. I'm not going to do that.
Are we already
It's
late to
not
the
going
party?
to work out well for you. Yeah,
Really?
you're
You
late.
were like
yeah.
Yeah, just now. I think you should just take this one here.
You're late and
not
it's a
happening.
surprise party, so you're gonna.
Jeez. I'm gonna ruin the surprise.
Yeah. 350 feet remaining.
Nope, that's not it. Nope, I'm going closer. There's gonna be one
200
closer.
feet remaining. We're
There's
getting
gonna be
into
one
crunch time
closer.
now.
I know there is. Come on. No. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. Yes!
Oh my gosh!
One right next to the party.
Wow, the Lobes take it. You got the perfect spot.
I told you.
There's 0 closer spots. She didn't have to walk at all more. She's not at all pissed.
I'm taking your girl.
Jen can't say shit about that one,
Let's go.
honestly. Great job to the Lobes. That's
Thank you.
200 points now for the Lobes.
That's 200 years.
Cucked on a live stream. Terrible.
And the doctor is not looking so good. Well, I mean, the
Sorry.
doctors are looking great. The bookstores are not looking good.
Yeah, the borders.
Let's hear it for him, folks.
Raymond. Jeff. Pleasure to meet you, Jeff.
All right. All right. Now we've got another game for you guys. This one is brought to you by Pepsi Negative.
Okay.
This is actually the only soda that has negative calories because it makes you throw up a little.
Oh, okay.
That sounds sick, actually.
Yeah.
I want
Yeah,
that.
Get it. Pepsi Negative. All right, so this game is called Great Photo. Another backstory for this one. You are 2 girls who are on a besties trip
Girls
throughout
trip.
Europe.
Hey.
You each want to take the cutest photo of the other, but unfortunately, neither of you is photogenic.
Just like
Okay.
real life.
Yeah. So what'll happen? What'll happen? You'll get 3 chances to take a photo of each other, and you'll see the face sort of making a lot of different expressions.
Okay.
And you need to time your photo to when it's a really nice smile.
Okay.
And you'll be scored accordingly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead and take the controller there.
After you, sir.
Hold on to this real
You
quick.
bet.
Thank you.
All right.
Is it just the A button again?
It'll be the A button this time.
All
You'll
right.
get 3 chances at it in different locations throughout Europe. Okay. And begin.
Okay, give me a big
Is there a timer?
Okay. There's no time limit. Just
Okay,
wait
great.
for the smile to peak.
The ideal.
Okay, you just missed
I
one.
pressed the respawn on the wrong button.
Yeah. You want the bottom button there. Oh, okay.
Oof.
We'll see if that made it.
Oh, I missed that one too.
This one's going on Bumble.
This last one at the Coliseum. Make this one count.
This is really upsetting.
I know. Is she okay? Oh, nope, not that one.
All right,
Yeah,
let's see how you
let's see how you
did.
did.
Oh, that's a 67,
Nosferatu there.
I know, right?
a 70, and a 59.
Yeah.
The final score is 198. That's the score
Woof.
to beat. Let's hear it for him.
Way to go, Jeff.
Sorry, babe. Hope you take a better picture of me.
All right.
I think I can manage.
You ready to
Okay.
get
It's
locked
just A,
in here?
right?
It's
Yeah,
just
just
an
A.
A button. Yeah, real complicated controls on these
Yep.
games today, right? All right, let's get the second round and begin.
Okay, give me a big smile.
Okay.
I think this is Greece. This is Mykonos. Oh, Stonehenge.
That one.
And I believe that's the Arc de Triomphe.
Great pronunciation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. 198's the score to beat. We've got an 100.
Oh.
100
Dang.
and a 90.
I'll take it.
290.
I'll take it.
Wow.
That is a resounding win for the lobes.
Locks of lobe.
The locks of lobe.
Dude, the
It's
doctor-
300.
At least we have some good photos of you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
I apologize for yours.
It's all
Let's
good.
hear it for him. Now, okay, great. I'm connected to my hotspot here. Let's get two more players up here. We got.
Yeah.
A new player, and then one person.
Someone want to tag me out?
No, you're good.
All right. Yeah. Take a seat.
All right.
Wisecrack host versus Wisecrack director throwdown.
Oh god, we could, but I know that I'll lose.
Well,
I've been sitting here vaping and drinking 100 colas all day. I'm not in any place to play this game.
All right. Well, so for this next one, this is one of the newer games I have. This is brought to you by Eastside Damp Cleaners. They're like a dry cleaners, but they use a little bit of water.
All right.
Okay. And this game is called Checkout Choice. So the way this works, well, actually, you'll play this one simultaneously there. So we'll grab the keyboard there on the left. So for the for what team? The Locks of Lobe. You'll be player one in this, so you'll have the what is it? The A and D key.
Okay.
Will let you move left and right.
Cool.
And you'll be on the arrow keys, so left and right. And the way this works, just like at the grocery store, there'll be a series of checkout lines. There'll be a bunch of different variables in each of the checkout lines. There's going to be more in some than others. Some people might have more items in their carts. Also, some of the checkers might be faster or slower than the others. You don't know.
Copy that.
So when we press start, you'll be able to move to any line at any time. And you're trying to be the first one to check out. And if you are, you'll get points depending on how many items are checked out in between you and the other player.
Okay.
So we're just trying to get to the shortest line.
Just like in the grocery
Gotta
store,
feel
you're
it out.
trying to find the
Trying
shortest
to feel it
line.
out.
Okay.
Don't recommend moving around too much because people are going to continue
Shortest
to come
line, who's the best checker? If you roll up on someone who's clearly been doing it for a few years, you know you're in good hands.
Okay.
You know.
in. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
You've got some expertise.
Oh yeah, I just came from the grocery.
So we have a connoisseur.
I sometimes purchase.
I've been to the grocery before. You may be in trouble, Adrian.
Crap.
All right.
Okay.
So you're player one, you're player two,
I see.
and begin.
I see.
Okay, we look like we're locked in here. We've got player 1 is looking good. And that's 1,200 points for round 1.
All right.
Okay.
Sweet.
Do you feel like you have a feel for how the game works now?
Yeah, just
Okay.
it's just like being at the grocery store.
It's exactly like being at the grocery store, just with pixels.
Little guys.
Yeah, just little guys. Okay, so that's 1,200. Let's try another round. And we'll do this until one of you. We'll do 3 rounds.
We'll do this until the
so
end of
one
for a
of
while.
you
Yeah.
owns the grocery store
Until tomorrow.
All right. Round 2. Begin. You two have picked perhaps the longest.
No, I didn't mean to do that. I was twitchy. I should have taken my hand off the keys.
Looking good for player 2 here.
I think I would have won that if I hadn't twitched. Jeepers. You hate to see it. Well, a win's a win. Congratulations, Adrian. Best out of 3.
Okay.
Best out of 3.
Best out of 3.
Okay, so it's not just who wins, it's by how much. So that was actually a pretty resounding win.
Yeah.
More than twice as good as your win.
Yeah. No, it was that was upsetting.
So now we're looking at 1,200 to 2,500. So a pretty big gap to make up here.
This time, once I lock in, I'll take my hand off the keys.
Surprise.
Hopefully, at least I can close the gap.
Surprise.
Okay.
I've been to a grocery store too.
Yeah. All right. Jesus, take the wheel. Right. And let's begin. Okay.
All right.
Looks like we've made our choices here. Huh?
He's moving.
1's on the move.
2's on the
We
move. Oh my
might
goodness!
Oh my gosh! And that was player 1 won that round, but only by 600. Didn't close the gap, which means Borders Without Doctors has their first win of the night.
Thank you.
And that is now 100 points for Borders Without Doctors.
Thank you.
And what is it? 300 for the Lobes, right? That's 3 rounds.
Do you have an urge to throw the controller?
Greg, do you want to take
No,
it on the board for a second
no
while
way.
I play Burns? I haven't seen one. Just do the Michaels of Wisecrack throw down. If we got one more.
Oh yeah, we got one more.
I'll play Perfect Spot also if we want to do that.
Okay, well we've got the mailman game up next too.
I feel guilty taking a spot on the mailman game.
I need to tag out for the mailman game. I'm not emotionally prepared for that.
Okay.
Are you taking Borders?
Michael's on the Borders team, so you'll take. Thanks
I mean,
you
if
much
someone wants to tag
so
in,
much for playing.
I think Lux is gonna tag in.
Tag in? Okay, cool.
Dude, thanks for doing so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're gonna go Wisecrack Michaels just share it out.
You go ahead, sir.
To go this way.
Oh no.
Okay, this has historically been the seat for the Borders Without Doctors.
Should we switch?
Should we switch?
You can either
Or do we
switch
wanna-
seats
do we wanna
or
s- switch-
allegiances.
Okay, we have to.
No, I'm Borders always.
Then let's switch mics too.
Wow.
I'm nothing.
You never know.
Actively join the team that's absolutely losing numerically.
This is how we learn what we stand for, folks.
No way we win, but I love that with us.
And this game is brought to you by Parkour Brothers Pizza.
Ooh.
Sometimes we fuck up the pizza.
Bring it back.
All right. And we'll switch to the game here.
Okay, cut. There you go.
Ever since you moved to the neighborhood, you've known who the coolest guy on the block was. He's your mailman, Mike, and he's got the motorcycle to prove it. But Mike doesn't even know you exist.
Aww.
Today's the day you change that.
Hell yeah, it is.
Today's the day that you impress the mailman. Day 1. You hear Mike rapidly approaching on his USPS-approved motorcycle. Today is the day you finally impress him. He parks his hog and approaches your house with the composure and confidence of a proud government employee. Your hand trembles with anticipation as it reaches for the front door. Take a deep breath. You'll be fine, you whisper to yourself. You carefully open the door and attempt to win his approval by
Who's going
showing off your knowledge of Japanese culture, or showing off your physical fitness. So let's see. So because the doctors are behind, we'll give you the second shot at this.
Great. All right, give me Japanese culture.
Okay.
I knew he was going to go
Japanese
for that.
culture.
He's walking right into
You
a
guys
trap.
heard about Blue Log? I ask the mailman, and then he punches me in the stomach.
Excellent choice. Or shall I say, Subarashi Sentaku. Japan is a beautiful nation, rich with culture and traditions, more fragrant than a pot of ramen. It's also an island, so surf's up, dude.
Yeah, let's go.
How do you show your knowledge of Japanese culture? Open the door wearing a traditional Japanese geisha gown, invite him inside for traditional sushi dinner, or tell him you speak Japanese fluently.
I'm going to go sushi dinner.
I'd love some sushi. Yes. Well, I'm inside your house now. What are we having? Yellowtail, yakitori chicken, or haddock?
Let's go yellowtail. Let's go traditional.
You bring Mike some yellowtail. Yellowtail? No, thank you. I only consume yellowtail when I'm actually in Japan. Just an FYI for you moving forward, Japan usually only exports their second or third tier yellowtail to the States, which is notorious for its uneven texture and metallic aftertaste.
You fed him bad fish, dude.
I mean,
Day 2.
You tried to feed him
I
that
tried
bad
to
fish.
poison. I tried to give him mercury poison.
Sorry, it didn't quite work out. Fear not, today's a new day and a new chance to convince Mike you're cool like him. How will you get Mike's attention today? Show him a hidden talent or show off your survival skills?
Hidden talents, because I have those, as opposed to survival skills, which I notoriously lack.
Eat your heart out, Simon Cowell, because if there's one person in America who's got talent, it's you.
It's true.
What talent will you show off for Mike? Draw a caricature of Mike or recite some slam poetry?
Oh, one thing I'm bad at and one thing I don't like. I'll slam poetry.
Great thinking. What's more universally beloved than slam poetry? Any good slammer will tell you that you're only as good as your subject matter. What issue do you want to talk about? The president, income inequality, or Pringles?
I'm going to go Pringles. I'm going to not trust my instincts. I'm going to go against my gut here. And I do like Pringles.
Pringles. Pizza, Pringles, P-R, Ingles. A can of pizza Pringles. I'm eating a can of Pringles. They're pizza flavored. Pizza Pringles, they call them, but maybe they're wrong. Doubtful. Oh my God. That's the most incredible rendition of Maya Angelou's A Pringle Pops that I've ever seen.
Let's go.
Bravo, sir. Here are some extra grocery store ads. Consider it a tip.
Whoa, my mailman is tipping me. Look at that.
Amazing.
Epilogue. Way to go. Mike enjoys your company. He wouldn't go so far as to hang out with you off duty, but he certainly enjoys your stop on his route more than once, or more than most. He even mentioned you to his girlfriend.
Oh, that's huge.
once.
That's
awesome. huge.
Final score 2,300.
Wow.
Let's go, Michael Jordan 100.
Wow.
I'll take it.
Michael Jordan, bad husband.
Yeah, but a sympathetic spirit in his love of gambling. Craig, bring us back to the game, baby.
Okay.
What do you think? Do you feel confident about this?
Incredibly.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Let's see.
Sorry, guys, in advance.
You're gonna do great.
But it's an honor to lose with you.
By the way, we calculated once. I think there's like 2,000 possible ways to play this game.
Yeah.
So hope you get the right one. All right. You hear Mike rapidly approaching on his USPS approved motorcycle. Today's the day you finally impress him. You carefully open the door and attempt to win his approval by showing off your knowledge of Japanese culture or showing off your physical fitness.
I mean, I gotta go physical fitness because I can't do the thing you did.
You can try and follow my you can try and follow my footsteps.
Nah.
There's only one set of footsteps. That's where you copied me.
Excellent choice, or shall I say, pain be gained, dog.
Yeah.
Did you know that the human body has 650 muscles? We use all of these to exercise, which is important because it reduces the risk of heart disease and other pulmonary illnesses. Unfortunately, close to 50% of young people between ages of 12 and 21 are not physically active on a daily basis. Not you, though. You're a fitness all-star. How will you show off your physical fitness? Slam dunk a basketball? Dress up like an old-timey strongman and lift a heavy object? Or battle a machine?
Oh, I should have picked this one. These are all things I'm good at.
God, I'm trying to. It's like the problem is I know too much and yet not enough. You know what? Let's do battle a machine. Let's do it.
All right, battle a machine.
I know it's going to go badly. I feel like I remember every time someone picks that, it goes poorly. But
well, there are choices that
okay.
make it go better.
Luddite ass Burns.
You open your garage door and a 7-foot, 500-pound robot with gigantic metal claws climbs out. His name is Dashira, and you know its name is Dashira because as it steps out of your garage, it boldly proclaims, "Dashira, kill!"
Oh, no.
Mike's face drops, and you both back up to give this big motherfucker some room. Dashira picks up Mike's motorcycle and crushes it to pieces, taunting
God.
you.
Oh, Mike.
Stupid motorcycle, don't drive now. My bike! Avenge my bike. You stare down Dashira and are able to locate 3 potential weak spots on his person and must choose one of them. Which do you choose?
No.
His chest cavity that houses his mainframe computer, his right heel that's clearly missing some nuts and bolts, or his sassy-ass mouth?
Kevin, give me that sassy-ass mouth.
You punch the robot's sassy-ass mouth. The robot breaks down in tears.
Whoa. Oh, no.
He explains his robot childhood to you and how he was always sensitive and kind robot.
Mike's gonna hate
but his father, a robot built for the 2011 Hugh Jackman sci-fi blockbuster Real Steel, trained him to hate.
That's a good movie. I'll say it.
He says he's trying to move past it. And to make amends, he hands you a $75 Carrabba's gift card. You turn to Mike and say, "Dinner? Tonight?"
Come on, Mike.
I already got plans, dude. But order the pasta wheezy for me, champ.
Okay. Could have gone worse.
Day 2.
Okay.
You're off to a good start.
Better than bad fish.
But you've still got a long way to go. Fear not, today's a new day and a new chance to convince Mike you're cool like him. How will you get Mike's attention today? Show him a hidden talent or show off your survival skills?
Survival skills.
You have to have those. You have a child.
You decide to prove how resourceful you are by surviving a night outside your house without food or water. Mike is going to think you're a regular Bear Grylls. You immediately leave your house and chuck your keys into the bed of a pickup truck passing by. Now it's just you and the land. What should your first priority be? Build a shelter or hunt for sustenance?
Let's hunt.
Good thinking. If you can bag some wild game, Mike is sure to see what a badass you are. What should you hunt? The neighborhood feral raccoon? Fish from your neighbor's koi pond? Or the most dangerous game of all, man?
Most dangerous game.
You hide in your neighbor Brian's bushes, awaiting for him to get home from work. You begin to imagine choking out your neighbor, watching the life leave his eyes.
You have to prepare mentally for that kind of thing, for sure.
You think about how precious our time on this earth really is. When Brian gets home, you decide you can't go through with it and let him walk by your hiding place. You think to yourself, look at him. Not a care in the world. He has no idea how close he came to death today. Mike arrives the next morning with your mail. Thanks, Mike. You feeling okay? You seem different, calm, like you're still asleep. No, Mike. For the first time in my life, I'm awake. Mike senses your newfound peace. Epilogue. Congrats. Mike asks if you want to hang out this Saturday.
Let's go.
Since his girlfriend is out of town. You say yes, and when Mike calls his girlfriend to double check if she's actually out of town, he refers to you as my friend.
Oh, my God.
Friends. you are officially friends with Motorcycle Mike. You're probably going to be in his wedding party, dude.
Let's
Oh
go.
my God.
Final score 2,900.
We did it for all the doctors. For all the doctors.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry to my team.
That felt.
I'm sorry.
Well, you
I
guys
let you
still,
guys
I think,
down.
won overall, right?
Well, I probably should have mentioned this final round was actually worth 500 points.
Oh,
which
no.
Which means the doctors have taken it all. Or the Borders bookstores.
Without the doctors.
They will not be allowed to hang out there with thanks to this funding. And I just hope that these people find ears on their own. You know.
Good luck. Good luck to them.
Good luck to them. Good luck to them.
Well, good job, Burns.
All right. So those are the games that I had prepared
Yeah.
for tonight.
Are you saying there's an encore?
There could be an encore here.
Oh, yes, please.
Who wants in?
So we could either replay some of the games that we played, or I have some more dicey games.
Dicey, let's go.
Less
problematic?
No, like less confident that they're gonna
Kevin's
work.
like, this is the game.
Yeah.
Be a racist. Can you do
more,
it?
More in progress than others. Yeah.
All right, free for whoever wants in from the other teams.
I gotta stay in my same spot. Keep the good juju.
You lost last time.
I won.
No, I mean just the last round.
Oh no, I don't care about that. I just
right.
care about.
So
care about myself.
This one has a little more of a lower budget sponsor than the others. This one is brought to you by Toots and Toots Fart Insurance for when it can't be stopped. Okay.
It's pretty good.
And so this is actually a stand-up comedy simulator. Okay. So the way this is going to work, you'll get to choose between a couple topics, and then you'll get to choose what type of joke you want to tell about it, and then you're going to see how the audience reacts to whatever joke you just told.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll start here. Your topic, you have to choose from either traffic or buying calendars.
I don't think traffic's very funny in LA, so let's go with buying calendars.
Okay, buying
Wait,
calendars.
I just assumed I'm going first. Sorry about that.
Oh, you got it. You got
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I give you my blessing.
You got this. Okay. Buying calendars. And choose a joke style for this. Is it going to be observational, a pun, or is it going to be weird?
Let's go observational.
Observational. You make a joke about how you want to remind yourself to buy a new calendar on January 1st, but your calendar doesn't go out that far.
No one laughed in here.
The men in the audience seem very into this joke, but the women seem angry. Was this misogynistic in some way? You didn't think so, but you'll definitely think twice about telling this joke again. So you end up with 300 giggle points for that one, which I know we haven't seen any other jokes yet, but that is not a lot. So we'll continue on to the next one. Your next topic, you can pick between mismatched socks or the price of melon.
Oh, the price of melon.
All right. Do you want this to be observational, shocking, or self-deprecating?
Let's go full shocking.
You make a joke about breast augmentation that's about what you would expect. Nobody seems to particularly like your joke, except one guy in the front row who fucking loves it. He keeps yelling, "More joke, more joke." And it makes you uncomfortable. That's 200 giggle points.
God damn.
All right. Your last joke here. You have to choose between overcooked pasta and clocks.
Ooh. Help me out here. All right, pasta. Let's go pasta.
All right. Do you want this to be a pun, observational, or shocking?
Pun. We'll do everything.
You make a joke about telling a chef, "Boy, are these noodles overcooked." Silence. Then one person in the back shouts, I don't get it. Another retorts, me neither. Frustration seethes from the room as the indignant crowd realizes that nobody got it. Giggle points 75. Your final giggle points are 575. Let's hear it.
My comedy instincts are not strong.
Again, no one else has any idea what the scale of giggle points is in this game, but that was not a strong performance. So good luck.
You're
Good
saying
luck. You're really teed up here.
I was
Yeah.
going to say, if I can't win, it's disgraceful. You're saying.
That's right. That's right. Also, I'd like to point out, I don't know if anyone noticed that untextured sphere
I did.
that appeared
Yeah.
in one of the cutscenes there. This is coming fresh off the presses here.
I wasn't going to say anything, but.
All right. So for your topics here, 575 is the score to beat. You can choose from overcooked pasta or traffic.
I think I'm going to pick traffic for the reason you didn't, because I'm hacky.
Okay. Would you like your joke style to be storytelling or a pun?
Let's do storytelling.
You go into great detail about how you accidentally cut someone off in traffic on the way to the show. A woman stands up and loudly proclaims, "Okay, guys, that's the confession we need. Book him." She seems to think that there are police officers waiting in the next room to take you in, but no one ever arrives. Eventually, you move on with your set. That's 200 giggle points. Okay.
I'll take it. Could have been worse.
All right, your next topic, buying calendars or mismatched socks?
Let's do buying calendars.
Okay. Observational, pun, or weird?
See, I've already forgotten which one you took, so I can't learn from your mistakes. So
I think we had well, I don't want to show them the same path.
That's true. That's
okay.
true.
I think it was observational.
Okay, that's
right?
good, because I was going to say weird.
Okay, let's go weird. You refer to calendars as time menus and then ask the waiter to hold the Mondays. Silence drapes the room, thick and palpable, like the charged moment before two destined souls' lips meet for the first time. Then from somewhere deep in the crowd, a giggle breaks free, like a heart surrendering to passion's call, and the room is bathed in ecstasy.
Let's go.
700 giggle points.
Damn, one shot.
Wow. And you still got one more chance to run up the score here. Are you going to go with clocks or the price of melon?
Let's go with clocks.
All right, a Coldplay fan, I see. And would you like a pun or esoteric?
Got to go esoteric.
You mentioned that you keep asking people which way clocks rotate, but their answers have not been helpful. Look, the audience just doesn't get this one flat out. If it makes you feel better, maybe just tell yourself it's because they're all too dumb to appreciate your brilliance. Giggle points, 50. But still, your final score is 950 giggle points, a resounding win.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for him. All right. That's stand-up comedy simulator. Mhm. Well, so we can either replay one of the games that we've already done, or we can play. I don't actually know if you remember this one. It's called Don't Talk About Alaska. Can we please do that? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Come on up. I don't actually remember if this is a two-player game. I don't know if this is playable as a two-player game. So you'll co-op this one, and we'll just, I guess, we'll see. I don't know if there's actually replay value to this either. There's a reason this wasn't included in the set. We'll see. We'll see. This one is brought to you by Red Cow Energy Milk. It'll give you something. All right. And do we have the audio coming through on this?
Say something here.
Hello. Do we have the audio of the game here? I'm not sure. I actually just realized in order to play this, they need to hear the audio of the game.
Can someone just recreate it, like enact it?
I can grab my phone and
All right, maybe we'll come back to this one at some point.
Now we're blue ball. Now you'll never know. Although you people live in LA, so you can see Kevin do this another time.
Let's see if I have any.
Everyone in this room.
Let's see if I have any other games here. Yeah, we got a lot of games that we can't play here. Thinking of You VR. I didn't bring the VR headset this time, but it's like a frisbee golf game where you try to text your adult child. Mike's game.
Wrap it up with another piss freak and just bookend it with piss.
Yeah, let's close out with some piss freak. Yeah. I have to remember which sponsor was piss freak here. Yeah, Chevron Hint of Lime. There we go.
Oh boy.
They're getting their money's worth, huh?
I'm not going first for this one again.
There we go. All right. Okay. So I'll give you the controller here. So Piss Freak, the way it works, top-down view. You're trying to have as many people as possible see you pee your pants. You'll have a minute to do so. You'll have a bladder meter that will gradually fill up, and the more full the bladder meter is, the wider a radius you can piss in. So there's a little bit of a trade-off there, right? You'll get 1 point for every person who sees you piss during the minute, and I think that's about it. Oh, there's power-ups that'll help you run faster and produce more piss. Yeah, I've been really thinking about trying to get a sponsor for those power-ups. By the way, like nothing turns into piss like Gatorade, you know.
I guess.
All right, you ready?
Sure.
And begin.
What's the controls?
Oh, sorry.
Should
Just
I-
move
I
around
guess
with the
we-
joystick.
A is the P. Oh. This is not.
All right. Actually, that's good. That's good
Okay.
points right off the bat here.
I
I would recommend letting
should
the
be like in as many people as possible.
yeah.
right?
So you might want to let that bladder meter fill up a little bit
I
more,
gotcha,
so you can get a wider radius.
So I'm just gonna like act like I'm a normal person. Just right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right here. If I just run into them.
Yeah. So you see, it's speeding up your piss production there.
Where's everyone going?
Oh boy, I would take
Right
that.
there.
Yeah.
Hey guys. Welcome to my humble abode.
It's actually they only freeze if they see you. So
I see.
other people keep walking around, but they're
so
just
like I can't be behind like a wall or something.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I actually had to revise this game because originally the best strategy was just to follow around one person and like constantly press the piss button. But that was very uncomfortable to watch. All right, so that's 19 points and a pretty good first showing there. Let's hear it.
Thank you.
All right, and let's do the switcheroo. And you ready?
Yep, let's go.
Let's go. 19's the score to beat.
This time I won't confuse B and A together.
Yeah, picking up the power up.
I got like one.
Oh no.
What are the other power-ups? Are they just scattered everywhere?
Yeah, they reward exploration in a game like this. Yeah. I found that people were wandering to corners of the map, and there was nothing to reward them for doing that, so I thought I'd hook them up.
What was your strategy? What was your strategy again? Just follow one person and keep spamming?
I specifically made it so that would not work anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right.
This is like my worst.
10 seconds left. What's the score to beat right now?
19.
19? Okay. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's 13, which is not enough. Let's hear it for that resounding victory for the rookie. All right. How we doing?
I think, if people really want to do one more, we can, or we could wrap it up there.
Can I get one shot at perfect spot? I've been dreaming of that.
Okay. Well,
All right.
Lux wants his one shot at perfect spot.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Get on in here. Yep.
I've literally been thinking about this game nonstop since that show. If someone wants to play.
Yeah, but you should, because he needs to lose or win.
Yeah. You have to have two. Yeah.
Anything if I don't, if there's no competition. We don't want to have a false victory. All right. Oh, thank you so much.
All right.
A microphone.
You know the rules. You're
sure
looking
do.
for the best possible spot, or else Jen will be very pissed at you.
All right. Ready to go?
And begin.
It's just an A button, right?
Just the A button and just one time.
Okay.
600 feet. Are you tempted?
Not yet.
Not yet. That's the problem with a game like this, is that no matter how long or short it is, no one wants to press anything at the beginning.
But now we're getting
But now you're starting to feel it, huh?
Seeing two in a row like that, is that scary?
Yeah.
Oh,
280 feet. You gonna push your luck?
I'm gonna push it a little bit further. I've got the gambler's heart, like Michael Jordan.
100 feet.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God, that felt so good.
Wow, a perfect spot. The perfect spot.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, Jen's real quiet right now.
That's like that's one where it's like, that's one where like in real life I'd be mad if we parked that close, because I'd be like, I can't even smoke a cigarette. It's like you don't have time. This sucks. All right, hell yeah.
All right, so the score to beat is perfect. So good luck.
I'll give it my best.
All right, here we go. 800 feet.
I love these cars so much.
So algorithmically, you're supposed to spend the first third of it looking for what the distribution of spots is, but it doesn't feel right. Ooh, 400 feet remaining.
3 in a row there.
Yeah.
And there's like no set number of spots, right?
It's a random number of spots.
There's been nothing.
The pressure's on now, though.
Ooh, I'm gonna pass it.
Oh my gosh!
Passing
Gotta
it
try to get
hundo.
closer.
Oh
Oh no!
Damn.
You didn't find a spot. Jen will never let you hear the end of this.
Oh.
All of the spots are closer. You have no self-respect remaining. Jen is unspeakably pissed. I'm sorry, that does a pretty clear blowout victory there.
We've done it. Thank you for
We do
indulging
make
me.
dreams come
Oh,
true.
yeah, that was so fun. Oh my God, what a
On the edge
joy.
of my seat for that one.
Oh, that was so exciting.
All right. All right. Is this my stream now? Am I just? I'm just the only one. Yeah.
You know, while you're here, Kevin, I'll just say, first of all, thank you.
Sure.
When did you start making games?
I worked at an educational games company maybe 8 years ago. They weren't particularly fun games.
Yeah.
They were like for kids to learn how to read. And I've been working in tech for a long time, but started working on these maybe about 5 years ago. I was actually supposed to do the first live show of this in March of 2020.
Horrible time to do that.
So actually, the Mailman game there I made with some folks from a comedy group called Pizza Party. They're based out of Phoenix. So if you're near Phoenix,
Was that the
check
first
out
one?
The
Mailman?
It was one. Man, I had some really bad games that I made at first. Just like confusing premises that didn't make any sense. There's one that was called No Grown-Ups Allowed. And the whole game, first there was an age filter, like it asks for your age, and if you put lower then if you put above 18, then it doesn't let you play. And it had like the music from Malcolm in the Middle playing as the theme song. And then you would try to shoot a T-shirt cannon to turn bad report cards into vape pens. And it was indecipherable, this game.
Sort of like you chose esoteric on the video game comedian thing.
Yeah. I was like, this is the first one I'll try. But yeah, Mailman was one of the first, and I've had to revise it through the years. Like, I think there was like a reference to Shinzo Abe at one point.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And so that didn't age well. So, yeah, it's been a process. Yeah.
That's amazing. Do you ever is there a way you've thought about trying to do it like digitally, like remotely, where you could do something where people, I don't know. That's a dumb question. It's not a dumb question. I phrased it poorly though. I've been talking too much today.
I think there's a way to do it where like you can have people remote in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like these are really twitchy games. Like
they're not twitchy. They're not twitchy. No, I guess that's part of the fun of it is like a room of people doing these things.
Yeah. Oh, I meant twitchy as in reaction speed.
Yeah.
Like latency wouldn't be a problem for playing these games remotely, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I just need to see this happen in a large theater, not too large, where people can just lose their minds because they would. People in the chat were losing it. Just watch right now. In the chat, I'm curious what everyone's favorite game was. Don't say your least favorite. There's no least favorite. They're all good. I'll come to your house and get mad at you. I'm sure on like a latency right there. Awesome. Well, hopefully we can. Yeah, we still. People might know this. There's a time at one point we did the show like a year or two ago, and there was hopes of us producing some things. Is that ever gonna happen, Lux? Probably not, right?
Am I on? I literally have to explain to you. The answer is probably yes, and I can explain to you on Monday.
Great.
What that means at our group team meeting.
I love Mondays.
And
everyone's
I will
invited
say
to the
that
team meeting.
at the show that we put on where Kevin did this, I mentioned this before, we exceeded capacity at a venue called the Bourbon Room, had an illegally large number of people in there who all were going truly cuckoo bananas over particularly the perfect spot. We're just like absolutely losing their minds. It was... Especially because I had not seen it before. I'd only had Burns kind of explain what it was to me, and then I sort of lied to our boss and was like, "It's great, I love it." And we did it, and it was so amazing.
It was another
in front of like 300 plus people, including like Netflix executives and shit. Was like an absolute joy.
It was one of the rare things in my professional life I've ever actually been confident about. When I said to people, if Kevin's thing will be good and funny, I was like, I'm not. Everything else. I mean, let's do a 12-hour stream. Horrible idea. But Kevin, doing that was awesome. So
thank you.
Good. Well, I want to hear about this later. Well, cool. And it seems like Mailman and Piss Freaker favorites. Checking the chat.
Yeah. Anchors.
Wait, I might have a special Piss Freak video on this computer. Give me 1 second. Just like
why would you have that? Is it just you walking around screaming Piss Freak in Austin, Texas? The cops can't catch you.
Maintenance on this computer. So give me 1 second. Yeah, you'd probably do.
And for everyone watching, whoever's still there, we're gonna wrap up in a sec. So we're not gonna go full 12 hours. I'm just telling you, and that's my call. So if you're mad, if anyone's mad about that, be mad at me. But learned a lot today. We've been through a lot together. I feel like this has been. We often think like, will we ever relate to the greatest generation who fought on the beaches of Normandy?
Piss Freak.
Oh, it's so gross, but lovely.
I need to play that one more time. Where is media source? Sorry, hold on. I need to get the thing right. Monitor and app.
How can I be homophobic?
No.
I blew his fucking brains out.
You stop.
Piss Freak.
That was great. Well, on that note, thank you so much again, Kevin, for doing this.
Thank
Everyone
you.
cheer. Everyone say stuff there. And yeah, we're gonna kind of wrap up the show here. So a few other things for everyone who's been hanging out with us today. Thank you so much for all the donations to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. We haven't checked up on the number, but we think we probably got to about $2,000 today, which is really amazing.
It would be crazy if we didn't.
Yeah, really appreciate that, you guys. A very cool thing of you to do. So this way, if any of our bosses are like, you guys did a whole stream and spent all this money for that, it'll be like, oh, so you didn't want us to get money for kids in Palestine? Okay. That's incredibly awesome of you. Thanks for those of you that got Eddie's special design 666 candy cane holiday Wisecrack live gear. The most inside joke and obscure gear that surely no one except a few of you will buy, but that's what I aim for, just to make a few of you happy and the rest of you confused and alienated. Thanks again to our friends at Verso Publishing for letting us give books away, because we're bad boys and we like to give books away. Everyone who donated today to Palestine Children's Relief Fund is going to be eligible for those books, and also our friends at Yes Please Coffee, who are letting us give coffee away. Again, books and coffee, both things that are good and that are fun. A huge thanks to all our friends who came and hung out with us today. So thank you so much. They're over here. Greg, you want to turn the camera? Are you guys okay if we turn the camera on you? Well, it's too late. It's happening. Thank you so much to all our friends who are here. If we do this again, we'll invite folks. And these folks hopefully they all live and they can be like, I went and they didn't kill me. So, thank you to, I'm going to try to see if I can get everyone we got today. Thanks to Kat Abu. Thanks to Evan and Helen. Thank you to the wizworldlive folks who will be starting up in a bit. So 8 p.m. on Twitch, you can check those guys out. Thank you to our friends at Yellow Dot, Chris Gloninger, Esteban Gast. Thank you to what happened after that today. Oh, thank you to Naima Troutt for coming and debating. She turned down debates with some wild Nazis who wanted to pay her money, but she came here to debate weird comedians we gave absurd prompts to. And thank you to Sean Godsey, Sabrina Johnson, and David Danella. Again, those were not real people that were saying those things. Those were comedians who were acting that way. They are incredibly weird people, but they were playing characters, just so everyone knows. Thanks, let's see, to Raymond Kramer. Thanks to Logan came on for a bit. Thanks to everyone else. Thanks, of course, to Kevin Horst, video game master. Thanks.
Evan and Helen.
I said them.
Oh, I didn't listen.
Yeah. But now I take it back. Evan and Helen, I do not thank you. Thanks to, most importantly, probably, thanks to Michael Luxembourg for running all the production stuff here. Thank you to Spencer for doing sound. I basically tricked him into this, and he did it. Thanks to Greg, who's been running stuff, and, of course, to Frankie and Nick, who did production stuff earlier. Shout out to our colleague, Olivia. Yeah.
Doing shit from her house while she has COVID.
Yeah, shout out to COVID Olivia. And yeah, everyone have a really nice weekend. Thank you for hanging out with us. And then if anyone does watch this after the fact, I mean this genuinely, let us know what you liked. Let us know what you didn't like. Let us know if you have ideas for if we do stuff like this in the future. We care about what you all like. You are the people we are making this for. So we'd genuinely be curious to hear what you think. I don't know. Anyone have any closing thoughts or anything? Great. Any clergy in the house want to pray?
Much.
Yeah. Awesome.
I'd just like to also thank our winning charity, Borders Without Doctors.
That's who it's all for. That's who we do it for.
We're going to keep those doctors out of border bookstores
and
for the foreseeable future.
If you're at Borders and you see a doctor, you drag their ass out.
Oh,
you're
also,
allowed to.
Thank you so much to everyone who's been in chat all day.
Oh,
People
yes.
who are in chat now. People who are here in the morning.
Shout out
Ann
Ann Porkins. Yeah. Shout out Eddie. Shout out. Yeah. I mean, Porkins won.
Porkins killed it.
Porkins stays winning.
But yeah, you guys were so much fun to have. You guys kept it super live. It was such a joy. The fucking chat rate never dropped below 6 or 7 chats every 10 or 15 seconds. You guys were such a blast to have.
Never get that ADHD treated, guys. Never let them medicate you. Don't go to cognitive behavioral therapy. God made you that way for a reason. Okay, let's call it here. Thanks again. This has been Wisecrack Live's first ever really long stream. We love you very much. Go in peace.
Goodbye, everyone.
How can I be homophobic? I blew his fucking brains out. This Luger will send a Christian to hell. Shorty looked so good, I used her